crying softly in a hazy state. Li Yi seemed to hear the weeping of a girl, followed by a cacophony of voices, each wave louder than the last. Struggling to open his eyes, Li Yi found himself somewhat dazed by the scene before him. No longer was he in a hospital ward instead. He was in a dimly lit, cramped earthen room, where the scent of disinfectant had been replaced by a faint, delicate fragrance. Peering through the paper window, he saw a crowd gathered outside, and he could vaguely hear their disordered voices. What a sin! How could Tang Shui end up in bed with that scoundrel from the Li family? What could she possibly be thinking? Isn't that the truth? Little Tang is about to return to the city, what now? If this gets back to the brigade, do you think little Tang will be paraded through the streets? Oh, what a pity! Such a beautiful flower wasted on cow dung. It's a shame for Tang Shui. Such a virtuous young lady that I in bed. Tang Shui. A flicker of clarity broke through Li Yi's chaotic memories as he turned to the sobbing figure in the corner. Though the girl was wrapped in a thin blanket, her small head nestled between her legs, Li felt a jolt of recognition that it was her, Tang Shui, the woman he had felt guilty about for a lifetime. Smack! He slapped himself hard, and one side of his face swelled instantly. Pain? Is this real? Had he truly returned to 40 years ago? Forcing himself to calm down, Li Yi struggled to piece together the current circumstances. From the sounds outside, it seemed he had returned to the day after he and Tang Shui had unintentionally shared a bed, and he was now cornered. Tang Shui was not from the Nianzi Mountain Brigade. She had come from her hometown in Qin Province 3 years ago as a sent-down youth. Due to her close friendship with Li Yi's elder sister, Li Na, Tang Shui often visited the Li family and was cherished by Li Yi's parents. Just days ago, Tang Shui had received a notice from the county about her return to the city, signaling the end of her time in the Nianzi Mountain Brigade. To bid farewell to Tang Shui and several other youths returning to the city, the brigade had organized a farewell party, where many, including Tang Shui, had indulged in drink. To care for her inebriated friend, Li Na had brought Tang Shui back to their home and settled her in Li Yi's room, as he had not returned home for several days, and it was harmless for her to stay the night. However, no one anticipated that Li Yi would return home in the middle of the night, having also consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Thus, Li Yi and Tang Shui found themselves entangled in an unexpected situation. Early the next morning, several youths from the village came to find Tang Shui, intending to help her pack for her return to the city, only to discover the two of them tangled in the sheets. Soon, this incident drew the attention of Li Yi's parents and other villagers, who gathered outside his room to witness the spectacle. Outside the wooden door, the brigade secretary, Feng Kai, glared darkly at Li Shankui, who was squatting nearby, and angrily questioned, "Shankui, how could your family do this? How am I supposed to explain this to the county?" Li Shankui remained silent, furiously puffing on his pipe, concealing his thoughts. Meanwhile, Li's mother, Zhang Yuehong, nervously implored, "For heaven's sake, think of a way. My son can't go to jail, can he?" Feng Kai replied gravely, "If Tang wants to press charges against your son, he will certainly face imprisonment." "Oh dear, the sky is falling. He is our only son. He cannot end up in jail." Perhaps weary of Zhang Yuehong's wails, Secretary Feng raised his voice. "Enough noise. There is only one solution now, one that may save Li Yi." "What is that?" "Let Li Yi marry Tang Shui, but only if she agrees." At this declaration, Li Yi's parents fell silent, setting aside the fact that their son lacked education and prospects, rendering him unworthy of Tang Shui. According to prevailing policies, if a sent-down youth married locally, they would not be allowed to return to the city. This issue had led to a surge of divorces among the youth in the county recently. Now that Tang Shui had received her notice to return, marrying Li Yi could very well jeopardize her eligibility to leave. Surely no one would consent to that. At that moment, Li Yi's elder sister, Li Na, stood up and said, "I'll go ask Tang Shui." With a creak, the wooden door of the earthen house swung open, revealing Li Na's resolute figure. She shot Li Yi an angry glance before coldly instructing, "Get dressed and step aside." Understanding that his sister was in a rage, Li Yi dared not argue. He quickly found his clothes, put them on, and stepped outside. As he opened the door, all eyes turned to Li Yi. Suddenly, Li Shankui, who had been smoking, sprang to his feet, seized a whip used for herding livestock, and rushed at Li Yi, the whip cracking down upon him. Li Yi vividly recalled the sting of that whip from his previous life, not for the pain, but because he had fled and his father had broken an arm in pursuit. So, When the whip struck him this time, he chose not to evade. Ah, the searing pain made Li Yi tremble, yet he did not flinch or flee. Instead, he knelt before his father. Li Shankuei, still seething, did not relent at his son's submission, continuing to lash out with the whip. Before long, Li Yi's clothes were torn, and his back bore several bloody welts. At that moment, Zhang Yuehong regained her senses and rushed forward to intervene, crying, "You old fool! Do you want to kill my son? Get out of my way. It's your indulgence that has led him to this debauchery and deceit, and, now, he has committed such a heinous act. Do you want him taken to the execution ground to be made a spectacle?" Li Shankuei bellowed. Amidst the chaos, Li Na emerged from the house, shouting, "Everyone be quiet." Instantly, silence fell, and all eyes were fixed on Li Na. Ignoring the others, she turned to Li Yi and said, "Go inside, Tang Shui has something to say to you." Li Yi stood, forcing back the pain in his back, and turned to enter the earthen house. Inside, he found Tang Shui dressed, yet her expression remained sorrowful and desolate, evoking deep sympathy. "I'm sorry." Tang Shui did not respond to his apology, but instead spoke in a hoarse voice. "Do you wish to marry me?" Hearing those words again stirred a tempest of emotions within Li Yi, leaving him momentarily speechless. In his past life, Tang Shui had asked him the same question. However, at that time, his answer had been a resolute refusal, for he had been infatuated with the village beauty, Wang Xuemei, and had deemed Tang Shui unworthy. Despite Tang Shui's superior qualities in every regard, beauty, figure, and intellectually, he had foolishly pursued Wang Xuemei. It was precisely this heartless refusal that had devastated Tang Shui, prompting her to leave Nianzi Mountain Village, filled with sorrow, and return her home in the neighboring province. However, what was unexpected was that 3 months later, the tragic news arrived. Tang Shui had died. It was a suicide, and it was a case of one body, two lives. It turned out that 2 months after returning home, Tang Shui discovered she was pregnant. In those days, being an unwed mother was utterly intolerable in the eyes of society. The scorn of her parents and the pointed fingers of her neighbors ultimately crushed her spirit. Thus, on a frigid night, she took a pair of scissors and ended her life at the tender age of 19. Upon hearing the news, the entire family fell into despair and regret. Li's older sister, Li Na, overwhelmed by guilt and hatred towards her brother, left home and never returned for the next 40 years, only sending a sum of money to their elderly parents each year. Their father, Li Shankuei, burdened with the guilt of failing to guide his son properly and indirectly causing the death of such a wonderful girl, fell into deep melancholy and passed away 3 years after Tang Shui's demise at Lie. Unable to find his footing in the village due to this incident, was compelled to leave home to seek his fortune elsewhere. Though he became a billionaire, riding the wave of reform and opening up, he was haunted by shadows of the past, remaining unmarried without children, enduring daily torment of regret. It could be said that his heartless decision led to Tang Shui's demise, and her death shattered the Li family, leaving them in ruins. In his past life, Li Yi often recalled the question Tang Shui had posed to him, each time feeling a profound ache of regret. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would undoubtedly provide a different answer. Tang Shui had been waiting for Li Yi's response, but as silence stretched on, a deep sense of despair welled within her. Suppressing her discomfort, she staggered towards the door, wishing to never see this scoundrel again. At that moment, Li Yi finally regained his senses, pulling Tang Shui into his embrace and resolutely declaring, "I wish to marry you." Tang Shui was momentarily stunned, then trembled as she asked, "Do you truly mean it?" "Truly." "Oh." Upon hearing Li Yi's affirmative response, Tang Shui could no longer contain herself, sinking to the ground in tears. Even though Li Yi had agreed to marry her, Tang Shui still struggled to accept the bewildering reality of having lost herself. Moreover, she had now received notification of her return to the city. If she married Li Yi, she would inevitably lose her chance to return. The thought of being trapped in this impoverished valley for the rest of her life overwhelmed her with sorrow. Hearing Tang Shui's cries, Li Na was the first to rush into the room, unleashing a barrage of accusations towards Li Yi, shouting, "You scoundrel! How could you make Xiao Shui cry again? Are you still thinking of that girl from the Wang family and unwilling to marry Xiao Shui? I tell you, if you do not marry Xiao Shui today, you can forget about recognizing me as your sister." With this proclamation, the villagers and young intellectuals gathered outside also erupted in indignation against Li Yi. This boy is truly despicable. Xiao Shui is willing to marry him, and he still refuses. Indeed, it's so unfair to Xiao Shui. Why should she be subjected to this scoundrel? This boy is utterly shameless. Li Yi could not help but smile bitterly, hastily responding to his sister, I am willing to marry Tang Shui. With that, Li Yi strode outside, loudly addressing the gathering villagers and young intellectuals. Dear uncles, I acknowledge my wrongdoing due to drunkenness yesterday, and I take full responsibility that I hereby declare that not only do I wish to marry Tang Shui, but I will also provide the highest bride price and carry her into my home in a grand procession, and I will keep my word. The village secretary, Feng Kai, was the first to voice his support, proclaiming, good. Now that's what a man should say. I also represent the village. If you marry, we will allocate an extra piece of land to your family. At that moment, a young woman with 2 braided pigtails from the crowd asked, when will you marry our Xiao Shui? Li Yi recognized her as Zhang Xinyao, a close friend of Tang Shui. He pondered for a moment and replied, marriage is a sacred affair, and I do not wish for Xiao Shui to suffer any indignities. So our families must prepare well for a grand wedding. How long will it take? Give us a definite answer. A month, I suppose. We will hold a banquet and marry in 1 month, inviting everyone. Since Xiao Shui has already agreed, we will wait for you for a month. If you dare to back out, even if Xiao Shui does not pursue it, we will take you to the county. Zhang Xinyao insisted. Understood. Seeing that matters had finally been settled, Secretary Feng declared, all right, it's settled then. Everyone can disperse now. As the crowd began to disperse, the atmosphere within the Li family remained tense. In light of this incident, not only had Tang Shui lost her dignity, but the Li family had also lost face. Furthermore, with so many children and their family already struggling to make ends meet, how could they afford the considerable expenses of a wedding? Once the crowd had left, Li Shankuei summoned everyone in the household to discuss the wedding arrangements for Li Yi in the dimly lit room. Li Shankuei sat beside the stove, while Zhang Yuehong and Li Na flanked the tearful Tang Shui, with only Li Yi perched on the edge of the bed. Let's discuss how you plan to proceed with this marriage, Li Shankuei said. Looking at his SON, Li glanced at the weary Tang Shui and replied, let's first hear what Xiao Shui thinks. Li Na chimed in, yes, we should hear Xiao Shui's opinion first. Tang Shui opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Zhang Yuehong, eager, urged, Xiao Shui, whatever your wishes are, just say them. I will do my best to fulfill them. Tang Shui hesitated momentarily, then bit her lip and said, I don't want to inform my parents about the wedding. That's not acceptable. How can one get married without informing their parents? Zhang Yuehong responded hastily. I don't want them to see me marrying in such a manner. But how long can you keep this a secret? Besides, haven't you already received notice of your return to the city? Your parents must have received it, as well you can't hide this from them. Auntie, I will write to them, saying there has been a delay in the county, and my return has been postponed until next year. They'll keep it under wraps for as long as possible. Seeing her mother about to speak again, Li Yi immediately interrupted, stating, we will heed Xiao Shui's wishes in this matter. Then, turning to Tang Shui, he asked, what are your requirements regarding the bride price? I understand your family situation. There's no need for a bride price. Just prepare the room you live in. Before Tang Shui could finish, both Li Shankuei and Li Yi exclaimed, no. Li Shankuei took a couple of puffs from his pipe and said, child, this situation is already a burden on our Xiao. If you are willing to marry into our Li family, it is a blessing from our ancestors. How can we allow you to feel wronged? I will take charge of this. The bride price will be 88 yuan, a watch, 3 new outfits, and all new bedding. Li Yi remarked, I shall refrain from discussing other matters. What others possess, you must possess as well, and I shall endeavor to provide you with what others lack. In essence, I will honorably bring you into my home and ensure that no one speaks ill of you behind your back. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Tang Shui felt a stir of emotions within her. The reason she wished for Li Yi to marry her was solely due to the fact that she had already surrendered herself to him. Apart from marrying him, she saw no other viable option. However, she was acutely aware of Li Yi's true Naturian individual devoid of knowledge, idly wandering through life, indulging in vice, deceit, and various nefarious activities. While he may not have committed any grave sins, He was riddled with a plethora of undesirable traits. Even her elder sister, Li Na, displayed a countenance of disdain whenever he was mentioned. Thus, she was genuinely taken aback by Li Yi's emphatic declaration. I could see that moment. Her heart was a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions, leaving her in a state of profound complexity. Chapter 3. Li Yi's wish list. After discussing the wedding arrangements, it was already past 10 in the morning. Li Shankuei and his wife, mindful of the beans in the fields, left Li Na to care for Tang Shui and hurried off to work. Meanwhile, Tang Shui felt somewhat awkward staying at the Li residence, yet she hesitated to return to the youth commune, fearing the judgment of others. Reluctantly, Li Na decided to accompany her for a stroll in the back mountains to ease her mind. Before long, the house was left with only Li Yi, who finally had the opportunity to ponder his next steps. He retrieved a piece of paper and a broken pencil from the house and settled beneath the grand willow tree in the yard. Spreading the paper on the large grinding stone, he contemplated for a moment before his gaze grew resolute, and he began to write fervently. 10 minutes later, as he gazed upon the modest list before him, a satisfied smile crept onto Li Yi's face. The contents of the list were strikingly simple. 1. Strive wholeheartedly to prepare for the wedding, ensuring a grand and glorious welcome for Tang Shui, so that she may wholeheartedly accept him. 2. Earn money to build a house and improve the family's living conditions. 3. Assist Tang Shui in gaining admission to a prestigious university. 4. Save his elder sister's life to avert tragedy. 5. Take his father for a medical checkup. Gently setting down his pen, he tore the paper filled with his aspirations into tiny fragments and let them soar into the air, watching the scraps flutter away like snowflakes in the wind. A subtle smile graced Li Yi's face. Despite the current hardships and scarcity, his heart brimmed with joy. Unlike in his previous life, where wealth was abundant yet devoid of meaning, leaving him lonely and isolated at the end, he now cherished the opportunity to choose a fulfilling life, free of regrets. As for the present, the most pressing matter was to generate income. The wedding plans had been set, yet financial concerns loomed large. In this era, weddings demanded a certain level of display. While a house and car were not necessities, dowries could not be overlooked. Tang Shui's dowry was merely 88 yuan, which, though seemingly modest, represented 3 months' wages for a factory worker, who earned approximately 27 to 28 yuan a month. In the countryside, it might take an entire year to save such an amount. Furthermore, families of means were expected to provide the bride with the 3 transfers and 1 sound: a bicycle, a sewing machine, a watch, and a radio. While these items may appear commonplace from a modern perspective, they represented the pinnacle of household possessions that ordinary people aspired to in this era. Additionally, the 3 transfers and 1 sound not only symbolized the highest wealth attainable for the common folk, but also served as a significant criterion for many women in their choice of a partner. If any family can present the 3 essentials, the matchmaker would surely trample their threshold. Tang Shui, being a city dweller, marrying Li Yi, a rural lad, was indeed a step down, necessitating her relinquishment of the opportunity to return to the city, and rather inexplicably losing her virtue in the process. Thus, their marriage was bound to attract whispered criticisms. To silence the village's prying tongues, the most effective strategy was to hold a grand wedding, showcasing to all that Tang Shui's union with the Li family was not one of desperation, but rather a testament to her discerning taste. Her marriage was not a sacrifice of a comfortable urban life for the hardships of rural existence, but rather an embrace of prosperity. Consequently, although her father, Li Shankuei, only agreed to buy Tang Shui a watch, Li Yi was resolute in his determination to procure all 3 essentials in their entirety. Of course, items deemed as family wealth were not without considerable value. For instance, a bicycle alone cost at least 120 yuan and could only be purchased with a ticket. Money alone would not guarantee acquisition. To gather all 3 essentials, a minimum of 400 yuan was required, and for well-known brands, even 500 yuan might fall short. Along with the betrothal gifts and the expenses for the banquet, a conservative estimate suggested a total of 700 to 800 yuan. Yet, Li Yi was acutely aware of his family's circumstances, which could be summed up in one word: poverty. In previous years, with a larger household and the need to support children's education, little savings had been amassed. These past few years, with the marriage of his elder and second sisters, the family's condition had improved slightly, but with Li Yi as a spendthrift, little wealth had been accumulated. Hence, relying on his family to host a splendid wedding was evidently implausible, he must depend on himself. This was precisely why Li Yi scheduled the wedding for a month later. He aimed to gather the 3 essentials and Tang Xue's betrothal gifts within that time frame. He was not troubled by ways to earn money, for he possessed memories from his past life, making the prospect of earning a living seem effortlessly attainable. For instance, if his memories served him correctly, there lay a general's tomb beneath the mountain cliff behind the village, filled with an abundance of gold and jewels. Should he discreetly unearth the ancient tomb and sell a portion of its treasures, wealth would come swiftly. However, Li Yi did not wish to pursue that route. In this new life, he aspired to earn his living through honest labor, wishing that every penny spent on his family would be earned with integrity. The challenge, however, remained. How to accumulate 700 to 800 yuan within a month required careful consideration. Noticing the time had passed 11. With his parents laboring in the fields and his third sister accompanying Tang Xue, Li Yi resolved to cook lunch for his family. Upon returning home and searching diligently, he found that the large jar storing their grains held only half a jar of flour. There was nothing else. There were no meat products, nor even the most common rural fare, eggs. Li Yi knew that his mother had likely exchanged the eggs at the supply and marketing cooperative for daily necessities. Gazing at the ingredients he had foraged, Li Yi could not help but reveal a wry smile. Even the most skilled cook finds it challenging to prepare a meal without the necessary ingredients. His culinary abilities were commendable, yet they were predicated upon an abundance of ingredients and a full array of seasonings. Merely providing him with a half jar of flour would truly leave him at a loss. Although he was aware that resources were scarce during this era, the extent of this scarcity was indeed beyond his expectations. After all, it was already the 1980s, and the coastal regions had opened up. How could poverty still prevail to such a degree? Perhaps he could simply steam a basket of buns or boil a pot of porridge, as his mother often did. However, considering that Tang Xue would be dining at his home that afternoon, her first meal at his residence since they had confirmed their relationship, he could not afford to be casual about it. Moreover, it was summer. The thought of eating buns and hot porridge in the sweltering noon heat was utterly unappetizing. Suddenly, Li Yi recalled a delightful dish that could be made from flour, cold noodles. The scorching summer heat often diminishes one's appetite, which is nothing short of torment for food lovers. Across the nation, various solutions abound, but the northern folks' answer is cold noodles. The coolness of this dish establishes an unbreakable bond with the sweltering summer. Under the oppressive heat, what could be more appetizing than the tangy and spicy allure of cold noodles? With this thought, Li Yi ceased his hesitation and sprang into action. Chapter 4. The secret to wealth. The preparation of cold noodles is rather intricate. However, this poses no challenge for Li Yi. In his previous life, he had spent considerable time in the Guangzhou region, where he not only developed a fondness for this dish, but also sought guidance from local masters. Yet, upon inspecting the flour at home, he found himself bewildered once more. The making of cold noodles requires all-purpose flour, but the flour he possessed was ground using traditional methods, containing a fair amount of bran and impurities. With these elements present, not only was the flour's utility diminished, but the resulting cold noodles would also lack the desired texture. At that moment, Li Yi retrieved a fine sieve from his home and scooped out 2 large bowls of coarse flour for filtering. After the filtration process, the bran and larger particles were removed, leaving behind the all-purpose flour suitable for crafting cold noodles. He then added water in a 2:1 ratio to the flour to knead a dough, allowing it to rest and rise. The crux of preparing cold noodles lies in washing the dough, which involves placing the rested dough in water to wash out the gluten and starch. This process is time-consuming and labor-intensive, consuming no less than half an hour of Li Yi's effort. After completing these steps, he allowed the gluten to rest for over half an hour, then filtered the starch and let it settle, skimming off the clear water on top. Next, Li Yi procured a large iron tea tray from his home, greased it, poured in the starch, and set it to steam. The cold noodles would be ready in 5 minutes, while the gluten would take 10. Before long, the noodles were ready. He sliced the noodles into long strips, tore off a piece, and placed it in his mouth. The texture was smooth and elastic, accompanied by a faint aroma of wheat, pure bliss. In the ensuing moments, Li Yi meticulously prepared the remaining dough, ultimately crafting 11 sheets of noodles. The exquisite taste of liangpi is contingent upon 2 factors: the quality of the noodle sheets and the finesse of the accompanying sauce. The liangpi itself possesses no intrinsic flavor. Rather, it offers a delightful texture, while the true gustatory and visual pleasures are derived from the seasonings and accompaniments. After an extensive search in the kitchen, Li Yi could only locate aged vinegar and salt, which were insufficient to meet his culinary ambitions. Fortunately, he noticed an array of dried chili peppers hanging on the wall. He promptly retrieved the peppers, crushed them, and concocted a vibrant chili oil. The significance of chili oil in enhancing liangpi cannot be overstated. A well-prepared chili oil is characterized by its brilliant red hue and rich, aromatic fragrance. The presentation of a bowl of liangpi relies heavily on the allure of the chili oil, enticing diners to indulge. Once these components were prepared, Li Yi ventured into the garden to select a variety of seasonal vegetables, washing them thoroughly to serve as garnishes. Before long, a bowl of fragrant and visually appealing Guangzhong liangpi was ready. However, consuming liangpi alone would not suffice. Reflecting on the renowned Sanxin meal from Guangzhong, which features not only liangpi, but also rujiamo and bingfeng soda, he realized that the soda was a luxury he could not procure, and the meat for the rujiamo was absent. Nevertheless, he could certainly make the bread. In his hometown, the bread from Guangzhong is referred to as bing. So Li Yi set to work once more, preparing the dough for the bread. Compared to making liangpi, the process of frying the bread was markedly simpler, and soon he had produced a dozen palm-sized white bread rounds. Just as Li Yi was finishing the last of the white bread, the large yellow dog in the yard suddenly barked. Upon looking up, he saw that Sanjia and Tang Shui had returned. It transpired that Li Na had taken Tang Shui for a stroll in the mountains, providing her younger friend, who was 2 years her junior, with comfort and encouragement while repeatedly apologizing for her inept brother. This ultimately lifted Tang Shui's spirits from her earlier sorrow. Observing that the sun was now at its zenith and presuming that her parents would soon return from the fields, she decided to take Tang Shui home to prepare lunch for them. However, as they crossed the threshold into the yard, Li Na sensed something amiss, as an intriguing aroma wafted through the air, prompting her to swallow hard. "Xiao Shui, do you smell that? It's delightful." Tang Shui instinctively nodded, then remarked, "It seems to be the scent of fried bread, perhaps mingled with something else. Could it be that my mother has returned early, concerned that you, my daughter-in-law, might be feeling neglected, and has come to prepare a feast for you?" Li Na speculated. Upon hearing the term daughter-in-law, a flicker of anguish crossed Tang Shui's eyes. At the tender age of 18 or 19, she too had dreamt of one day donning a fiery red wedding gown, marrying her ideal partner. Yet, she had never envisioned that her destined companion would be someone like Li Yi. With this thought, tears welled in her eyes. Yet her resolute nature compelled her to suppress them, refusing to let them fall. Li Na, noticing Tang Shui's unusual demeanor, inwardly cursed her scoundrel of a younger brother once more before promptly shifting the topic. "Xiao Shui, don't overthink it. Let's go inside and see what delicious dishes my mother has prepared for us." However, upon entering the house, they were astonished to find that their mother was absent, and instead, it was Li Yi who was busily attending to the stove. The sight of several bowls of peculiar noodles and a plate of slightly yellowish flatbreads on the table widened their eyes in disbelief. They were well aware of Li Yi's character. Although the Li family was modest, Li Yi was the cherished only son born to Li Shan Kuei and his wife in their later years, with 3 elder sisters doting on him. He had never faced hardship, even during the collective labor years when he was exempt from farm work and household chores. Throughout his life, he had never even washed a single pair of socks. Cooking had always been the responsibility of his eldest sister, Li Mei. After her marriage, it fell to the second sister, Li Lan, and subsequently to the third sister, Li Na, after Li Lan wed. Li Yi's sole duty was to return home on time for meals, nothing more. "Xiao Yi, did you really make all this?" Li Na asked in surprise. Li Yi chuckled. Taste my culinary skills." Li Na took Tang Shui's hand and approached the table for a closer inspection. "Xiao Yi, what is this? It looks quite appealing and smells delightful, but I wonder if it tastes as good." Before Li Yi could respond, Tang Shui softly interjected. "This seems like the cold noodles from our place." "Indeed, it is cold noodles," Li Yi affirmed. Just then, the sound of jingling bells echoed from the yard, and soon they saw Li Shan Kuei and his wife arriving with a mule cart. Li Shan Kuei expertly unloaded the cart, tended to the livestock, and fed them, while Zhang Yuehong set aside her hoe and went inside to wash her hands, preparing to assist with the cooking. Upon seeing the cold noodles and flatbreads on the table, she immediately turned to Li Na and said, Na, why didn't you take out that piece of pickled pork to stir-fry for Xiao Shui to nourish her?" Li Na hurriedly replied, "Mom, I didn't team make today's meal. Child, Xiao Shui hasn't team married into our family yet. How can you have her cooking? Without waiting for her mother to finish, Li Na quickly clarified, it's not Xiao Shui who did the cooking. To tell you the truth, all of this was made by your son. How could Xiao Yi possibly do this? At that moment, Li Shankuei had settled the big red mule and walked in. Hearing Zhang Yuehong's words, he immediately asked, what are you saying? Dad, Nana claims that the food on the table was prepared by Xiao Yi. Li Shankuei glanced at the dishes in astonishment, then frowned and said, did you buy this from outside? Don't waste money on such frivolities. Li Yi chuckled, oh. Dear father, why don't you first take a look at what this food is before you speak? Continuing, Li Yi remarked, this is called liangpi, a specialty of the Qin province. Do not think that my pockets are as clean as my face. Even if I had money, there's none available for sale in our county. Humph. Li Shankuei wore an expression that conveyed disbelief, leaving Li Yi feeling quite embarrassed. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. Even if given a piece of meat, it would be uncertain whether he could cook it properly, let alone create such exquisite dishes, unless the sun were to rise from the west. Zhang Yuehong, fearing that the two would continue their banter, hurriedly intervened, saying, all right, enough of that. Let us quickly taste this food and see how it is. Following her invitation, the 5 family members gathered around the table, each taking a large enamel bowl to partake in the meal. The fiery chili awakened their taste buds, while the cool, smooth liangpi banished the summer heat. For the first time tasting liangpi, both Li Shankuei and his wife, as well as Li Na, nearly swallowed their tongues. It was simply delightful. Even Tang Shui, who hailed from the Qin province, found Li Yi's liangpi to be more authentic than that made by many seasoned chefs, devouring an entire bowl. So, this dish is truly made by you? Li Shankuei asked, his face a mix of skepticism. Indeed, I made it. How does it taste? Well, it's passable. Upon seeing her father's expression of conflicting thoughts, Li Na tilted her mouth and said, what do you mean by passable? This liangpi is incredibly delicious. With my brother's skills, he could easily sustain himself by setting up a stall in the county. Hearing this, a spark ignited in Li Yi's mind, as if he had discovered the key to unlocking the door to wealth. Chapter 5. All set after finishing lunch, during a moment of respite, Li Shankuei, while puffing on his pipe, inquired, Xiao Yi, I'd like to ask you, what are your plans for the future? What plans? You are soon to establish a family. You can't just linger at home forever. You must find something to occupy yourself. Before Li Yi could respond, Li Na interjected disdainfully, what can he possibly do? He's too delicate to toil in the fields, and there's no way for him to find work in a factory. Tang Shui instinctively glanced at Li Yi, noting that he indeed resembled what Li Na described. His skin was delicate and fair, a rosy complexion, coupled with a square face and broad brows, making him quite handsome. Were it not for his somewhat tattered clothing, he would not pale in comparison to the young men in the city. Yet, the more she observed, the more sorrowful Tang Shui felt. What good is good looks if they cannot be turned into sustenance? This was the countryside, after all. Which child was not a strong laborer at home, who did not toil until their hands were sore? Whose skin was not weathered by sun and wind? Resembling a roasted potato? In the entire Qianzishan brigade, it would be difficult to find skin as tender as Li Yi's. The thought of living a lifetime with someone who could neither lift nor carry was overwhelming for Tang Shui, making her unable to hold back her tears. If it were not for certain special reasons preventing her return to the city, she would truly consider leaving without a trace. Father, what do you think about me selling liangpi in the county? Li Yi suddenly proposed. As soon as the words fell, Li Shankuei's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rising sharply as he exclaimed, have you lost your mind? This is sheer speculation. If caught, imprisonment awaits. Hearing the term imprisonment, Zhang Yuehong grew anxious and hastily interjected, my child, you must not act recklessly. If worst comes to worst, we can cultivate the land at home. With your father and me to support you, you and Xiaoxue shall never go hungry. Li Yi promptly retorted, I am merely setting up a small stall to sell cold noodles. How can that be deemed speculation? He continued, Father, I read in the newspaper a few days ago that due to a large influx of educated youth returning to the city and facing unemployment, the state has permitted these individuals to set up street stalls to earn a living. Furthermore, it was stated that cases of speculation are primarily handled by the industrial and commercial administrative authorities. Only serious cases warrant investigation by public security agencies. Even if our sale of cold noodles were classified as speculation, the worst that could happen is the confiscation of illegal gains by the industrial and commercial authorities. We certainly wouldn't face imprisonment. Li Shankue hesitated briefly, but resolutely replied, that still won't do. Look around the city. Who dares to do such a thing? If caught, it would be a prime example. Father, just as my third sister said, I cannot endure the hardships of farm work, and no factories are willing to hire me. Can you and mother support me for a lifetime? Li Yi pressed on. Cold noodles are undoubtedly a novelty in Qingshan County. They are delicious, inexpensive, and have low costs. Even if, hypothetically, street vending is prohibited, the losses would be minimal. Hence, I wish to give it a try. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Li Shankue's expression softened. And after a long silence, he finally spoke. Are you truly not engaging in speculation? Absolutely not. Li Yi affirmed. Then give it a try. If they truly do not allow you to sell, then cease your efforts, Li Shankue responded. All right, I will heed your advice. At that moment, Li Na furrowed her brow and remarked, are you genuinely planning to sell this? Can it even be profitable? As for profitability, I cannot say for certain, but I am certain I will not incur losses. Though he spoke confidently, Li Yi was well aware that at this time, simply setting up a stall would yield profits effortlessly. The reasoning was straightforward. On one hand, due to the prevailing policies, no one dared to openly operate street stalls, resulting in a lack of competition. On the other hand, with economic development, the people's incomes had evidently increased. With money in hand, consumption naturally rose, indicating a burgeoning market. A market without competitors would surely guarantee profit. If profits were elusive, it would defy reason. However, Li could not express these thoughts openly to his family, otherwise, they might think he was boasting. Instead, he resolved to let his success speak for itself. As long as you don't incur losses, do you need assistance? Li Na inquired once more. Although she harbored doubts about her inept brother's ability to earn money selling cold noodles, this was the first time he had expressed a desire to engage seriously in business, and she wished to support him. After all, what if he succeeded? Li Yi promptly shook his head, saying, no, I can manage this. Very well. At that moment, Tang Shui, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Uncle, aunt. Wait a moment. I wish to return to the youth station. Li Shankue opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately could only manage a non-committal He harbored concerns for the child, fearing she would face hardships upon returning. Although only half a day had passed since the incident, the entire brigade was abuzz with gossip. Upon returning from the fields, Li Shankue had already heard plenty of idle chatter. If it were possible, he truly wished for Tang Shui to stay with them instead of returning to the youth station. However, such a notion was fraught with complications. Living with a man before marriage would make it difficult for her to hold her head high in the village in the future. Li Yi clearly pondered these ramifications as well, which is why he did not attempt to dissuade her. Instead, he turned to his sister, Li Na, and said, Sister, this afternoon you accompany Xiao Shui back. You needn't work in the fields for the next few days. If anyone dares to gossip, feel free to retort. Li Na, equally concerned for Tang Shui's well-being, nodded in agreement. All right. Upon hearing this, Tang Shui felt a flicker of emotion. Though this fellow had his flaws, he was not without merit. At the very least, he demonstrated a sense of responsibility, could cook, and showed genuine care for her. If he could secure a stable livelihood, perhaps life could indeed be manageable. For a moment, she found herself lost in thought. After dinner, Li Shankue and his wife rested for less than half an hour before heading out to work under the blazing sun, leaving the mule cart behind for Li Yi's use. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Li Yi drove the mule cart, escorting Tang Shui and Li Na back to the village committee's youth station. Following this, he directed the mule cart towards the back mountain. Since he intended to set up a stall to sell cold noodles, he needed to prepare some items. While the ingredients were available at home, he was currently lacking bowls and chopsticks. In later times, cold noodles were typically packaged in plastic bags, but such items were not available in his present circumstances. Initially, Li Yi planned to use bowls, but upon seeing the chipped bowls scattered around his home, he could only shake his head in resignation. He contemplated purchasing new bowls, but his pockets were emptier than his face, and new bowls were not cheap. Given the quantity he required, the thought quickly dissipated. After much contemplation, Li Yi finally considered using bamboo tubes as a substitute for bowls. Bamboo tubes truly made for excellent containers, and they were plentiful. With some careful polishing, they could easily serve as bowls. After 2 hours of laboring in the bamboo grove, Li Yi returned home with a cart full of sturdy bamboo. The next step involved crafting the bamboo tubes. He sawed the bamboo into 12-centimeter lengths, and then smoothed them with a file until both the interior and exterior were polished and refined. Yet, his work was not finished. He then sought a carving knife and began to etch simple patterns onto the bamboo tubes. For the entirety of the afternoon, Li dedicated himself to these preparations. By the time the sun set, he had crafted 50 bamboo tubes and over 60 pairs of bamboo chopsticks, as well as filtered out several pounds of flour and prepared a half basin of spicy oil. After considerable preparation, Li's venture into selling cold noodles was poised for success, awaiting only the auspicious wind. Chapter 6. The first stall. Early the next morning, upon rising, Li discovered that his parents had already begun their day. After a brief morning routine and a light meal, he set about his tasks with diligence. Given that Qianzi Mountain Village was a full 15 kilometers from the county town, and a mule cart would require at least 2 hours to reach the destination, he needed to complete the cold noodles and prepare the side dishes within 2 hours to arrive before noon. Fortunately, he was quite accustomed to this process, and soon everything was ready. With all his supplies loaded onto the mule cart, Li set off for the county town. As he traversed the rural dirt roads, surrounded by lush green crops and inhaling the purest air of nature, his spirits soared. Although he was presently impoverished, with not a single coin to his name, his inner world was rich with hope. Reflecting on his previous life, he had built a commercial empire, amassing assets worth hundreds of millions at its peak. Yet, in the stillness of night, guilt over Tang Shui and the child who had not yet been born gnawed at his heart. Despite his vast success and adoration from many, he could not escape the solitude that plagued him, struggling throughout his life with feelings of remorse and loneliness. But now, Tang Shui was alive, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she bore his child. There was still a chance for redemption. At 11 o'clock, the mule cart arrived at the county town, but instead of heading to the city center, Li directed it to the entrance of the sugar factory on the outskirts. Although the county town was populated, the recent reforms had just begun, and Qingshan County was a remote inland area where people's mindsets were conservative, making them hesitant to embrace individual entrepreneurship. If he were to boldly sell cold noodles in the city center, he might well attract unwarranted attention. In contrast, the sugar factory was different. Though located on the outskirts, it housed 700 or 800 workers, all of whom were regular employees earning 30 to 40 yuan a month, providing them with substantial purchasing power. More importantly, Li knew that the factory did not have a canteen, meaning the workers had to return home for meals or bring their own to work. With a safe environment and a viable market, this location was undoubtedly a prime spot for setting up a stall. Finding a suitable position, Li arranged the prepared cold noodles along with various side dishes and condiments on the cart, patiently awaiting customers. At 10 minutes to 11, the cheerful chime of a bell announced the end of the workday for the factory workers. Li immediately perked up. His commercial empire was about to embark from the humble mule cart stationed at the factory's entrance. A few minutes later, workers began to emerge from the factory gate. Seizing the opportunity, Li called out enthusiastically, "Authentic cold noodles from Qin province. Only 20 cents a serving, first come, first served. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Authentic Qin province Liangpi, both delicious and refreshing, can be yours for just 2 dimes. While you may think it a trifling amount, it grants you a taste of exquisite." The intriguing calls soon drew a crowd, and as onlookers beheld the Liangpi and an array of accompanying condiments displayed on the cart, they could not help but swallow in anticipation. Finally, a middle-aged man could no longer contain his curiosity and addressed Li. "Young man, what delicacy is this? I have not encountered it before." Li smiled and replied, "This culinary delight is known as Liangpi, the most renowned and quintessential summer refreshment from Qin province. I assure you, once you have it, you will crave it again." "What is the price?" inquired the man. "With broth and condiments. 1 serving costs 2 dimes plus 2 liang of grain tickets." The man exclaimed, 2 dimes and 2 liang of grain tickets? Is that not rather steep?" Li explained. To prepare a serving of liangpi, 1 pound of white flour is required, and currently, the cooperative sells it at 16 cents per pound. Considering the various seasonings, does 2 dimes still seem excessive? Upon this reasoning, the man conceded, "Well, in that case, I shall have a serving to taste." "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." Li deftly revealed a large sheet of liangpi from a tray, cut it into strips on the board, mixed in various seasonings, and added a spoonful of chili oil atop. He then placed it in a bamboo tube and handed it to the middle-aged man along with a pair of bamboo chopsticks. The man skillfully produced 2 10-cent tickets and a 2 liang grain ticket, squatting beside the cart to indulge in his meal. After just a couple of bites, the man could not help but exclaim, "Young man, you have a talent. This flavor is truly extraordinary." Li Yi chuckled in response. "Thank you for the compliment, brother. In summer, even a pig's knuckle cannot tempt me away from Liangpi. Is it truly that delectable? I too would like a serving, please." Under the influence of the middle-aged man's enthusiasm, within 10 minutes, all 62 servings of Liangpi brought by Li Yi were sold out. A feat that was nothing short of astonishing. After arranging to return to sell Liangpi the following noon, Li Yi managed to escape the enthusiastic throng of workers. On the cart, as he counted the tickets in hand and sorted through the grain tickets, a satisfied smile spread across his face once he assessed his earnings. 12 yuan and 40 cents, along with 12 jin and 4 liang of flour tickets. This profit is simply phenomenal. It is noteworthy that with 1 pound of white flour costing 16 cents, 5 servings of liangpi could be produced, each serving sold for 2 dimes, equating to a substantial profit margin. Furthermore, the accompanying vegetables and chili were homegrown and cost-free. Thus, he effectively turned a cost of 16 cents into a selling price of 1 yuan, yielding a profit margin of 625. Moreover, this venture required no rent or utility expenses, rendering it an effortless windfall. Given the overwhelming demand for liangpi today, it was clear that a mere few dozen servings would not suffice for the workers. Therefore, Li Yi resolved to prepare a greater quantity the next day. However, he realized that his supply of essential condiments had been nearly depleted, prompting him to make a trip to the cooperative to procure more ingredients. In the main urban area of the county, the supply and marketing cooperative is located approximately 5 or 6 li away from the sugar factory. As Li Yi traversed the streets, he observed the lowly houses flanking the roads and the muddy, chaotic thoroughfares, making it difficult for him to reconcile this scene with the future vision of a prosperous county, characterized by towering skyscrapers, wide roads, and a pristine environment. However, reflecting upon the nascent stage of reform and opening up, where the constraints of a planned economy still held sway, it was understandable that the pillar industry of Qingshan County, coal, remained buried underground, stunting economic growth. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Li Yi was struck by the throngs of people. The entrance was crowded with mule carts and bicycles. Once inside, he approached a sales clerk to inquire about the prices of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. In terms of cost, the prices were quite reasonable for this era, yet the necessity of possessing tickets for all purchases was rather frustrating. Despite having money in hand, many items remained out of reach. Reluctantly, he spent 2 yuan and 8 fun to acquire 12 jin of flour along with 2 large fried dough twists before departing from the cooperative. Chapter 7. Tang Shui was bullied when Li Yi returned to Nyangzi Mountain Village. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Instead of heading directly home, he first drove his mule cart to the youth point in the village committee courtyard. Due to the mass return of educated youth to the cities, many with connections had already departed, leaving the once vibrant youth point feeling desolate. In his previous life, Li Yi had accompanied his elder sister here to deliver items to Tang Shui, so he vaguely remembered that she resided in a room on the west side of the courtyard. After tethering the mule's reins to a large poplar tree, Li Yi approached Tang Shui's dormitory with the fried dough twists in hand. Just as he reached the door, he heard muffled sobs emanating from within, accompanied by the comforting words of his elder sister, Li Na. Alarmed that something might have happened to Tang Shui, he forcefully pushed open the wooden door. What met his eyes was a scene of utter disarray. The table lay overturned, its contents scattered across the floor, and amidst the chaos, he spotted a broken thermos. Shards of glass strewn about, indicating its interior had shattered. Tang Shui sat on the cold ground, weeping uncontrollably, her shoulders trembling and her expression one of heartbreak and despair. Li Na held her close, offering her solace. The noise from Li Yi pushing the door startled both women, and upon seeing him, they were momentarily taken aback. Although Li Yi was unaware of the events that had transpired, it was clear that Tang Shui had suffered some indignity. He strode over decisively, and in the astonished gaze of the two women, he lifted Tang Shui from the frigid floor and placed her gently on the nearby wooden bed. He then turned to his sister and asked, "Sister, what has happened?" Li Na was about to respond when she noticed Tang Shui vehemently shaking her head in protest. Suddenly realizing her lapse in judgment, she understood that revealing the details of the incident to him could lead to chaos, making the situation even more difficult to manage. "As I pondered this, I immediately sought a pretext to evade the matter. However, who is Li Yi? He is destined to become a billionaire in a few decades. He is certainly aware of the minor intrigues the two women harbor. Thus, before Li Na could utter a word, he boldly declared, "Sister, regardless of what has transpired, we shall confront it together. Evasion is futile. Moreover, our village is so small that secrets cannot be concealed. If you choose silence, I can easily inquire and discover the truth. Do not attempt to deceive me." Li Na opened her mouth, but ultimately shot Li Yi a glare and retorted, "Isn't it you, you little rascal, who stirred up this trouble? And you still have the audacity to question?" Li Yi sensed that this issue was likely related to the events of yesterday, and thus awkwardly remarked, "Sister, let's address the matter at hand without resorting to personal attacks." "Humph, you know Su Hong, right? He is the one who vandalized this room." "Su Hong? Who is that?" Li Yi furrowed his brow in inquiry. Li Na, clearly taken aback by Li Yi's ignorance of Su Hong, promptly explained, "Su Hong is a young intellectual from Qin province, just like Xiao Shui, and they are fellow townsfolk." In an instant, a memory of a sharp-faced fellow flashed through Li Yi's mind. He recalled a character who occasionally lingered around Tang Shui, often claiming to be her compatriot. That must be him. Why did he vandalize Xiao Shui's dormitory? It was undoubtedly for the coveted return-to-city quota. The return-to-city quota? Li Yi questioned. Isn't Xiao Shui already in possession of that quota? However, with this incident, if she were to marry you, it would disqualify her from the requirements for returning to the city, thus necessitating the forfeiture of that quota. Li Na continued, "Su Hong is aware of this, which is why he came today, hoping Xiao Shui would relinquish her quota in his favor. Yet, Xiao Shui is conflicted about this matter, and she has not definitively decided whether to give it up, so naturally, she could not agree to his demands." Unexpectedly, that fellow became enraged, uttering a plethora of vile remarks and even overturning the table. Upon hearing this, Li Yi furrowed his brow once more and inquired, "The quota belongs to Xiao Shui. How she chooses to handle it is her prerogative. Granting it to him is an act of kindness, while withholding it is her right. What gives him the audacity to upend the table?" Li Na glanced at Tang Shui, then back at Li Yi, and explained. He had previously pursued Xiao Shui, but she rejected him. And now, you, young man, have spread Xiao Shui's private matters throughout the entire brigade. Perhaps that scoundrel felt a sense of imbalance upon discovering this, leading him to spew such venom. What exactly did he say? Li Yi pressed, sensing that his third sister was reluctant to speak further. At that moment, Tang Shui suddenly raised her head and, with a hoarse voice, shouted, "Did you not wish to know what he said? Very well, I shall tell you. He accused me of being promiscuous, of a respectable young woman crawling into others' beds, branding me a loose woman who deserves to be paraded through the streets." Upon hearing this, Li Yi was instantly filled with rage. He disregarded any further remarks, flung the snack in his hand onto Tang Shui's bed, and stormed out, heading towards the dormitory of the male young intellectuals in the front courtyard. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Li Na sensed impending trouble. Her younger brother, a headstrong youth, was known for his impulsive nature. Once his adrenaline surged, no one could restrain him. If she failed to intervene today, it would surely lead to violence. With that thought, she hastily rushed outside, calling out, "Xiao Yi, stop right there." Without turning back, Li Yi replied, "Sister, you should watch over Xiao Shui. I am going to confront that scoundrel who dares to bully my wife. Does he truly believe that the men of the Li family have all perished? Xiao Yi, do not act rashly. This matter does not warrant such extremes." "What do you mean it doesn't warrant? That wretched man has dared to torment my wife. If I do not take a stand now, I would be no better than a coward." With that, he shrugged off Li Na's attempt to block him and charged toward the dormitory of the male youth. Inside, Tang Shui listened to Li Yi repeatedly refer to her as his wife, and her previously desolate heart suddenly stirred with emotion. While Li Yi may not have been an ideal match, it was evident that he genuinely cared for her. Moreover, after the incident, he promptly decided to marry her, demonstrating a sense of responsibility. If it were not for the poor conditions of his family and his tarnished reputation, marrying him could have been an acceptable notion. Yet, such thoughts flickered briefly in her mind. Everyone in the entire Qinzi Mountain Brigade was well aware of who Li Yi was. He was lazy and known for petty theft. Today he might steal a chicken, tomorrow a few eggs. If anything went missing in the village, he was always the prime suspect. Furthermore, he was a leader among children, influencing the mischievous youths of 15 and 16 in the village. Last year, he had even caused the death of a sheep. resulting in Li Shankuei having to compensate the village to settle the matter. Could such a person be a suitable husband? With this realization, tears welled up in Tang Shui's eyes once more. Chapter 8. A vicious beating of Su Hong in the male youth dormitory. Su Hong was drinking with a few close compatriots, with the state beginning to arrange for the return of educated youth to the cities. The brigade had significantly reduced production assignments, allowing the youth a much easier life. However, the news that the girl he admired was set to marry a notorious ill-well in the village, compounded by the humiliation of being caught in bed with her, coupled with the fact that the insufferable woman refused to relinquish her spot for returning to the city, left Su Hong feeling immensely aggrieved. Consequently, after his altercation with Tang Shui, he returned with 2 bottles of liquor, seeking solace in drunkenness alongside his companions. As they drank heartily, a sudden loud bang reverberated through the room, followed by the wooden door being kicked open from the outside. A towering figure appeared in the doorway. "Who is Su Hong? Come out here." Upon seeing Li Yi, the youths in the dormitory instinctively shivered. Li Yi did not recognize them, but they were all too familiar with him. In the entire Qinzi Mountain Brigade, the most formidable figure to avoid was neither the village secretary, Feng Kai, nor the village chief, Chen Tinjing, but this very man. It was not due to his exceptional abilities, but rather the audacity of this fellow, who, without any moral compass, had managed to ingratiate himself into circles that should have otherwise remained untouched. He was akin to a toad that lounges on the feet of others, irritating yet harmless. Even the village secretary and headman found themselves exasperated in his presence. Upon seeing Li Yi, Su Hong instinctively recoiled. But the thought of the girl he had long coveted being won over by this scoundrel through such despicable means ignited a fiery rage within him, causing his eyes to redden. With a swift kick, he sent the stool beneath him flying, and he bellowed at Li Yi, "I am the one." At that moment, Li Yi was seething with pent-up anger. Hearing such insolence from this brat only fueled his fury further. Without uttering much, he strode forward and delivered a powerful kick to the small dining table. The force of his kick propelled the table straight towards Su Hong. Bang! The table collided violently with Su Hong's midsection, sending him sprawling backwards and pinning him beneath its weight. In an instant, remnants of food and dirty dishes cascaded down upon Su Hong, creating a scene that was both disgusting and utterly humiliating. The other young intellectuals, who were Su Hong's friends, quickly registered what had transpired. Incensed at the sight of their companion being bullied, they rushed to help Su Hong while confronting Li Yi. "What gives you the right to strike him? Is there no law left? Are you taking advantage of us, mere outsiders? If we do not receive an explanation for this, we shall go to Secretary Feng." However, Li Yi's piercing gaze swept over the group of young intellectuals as he coldly replied, "An explanation? You shall receive one after I am finished." With that, he charged towards Su Hong once more. The previous encounter had merely whetted his appetite, and he was determined to make this audacious rogue pay dearly. As Li Yi lunged at Su Hong again, the other young intellectuals were incensed, and someone shouted, "This is too much. Let us take him down." In an instant, the few young intellectuals in the room surged towards Li Yi. Yet, he remained undaunted. Fighting was his forte. Not only was he naturally inclined towards physical confrontation, but he had also trained in martial arts in his previous life, making it exceedingly difficult for 3 or 5 opponents to approach him. In a flash, Li Yi landed a punch squarely on one young intellectual's face, causing him to reel back, dazed, with blood streaming from his nose. Seizing another's incoming fist, he executed a swift throw, slamming the individual onto the ground. Following this, he performed a sweeping kick, evading another's sidekick while simultaneously toppling him, and as the latter descended, Li Yi delivered a decisive kick to his abdomen. In mere moments, this unfortunate soul was sent flying backwards, ultimately crashing into a wooden bed, rendered incapable of further resistance. Within a minute, all but Su Hong had succumbed to defeat in the room, leaving the atmosphere thick with tension and disbelief. As Li Yi approached step by step, Su Hong's calves trembled with fear, and the intoxication and rage that had clouded his mind began to dissipate. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." Li Yi responded with a cold smile, seizing Su Hong's hair without a hint of disgust for the man's unkempt state. Delivering several resounding slaps that left Su Hong's mouth and nose bleeding, his vision clouded with stars. "Aren't you so tough? Let me hear you howl," he taunted. "Bullying women? You truly disgrace us men. Try to move again, I dare you. You think you can bully my wife and get away with it? Do you take me for a docile fool? The commotion attracted others from nearby dormitories, and soon a crowd gathered outside. However, upon seeing Li Yi as the assailant, none dared to intervene. At that moment, Li Na and Tang Shui hurriedly arrived with village chief Feng Kai. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Kai bellowed, "Stop this at once." Seeing the village chief, Li Yi released the battered Su Hong, who resembled a swollen pig's head. Feng Kai entered the room, surveying the injured youths and the chaos scattered about, then fixed his gaze on Li Yi, inquiring, "Did you do all this?" "Yes," Li Yi admitted without hesitation. "Why did you resort to violence? Your actions could warrant police intervention." Feng Kai demanded sternly. "There must be a reason for such behavior. Who would engage in this for no reason?" "What reason? If you don't provide a clear explanation today, I will certainly call the police. And you will face detention for 10 days to half a month," Feng Kai exclaimed. Though a local, as the village chief, he had to handle the matter impartially, lest it incite the discontent of the youths. Moreover, he genuinely believed that this troublemaker from the Shan family needed a lesson. Otherwise, the chaos could escalate further. However, Li Yi's next words took him by surprise. "Because he bullied my wife." "Bullied your wife? Where did you get a wife?" Li Yi pointed to Tang Shui behind Feng Kai and declared, "Shui is my wife. Although our situation arose from a misunderstanding, she is dear to both my parents and me, and we consider her a member of the Li family. Now that my wife has been wronged, do you think I should stand idly by?" Feng Kai, who had been in the front yard organizing documents, had been abruptly pulled over by Li Na and Tang Shui, and was unaware of the full context of the situation. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, he immediately sensed there was more to the story and asked, "Are you saying they bullied Shui, and that's why you resorted to violence?" Li Yi pointed at Su Hong and replied, "Not them, but him. This scoundrel bullied my wife." "Su Hong, how did he bully Shui?" Feng Kai inquired, frowning. Regarding the individual named Su Hong, Feng Kai harbored a certain disdain within. Though this lad was not as outrageous as Li Yi, he exhibited a lackadaisical attitude during production, often resorting to deceitful shortcuts. Li Yi recognized the necessity of clarifying the matter, not to absolve himself, but to ensure that all the educated youth were aware that Tang Shui was his wife. He warned that anyone daring to speak ill behind their backs should consider the strength of their own bones. Consequently, he publicly recounted how Su Hong had bullied Tang Shui. Chapter 9. Tang Shui's astonishment upon hearing that Su Hong had audaciously requested Tang Shui to relinquish her opportunity to return to the city, and, upon her refusal, had resorted to viciously attacking a vulnerable woman. The crowd's gaze towards Su Hong shifted dramatically. Several female educated youth, who were friends with Tang Shui, spoke out in her defense. Su Hong, feeling both humiliated and enraged, sensed his dignity being trampled upon and momentarily lost his composure. "On what grounds do you accuse me? Am I not justified?" he shouted, pointing at Tang Shui. "She is merely a girl, yet she has been caught in bed with this good-for-nothing. Is that not promiscuity? Is that not scandalous? He is about to marry her, so why does she still cling to her opportunity to return to the city?" Before he could finish, Li Yi stepped forward, delivering several resounding slaps that sent Su Hong crashing to the ground. With a fierce gaze fixed upon him, Li Yi declared, "Though my actions with Xiao Shui may have crossed a line, the fault lies primarily with me, not her. If there is any disgraceful behavior, it is mine alone. She is innocent." Li Yi then turned to Feng Kai and the other educated youth, continuing, "Tang Shui has been part of our Qianzi Mountain Brigade for 3 years. Everyone is well aware of her character. She is warm-hearted, eager to help, diligent, principled, and kind, akin to an angel descended to earth. Prior to this, who among you has ever heard of her engaging in any improper conduct? How can such vile terms as promiscuous and scandalous be associated with her?" Hearing Li Yi's words, the crowd could not help but nod in agreement. They had witnessed Tang Shui's growth from a 15 or 16-year-old girl to the person she was now, and they knew her true character. Especially as she prepared to return to the city, she had no reason to entangle herself with a person like Li Yi. Thus, even if there was a fault, it lay solely with Li Yi and had nothing to do with Tang Shui. Su Hong's attack on an innocent victim was reprehensible in its own right. Yet, Su Hong, undeterred, covered his cheek and retorted, "The fact that she has shared a bed with you is undeniable. Engaging in premarital relations, does that not signify promiscuity? Curse your promiscuity. If you cannot speak properly, I shall tear that foul mouth of yours apart." Li Yi fixed his gaze on Su Hong and spoke once more. "I have heard that you once pursued Xiao Shui, only to be rejected. I believe the venomous words you have used to harm her stem from jealousy. as she would rather choose a good-for-nothing like me than to be with you. Admit it. I did not. Su Hong retorted. Do not deny it, nor attempt to argue. An explanation is merely a guise. The eyes of the public are astute. Furthermore, Xiao Shui has only decided to postpone her return to the city. Not confirmed that she will not return at all. Why should she relinquish her opportunity to return? Li Yi continued. This is not a matter of mere trifles that can be easily given away. Moreover, there are over 30 young men and women in the entire Qinzi Mountain Brigade. And among them, 6 or 7 hail from Qin Province. Even if Xiao Shui truly decides to remain here, what gives you the right to claim that opportunity? Who do you think you are? Su Hong was rendered speechless by Li Yi's words, his face alternating between shades of red and green, his chest heaving with suppressed indignation. The onlookers regarded him with disdain and contempt. It was one thing to insult someone, but to demand their opportunity to return to the city was beyond reproach. No one understood better than them the value of a return quota. Since the government's announcement of a phased return for educated youth 2 years ago, countless individuals had fought tooth and nail for such an opportunity. Bribery had become commonplace, with many women resorting to compromising their dignity to secure a return. Some, already married locally, had abandoned their spouses and children in their quest to return, leading to long queues at the County Civil Affairs Bureau for divorce proceedings. You, Su Hong, are no closer than a mere acquaintance to Tang Shui. What reason do you have to expect such a precious opportunity to be handed to you? Resorting to insults and vandalism only reveals your utter lack of character, which explains why Tang Shui would prefer to marry a ne'er-do-well rather than be with you. Hearing the hushed whispers from outside, Li Yi recognized that he had gained the upper hand in this battle of public opinion. He then declared resolutely, no matter how dark your heart may be, if I hear of you bullying my wife again, I will ensure you regret ever coming into this world. With that, he turned to face all present, his expression stern as he proclaimed, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I will officially marry Tang Shui in a month's time. We became engaged yesterday. Our union is entirely justified. Should anyone dare to speak ill of us behind our backs, let Su Hong serve as a cautionary tale. The crowd felt an icy chill as Li Yi's piercing gaze swept over them, their skin prickling with apprehension. Ignoring their reactions, he strode toward the door. And as he passed by Tang Shui, he took her hand firmly, leading her away. Both Tang Shui and Li Na were left astonished by Li Yi's earlier display. Aside from his formidable prowess, his words of defense for Tang Shui were profoundly striking. In the past, Li Yi, though brash and domineering, lacked eloquence. He resolved matters solely through brute force, often rendering just arguments moot. However, today was markedly different. Not only did he defend Tang Shui's reputation, but he also utterly refuted Su Hong's claims. The entire episode not only showcased his formidable strength, but also revealed his newfound articulate reasoning and clarity of thought, as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. Consequently, when Li Yi brought Tang Shui and Li Na back to the female educated youth dormitory, they remained momentarily stunned. Li Yi sensed that his performance today had left them somewhat bewildered, yet he refrained from elaborating further. Upon returning to the dormitory, he meticulously cleaned up the shattered jars and pots within the room and advised San Jie to stay at the educated youth site for a few days before hastily departing with the mule cart towards home. Arriving home around 5 o'clock, with daylight still lingering and his parents yet to return, he first carried the flour from the cart into the house, carefully concealing the money. After feeding the mule some fresh grass, he hurriedly left home once more. Chapter 10. Mushroom picking at the reservoir on the back mountain. Li Yi spotted 5 or 6 young boys engaged in some activity by the water's edge from a distance. Upon seeing Li Yi, 2 boys clad only in shorts rushed over. "Ego, what brings you here?" they exclaimed. With a smile, Li Yi replied, "Gather everyone. I have something to discuss with you all." All right. Soon, all the boys from the water's edge had assembled before him. As he gazed upon these childhood companions, a myriad of emotions flooded Li Yi's heart. Dongzi, Shitu, Chongzi, Gangzi, Detu, Xiaoguohua. Most of these friends from his past life had led mundane existences, with even the most successful among them merely running a grain and oil shop in the county, none amassing fortunes exceeding $1 million. Nevertheless, they exhibited unwavering loyalty. During the years when Li Yi struggled in the village and ventured out, these friends frequently came to his aid, particularly after the passing of his father. Leaving his mother alone, it was these companions who supported her through the most arduous times. Although Li Yi had offered some material assistance after his rise to fortune, He felt that such gestures paled in comparison to the bond of brotherhood they shared. In this lifetime, he was determined not only to alter Tang Xue's fate, but also to uplift these brothers alongside him toward prosperity. Ego, weren't we supposed to meet here this afternoon for fishing? Why did you not come earlier? One of them asked. Ego, I heard you were involved with Xiao Xue. Is that true? Another inquired. Ego, are you planning to marry Xiao Xue? I thought you had your eye on Wang Ernyo's sister. Li Yi chuckled. Hold on. You're bombarding me with questions. How can I possibly answer all at once? Dongzi hesitated for a moment before asking. Ego, did you really? Li Yi did not hide the truth and nodded affirmatively. Yes. Brother Yi, your actions are rather unscrupulous, Dongzi remarked. Li Yi, however, remained unperturbed, understanding that Tang Xue had once saved Dongzi's family. Last year, Dongzi's 10-year-old sister had gone to play by the river, only to be swept away by a sudden flood from the upstream reservoir. Fortunately, Tang Xue happened to be passing by and, driven by her sense of justice, plunged into the river to rescue the child at great personal risk. Since that day, Dongzi's family had regarded Tang Xue as a living bodhisattva. Dongzi's remark stemmed from his deep appreciation for her. Moreover, he recognized his own responsibility in the matter, and thus, his words were not unfounded. I will take responsibility, but I need your assistance, Li Yi declared. Without hesitation, Dongzi replied, Brother Yi, what do you wish to do? How can we help you? Li Yi continued, I plan to marry Tang Xue, and I want the wedding to be splendid. This will require a considerable sum of money. Dongzi pondered for a moment before asking, how much is a considerable sum? With the bride price and additional expenses, it will be at least 1,000 yuan. Li Yi responded, considering not only the wedding but also the costs of building a house. In truth, marrying Tang Xue alone would not necessitate such an extravagant amount. 1,000 yuan? Everyone was taken aback by Li Yi's statement. Such a sum was no trifling matter. Many families work tirelessly for an entire year only to save a little over 100 yuan. 1,000 yuan could represent the total income of several families over a decade. Brother Yi, I only have 20 cents. One exclaimed. Brother Yi, I have 40 cents. Another chimed in. Brother Yi, I'll speak to my father and see if he can spare some money for your wedding with Sister Xue, one more offered. Li Yi shook his head, saying, there's no need for that. I have already found a way to earn money, but I will need your help. Moreover, I will compensate you for your assistance. Does helping Brother Yi require compensation? Just tell us what we can do, spoke Xiangzi, the eldest among the group at 17 years of age and the grandson of the village secretary. You all know where mushrooms grow on the back mountain, right? Li Yi inquired. Of course. There are plenty of them back there, they replied. Li Yi's eyes brightened as he stated, what I need you to do is gather mushrooms. Gather mushrooms? Why do you need them? It's not a year of famine. Xiangzi furrowed his brow. That's not for you to question. I will tell you later. Li Yi responded. When do you need them? Xiangzi asked eagerly. The sooner, the better, Li Yi urged. Xiangzi immediately suggested, then let's not waste time fishing. We should head to the woods to gather mushrooms. By nightfall, we should be able to collect quite a bit. That sounds feasible. We still have about 2 hours until dark. Gathering several dozen pounds should be no problem. Someone agreed. Brother Yi, if you don't mind, I can go back to get a snakeskin bag or a large basket while you all start gathering mushrooms, Xiangzi proposed. Li Yi nodded. All right. You all go ahead and start. I'll return with a basket. Great. The back mountain is 3 miles away from Nianzi Mountain Village. When Li Yi returned to the back mountain, it was already past 7 in the evening, and the sun had begun its descent. Upon arriving in the woods, he saw that Dongzi and Xiangzi had gathered a considerable amount of mushrooms, forming several piles. One by one, they placed the mushrooms into baskets, and before long, the 2 large baskets Li Yi had brought were completely filled. Noticing that time was slipping away, Li Yi promptly called to his younger companions to return to the village, as venturing in the mountains after dark could be perilous. Although the back mountain was devoid of ferocious beasts like wolves or leopards, it was home to wild boars, whose combat prowess was not inferior to that of wolves. Thus, the group, bearing the 2 hefty baskets of mushrooms and armed with their fishing gear, made their way back to the village in grand procession. By the time Li Yi and his companions arrived, night had fully descended, and many households had lit their kerosene lamps. Despite the fact that Nianzi Mountain Village had been electrified, only a few could afford to use electric lights, as most villagers still preferred the economical kerosene lamps. Upon returning home, Li Yi found that his parents had already come back. His father was busy giving water to the mule, while his mother was bustling around the stove, likely preparing dinner. Seeing Li Yi and a group of young boys enter with the two large baskets, Li Shankuei expressed surprise and immediately inquired, "What have you got in those baskets?" "Mushrooms," Li Yi replied. "What do you need those for?" "We have enough food at home," Li Shankuei asked, puzzled. "They're useful. You needn't worry about it," Li Yi responded. He then instructed Xiangzi and the others to help carry the mushrooms inside and reminded them to continue foraging the next day, promising to join them in the afternoon. After they left, Zhang Yuehong, while tending the fire, asked, "Xiao Yi, I noticed your tea tray is quite clean. How did the cold noodles sell?" Li Yi smiled and said, "Not bad. They all sold out." "Did you make any money?" "Yes, I earned about 10 yuan today." 10 yuan? At that moment, Li Shankuei entered from outside and remarked, "What do you mean, 10 yuan?" Zhang Yuehong stammered, "Old man." Xiao Yi said he made 10 yuan selling cold noodles today. Li Shankuei was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and said, "You boy, don't speak nonsense. Money isn't that easy to earn." Li Yi understood that explanations without proof would be futile. He lifted the mat from the Kong and retrieved a bag filled with cash, pouring all the coins onto the Kong. As a scattering of 1 and 2 Mao bills fell across the surface, Li Shankuei and his wife widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 11. Sustained popularity. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Li Yi rose early. Not only did he plan to set up his stall to sell cold noodles, but he also intended to sell mushrooms in the city, necessitating an early start. In light of the previous day's booming business, Li Yi had prepared extra dough for the day ahead. With practiced ease, Li Yi skillfully kneaded over 30 pounds of dough, subsequently crafting more than 150 sheets of cold noodles. He then gathered the freshly washed and chopped accompaniments before once again urging his chestnut mule towards the county town. As mushrooms tend to lose a significant amount of moisture when exposed to the sun, Li Yi resolved to sell the mushrooms in the urban area first before setting up a stall outside the sugar factory, rather than opting for the bustling street market. He made his way directly to the state-run restaurant located in the heart of the county town. Li Yi was aware that in these times of scarcity, the majority of the populace favored fatty cuts of meat, with few showing an inclination towards mushrooms. He realized that if he were to sell his mushrooms on the street, they would hardly fetch a decent price. However, the state-run restaurant was a different matter altogether. It primarily catered to officials and affluent individuals who held a particular appreciation for wild mushrooms. In recent years, the restaurant had periodically sent out teams to the countryside to procure mushrooms, often offering a commendable price, sometimes even as high as 50 to 60 cents per pound, although they were selective about whom they purchased from. Thus, Li Yi decided to first visit the guest house nearby, hoping to strike a fortunate deal and perhaps even become their mushroom supplier. The state-run restaurant was situated on Xinglong Street, not far from the county government, and this street was renowned as the most bustling thoroughfare in Qingshan County. Despite it being just past 10 in the morning, the place was already teeming with people, leaving one to wonder where such a throng had come from in this modest county town. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Li Yi secured his mule to a large poplar tree at the entrance and proceeded into the establishment. Just as he reached the doorway, he was halted by a girl with 2 braids who inquired, "Comrade, whom are you looking for?" Li Yi promptly replied, "Hello. I am from a nearby village and heard that you collect mushrooms, so I came to inquire." "Collect mushrooms? I've not heard about this." The girl frowned slightly. "That's all right. You may check with your supervisor. If you don't collect them, I can always take them elsewhere. It's a simple matter," he responded. The young woman, possessing a kind heart, observed the weary appearance of Li Yi and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. She instructed him to wait at the front desk, offering him a cup of hot water before hastening upstairs. Shortly thereafter, the girl returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit. Upon approaching Li Yi, the man introduced himself. "Comrade, I am Lu Jingshan, the director of the state-run restaurant. I understand you are here to sell mushrooms?" "Indeed, I have authentic wild pine mushrooms, along with some trumpet mushrooms," Li Yi replied. "May I see your goods?" Lu inquired. "Of course," Li Yi responded eagerly, leading director Lu to his mule cart and unveiling the 2 large baskets covered with straw mats. Upon seeing the mushrooms within, Lu Jingshan's expression revealed a hint of surprise. It is not merely the quantity of mushrooms that Li Yi possesses that is noteworthy, but rather the fact that each mushroom in his basket has been meticulously processed, with all soil and impurities meticulously removed, rendering them exceedingly appealing. Over the years, there have been instances where individuals have brought their foraged mushrooms to restaurants for sale. However, These mushrooms are often caked in dirt and debris, making them appear quite unkempt, and their preparation in the kitchen becomes a cumbersome task. How much do you intend to sell them for per pound? Li Yi inquired. What price can you offer? Lu Jingshan pondered for a moment before responding. Currently, the market price for fresh mushrooms hovers around 40 to 50 cents per pound, with fluctuations not exceeding 5 cents. Your mushrooms exhibit commendable quality, clearly having been carefully selected. I will offer you 70 cents per pound. What do you think? 70 cents. It appears that your mushrooms have indeed been processed. As they are uniformly sized and devoid of soil and impurities, it is unlikely that 2 pounds of mushrooms would yield even 1 pound of premium quality. Li Yi smiled and remarked, You possess a discerning eye for quality. Let us weigh them. With the assistance of several staff members from the restaurant, 2 large baskets of mushrooms were placed on the scale. 57 pounds, totaling 399 yuan. Lu Jingshan, being a straightforward individual, promptly handed Li Yi 4 large bills. After the transaction was concluded, Li Yi departed the state-run restaurant with a buoyant spirit, not solely elated by the 40 yuan earned from the sale of mushrooms, but also because Lu Jingshan had mentioned that should Li Yi procure mushrooms of such quality in the future, they would be interested in purchasing them. This transaction, without a doubt, marked the discovery of a new avenue for Li Yi's prosperity. Unlike the solitary nature of his cold noodle business, selling mushrooms necessitated the assistance of his younger brothers, allowing them to embark on a journey of wealth together. In high spirits, Li Yi soon arrived at the entrance of the sugar factory. Although it was not yet 11 o'clock, a considerable crowd had gathered, easily identifiable as factory workers by their attire. Upon spotting Li Yi's arrival, the workers quickly converged, clamoring for cold noodles. Li Yi did not hesitate. He swiftly set up his stall and commenced his business for the day. Thanks to the spontaneous promotion by the workers the previous day, many within the factory had become aware of the culinary delight that is cold noodles and were eager to try them. Consequently, business was booming from the outset. Despite having anticipated this surge in demand and having prepared an ample supply, he still underestimated the enthusiasm of the workers. In less than an hour, all 156 portions of cold noodles were sold out. Moreover, many were left empty-handed, grumbling that Li Yi should have prepared more. Hearing their complaints, Li Yi could only bow his head in apology, assuring them that he would ensure everyone could enjoy cold noodles the following day before closing his stall and leaving. After packing up, Li Yi returned to the supply and marketing cooperative. However, instead of entering immediately, he began to survey his surroundings at the entrance. Despite the day's impressive earnings, he was acutely aware of a challenge he faced when purchasing supplies from the cooperative: the lack of tickets. In this era where every purchase necessitates a ticket, possessing wealth does not guarantee ease of acquisition. The same quantity of grain costs merely a few cents with a ticket, yet without one, the price can double. Moreover, certain items, such as bicycles, sewing machines, and watches, industrial goods, remain unattainable even for those with ample funds if they lack the requisite tickets. However, where there are policies, there are also countermeasures. Thus, individuals with tickets but no money have given rise to a cadre of ticket brokers. These brokers linger at the entrances of various supply and marketing cooperatives and state-run eateries, selling assorted tickets to those in need. Currently, Li Yi is on the lookout for such individuals, seeking to exchange for tickets. His gaze soon settles upon a young man in his 20s, leaning against a utility pole, a blade of foxtail grass clenched between his teeth, his eyes scanning the passers-by with a hint of furtiveness. After securing his mule cart, Li Yi strides purposefully towards the young man. Without preamble, he approaches directly and inquires, "Hello, comrade, do you have tickets?" The young man's eyes brighten instantly, and he replies eagerly, "Yes. Do you require grain tickets, cloth tickets, or perhaps industrial vouchers? Can you procure a bicycle ticket?" Li Yi asks. "Yes, but it will take a few days," the young man responds. "And how much for each?" 10 yuan per ticket." "Very well, I will take one. Additionally, I need 50 jin of flour tickets, 20 portions of oil tickets, and 5 jin each of sugar, vinegar, soy sauce, and salt tickets." The ticket broker is taken aback by Li Yi's request. He has never encountered such a substantial customer in his modest business, and most crucially, he lacks the tickets in such quantities. I do not possess that many tickets," the young man admits. Li Yi furrows his brow and presses, "Pray tell, what tickets do you have?" "I have 40 jin of flour tickets, 20 jin of rice tickets, 20 jin of meat tickets, over 10 bolts of cloth tickets, and a limited supply of oil, sugar, Vinegar, soy sauce, and salt tickets, he informs. Exclude the meat and cloth tickets. I will take all the rest. Calculate the total for me. Let us round it off to 5 yuan, the young man replies. To be candid, this price is quite steep. Considering that a jean of fine flour currently costs merely 16 cents, and rice is but 18 cents per jean. 5 yuan could purchase over 30 jean of flour. Yet, the urgency of his needs prevails. Without oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, he cannot set up his stall tomorrow. Compared to such a loss, this expenditure seems trivial. Deal. With the exchange of cash for tickets completed, Li Yi instructs the young man to contact him should he procure more tickets by tomorrow. Subsequently, clutching a substantial amount of grain tickets and cash, Li Yi makes his way into the supply cooperative. Chapter 12. Tang Xue's Prince, charming upon returning to the village. It is already past 4 in the afternoon. After unloading the procured supplies into his home, Li Yi heads towards the youth commune, burdened with his assortment of goods. Though not yet married, Li Yi has already deemed Tang Xue as his future wife. Aware of the hardships faced by the educated youth, he feels compelled to send her some nutritional supplements. Moreover, he knows that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tang Xue is likely carrying their child. Currently, she is nourishing 2 lives and must ensure adequate nutrition. Upon arriving at the educated youth station, Li Yi finds the dormitory locked tight, indicating that Tang Xue is not present. It is evident that she has gone to work. Despite the nationwide resettlement of educated youths back to the cities having commenced, and the college entrance examinations having been reinstated for 3 years, only a select few, often with connections or exceptional academic records, have managed to leave the countryside. The majority remain, biding their time and awaiting opportunities. Take the Nianzishan Brigade's educated youth station, for instance, originally comprising 16 young men and women. Only 5 have returned to the city over the past few years, leaving 11 behind. The lives of those who remain continue as before, toiling alongside the production team for work points, lest they face hunger come autumn. However, with the newfound opportunity for higher education, many now burn the midnight oil studying after work. In summary, the unmarried educated youths are eager to return to the city. Li Yi inquires about the day's task, which is weeding at the Zaihoan area. Not far from the village, about a kilometer away, he decides to head there directly. In the cornfield, Tang Xue is working alongside her fellow team members, tilling the soil. The corn has grown to over a foot tall, necessitating weeding and thinning to ensure the remaining plants receive sufficient nourishment. As they work, her compatriot Zhang Xinyao asks, "Xue, are you truly going to marry Li Yi?" Tang Xue nods, replying, "Given the circumstances, do I have any other choice?" Indeed, her options are limited, yet she ponders the permanence of marriage. Once wed to Li Yi, her household registration would be in Qingshan County, making a return to the city impossible. Don't you find that regrettable? Zhang Xinyao queries. Contemplating a lifetime spent toiling in the fields, Tang Xue's spirits begin to wane. Perhaps this is fate, she sighs. Li Yi is hardly an ideal match. If you truly do not wish to marry him, why not pretend this situation never occurred? How can that be? She retorts. Why not? You have received notice to return to the city. With the proper documentation from the brigade, you can leave this place. Continuing, Zhang Xinyao remarked, once you depart from here, it is highly probable that you will never intersect with the people and matters of this place again. You can easily regard everything that has transpired as nothing more than a dream. Upon hearing Zhang Xinyao's words, Tang Xue was left in a state of shock. The incident had occurred so abruptly, and being confronted directly on the Kong had rendered her utterly disoriented, plunging her into a state of despair over the past few days. Whether it was regarding marriage or other matters, she had merely complied passively with the wishes of the Li family, without giving it much thought. Now, upon Zhang Xinyao's assertion, Tang Xue suddenly felt as though there might be other choices available to her. Yet, contemplating her family's situation, she hesitated. Life in the countryside, though arduous, inflicted only physical toil. Returning to the city, faced with the realities of her family, her life might not be much better than it is now. It could even prove to be more dire. Never mind, Xinyao. Some things have happened, and they have happened, even if one can evade them momentarily. Can one truly escape them for a lifetime? Though she spoke thus, the thought of marrying Li Yi brought forth another concern. What would become of her beloved Chengge? Could she truly relinquish him? Zhang Xinyao, being from the same locale and sharing a close bond with Tang Xue, was well aware of her circumstances. She knew that Tang Shui harbored feelings for a certain person named Tan Cheng, her childhood companion from the courtyard. Had it not been for this incident, Tang Shui would likely have returned to the city to marry Tan Cheng. Upon hearing the name Tan Cheng, Tang Shui's hand gripping the hoe trembled involuntarily. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, understanding that she no longer deserved her Chengge. He was so exceptional, akin to a prince from a fairy tale, an unattainable figure. And what of her? Abandoned by her parents to toil in the countryside, having lost her virtue, she was hardly even a Cinderella. And how could she dare to dream of standing alongside him? Xingyao, enough. There is no going back. Everything is irrevocably lost. Observing the tears brimming in Tang Shui's eyes, Zhang Xingyao sighed deeply and said, Xiao Shui, do not be too sorrowful. We must always look forward. Throughout these years of hardship, we have endured countless trials and tribulations. I believe that there is no obstacle in this world that we cannot overcome, as long as we do not relinquish our resolve. Indeed, Tang Shui replied. At present, while Li Yi may not be an ideal match, the family values of the Li household are commendable. If you truly intend to marry Li Yi, having supportive in-laws and a decent relationship with Li Na, life should not be too dismal. Zhang Xinyao continued. If after marriage Li Yi can cultivate some sense of responsibility, it might not be unbearable. Tang Shui chuckled bitterly. You know what kind of person Li Yi is. Can he truly reform? It's a long shot. Everyone knows what kind of person Li Yi is, lazy and uneducated, merely a any do well. For someone like him to change is a far-fetched dream. Thus, even though Zhang Xinyao wished to comfort Tang Shui, she found herself unable to utter any insincere words. As Zhang Xinyao wrestled with her thoughts, she noticed a tall figure approaching them. Upon recognizing the individual, she nervously exclaimed, Xiao Shui, is that not Li Yi? Tang Shui looked up, and indeed, it was Li Yi, causing a flutter of anxiety within her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she recalled the words he had spoken the day before in front of so many, each one resonating with profound clarity. I shall go take a look, Zhang Xinyao said with a smile. Hurry along, I've got your task covered. Tang Shui, blushing, expressed her gratitude and hastily made her way toward Li Yi. Chapter 13. Await my proposal. Seeing Tang Shui, covered in dirt, Li Yi could not help but admonish her. Your health is still fragile. Why are you working so soon? I feel fine, really. Everyone else is working, and I would rather not be in the dormitory alone, subject to gossip, Tang Shui replied. Let them talk. We are to be wed next month, and soon you will no longer reside here. Let them say what they will. Are you truly going to marry me? Tang Shui asked, realizing how sudden this was for her, as if it had disrupted the trajectory of her life. Had this not occurred, she would soon be in the city, at the very least obtaining a worker's status. Now, she faced the daunting choice of forsaking her return to the city and remaining in the countryside for life. Moreover, the notion of losing her innocence before marriage would inevitably diminish her agency within the marriage, leaving her feeling anxious and uncertain. Tang Shui, listen carefully. I, Li Yi, not only intend to marry you, but I shall do so with the utmost grandeur, providing you with a splendid wedding, Li Yi declared with resolute earnestness. Upon hearing Li Yi's emphatic words, Tang Shui seemed to solidify her resolve. She looked into his eyes and stated earnestly, I shall wait for you. Li Yi's spirits lifted. He shook the various packages in his hands and said, Let us return together. I have brought you some food to help you settle in your dormitory. Do not spend recklessly. It is not easy for uncle and aunt to save money. Tang Shui cautioned. Am I truly that thoughtless? This money is all earned by me. Li Yi replied with a smile. Tang Shui suddenly recalled something and asked, Did you earn it from selling cold noodles? Indeed. How is the business? It's acceptable. Supporting you and a child will not be a problem. Tang Shui's cheeks flushed instantly. After all, she was a young woman who had just come of age, having never even experienced a proper romance, much less contemplated the prospect of raising children. Do not speak so foolishly. Li Yi noticed her shyness and smiled, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Instead, he inquired, Where is my third sister? The wheat fields at the east of the village need watering. Nana and Uncle Li's wife have gone there to earn work points. Oh, that explains why she has not accompanied you today. Tang Shui glanced at Li Yi, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Nana has informed me about your family situation. If you encounter difficulties, let Uncle Li handle the betrothal gift. Regardless, I intend to marry you, lest we both suffer in hardship. Li Yi smiled and replied, Do not worry about this. Simply await your role as my bride with peace of mind. The kilometer-long path was indeed too brief, and soon the two returned to the educated youth point. Li Yi did not enter Tang Xue's dormitory, but handed her the bundles of items before preparing to leave. Observing the assorted packages in her hands, Tang Xue hesitated for a few seconds before she could not help but say, "Be careful." Understanding her concern about being caught while vending, Li Yi reassured her with a smile. "Do not fret. I know what I am doing." As Tang Xue turned to head back to her dormitory, Li Yi suddenly inquired, "Are you free tomorrow afternoon?" "For what?" she asked. "I plan to come and propose to you tomorrow. Please prepare." Tang Xue was taken aback, her body jolting in surprise. Although she had resigned herself to the reality of marrying Li Yi, a man of modest standing, the notion of marriage being set into motion left her feeling somewhat unsettled. She thought of the opportunity to return to the city and the figure that lingered in her heart. If she truly married Li Yi, her life would be irrevocably tied to this small mountain village, distancing her further from Chengguo. Li Yi noticed Tang Xue's inner turmoil and understood her apprehensions. However, he did not afford her the luxury of doubt and directly stated, "Remember to wear clean clothes and dress beautifully for my proposal tomorrow." With that, he turned and departed. After leaving the educated youth point, Li Yi did not return home, but instead made his way to the back mountain. Upon arriving at their secret base, he did not see Dong Zi or Yong Zi, but he did spot several large baskets filled with mushrooms atop the dam. Knowing the boys were still foraging in the mountains, Li Yi sat on the dam to await their return. As the sun dipped towards the west, 5 or 6 young boys emerged from the woods, each carrying a small woven basket. Upon spotting Li Yi on the dam, Dong Zi and the others quickened their pace. "Ego, look at how many mushrooms we gathered today," Dong Zi exclaimed, eager to take credit the moment they met. With 3 large baskets brimming with fresh mushrooms before him, plus the contents of the baskets in their hands, Li Yi estimated they had over 100 jin. According to the agreed price for the day, the profit from these mushrooms alone amounted to 60 or 70 yuan. In high spirits, Li Yi called out, "Come here. I have something to say." Once the young brothers gathered around, Li Yi pulled out a stack of colorful banknotes from his pocket and declared, "The mushrooms we collected yesterday have been sold, and the credit belongs to all of you. Thus, the profits will be shared." As he spoke, Li Yi pulled out 2 1-yuan banknotes adorned with a red tractor and presented them to Dong Zi. "Is this for me, brother Yi?" Dong Zi inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Indeed, everyone receives 2 yuan," Li Yi replied. "But brother Yi, this is far too generous." Dong Zi stammered. "This amounts to 2 whole yuan. Bear in mind that a proper worker in the city earns merely 35 or 36 yuan a month, which translates to about 1 yuan a day. They had only toiled for a brief moment yesterday, and today they are to receive 2 yuan, a sum that seemed daunting to accept. Take it. This is your rightful earnings." Li Yi insisted. Dong Zi swallowed hard, instinctively moistening his throat. The allure of such a substantial amount was overwhelming for these young lads, who rarely encountered pocket money. Observing that Li Yi was not jesting, Dong Zi gritted his teeth and declared, "Brother Yi, then I shall truly accept it. Go ahead. This is the fruit of your labor. Do not feel shy." Receiving the 2 banknotes from Li Yi's hand, Dong Zi could hardly contain his excitement. This was his first experience of earning money, and the sense of achievement and satisfaction was unparalleled. With Dong Zi leading the way, the remaining young brothers also stepped forward, their hearts racing with anticipation to claim their wages for yesterday's labor. Witnessing the joy and exhilaration on the faces of the boys, Li Yi felt a deep sense of happiness. While 2 yuan might not seem substantial, especially since he had sold mushrooms for a total of 40 yuan the previous day, it was indeed a considerable sum for these young lads. More importantly, Li Yi had demonstrated their worth. These so-called troublemakers could indeed earn money through their own efforts. As dusk approached, he suggested, "It is getting dark, let us return. We shall distribute the earnings after selling the mushrooms tomorrow." "Absolutely." Chapter 14. Lina's misunderstanding. Upon returning to the village, the sun had already set. When Li Yi and Dong Zi, along with their companions, arrived home carrying several baskets of mushrooms, they found Li Shanque and his wife, as well as Lina, staring in awe at the vast array of supplies Li Yi had procured. They had just returned from work and were astonished to see their home filled with rice, flour, and cooking oil. Although they were uncertain of the value of these items, it was evident that such a bounty could not be acquired for less than several dozen yuan. They were aware that Li Yi had been busy selling cold noodles in the county over the past few days. But in the eyes of Li Shanque and his wife, it merely amounted to meager earnings. They were utterly perplexed as to how Li Yi could afford such an extensive collection of goods. Hearing the commotion in the yard, Li Shankuei hurried outside to investigate, only to find his son returning with a group of young boys. The large baskets hinted that these lads had once again ventured into the mountains to gather mushrooms. After assisting in bringing the baskets indoors, Li Shankuei called Li Yi into the house once the boys had departed. Squatting beside the stove, Li Shankuei pointed at the rice, flour, and cooking oil on the floor with a serious expression and asked, "Did you acquire all of this?" Li Yi nodded in affirmation, responding, "Yes. That must cost quite a fortune. Where did you acquire such a sum?" Li Shankuei inquired in a deep voice. Li Yi understood his father's concerns and promptly replied, "Indeed, it has cost a considerable amount, but it is all earned by my own efforts." Before Li Shankuei could respond, Li Na, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Li Yi, do you take us for fools? You have only been out for 2 days selling. How could you possibly earn so much?" Li Yi did not blame his sister for her skepticism. After all, his former self had committed numerous misdeeds, and each time he faltered, his family had to come to his aid. Certainly, one could not earn such a sum merely from street vending. There were also the proceeds from selling mushrooms. As soon as he finished speaking, their mother, Zhang Yuehong, exclaimed in astonishment, "Are there really people buying those mushrooms?" Li Yi smiled and replied, "Not only are there buyers, but they are quite valuable. How much are they worth per basket?" "Per basket?" Li Yi articulated carefully. 70 cents per pound. The three individuals in the room were momentarily dumbfounded, as if they had heard something utterly unbelievable. Even the smoking pipe in Li Shankuei's hand fell to the floor. Li Na was the first to regain her composure, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is it really 70 cents per pound?" "Of course it is," Li Yi affirmed. "Tell me, how much did you sell that basket for yesterday?" Li Na asked excitedly. "That basket was a bit small, just under 60 pounds, and I sold it for 40 yuan. 40 yuan? Li Na instinctively covered her mouth, while Li Shankuei and his wife wore expressions of shock. The room was filled only with their heavy breathing, silence enveloping them. It was no wonder they were so astonished. Although life had improved a bit in recent years, the money they received yearly was still pitifully scant. With 3 members of the Li family working for labor credits, they would collectively earn a maximum of 100 yuan a year after accounting for their rations. Yet, Li Yi, with just his mushroom sales, was earning 40 yuan a day. This was a complete paradigm shift in their understanding. "And how much did you earn from selling cold noodles?" Li Na inquired once more. "Over 30 yuan. As soon as he finished, Li Na, visibly excited, asked, "So, you earned over 70 yuan today in total?" Li Yi nodded, stating, "To be precise, I made 71 yuan and 2 jiao, but after purchasing supplies and giving 2 yuan each to Dongzi and Shitu, I now have 33 yuan and 40 cents left." As he spoke, Li Yi produced a pouch filled with change and emptied all the money onto the Kong. Upon seeing the colorful bills and various coins scattered before them, Li Shankuei and the others felt as though their minds could scarcely comprehend the scene. After the initial shock, Li Na suddenly fixed her gaze on Li Yi and declared, "I will go with you tomorrow." "All right." Although Li Yi had initially intended to go alone, considering the current ambiguous policies regarding individual entrepreneurship and the inherent risks of street vending, he hesitated. Despite maintaining a relatively low profile at the sugar factory entrance, there was no telling when someone might report him. Thus, bringing her along would be quite risky. However, he was acutely aware that unless he personally demonstrated how he earned his living, his family would remain uneasy. Should he now prepare some items for tomorrow's market stall? Li Yi shook his head and replied, "It is not too late to prepare for tomorrow. Everyone is present, and I have something I wish to discuss." "What is it?" Zhang Yuehong inquired, glancing at her younger son. "I intend to propose to Xiaoxue tomorrow." Li Shankuei, while filling his pipe with tobacco, remarked, "That is indeed proper. We must not overlook the formalities." Zhang Yuehong added, "If you are to propose, then we must prepare the betrothal gifts and other necessities. We need to make a list." Li Yi promptly replied, "I currently lack sufficient funds for the betrothal gifts, so I will use the money from home for now. I shall purchase the items needed for the proposal when I return from the county town tomorrow. That will suffice." Subsequently, Li Shankuei addressed his wife, "Dear, please pay a visit to Zhang Pozie's house and ask her to act as the matchmaker tomorrow." Understood. After discussing the important matters, Li Yi asked his parents and elder sister to assist in processing the mushrooms while he took on the task of preparing dinner. In rural households, the evening meal is typically quite simple. often consisting of porridge and a few potatoes or reheating some steamed buns made earlier in the day, making do as best as one can. However, Li Yi recognized that the summer toil of tilling and watering the fields is particularly arduous, and without adequate nutrition, one's health could easily deteriorate. In his previous life, his father had passed away before reaching 50, not only due to the sorrow stemming from Tang Xue's death, but also significantly due to years of malnutrition. Thus, whenever he had the time, he took it upon himself to ensure the family had good meals. For dinner, Li Yi prepared oil-splashed noodles, a classic dish that is both convenient and delectable. Rich in nutrition, perfectly suiting the tastes of seasoned farmers like Li Shankuei and Zhang Yuehong. Kneading the dough, rolling it out, and boiling the noodles. Li Yi executed the entire process with the grace of a seasoned artisan, as if he had performed it countless times. After cooking the handmade noodles in boiling water, he placed them in a bowl and scattered chopped green onions, Sichuan pepper powder, salt, and a generous layer of chili flakes on top, drenching them with scalding hot vegetable oil. The moment the sizzling oil cascaded over the seasonings, it erupted into a fragrant spectacle, turning the bowl a vibrant red and releasing an enticing aroma. Once the fragrant oil-splashed noodles were devoured, the Li family expressed an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Amidst the clearing of dishes, Li Na suddenly whispered, "These oil-splashed noodles aren't a local dish, are they?" "Indeed, they are a specialty of Shaanxi province." Li Yi answered truthfully. "Shaanxi again. You always mention it. Have you had your eye on Xiaoxue for a long time?" "What do you mean?" Li Yi asked, perplexed. "Don't play coy. Xiaoxue's hometown is indeed in Shaanxi province." "I know, but what does that have to do with anything?" "How could it not? Cold skin noodles, rujiamo, and these oil-splashed noodles are all specialties of Shaanxi. What are the odds of such a coincidence? Can you truly assert that the Shaanxi delicacies you've learned have no connection to Xiaoxue?" Li Yi was taken aback by Sanjia's thoughts. He intended to explain. Yet upon reflection, he realized that he could not deny the matter, for it was indeed directly related to Tang Xue. In his previous life, after Tang Xue's tragic demise, she was laid to rest in Qin province. Each year, Li Yi would visit her grave and that of the unfortunate child who had yet to glimpse the world. At times, he would linger in Qin province for an extended period, during which he naturally acquired a taste for the local delicacies. "Have you had your eye on Xiaoxue for some time? Did you learn these culinary delights for her?" Li Yi's silence was interpreted by Li Na as tacit approval. It seemed she had stumbled upon a remarkable revelation, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Feeling somewhat unnerved under Sanjia's scrutiny, Li Yi managed a wry smile. This was indeed a perfect misunderstanding, one he found difficult to clarify. Chapter 15. Rescuing Lives After a Night of Silence. Li Yi was roused early the next morning by Sanjia Li Na. Understanding her urgency, he refrained from voicing any protests, quickly consuming a bite before plunging into his tasks. Yesterday's production of over 150 servings had proven insufficient, prompting him to increase his output today. Fortunately, preparing cold noodles was not overly challenging, albeit time-consuming. After more than 3 hours, he completed over 40 pounds of dough, yielding more than 200 sheets of noodles. With the accompaniments neatly chopped and everything loaded onto the mule cart, the siblings set off towards the county town. Following the same procedure as the previous day, they first headed to the state-run restaurant to sell mushrooms. Today, Li Yi was again personally attended to by Lu Jingshan. After peeling, the 3 large baskets of mushrooms weighed a total of 137 pounds, amounting to 959 yuan. Lu Jingshan, as generous as the day before, handed Li Yi 96 yuan. The mushroom selling process took less than 15 minutes, during which Li Na barely had time to assist before witnessing Li Yi pocket the 96 yuan. To be honest, Li Na was utterly astonished. Although she had heard Li Yi mention that a pound of mushrooms could fetch 70 cents, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. The overwhelming visual impact of that thick stack of currency was beyond mere words to convey. Even as the mule cart rolled far away, she remained in a state of disbelief. "Hey, snap out of it." At Li Yi's call, Li Na shot him a glance, retorting, "What do you mean, hey? You should address me as sister. A little courtesy wouldn't hurt." "What's wrong? Were you shocked?" "Not shocked, just a bit taken aback. You earned nearly 100 yuan in the blink of an eye. That is quite astounding," Li Na replied, her expression reflecting her lingering astonishment. "Huh, 100 yuan is nothing. In a few years, earning 10,000 yuan a day will not be remarkable at all," Li Yi stated nonchalantly. 10,000 yuan. Good heavens. A daily income of 10,000. How is that even possible? Sister, as times progress, our nation has embraced the existence of private enterprises, resulting in an imminent surge of market vitality that will undoubtedly lead to the prosperity of many. Noting the perplexed expression on my elder sister's face, Lee refrained from delving into theoretical discussions and instead remarked, "Sister, just know that our family's fortunes will soon improve. However, I must caution you in advance. Do not become overly arrogant upon earning some money. You have caused Tang Shui considerable distress. Treat her kindly." Li Na felt a twinge of guilt regarding her younger brother's actions towards Tang Shui and subtly sided with her. "Sister, you need not worry. I will treat her well. I promise," Li Yi assured her. "Humph, your promises hold no weight with me. Save them for Tang Shui." Li Na retorted, "Are you even my sister?" Li Yi lamented, "Well, what do you think?" As they exchanged playful banter, the siblings arrived at the entrance of the candy factory. Just as the previous day, it was bustling with workers eager to purchase cold noodles. Upon spotting Li Yi's distinctive red mule cart, the crowd quickly gathered around. Li Yi promptly unloaded the cart to set up his stall, beginning to slice the noodles and prepare the sauce, while Li Na assisted by collecting money and ration tickets. Today, having brought a substantial amount of noodles, they remained busy until past 1 o'clock, finally selling the last portion of cold noodles. After tidying up the litter on the ground, the siblings departed from the candy factory. Since they were to visit the youth commune to propose, they needed to prepare some items, and with little flour left at home, shopping was essential. Thus, they hurriedly guided the mule cart towards the supply and marketing cooperative in the city. This was not Li Yi's first visit to the cooperative. His previous exuberant shopping sprees had made him a familiar face among the sales staff. Upon entering, a young female clerk greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "Comrade, you're back again." "Indeed, I have come to trouble you once more," Li Yi replied with a grin. "What do you need today?" "First, I would like 50 pounds of flour." "Very well, anything else?" "Yes, I also need 2 yards of cotton fabric, 2 yards of patterned cloth, 2 floral enamel basins, 2 thermos bottles, 2 towels, 2 bars of soap, 2 tubes of toothpaste, 2 bottles of snowflake cream, 2 pounds of brown sugar, and 2 packets of white rabbit candy." The clerk, taken aback by the extensive list, inquired, "Comrade, with such a variety, are you getting married?" "Pretty much. I am going to propose today." "Congratulations. Your fiancé is truly fortunate to receive such a generous offering," the young clerk said with an envious expression. "Haha, my wife is a city-educated youth, beautiful and cultured. She deserves the very best." Li Yi responded joyfully. "No wonder you are so lavish. I wish you both a long and happy life together, blessed with children." "Thank you. Thank you. When I get married, I shall treat you all to candy," Li Yi said with delight. "Then do so soon, haha." After effortlessly procuring the necessary materials for tomorrow's market stall and the items for today's engagement proposal, Li Yi and Li Na set forth on their journey back to the village. However, as they approached within 5 kilometers of Nianzi Mountain Village, they suddenly spotted an individual lying on the dirt road ahead, beside a toppled bicycle. Without hesitation, Li Yi halted the mule cart and approached the figure. Lying on the ground was an elderly man with graying hair, appearing to be in his 50s. At that moment, his eyes were closed, and his face bore no trace of color. "Surely he cannot be dead?" Li Na's voice trembled with concern. Li Yi placed his hand on the old man's carotid artery to check for a pulse, then leaned down to listen to his chest. "He is still alive, but his breathing is faint. The situation is precarious. What should we do?" Li Na inquired, her anxiety palpable. Li Yi examined the elderly man's body. Aside from some abrasions on his arms, he did not observe any other visible injuries, indicating that the man had not fainted due to trauma, but likely due to illness. However, lacking medical expertise, Li Yi was ill-equipped to determine the nature of the man's ailment. "Sister, please fetch that tablecloth from the cart and shield his head from the sun to prevent dehydration." "All right." When Li Na approached with the cloth, she noticed Li Yi rummaging through the old man's pockets. "Xiaoyi, what are you doing? Though he may be unconscious, we must not act unethically." Li Yi shot her an exasperated glance. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person?" Li Na scrutinized him and replied earnestly, "You are." Taken aback by her assertion, Li Yi found himself at a loss for words. Reflecting on his past actions, he understood why his sister harbored such doubts. "Look," he explained, "it's evident he is unwell. If it were a common ailment of the elderly, he would likely have brought his medication. I'm merely checking if he has any." As he spoke, he discovered several hard objects in the man's outer coat pocket and quickly retrieved them. To his disappointment, They were not medicinal, but merely a few pieces of candy. Aside from the sweets, the old man possessed only a small amount of cash, some grain ration tickets, and a work identification card. From the card, it became clear that the elderly man's name was Wang Guoguang, the deputy director of the county glass bottle factory. Seeing that Li Yi had found no medicine, Li Na's anxiety escalated. Xiao Yi, what will we do without any medication? If he dies here, will we be blamed? Li Yi furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he contemplated the few pieces of candy, carefully observing the man's pallor. Sister, please find a clean bamboo tube in the cart and prepare a solution of brown sugar water. Although Li Na was uncertain of his intentions, she complied with his request. Once the brown sugar water was ready, Li Yi gently laid the old man across his lap and began to feed him the sweetened liquid with a small wooden spoon used for seasoning. Due to the elderly man slipping into unconsciousness, Li Yi was concerned he might choke, thus he could only feed him slowly, bit by bit. After more than 10 minutes, he managed to administer the entire half-bamboo tube of brown sugar water. Subsequently, Li Yi attentively listened to the old man's heartbeat and noted a significant decrease in its rate compared to before, with considerably less cold sweat on his forehead. Realizing that the brown sugar water had taken effect, he remarked, "Sister, the old gentleman's condition has stabilized for the time being, but to be prudent, we should still take him to the hospital. Yes, let us hurry. We cannot delay your proposal." Indeed. Chapter 16. The flustered Tang Shui. The county health clinic was situated on the main street. By the time they arrived at the clinic, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. At this point, old Wang had regained consciousness, yet his body remained exceedingly weak, to the extent that he was unable to speak. Li Yi carried him inside and proceeded to complete the hospitalization paperwork. To avoid delaying treatment, Li Yi shared his observations with the on-duty doctor, suggesting that the old man was suffering from hypoglycemia compounded by heat stroke. Of course, this was merely his opinion. Whether the doctor accepted it or how the treatment proceeded was beyond his control. Fortunately, the old man had money and a work identification card, so Li Yi did not need to cover the medical expenses. After entrusting the old man's bicycle to the hospital for safekeeping, Li Yi hurriedly departed with his sister. Even though they had saved a life, both siblings felt a sense of urgency. As they exited the hospital, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Given the speed of the mule cart, they would not return to the village until at least 9, which was evidently late. With the promise made to Tang Shui to propose, Li Yi worried she might overthink the prolonged absence. However, with matters as they stood, he could only urge the mule to move faster. On the way, Li Na occasionally glanced at Li Yi in silence, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Sister, what is wrong? Speak your mind. Since when did you become a doctor? Li Na voiced her curiosity. I'm no doctor. Why ask that? How could you wake that old man with just a bowl of brown sugar water? Li Yi promptly replied. I observed the old man's pale complexion, fatigue, sweating, clammy skin, and rapid heartbeat. It resembled a hypoglycemic episode. Furthermore, discovering sugar cubes in his pocket reinforced my suspicion, which is why I asked you to prepare the brown sugar water to replenish his fluids and sugar. So that is how it is. How do you know so much? By reading extensively. Books contain all knowledge. You speak as if you are a great lover of books. Li Yi smiled without responding. Indeed, in his sister's memory, he was a poor student uninterested in reading. However, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. In his previous life, upon awakening to his potential, his greatest passion became reading. Over the decades, he had immersed himself in a vast array of literature, exploring everything from astronomy and geography to the classics of national studies. Although he had never tested his own abilities nor obtained any diplomas from educational institutions, his erudition and eloquence had earned him the admiration of all the elites in the business world. However, he could not share this with his sister Sanjia, for he could not find an explanation. Moreover, being pressed for time, he preferred to remain silent. Thus, amidst their casual banter, the two swiftly made their way towards the village in a mule cart. Meanwhile, the scene at the Li family was quite different. The modest dwelling was filled to capacity with people. In addition to Li Shankue and his wife, several clan elders from the Li family were present, as well as the young boys who had come to deliver mushrooms to Li Yi. At that moment, everyone, much like Li Shankue and his spouse, was restless, akin to ants on a hot pan. According to their plan, Li Yi was expected to arrive home by 4 o'clock, and they intended to propose after Tang Shui finished work at 6:30. To facilitate this, Li Shankue had not only summoned the clan elders, but had also invited the most eloquent matchmaker in the village, Granny Zhang, to assist with the arrangements. Yet, as they waited and waited, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and Li Yi and Li Na had yet to return. Shankue, could something have happened to Na and Yi? Perhaps you should go to the county and search for them, voiced elder Li Jingfeng with concern. Zhang Yuehong, equally anxious, added, you should head into town, dear. Very well. You go to the youth station and inform Shui. I will set off immediately. Just as he finished speaking, a sound of bells echoed from outside. The crowd turned to see the courtyard gate being pushed open, and a grand red mule cart entered steadily. Li Shankue rushed outside, and, upon seeing both his children safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, recalling the night's worries, he furiously inquired, why are you so late? Do you not realize today is of utmost importance? Li Na was about to explain when Li Yi quickly interjected, Sister, let me clarify to our parents. You hurry to the youth station and explain the situation to Tang Shui. We will prepare to head over shortly. All right. After Li Na left, Li Yi turned to Li Shankue and the others, saying, Dad, we encountered an elderly man who had collapsed by the roadside on our way back. His condition was quite precarious, so Sanjia and I took him to the city clinic. The round trip took several hours, which caused you concern. Upon hearing his son's delay was due to a rescue, Li Shankue's anger finally subsided. Is the man all right? Yes, he was awake when we left. So I believe he should be fine, Li Yi replied. That's good. At that moment, the eldest clan elder, Grandpa Li Qi, leaning on his cane, remarked, Shankue, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Saving a life before proposing is a tremendous blessing. Do not scold the boy. Li Shankue promptly nodded. Indeed, Grandpa Qi is correct. Little E, hurry and get ready. We must not keep Shui waiting. All right, just a few minutes. Amidst the chaos enveloping the Li family, the atmosphere at the youth cadre station was strangely peculiar. In the female dormitory, several young women surrounded Tang Shui, offering a plethora of comforting words. Do not fret, Xiaoxua. There must be some delay on the Li family's end. They wouldn't simply abandon you. Indeed, I overheard today that Li Yi's mother had gone to Zhang Pozi's home, likely to seek her assistance in matchmaking. Li Yi was so adamant that day, he would never leave you in the lurch. Yet, at the center of this gathering, Tang Shui remained silent, her complexion pale, her heart a tumultuous storm. She had heard from Li Na that Li Yi harbored affections for Wang Xuemei from the neighboring village, vowing to marry no one else. She recalled the moment when she had cornered him on the Kong, inquiring if he would wed her. He had hesitated for an interminable time before finally acquiescing. It was evident that his heart was not truly inclined to her. Thus, this day could be construed as an evasion of marriage. They were not yet wed, and it could merely be said that he was not coming to propose. The thought of being an innocent young woman who had been so inexplicably wronged, trapped on the Kong by the entire village, only to discover that the very man was unwilling to marry her, overwhelmed her with a profound sense of injustice, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Outside the male dormitory, beneath a towering poplar tree, a group led by Su Hong sat idly on small stools, their conversation inevitably revolving around the Li family's proposal, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. What could be the meaning of this? It is so late, and they have yet to arrive. Could it be that they are indeed abandoning her? Clearly, they are not coming now. Poor Tang Shui will be the subject of great embarrassment. This is the consequence of a woman straying from virtue. She will earn no respect. Indeed, a loss of virtue before marriage assures an unhappy union, even if it were to take place. However, just as these young men and women awaited the unfolding drama with their own thoughts, a figure dashed towards them from the distance. Chapter 17, The Proposal Bang. The door of the female dormitory was flung open with force, and amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Li Na rushed in, breathless. Spotting Tang Shui, who was quietly shedding tears, Li Na hurried over. Xiaoxua, do not cry. I apologize for the delay, but Xiaoyi is just behind us and will arrive shortly. Upon hearing Li Na's words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Tang Shui's despairing gaze, and with a trembling voice, she asked, will he truly come? Of course he will. You cannot imagine how much he cares for you. To save face for you, he dragged me to the supply and marketing cooperative and spent a fortune, scaring the sales clerks half to death. Li Na replied with a smile. Did you arrive so late because you were shopping in the city? Tang Shui inquired eagerly. Yes, but our late return was not solely due to shopping. What was it then? We rescued an unconscious elder on our way back and took him to the hospital, which delayed us. As her words fell, Tang Shui's close friend, Zhang Xinyao, chimed in. Ah, So it was for the sake of saving a life. That is indeed a justifiable reason. I knew it. There must have been some unforeseen circumstances. This is a fortunate and virtuous event, and Xiaoxue, you are truly blessed. Upon hearing that Li Yi was delayed for several hours due to his heroic efforts to save someone, Tang Xue's spirits were significantly lifted. Noticing her change in demeanor, Li Na hurriedly added, Xiao Yi is concerned about your worries, so he asked me to come ahead and inform you of the situation. He and my parents will arrive shortly, so Xiaoxue, please prepare yourself. Recalling her earlier display of tears and laughter, Tang Xue felt a tinge of embarrassment. Realizing she must have looked quite disheveled, she quickly rose to her feet and, with the help of several young female colleagues, washed her face and tidied her attire with haste. Just as she completed her preparations, a series of knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by a murmur of chatter. Today, Tang Xue and her companions were undeniably the protagonists, and she promptly opened the door. Standing outside were Li Yi's family, along with the village's elders, matchmakers, and others, each holding one or several items in their hands. Tang Xue had evidently made an effort to present herself well today, donning a simple floral shirt, black trousers, and half-worn cloth shoes, yet she wore them with an enchanting charm. Her face appeared to have been touched by snowflower cream, radiating a fair and luminous glow, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance. However, it was her pair of expressive eyes, imbued with a hint of melancholy, that captivated Li Yi the most, as if they could ensnare one's very soul with a mere glance. To be frank, Li Yi was genuinely astounded by the beauty of Tang Xue before him. Despite her lack of luxurious attire and heavy makeup, she possessed a timeless allure. As she caught Li Yi gazing at her intently, Tang Xue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. It was then that the seasoned matchmaker stepped forward and announced, Tang Jiqing, we are here today on behalf of the Li family to propose marriage. Although your relationship is born of free will, the requisite formalities will not be overlooked by the Li family. Next, the village elder from the Li family would read the marriage contract. Li Qie, one of the few educated individuals in the village and the highest in seniority, was naturally entrusted with this task. With his head crowned in white hair, he held the red paper containing the marriage contract and, under the faint glow of a flashlight, read aloud with a booming voice, a union of two families. A formal agreement. May this auspicious bond endure eternally, matched in name and spirit. Witness this day, as the peach blossoms bloom, suitable for a harmonious home. May in years to come, offspring flourish and prosper. We hereby pledge our commitment until old age, inscribed on fine paper. May the alliance of red leaves be recorded in the annals of love. As soon as he finished speaking, the matchmaker added, to welcome Tang Jiqing into the Li family. The Li family is willing to offer a bride price of 88 yuan, along with 2 pounds each of rice tickets, flour tickets, and oil tickets. Additionally, there will be 2 feet of cotton cloth, 2 feet of floral fabric, 2 flower-patterned enamel basins, 2 thermos bottles, 2 towels, 2 bars of soap, 2 tubes of toothpaste, 2 bottles of snowflower cream, 2 pounds of brown sugar, and 2 packages of white rabbit candy. Everyone inside and outside the room, both male and female young intellectuals, were left utterly astonished upon hearing the matchmaker's words. The bride price was indeed substantial, not to mention the 88 yuan. The items presented by the Li family alone were of considerable worth. Although the Li family did not possess large items such as bicycles, sewing machines, or radios, their regard for Tang Xue was unmistakable. However, what they did not anticipate was that after the matchmaker concluded her speech, Li Yi boldly proclaimed, "This is merely a token of my proposal. I assure you, before our wedding, I will prepare the 3 turns and 1 sound for you, and if time permits, I shall also build you a grand house." The room fell silent, stunned by Li Yi's declaration. While they were skeptical of the Li family's financial capacity, they could not help but admire Li Yi's audacity to make such a promise in front of so many witnesses. Tang Xue was equally taken aback by his words and quickly responded, "There is no need for that. If you wish to purchase those items, you can do so after our marriage." Honestly, she was somewhat concerned that Li Yi might strain the elderly Li Shan Kue and his wife in pursuit of those gifts. Li Yi understood her apprehensions but chose not to elaborate. He believed that actions spoke far louder than words. Seeing that Tang Xue had no objections, the matchmaker proclaimed loudly, "Then this engagement is settled. Once we select an auspicious date, you may wed. I wish you a loving marriage, eternal harmony, early blessings of children, and a long life together." The crowd immediately offered their congratulations to Li Yi and Tang Shui, causing Tang Shui to blush profoundly. Li Yi promptly distributed candies and cigarettes he had prepared, sharing the joyous atmosphere with everyone present. Despite the ups and downs of the proposal, the outcome was favorable. By 10 o'clock that evening, the guests finally returned to their homes. Li Yi did not linger at the youth point, as he had a multitude of matters awaiting him at home. Under the dim light of the kerosene lamp in the Li household, Dongzi, Shitu, and Changzi, among others, occupied every corner, either perched on small stools or sitting directly on the floor. A gaggle of adolescents filled the Li residence, all summoned by Li Yi. He intended to distribute the earnings from the mushroom sales and outline the tasks for the following day. Li Yi retrieved a stack of change from his pocket and announced, "Yesterday, we collected a considerable amount of mushrooms, so each of you will receive 5 yuan. Dongzi, please distribute the money to the others." Without hesitation, Dongzi accepted the money and distributed it promptly, drawing on the previous day's experience. Once the money was dispersed, Li Yi continued, "Over the past 2 days, we have gathered nearly 200 gene of mushrooms, and with today's additional 100+ gene, I suspect the mushrooms in the forest will soon dwindle. Therefore, I will assign tasks to ensure a steady supply. Brother Yi, what do you suggest?" "We will follow your lead," Dongzi replied eagerly, with the others nodding in agreement. "Tomorrow, you will all head to the forest in the western mountains. But remember, it is not just mushrooms we seek. Gather wildwood ears, white silver ears, inch mushrooms, golden needle mushrooms, and white jade mushrooms as well." Li Yi instructed. "Brother Yi, can black fungus be sold too?" Shitu inquired. "Indeed, it is even more valuable than mushrooms," Li Yi affirmed. "Indeed, just today I chanced upon a large dead tree on the back mountain, adorned with an abundance of black fungus. I gathered at least several kilograms, and if this continues, I shall return tomorrow to collect the entire lot," exclaimed Shitu with delight. "If you truly manage to bring it back, I shall ensure you receive additional compensation the day after tomorrow." "Thank you, Brother Yi," Li Yi reiterated. "Furthermore, if there are other children in the village who wish to accompany you in foraging for mushrooms, feel free to take them along. But remember, we must ensure their safety and exclude those who are too young." "Understood, Brother Yi. Now, let us first sort out the impurities from the mushrooms in the basket before returning, as I plan to leave early tomorrow without time to spare," Li Yi instructed. "Certainly." Chapter 18, A Brush with Calamity, new book seeking attention. The following morning, Li Yi rose early to busy himself. Unlike the previous days when he undertook everything alone. Upon discovering the profitability of selling cold noodles, Li Shankuei had enlisted Li Na to assist him at home. Naturally, Li Yi welcomed this development. Frankly speaking, he found the production team's 3 cents per work point rather unappealing. After all, girls like Sanjie toiled all day long, earning merely 7 or 8 work points, which translates to a little over 20 cents. Indeed, it is merely 20 cents. This is during a good year. In a disastrous year with no harvest, one might not even earn that much in a day. This explains why the educated youth were so eager to return to the city, while young women in the countryside preferred to marry a somewhat shabby man in the city. With Li Na's assistance, Li Yi had everything prepared before 9 o'clock. He then harnessed the mule cart and set off once more for the county town. However, this time he did not bring Li Na along. Not out of desire, but necessity. Although it was already 1980, the authorities had yet to clarify their stance on private enterprises and commerce. For instance, the infamous silly sunflower seeds vendor had faced numerous harassments for merely selling seeds. Thus, street vending still carried risks, and a careless misstep could lead to accusations of speculative practices. Li Yi was not afraid for himself, as he had his own strategies, but he was determined not to expose Li Na to such perils. Seeing her brother's resolute refusal to let her accompany him, Li Na felt a surge of frustration but was left with no alternative. She knew her brother's temperament well. He was indeed a spoiled young master, and once he made a decision, no one could alter it. Reluctantly, Li Na opted to head to the educated youth point to keep an eye on her sister-in-law, for she was aware that many young men, both at the youth point and in the village, were eyeing Tang Shui. Furthermore, some enjoyed disparaging what they could not attain, gossiping behind her back about previous incidents. She must ensure she safeguarded Tang Shui, preventing anyone from undermining her while also protecting her from bullying. At the county's state-run restaurant, when Li Yi arrived, he spotted Lu Jingshan standing at the entrance of the restaurant, looking around as if waiting for someone. Upon noticing the familiar red mule cart of Li Yi, Lu Jingshan hurried over, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Brother Li Yi, you finally made it." Li Yi, somewhat taken aback, responded, "Lu Gu, you can't possibly be waiting for me here, can you?" "Not at all. I've been waiting for you for over an hour." Lu Jingshan chuckled. "What's the matter, Lu Gu? You need only instruct me. There's no need for the manager of this state-run restaurant to wait for me." Li Yi asked, feeling flattered. To be honest, Brother Li Yi, a high-ranking official from the city, has been inspecting Qingshan County these past few days. He dines at our state-run restaurant daily, and after enjoying the mushrooms you supplied, he expressed great satisfaction. He hopes that our restaurant can regularly provide a batch of mushrooms to the city's state-run establishments. Lu Jingshan explained. Li Yi understood that Lu Jingshan was here to request more supplies. After all, he had only provided around 200 pounds of mushrooms to him in recent days. And the county's restaurant might not even have enough for its own use, let alone spare some for the city. "Are you hoping for me to send over more mushrooms?" Li Yi inquired with a smile. "That is indeed the case. I wonder if you could." Lu Jingshan began, but Li Yi interjected, "Lu Gu, you know that mushrooms are wild fungi with unpredictable yields. I truly cannot guarantee a consistent supply." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Jingshan's eyes, yet he nodded in understanding. However, Li Yi then pivoted his statement, saying, "Lu Gu, although I can't assure a steady supply of wild mushrooms, we can prioritize supplying the city while using some alternative products for ourselves. Would that be acceptable?" "What do you mean by that?" Lu Jingshan inquired eagerly. "Besides wild matsutake and trumpet mushrooms, there are also inch mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, white jade mushrooms, lioness mane mushrooms, and more. Additionally, we have wild black fungus and silver ear fungus among other mountain delicacies, which are also rare treats." Li Yi continued, "I can have the villagers gather more of these mountain goods. In the future, you can prioritize sending matsutake and trumpet mushrooms to the city. While we can use the other varieties here in the county, it shouldn't have a significant impact." After contemplating, Lu Jingshan replied, "That is indeed a solution. But I still have some concerns. Lu Gu, there's nothing to worry about. I'll devise a few new dishes for you. I guarantee the performance of your state-run restaurant will be outstanding." Li Yi asserted confidently. "All right, let us proceed with your plan. And make sure to send over some of the other mountain goods in the future." Lu Jingshan agreed. "Absolutely." With that, the two proceeded to weigh the 3 large baskets of mushrooms brought by Li Yi, totaling 187 pounds, amounting to 131 yuan. As Li Yi exited the state-run restaurant with the money in hand, he felt as if he were floating. Although he had been worth hundreds of billions in his previous life, he found this modest sum of 100 yuan to be far more gratifying. It is not a matter of wealth, but rather the joy of sharing one's earnings with others. In a previous life, he could only watch in solitude as the digits in his bank account grew, numb and hollow. As Li Yi exited the restaurant, preparing to set up a stall at the sugar factory, he was unexpectedly collided with by a hurried individual rushing from outside. Caught off guard by the other's swift pace, Li Yi found himself knocked to the ground. "My apologies. I am truly in a rush," the stranger exclaimed, displaying a courteous demeanor while helping Li Yi to his feet. Noticing the olive green uniform and wide-brimmed hat, it was evident that the individual was a police officer. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Li Yi quickly replied, "I am fine. If you have pressing matters, please attend to them. Thank you so much." As the officer prepared to depart, a sudden thought struck Li Yi, prompting him to call out, "Wait a moment. Officer, do you need anything?" Upon scrutinizing the officer's face and confirming it was someone he recognized, Li Yi promptly retrieved a 1 yuan coin from his pocket. Approaching the officer, he placed the coin into the officer's breast pocket, stating, "Here, take this. Comrade, we shall not take a single thread from the people," the officer responded. Li Yi chuckled and clarified, "This coin is not for your personal use. It is to save your life." "Save my life?" The officer looked bewildered, clearly not grasping Li Yi's meaning. "I see darkness in your brow. There is danger looming ahead. Keep this coin in your pocket and do not remove it. It may save your life at a critical moment." Receiving a gaze akin to that reserved for the deranged, Li Yi reiterated, "Whether you believe me or not, take this coin. If by chance you survive, you can return it to me later." With that, Li Yi turned and departed, leaving the officer in a state of astonishment. Chapter 19. Purchasing a bicycle, new book seeking attention. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Li Yi felt a heaviness in his heart. If he was not mistaken, the officer he had just encountered was named Wang Onghua, the chief of the county's criminal police. If all went as expected, he would soon sacrifice his life during an operation to apprehend a suspect. In his previous life, Li Yi had witnessed that very pursuit, as the fugitive was a notorious criminal, armed and fleeing across multiple provinces. Due to the unexpected presence of a deadly weapon and an underestimation of the suspect's alertness, the criminal police made a grave error during the chase, allowing the fugitive to escape into a bustling area. In the heat of pursuit, Wang Ongwa bravely led the charge. But just as he was closing in on the suspect, the latter opened fire. Wang Ongwa was shot in the chest and heroically fell in the line of duty. That day, Li Yi was in the city on business, bearing witness to the entirety of Wang Ongwa's tragic sacrifice. In this life, upon encountering the valiant guardian of the people once more, Li Yi fervently wished that he would not, as in his previous existence, sacrifice his life due to the nefarious actions of a wretched criminal. However, Li Yi found himself unable to express this sentiment directly, so he could only offer a subtle reminder while placing a coin at the site of the man's injury. This was the sole action he could take, hoping it might alter his fate. Concurrently, Li Yi was conducting an experiment. He sought to discern whether his reckless intervention in this timeline would significantly impact its course. After all, he was already attempting to change Tang Xue's destiny, and inevitably, he would strive to alter her tragic end. Thus, prior to undertaking such endeavors, Li Yi needed to ascertain whether his actions might precipitate unforeseen calamities. With a heart laden with trepidation, Li Yi arrived at the candy factory. As ever, the place was thronged with workers eager to indulge in cold noodles. Collecting his thoughts, Li Yi commenced his stall for the day. By 1:30 in the afternoon, the last portion of cold noodles had been sold, prompting him to close up shop and head directly to the county's supply and marketing cooperative for restocking. Ideally, Li Yi envisioned that after selling the mushrooms, he would procure supplies from the cooperative, allowing him to return to the village without delay. Unfortunately, despite his financial stability, he was hindered by a lack of food coupons. Without these coupons, the price of flour surged by approximately 1/3. Thus, for 50 pounds, he would incur an additional expense of around 3 yuan. Consequently, he was compelled to wait each day until he finished selling before retrieving the coupons to visit the cooperative. Although this back and forth was undeniably exhausting, it was a necessity he had to endure. Upon arriving once more at the cooperative, Li Yi was about to enter when he noticed someone waving at him from across the street. To his surprise, it was the ticket vendor he had encountered previously. After securing his mule cart, Li Yi strode over with purpose. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. The young man glanced around cautiously before responding, "Brother, I have gathered information on the industrial coupons you asked about. There is one for a bicycle and another for a sewing machine. Which do you prefer?" Li Yi's eyes brightened at once, and he promptly replied, "I'll take both." "Both? Are you certain?" the young man asked. "Yes, indeed. Just tell me the price," Li Yi asserted confidently. "The bicycle coupon is 10 yuan, and the sewing machine coupon is 8 yuan. Does that work for you?" the vendor inquired cautiously. "Absolutely," Li Yi exclaimed, reaching into his pocket to produce 2 large notes, which he handed over. The young man, evidently experienced in such transactions, accepted the money, scrutinized it carefully, and then retrieved 2 neatly wrapped coupons from his inner pocket, returning 2 yuan in change to Li Yi. After inspecting the coupons and finding no discrepancies, Li Yi added, "I also wish to acquire a watch coupon and a radio coupon. Can you procure those?" The watch should not pose much difficulty, but the radio coupon may require additional payment. The unexpected twist caught Li Yi off guard, reminding him of a certain individual from his past life who had similarly demanded more money. 10 years of youth goes unnoticed. Yet one day of increased payment brings notoriety to all. Could this young man also be a reborn individual? However, observing him discreetly handling these tickets here, it seems rather implausible. After all, genuine reborn individuals would hardly engage in such trivial endeavors. They could effortlessly amass fortunes through various legitimate businesses. So why would they take such risks? Money is not an issue. If you can acquire the tickets, come find me. I am here almost every day, Li Yi remarked. All right, give me 2 days. With both tickets and funds at his disposal, Li Yi promptly resolved to procure something substantial. He then made his way directly into the supply and marketing cooperative. It was Sunday, and the cooperative was bustling with patrons. Li Yi stood in line for quite some time before it was finally his turn. The sales clerk, a familiar face, greeted him with a smile, asking, "Comrade, why do you visit the cooperative daily? What do you wish to purchase today?" "Haha, I'm here to procure rice and flour for the unit." "I have to come every day?" Li Yi replied. He continued, as usual, I'd like 60 pounds of white flour, 2 pounds of salt, and 5 pounds each of vinegar and soy sauce. After completing his procurement, he inquired of the clerk, Comrade, do you have bicycles here? Yes. We received 3 new ones yesterday. Are you looking to buy? Indeed, I wish to purchase one, but I'm uncertain if my funds are sufficient. Li Yi replied. The 28-inch model is 175 yuan, and the 26-inch model is 165 yuan. The clerk informed him. Li Yi calculated his earnings. He made 131 yuan from selling mushrooms and approximately recouped 65 yuan from selling cold noodles, along with an additional 10 yuan in change he had brought. After deducting the 18 yuan spent on the purchased goods, the 20 yuan for the bicycle ticket and sewing machine ticket, and the 1 yuan coin given to Wang Angua, he was left with 167 yuan. Although he fell short for the 28-inch model, the funds were ample for the 26-inch lady's bicycle. Given that the bicycle was primarily for Tang Shui, he promptly told the clerk, I'll take a 26-inch model. The clerk looked astonished. You're really going to buy one? Although purchasing bicycles was no longer as rare as in previous years, owning one was still a noteworthy affair in this era of planned economy, where purchases typically required tickets. The limited availability of tickets in rural areas made bicycles quite a rarity, and thus, buying one in the remote county of Qingshan was indeed surprising. What was even more remarkable was Li Yi's decision, seemingly made without a second thought, akin to purchasing a head of cabbage. Unbeknownst to the clerk, she stood before a financial mogul who had returned from decades into the future, having brokered deals worth billions numerous times over. Would he hesitate over a mere bicycle costing a little over 100 yuan? The funds were just right. He would buy it. Li Yi stated calmly. Very well. Please make your payment, and I will take you to select your bicycle. The clerk replied. All right. Chapter 20. Urgent Orders. New Book Seeking Attention. County Public Security Bureau Conference Room. As Li Yi eagerly pedaled his brand new bicycle towards home, an urgent and significant meeting was convening at the county police station. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with every individual exhibiting a grave demeanor. At the head of the table, the director spoke with a serious tone, addressing his comrades. Comrades, we have just received an urgent directive from higher authorities. It has been confirmed that the notorious criminal Zhou Baoshan, who has been on the run across multiple provinces, has entered our jurisdiction. He may attempt to flee abroad through our province, and Qingshan County is an essential route for him. Therefore, the higher authorities have ordered us to promptly assemble a task force, comprised of our finest officers, to conduct covert operations and apprehend the suspect at the earliest opportunity. Do you all have confidence in this mission? A thunderous chorus of yes, 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 echoed throughout the room. Good. Truly, my officers cannot be outdone in spirit. The director continued, according to our deliberations, we shall immediately establish a special task force, led by Captain Wang Angua of the criminal police, to carry out thorough and secretive investigations across the county. We cannot allow the suspect to slip through our fingers. Yes, responded Angua, fully aware of the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Rest assured, as long as the criminal dares to appear in Qingshan County, I shall ensure his capture. Now, let us discuss the specifics of our operational strategy. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, the events unfolding at the police station were of great significance. He was blissfully unaware as he made his way back to the village. Upon returning home, he transferred various supplies from his bicycle into the house, soaking the dirty bamboo tubes and chopsticks in a basin of water for cleaning later. Afterward, he tended to his mule, providing it with water and fresh hay. Once these tasks were completed, Li Yi locked the door and rode his bicycle towards the brigade office. Upon arrival, he noticed the village secretary, Feng Kai, sitting under the eaves, smoking a cigarette. Uncle Feng, may I inquire about something? Feng Kai glanced at him and replied, let us discuss that later. First, you must honestly explain where you acquired this bicycle. Li Yi understood the elder's concerns and promptly responded, of course, I bought it. Surely you don't think I stole it? Bought it. Speak clearly, boy. This bicycle isn't cheap. Feng Kai inquired, his tone serious. Indeed, it cost 165 yuan, Li Yi said, pointing to the pristine paint on the bicycle. Uncle Feng, I just purchased it from the county town this afternoon. Look at the new paint and the receipt. As he spoke, he handed over the purchase receipt. Feng Kai, having received some education, could read and took the receipt to examine it. Upon confirming that it was indeed a genuine proof of purchase, he expressed his surprise. So it was you who bought it. Does your family possess such wealth? Haha. My family may not have that much money, But I can earn it. You earn it. Just ensure you don't resort to illegal means for money. In this village, my old bones can still keep you in check, but once you leave the village, I truly cannot oversee your actions. Li Yi smiled and said, I understand this matter well. To speak frankly, the money I earned comes from selling mushrooms. Mushrooms? Do people still buy those in the city? Indeed. I have found a way to sell them. I have been sending Dongzi and Shirtu up the mountain every day to gather mushrooms. And they have made quite a bit of money. I know about this. Yesterday, Xiangzi's mother mentioned that he brought home 7 yuan in total, which you provided. She asked if I could take it. I was just about to ask you about this. Xiangzi is the grandson of Secretary Feng, 15 years old, and has just graduated from junior high. Uncle, the money is clean. There's no issue in taking it. Li Yi replied immediately. All right, by the way, what were you planning to inquire about? Feng Kai took a few puffs of his pipe and then asked. It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask you where the educated youth are working. At the Lanjingwa irrigation fields. All right. Then, you get back to your business. I will go check on my wife. With that, Li Yi pedaled away swiftly. Watching Li Yi's receding figure, Feng Kai chuckled and shook his head. Youth is indeed wonderful. Whenever something good comes along, they immediately want to show it off to their beloved. He also noticed that this rascal from the Shan Kuei family had genuinely changed for the better since he got engaged. Meanwhile, Li Yi arrived at the Lanjingwa area mentioned by Secretary Feng and indeed found many men and women bustling about. Among the crowd, he immediately spotted a familiar figure. In the fields, Tang Shui was holding a shovel, irrigating the land. Since the summer began, it had hardly rained, and the crops were suffering from drought, prompting the village head to call for all villagers and educated youth to start diverting river water for irrigation. Due to a lack of irrigation facilities, the men were responsible for channeling the river water to the irrigation ditches, while the women took charge of watering the fields. Amidst the busy scenes, someone suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, Hey, look over there. Who is that riding a bike? The group of women all looked up towards the horizon. That looks like that rascal from the Li family, is it not? Nana, could that be your brother Xiao Yi? No way. Does the Li family even own a bicycle? Hearing the women's discussions, Li Na and Tang Shui also lifted their heads and, indeed, saw Li Yi racing towards them on a small bicycle. Tang Shui looked at Li Na with some surprise and asked, Nana, did your family buy a bicycle? They didn't have one yesterday, but who knows about today? Li Na replied earnestly. What do you mean? Tang Shui asked, puzzled. You don't know? Xiao Yi is quite capable now. He earns nearly 100 yuan a day. Originally, Li Na intended to share with Tang Shui that Li Yi could earn close to 100 yuan daily, but seeing so many people around, she chose to hold back. Nana, what's happened to him? Why did you stop midway through your sentence? Li Na, wanting to tease her close friend and sister-in-law, smiled and said, curious to know? Yes. Tang Shui instinctively replied. Xiao Yi has arrived. You should inquire with him directly. Sister Na, you are too mischievous. Tang Shui exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed. Although her perception of Li Yi had undergone a significant transformation, she remained at a stage of mere acceptance, neither resistant nor disdainful. The thought of engaging in a face-to-face conversation with him still made her feel somewhat bashful. However, the events that transpired in the next moment took her completely by surprise. Upon parking his vehicle, Li Yi approached Tang Shui directly, and to her astonishment, he seized the shovel from her hands. Dear wife, allow me to take over. You should rest a while. The term dear wife instantly rendered Tang Shui's fair complexion a deep shade of crimson. Although she intended to retort with who is your wife, she suddenly recalled his proposal from the previous night, making the term seem rather fitting. After a moment of stunned silence, she managed to stammer, we are not married yet. Yet, Li Yi, with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement, replied, my dear wife, do you blame me for scheduling the ceremony too late? Do you wish to marry me sooner? Tang Shui countered, do I? That is not what I meant. I'm simply feeling shy. Observing her adorably dazed expression, Li Yi felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her tenderly. However, he was acutely aware that such a bold gesture might be too much for her to bear. Especially in this era, the very thought of acting on that impulse could genuinely frighten her. Chapter 21. Li Yi's sweet nothings. Just then, his sister Li Na approached and inquired, what is the deal with that vehicle? I bought it, of course. Li Yi replied nonchalantly. Did you really purchase it? Did you manage to acquire a bicycle ticket? Li Na asked in astonishment. I did, and it cost me 10 yuan. Wow, that is quite expensive. Li Na gasped, realizing that 10 yuan was equivalent to over 300 work points. Well, it's not too outrageous. It was quite a challenge to obtain, so 10 yuan is justifiable. Li Yi responded. Why did you opt for a 26-inch bike instead of a 28-inch one? Li Na questioned, furrowing her brow. This bicycle is for my dear wife. So of course, it must be the smaller size. Tang Shui, who had been listening nearby, was taken aback. For me? Li Yi smiled and said, of course. It's for you. Haven tea I mentioned before that what others have, you shall have too. Not just a bicycle, but I will also procure a sewing machine, a watch, and a radio for you. Anything you desire, even the stars in the sky, I shall retrieve for you. The sudden cascade of sweet words enveloped Tang Shui's heart in warmth. She could sense the affection embedded in Li Yi's declarations, despite his notorious reputation. With some labeling him a ne'er-do-well and others a spendthrift, few spoke favorably of him. Their union was not born out of love, but rather necessity. Yet, in that moment, Tang Shui discerned sincerity and admiration in Li Yi's words, a feeling that resonated deeply within her. This brought her a modicum of joy, yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Tang Shui was acutely aware of her own heart. It belonged to her childhood companion, brother Tan Chung. Furthermore, she had heard from Li Na that Li Yi seemed to have harbored affections for the village beauty from the neighboring hamlet. Thus, Tang Shui had never held any expectations for this marriage. She recognized her circumstances. If it were merely a matter of coexisting as familiar strangers, she believed she could manage. However, if Li Yi truly developed feelings for her, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. In an instant, Tang Shui fell into a profound silence. Li Yi sensed Tang Shui's unease and affectionately patted her head, gently advising her, do not feel pressured. Simply let things unfold naturally. He could see through her. Tang Shui's heart raced, the rhythm quickening uncontrollably. Just as she grappled with how to face Li Yi, the whistle signaling the end of work echoed through the air. In a flurry, Tang Shui grabbed her shovel, preparing to return to the brigade headquarters to report. Yet, just as she was about to depart, Li Yi grasped her hand. Let Sanjie handle your duties and tools. You ride the bicycle back to the youth station. Tang Shui paused, shaking her head decisively. Perhaps not. What do you mean? Perhaps not? That bicycle was purchased for you. If you don't ride it back, who will? Li Yi furrowed his brow. Seeing his troubled expression, Tang Shui felt an inexplicable fear and hastily replied, I know you mean well, but you are aware of the conditions at the youth station. Once work begins, there isn't a soul in sight, and leaving such a precious bicycle unattended is unsafe. After contemplating her words, Li Yi found them reasonable. Then let us do this. The bicycle will be stored at my home, and once we are married, you can ride it to work every day. All right, come, let me take you for a spin. Li Yi insisted once more. Perhaps not. Understanding her gentle and reserved nature, Li Yi realized that if he waited for her to agree willingly, it might take a lifetime to bridge the gap between them. He snatched the shovel from Tang Shui and tossed it to Li Na standing nearby, saying, Sanjie, please handle my wife's tasks. I'll take her back now. On the rustic dirt roads, with Tang Shui perched behind him on the brand-new bicycle, Li Yi pedaled ahead, while she wrapped her arms around his waist. The handsome young man and the beautiful young woman. Under the setting sun, their silhouettes elongated. The bicycle outpaced numerous fellow workers returning from labor, each onlooker displaying expressions of surprise. Under the gaze of the villagers, Tang Shui, already shy by nature, blushed deeply, unable to lift her head. The journey was brief, and soon they arrived back at the youth station. After escorting Tang Shui inside, Li Yi did not linger. He merely reminded her to take care of her health before pedaling off towards the mountains. When he reached the reservoir, he found the younger lads had already gathered there. The previously playful embankment was adorned with an array of bamboo baskets and wooden barrels, all brimming with various mountain goods. However, Li Yi soon noticed an issue. Today, the number of children present here was greater than before, exceeding 10 in total. Observing the group of youngsters, Li Yi could not help but furrow his brow and inquire, Dongzi, what is the situation with these children? Dongzi quickly responded, Brother Yi, the Hall and Ingzi are on holiday and have nothing to do. Seeing us venture into the mountains daily to gather mushrooms, they wish to join us and earn some pocket money. I reckon they often play in the mountains and can differentiate between edible and inedible mushrooms, so they came along. Upon hearing Dongzi's explanation, Li Yi's stern expression softened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, It is fine for you to accompany us in mushroom picking, and I will ensure you are compensated. However, this must be limited to the holidays. Once school resumes, you must attend classes. Do you understand? The children's faces instantly brightened with joy, and they eagerly affirmed that there would be no problem. For Li Yi, having additional hands was advantageous, as the demand for mountain goods in the city was insatiable, and he was not concerned about them not selling. Should they fail to sell, they could be dried for winter, thus increasing their value. Yet, Li Yi was acutely aware of the short-sightedness of the villagers. Many were those who would be blinded by immediate monetary gain. He feared that the parents of these children, upon witnessing their ability to earn money, might, for the sake of trivial benefits, deprive them of their right to pursue education and personal growth. Such a turn of events would spell disaster for the children. Given the diverse assortment of items gathered today, which included various edible mushrooms, wood-ear mushrooms, and white fungus, Li Yi personally instructed the children on how to handle these goods. The reason his mountain products caught the attention of state-run restaurants was not merely due to their quality, but because Li Yi had taken the initiative to process them further. Although it seemed a simple task to clean the dirt and impurities and to remove the smaller specimens, the results were markedly improved. Once these meticulously sorted and clean mountain goods were arranged in baskets, their aesthetic appeal surged several-fold. Anyone who beheld them would perceive that the quality of Li Yi's goods far surpassed that of others. After organizing the mountain goods, Li Yi instructed Dongzi to carry everything back home. Subsequently, he distributed the wages for the mushroom picking done the previous day, giving each child 5 yuan. Watching them return home with cheerful expressions, clutching their money, Li Yi could not help but smile faintly. Chapter 22. The idea of building a house early the next morning. Li Yi rose with the dawn. He first led the big red mule out for a drink and provided it with some fodder. The mule had been tirelessly pulling the cart to and from the county town every day, and it was essential to ensure a steady supply of feed. Only then did Li Yi begin his preparations for today's market outing. Recently, the temperatures have risen significantly, reaching a terrifying 40 degrees at noon. Consequently, the demand for cold noodles has surged, with daily orders of 200 to 300 portions proving insufficient to satisfy the laborers. After much contemplation, Li Yi resolved to prepare a batch of white pancakes to accompany the cold noodles for sale, confident that the combination would yield favorable results. A man of decisive action, once he conceived the idea, he set to work without delay. Thus, after crafting the cold noodles, Li Yi produced over 100 white pancakes, eager to test their appeal. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a mule cart arrived once more at the state-run restaurant. The sight of more than 10 varieties of processed mountain goods brought an immediate smile to Lu Jingshan's face. After confirming the prices of other fungi, they proceeded to weigh and settle the accounts. When Li Yi emerged from the restaurant, he found himself with an additional 151 yuan in his pocket. After deducting the labor fees for his younger associates, he had earned nearly 100 yuan solely from selling mountain goods that day. Coupled with an expected profit of 30 to 40 yuan from the cold noodles, it seemed that within a week, he might accumulate 1,000 yuan. The prospect of building a new house before his marriage was indeed a delightful thought. With a buoyant spirit, Li Yi urged his cart toward the sugar factory. In stark contrast to Li Yi's cheerful demeanor, Wang Onghua at the county bureau was not enjoying such a pleasant mood. In the conference room, smoke curled in the air, and the expressions of those present were grave. What is the situation? Any leads on Zhou Baoshan? Wang's voice was hoarse as he inquired. The deputy captain, Li Yongping, promptly replied, no leads on Zhou Baoshan, but we have apprehended several petty thieves and opportunists. As he spoke, a hint of weariness flashed across Li's tired face. Following a meeting the previous day, their criminal investigation team had begun scrutinizing vehicles and individuals heading toward the border, deploying a significant number of personnel for inquiries in the county and surrounding townships. After a day and night of effort, they had indeed captured numerous petty criminals and opportunists. Yet the notorious bandit remained elusive. Let us hand them over to the public security team. Our mission is to apprehend Zhou Baoshan. Wang Ong was stated with a heavy tone. They have already been transferred. Just then, a middle-aged officer rushed in, breathless, and announced, Captain Wang. We just received an urgent call from the city bureau confirming that Zhou Baoshan has entered our county. The city has ordered us to locate him and bring him to justice. Wang Onghua immediately stood up, his voice solemn. Can we ascertain the time frame? In the last couple of days, as a result of reports from the public, a suspect has been sighted near Huanghualiang. Wang Onghua, well versed in the local geography, responded without hesitation. Huanghualiang is situated in the southeastern part of Qingshan County, approximately 50 kilometers from the county seat. As a wanted criminal, Zhou Baoshan would naturally avoid traveling by vehicle. He must be on foot. Based on his stamina, it is likely that he remains within our county's boundaries. As soon as the words fell, Deputy Captain Li spoke in a deep voice. Our Qingshan County has 18 townships and communes, along with several prominent mountains such as Daqingshan, Sumishan, and Aguishan. To locate an individual from these areas is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Wang Onghua asserted with unwavering conviction, the suspect must be in the county town. How can you be so certain he is in the county town? What evidence do you have? Deputy Captain Li furrowed his brow in inquiry. There are two reasons. Firstly, the criminal's objective is to flee abroad and to exit Yinshan County. One must traverse the northern Gobi Desert, which is rife with sandstorms and desolate terrain. Therefore, he must be adequately prepared. Entering the Gobi barehanded would likely lead to his demise before he even reaches the border, falling prey to wild wolves. Wang Onghua continued. Secondly, among the supplies the suspect requires for his escape, food and self-defense tools are essential. Currently, there are few places that can provide him with these necessities, particularly food. As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised a doubt. Captain Wang, acquiring food should be relatively easy. After all, the fields are brimming with crops, fruits, and vegetables. Wang Onghua promptly responded, at this season, we are in a transitional phase, and the villagers have little surplus grain. It is unlikely that Zhou Baoshan could procure sufficient food from them. While fruits and vegetables may be easily obtainable, they cannot be stored for long and do not suffice to stave off hunger. Thus, I conclude he will undoubtedly come to the county town to gather supplies before attempting to leave. Upon hearing Wang Ongua's analysis, Deputy Captain Li and several other officers instinctively nodded in agreement. Being seasoned officers, they understood that for a lengthy journey, it is prudent to carry non-perishable, high-calorie food, which clearly excludes fruits and vegetables. Captain Wang, what should we do now? Wang Onghua pondered for a moment and replied, from this point forward, we must intensify our scrutiny of the roads leading to the northern townships and simultaneously focus our attention on the supply and marketing cooperative. Also, we need to station personnel to monitor the black market. Any suspicious individuals must be reported immediately. Why monitor the supply cooperative and the black market? The suspect is wanted for robbery and murder. It is said he directly stole over 20,000 yuan from the local credit union, indicating he is not short of money. Wang Onghua reiterated, having money while needing supplies means the most reliable course of action would be to purchase from the supply cooperative. However, I suspect he may not possess sufficient receipts, necessitating an exchange at the black market. If we keep a close watch on these two locations, we will surely locate that scoundrel. Deputy Captain Li nodded in agreement. Captain Wang's analysis is quite reasonable. Let it be so. I will take a team to monitor the black market while Old Yang heads to the supply cooperative. Wang Onghua added, ensure all our brothers are armed. The suspect is a ruthless killer, and we must exercise utmost caution. Understood. Just then, a young man suddenly knocked at the door and said, Captain Wang, your phone. Whose call? It is from the county government. Secretary Wang called to inform you that your father is being discharged today and inquired if you have time to pick him up. Wang Onghua suddenly recalled that his father had fallen gravely ill while traveling to the countryside 2 days prior and had been kindly taken to the hospital. Today marked his release. However, given the current circumstances, it was impossible for him to go to the hospital to pick him up. Please inform my brother that I am occupied with an important case and cannot attend. He should go retrieve our father himself. Understood. Chapter 23. A major blunder in the county hospital's inpatient department. Wang Guoguang looked disdainfully at his eldest son, who was packing his belongings, accompanied by several department heads behind him, grumbling, "What are you doing here? Are you trying to intimidate these ordinary folks?" Wang Onmin replied with a wry smile, "Is that what you think of me? How could I be that kind of person? Is it really that significant? You always cause such a stir when you arrive." Understanding his father's intent, Wang Onmin remained unperturbed. He turned to the hospital director, saying, "Director Zhu, I am not here to inspect. I am merely a son here to fetch my father. You may all return to your duties." Director Zhu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and planned to send everyone back to work, intending to stay behind to assist. Just then, Old Master Wang spoke up. "Wait a moment." Director Zhu promptly responded, "Old Master, please feel free to express your needs. Does anyone know the name of the young man who brought me here that day? I vaguely heard him mention his name to Dr. Liu." At that moment, Old Master Wang's attending physician stepped forward and said, "Old Master, that young man is named Li Yi, from the Hongqi commune. Li Yi from the Hongqi commune. Wang Guoguang then turned to his eldest son. Remember this, my son. He is your father's savior, so be sure to express our gratitude. Wang Anmin immediately replied, I will remember. In a few days, I will personally visit that young man's family. That's the spirit. Quickly pack up. We are heading home. Afterward, the Wang father and son tidied their personal belongings and left the hospital. Once they returned home with old Master Wang, Wang Anmin returned to his workplace. Considering that his father was a man who never forgot a kindness, he realized that without that young man's intervention, his father would likely have succumbed on the road. The debt of gratitude was undeniable. As a son, he felt compelled to express his appreciation. Otherwise, he would be remiss in his duties. With this thought in mind, he immediately assigned a task to his secretary to investigate Li Yi from the Hongqi commune. Due to the nature of his position, he chose not to disclose the true reason for the inquiry to his secretary. However, he did not anticipate that this concealment would lead to a significant misunderstanding. The secretary, unaware of the real reason behind the search for an ordinary commune member, assumed that the individual had incurred the wrath of the county party secretary. Consequently, when he called the commune, his tone was rather serious. This seriousness, in turn, incited widespread panic throughout the Hongqi commune. The principal cadres of the commune, wary of any negligence, promptly summoned all village secretaries and production team leaders for a meeting. They needed to ascertain the identity of the enigmatic Li Yi, who had incited the ire of Secretary Wang, and to uncover the nature of his alleged transgressions. Meanwhile, Li Yi, oblivious to the brewing storm of misunderstandings, was merely peddling his wares at the entrance of the sugar factory, blissfully unaware that he had evolved in the eyes of others from a mere scoundrel to a suspected criminal. Truly, while one is engaged in humble trade, calamity may strike from the heavens. At the sugar factory entrance, business was unusually brisk today. Upon learning that Li Yi had prepared white flatbreads for just 5 cents each, the workers' enthusiasm reignited. A serving of cold noodles paired with a white flatbread cost a mere 25 cents, providing delightful satisfaction. In less than half an hour, all 110 flatbreads were sold out. When the subsequent workers discovered there were no more flatbreads available, they could not help but express their grievances. Li Yi promised to prepare a larger batch for the following day, ensuring that everyone could enjoy their cold noodles with flatbreads. By 1:30 in the afternoon, having sold the last portion of cold noodles, Li Yi proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative for restocking. However, upon his arrival, he sensed an unusual atmosphere within the cooperative. A closer inspection revealed numerous unfamiliar faces both inside and outside the premises. Initially, he suspected they were merely ticket scalpers, but upon further observation, he discerned that these individuals were robust and appeared in high spirits, unlike the typical pallor of ordinary ticket vendors. More importantly, he did not spot Lu San, the one who had previously sold him tickets for bicycles and sewing machines. It was evident that these strangers were not mere scalpers. Judging by their vigilant and scrutinizing glances towards passers-by, their true identities were not difficult to surmise. Nevertheless, Li Yi dismissed any concern, reasoning that as an ordinary citizen, he could not possibly be their target. Securing his mule cart, he strode confidently into the cooperative. After completing his usual extensive shopping, Li Yi made his way back to the village. However, upon his arrival, he immediately sensed something amiss. His parents were in the courtyard, accompanied by the old secretary Feng Kai and the team leader Zhang Tongfu. The gathering of so many individuals at his home, seemingly awaiting his return, immediately struck him as unusual. As the sound of the mule cart creaked into the yard, the individuals present instinctively rose to their feet. Recognizing Li Yi's return, his father, Li Shankue, approached to take the cart and said, "Let me handle this. Uncle Feng and Uncle Zhang are looking for you." Li Yi promptly advanced towards them and inquired, "Uncle Feng, Uncle Zhang, what brings you here?" Feng Kai, his expression grave, responded, "Boy, tell me honestly, what trouble have you gotten yourself into?" Li Yi was taken aback, perplexed by the accusation of wrongdoing he was entirely unaware of. "Uncle, what are you talking about? What is happening?" If you've truly done something wrong, I will take you to confess and seek leniency. You must not hide anything. The consequences of being discovered could be dire." Feng Kai said earnestly. Captain Zhang, standing nearby, echoed, "Indeed, one must not oppose the government." Li Yi hastily replied, "Uncles, I assure you, I have not committed any wrongdoing." Before he could finish, Feng Kai furrowed his brow and interjected, "You rascal, if you truly had done nothing wrong, The officials from the commune would not be investigating your situation, nor would they require us to escort you there. Li Yi was taken aback and immediately inquired, Uncle Feng, are you suggesting that the commune intends to investigate me and that you must accompany me there? Yes, this afternoon, the commune has convened a meeting specifically for you. If you were not in trouble, would the leaders make such a fuss? Feng Kai remarked while smoking. Li Yi pondered for a moment. Could it be that someone reported his street vending near the sugar factory? That seemed unlikely. If there had been a report, the business and police would have come directly to apprehend him, rather than involving the commune. Aside from that incident, he could not think of any other transgressions. Uncles, please do not worry. It is highly probable that the commune is not seeking me for any wrongdoing. Li Yi asserted. What do you mean? Feng Kai asked. Think about it, Uncle Feng. If I had truly committed a serious offense, the police would have already come to arrest me, rather than you two having this conversation. Upon hearing this, Feng Kai and Zhang Tongfu agreed that his reasoning was sound. In these times, even the slightest hint of impropriety could lead to arrest. And if there were genuine evidence against Li Yi, the authorities would not show him any mercy. Then why does the commune wish to investigate you? Zhang Tongfu inquired, puzzled. I am not entirely sure. They are the ones seeking me. Perhaps I should visit the commune tomorrow. Li Yi suggested. Yes, by then, everything will be clear. Zhang Tongfu replied. Feng Kai nodded, saying, all right, I will accompany you tomorrow. Excellent. Chapter 24. A visit to the commune after a night of silence. Li Yi rose early the next day, preparing for his market stall. Although he planned to visit the commune shortly, he could not delay his trip to the county town. Earning money was important. The state-run hotel awaited his mountain goods, and he could not break his promise. Fortunately, his sister had previously delivered goods and set up a stall, so a brief explanation should suffice to allow her to cover for him for the day. When Li Na learned that her younger brother had asked her to deliver goods and set up his stall, she felt not anxiety but excitement. Unlike her older sisters, who followed the rules diligently, Li Na had always been quite independent. Ever since she witnessed her brother effortlessly earning the equivalent of several months' wages in a single day, she had been eager to try her hand at it. However, as a young lady, Li Shankuei and his wife were understandably reluctant to allow her to venture out alone. All her aspirations had to be concealed within her heart. When Li Yi asked her to deliver goods and set up a stall, Li Na was eager to accept. How could she possibly refuse? Nevertheless, Li Shankuei was concerned that Li Na might struggle on her own. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to request a day off from the team to accompany her to the county town. At 9 in the morning, after bidding farewell to her father and elder sister as they set off with the bright red mule, Li mounted his bicycle and headed towards the brigade headquarters. He was to meet Feng Kai and Zhang Tongfu there before proceeding to the commune together. Upon their arrival at the Hongqi commune, several directors and deputy directors had already gathered early. By the time Li Yi and his companions arrived, these officials had adopted a posture akin to a tribunal. Having gleaned sufficient information about Li Yi the previous day, they were aware that he had not been a model citizen, indulging in sloth and mischief, engaging in brawls and petty thefts. Thus, the officials unanimously concluded that he must have caused trouble in the county town, which had drawn the attention of Secretary Wang, prompting them to investigate him. Consequently, they planned to confront Li Yi as soon as he entered. As Li Yi entered the commune's conference room alongside Secretary Feng and Captain Zhang, he remained unfazed, in stark contrast to the anxious demeanor of his elders. Having attended the People's Assembly Hall in the capital and met with national leaders, he was hardly intimidated by a few mid-level officials. Thus, upon entering, he exhibited no fear, his gaze flitting across the officials, much to their irritation. Bang! A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit slammed his hand on the table and declared, "You must be Li Yi." "I am Li Yi. What business do you have with me?" he replied nonchalantly, his demeanor neither deferential nor disrespectful. "Maintain a proper attitude. Do you understand the nature of your transgressions?" the other man questioned sternly. Li Yi shook his head, asserting, "I do not." Without waiting for a response, he stepped forward, stating, "Uncle Feng and Uncle Zhang have already informed me of the situation. I assure you, I have committed no wrongdoing. If you believe I have, present your evidence. Otherwise, spare me these pointless theatrics." The commune officials, accustomed to reigning as local emperors in their domain, had never before encountered such defiance. They bristled with indignation, resembling frogs in a pond. "What is your attitude?" the middle-aged man at the head of the table interjected. Seeing the displeasure etched on Director Huang's face, Feng Kai and Zhang Tongfu felt their hearts race. My attitude is perfectly fine. The issue lies with you. Li Yi responded coolly. Oh, what problems do we have? Director Huang inquired with feigned interest. Without hesitation, Li Yi retorted, a significant issue indeed. First and foremost, as grassroots officials tasked with bridging the gap between the higher-ups and the populace, your attitude towards both your superiors and the common people is fundamentally flawed. The county inquired about my situation, and you should simply respond with the truth. There is no need to escalate matters unnecessarily when the situation is unclear. Doing so merely demonstrates that you are making a mountain out of a molehill. As an ordinary citizen, it is imperative that you first ascertain the basic facts rather than resorting to verbal intimidation and psychological pressure from the outset. Such double standards in treating superiors and common folk are unacceptable. Li Yi continued, expressing that there are deficiencies in your capabilities. The county has tasked you with investigating my circumstances. Thus, you ought to clarify the situation rather than engage in baseless conjecture. Moreover, if I had indeed committed some unforgivable crime, would the county allow you to conduct such a nonchalant investigation? Surely, the criminal police would have apprehended me by now. Li Yi's eloquent rebuke left everyone, including Director Huang, with a grim countenance. However, despite their discomfort, they could not deny the validity of his words. What an astute young man he is. If he had not committed any wrongdoing, why would the county committee secretary specifically call to investigate his situation? Is that merely a pastime? One deputy director bellowed. Li Yi frowned and replied, "Do not raise your voice at me. This is not a few years ago. You wish to understand the situation, and I desire the same." Suddenly, he had a thought and inquired, "You have a telephone here, correct?" "Yes." "What do you intend to do?" came the response. "Then why wait? Simply call the county committee to inquire." Li Yi asserted, "That is nonsense. The county committee's number is not something one can just call casually," another deputy director interjected, frowning. "How foolish. The county committee has requested you to investigate my situation, so you should inform them that your inquiries are complete and you wish to report to the principal leaders." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, several commune cadres whispered among themselves, eventually agreeing that he made a valid point. Subsequently, the cadre sitting to the right of Director Huang stood up and walked out, evidently to make the call. At that moment, Director Huang gazed at the composed Li Yi with a sense of astonishment. Based on the investigation, this young man seemed to belong to a rather unambitious type. However, it appeared that was far from the truth. In less than 5 minutes since entering, he had transformed the dynamic from passive to proactive, firmly grasping control of the situation. He not only chastised the commune cadres, but also directed them to act according to his wishes. Such audacity and wisdom are not common traits. Moreover, Director Huang discerned that Li Yi was genuinely unafraid of them, rather than merely blustering out of bravado. He could not fathom whether this young man had genuine backing or was simply bold. "You seem remarkably unconcerned about your predicament," Director Huang remarked with a smile. "What is there to worry about? A clear conscience fears no shadow," Li Yi retorted. "Ah, but according to our investigation, your conscience seems far from clear," Director Huang replied. "Oh, so you mean to say that I have a problem? Please enlighten me. I am eager to understand where I have erred," Li Yi replied with a casual demeanor, showing no concern for Director Huang's words. "Let us not dwell on anything else. How do you explain your affair with that young woman, Tang?" "My wife and I are in a relationship founded on mutual affection. We are now engaged and set to marry at the end of the month." "Is there truly an issue?" Li stated. "However, according to our information, you first engaged in a physical relationship before proceeding to the subsequent events." "Huh. When young people are together, it is only natural to succumb to their desires and indulge in forbidden fruit. It is a common human experience. I can only assert that we have made the same mistakes that any young individual might make, and nothing more." Li Yi's nonchalant response left Director Huang utterly bewildered. Ordinarily, such matters would instill dread in anyone. This was not merely a question of conduct, but one that could lead to a formal investigation. If the young woman truly did not consent, it could constitute a case of assault, which carries severe legal consequences. Yet, this young man appeared entirely unfazed, a reaction that was far beyond Huang's expectations and left him at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 25. Recognition received. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room grew somewhat awkward, the middle-aged man who had stepped out to make a phone call returned. He hurried to Director Huang, whispering something in his ear. What was said remained a mystery, but the room was stunned to see Director Huang rise abruptly, his expression one of shock as he inquired, Did Secretary Yang truly say that? Absolutely. It is quite likely that the person is already en route. Director Huang glanced at Li Yi and remarked, I hope you truly are as you claim, innocent and unafraid of shadows. Rest assured, I have nothing to fear. Li Yi responded confidently. While he may have had his share of minor missteps, he had not committed any grave offenses. The most significant issue at present was likely his unauthorized street vending. However, many regions across the country were gradually opening their markets, and this year, Wenzhou led the way, issuing the first batch of individual business licenses nationwide. Given the timeline, it had only been a few months since this reform began. Thus, his street vending, while not officially sanctioned, was hardly a serious matter. Even if apprehended, the worst he would face would be admonishment and education, rather than the severe charges of years past. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. I have just received word that Secretary Wang from the county committee is en route to our Hongqi commune, Director Huang announced. The room fell into a shocked silence, and the gazes cast towards Li Yi shifted dramatically. Each individual present was astute. They recognized that the current situation indicated a misunderstanding on their part. If the county sought to address Li Yi, Secretary Wang would not need to come in person. Clearly, there were underlying circumstances that they were unaware of. Fortunately, the county town is merely a few kilometers away from Hongqi commune, taking just a few minutes by car. And soon the answer will be revealed. While preparations were underway to welcome Secretary Wang, Wang Anmin was already en route to Hongqi commune. Xiaoyang, are all the items ready? He inquired. Leader, everything is prepared. 1 certificate of honor, 200 yuan in cash, along with some daily necessities. Secretary Yang replied. Excellent. The recipient is the savior of my esteemed father. We must not be remiss. In all honesty, Wang Anmin felt immense gratitude towards the young man he had never met. Had it not been for him, his father might have already passed away. He had taken the time to consult his father's attending physician, who explained that his father had suffered from low blood sugar and heat stroke, leading to a state of shock. Under such circumstances, without intervention, the odds of survival were slim. Fortunately, that young man, undeterred by potential trouble, acted decisively to save a life. Moreover, he accurately diagnosed his father's condition and administered targeted treatment, enabling his father to reach the hospital in time. Truly, this was a significant act of kindness. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Hongqi commune, where Wang Anmin spotted his old classmate and subordinate, Huang Yuejin, waiting to greet him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Anmin immediately inquired, Might I ask who Comrade Li Yi is? Stepping forward from the crowd, Li Yi introduced himself. Hello, I am Li Yi. Wang Anmin took a moment to appraise Li Yi, instantly captivated by the handsome young man before him. He then laughed heartily. What a striking young gentleman. Thank you for your kind words. Greetings, I am Wang Anmin, the son of Wang Guoguang. I am profoundly grateful to Comrade Li Yi for your gallant intervention, which saved my father's life. Wang Anmin proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Wang Anmin's words, everyone present, including Director Huang, was taken aback. It turned out that this young man was indeed the savior of Secretary Wang's father. He had come to express gratitude, not to apprehend anyone. The cadres in the commune were drenched in cold sweat, realizing the gravity of their previous assumptions. Had that young man chosen to express dissatisfaction before Secretary Wang, it would have been quite troublesome. Li Yi was also momentarily stunned, for he had not anticipated that the elderly man he had saved that day was the father of the county secretary. What extraordinary luck! It was merely a small effort. I believe any conscientious individual would have intervened in such a situation, Li Yi remarked. Nevertheless, your decisive action in that critical moment, which ultimately preserved my father's life, has left my family and me deeply appreciative. Wang Anmin continued. Comrade Li Yi, in recognition of your bravery, I, on behalf of the county committee and county government, bestow upon you the honorary title of an active participant in courageous deeds, along with a cash reward of 200 yuan. Additionally, I have brought some daily necessities to express my personal gratitude. Li Yi, with a calm demeanor, inquired, Secretary Wang, are the honor certificates and bonuses provided by the county? Indeed, responded Wang. Well then, I shall accept this, but I cannot accept anything you offer personally. My act of saving lives stems solely from my conscience, not from a desire for your gratitude. As he spoke, Li Yi pondered the rarity of opportunities to hold the county party secretary in debt. He would not easily allow him to repay this. However, Wang Anmin held a different perspective. He viewed Li Yi's righteous stance as that of a selfless altruist, akin to a living lay foam, and found him increasingly agreeable. Since Comrade Li Yi insists, I shall not press the matter further. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to visit me at home. Thank you, Secretary Wang. Li Yi replied. Haha. The one who should be thanking is me. Without you, my family and I would truly have become orphans. Wang Anmin chuckled. Observing the jovial exchange between Wang Anmin and Li Yi, those nearby were astonished and secretly envied Li Yi's fortune. Here he was, casually saving a person who turned out to be the father of the county party secretary. Why did such good fortune not fall upon them? Yet, they could not fathom that, given the urgency of the old man's condition, few others would have had the courage to assist. After all, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, in his quest to save a life, Li Yi had nearly jeopardized his own lifelong commitments. Wang Anmin had initially come merely to repay a favor for his elderly father, but after conversing with Li Yi for a while, he discovered that the young man resonated well with him. The two found themselves increasingly in sync, developing a sense of camaraderie akin to that of old friends. Just as Wang Anmin was about to suggest they share a lunch together at the Hongqi commune, his secretary, Xiaoyang, hurriedly approached and whispered a few words in his ear. Wang Anmin's expression shifted dramatically. After a brief exchange with Li Yi, he hastily departed in his vehicle from the Hongqi commune. Chapter 26. A Perilous Capture. Subscription requested. Inside the small jeep, Wang Anmin's countenance was grave as he asked, Xiaoyang, what news from the Public Security Bureau? Leader, according to Director Lu's report, during their investigation, they identified a suspicious target. Upon further comparison, it has been confirmed that it is the suspect, Zhou Baoshan. Secretary Yang replied. What is the county bureau's plan for action? Wang inquired. Director Lu has ordered the criminal police team to commence the net tightening and prepare for immediate capture. Xiaoyang continued, considering the suspect's potential for escape. Director Lu has also instructed the militia and armed police units from nearby communes to establish a perimeter, creating a secondary blockade to ensure the operation's success. The overall arrangement seems sound, but they must prioritize the safety of the citizens during the capture. Wang Anmin stated solemnly. Understood. Old Zhang, expedite your pace. No need to return to the county committee. Go directly to the county bureau. Given the gravity of this situation, I must oversee the command on site. Yes. Meanwhile, the county bureau was also bustling with activity, the atmosphere charged with tension. Wang Anguo inquired with a cold and stern voice. What is the status of the suspect's identity verification? Report, Captain. It has been confirmed with absolute certainty that it is Zhou Baoshan. His subordinate replied immediately. Excellent. Have the arresting personnel arrived? They are all present. Good. Request another batch of capable officers from the armed police as a precaution. Understood. Is there any news from the county committee? Wang Anguo asked again. Report, Captain. Secretary Wang went to the countryside this morning and is currently on his way back. Wang Anguo pondered for a moment and said, We cannot afford to wait. Let us proceed to the scene to command operations. Have Deputy Director Huang and the others remain here. With that, Wang Anguo, accompanied by several subordinates, headed straight for the scene. The location where the suspect was discovered was a black market in the northwest corner of the county town, a place teeming with a motley crowd of locals from surrounding townships and opportunists from the county. Zhou Baoshan needed to procure supplies for his escape. Yet he dared not approach the supply and marketing cooperative, thus resorting to the black market. The county police had long anticipated his arrival, so Zhou Baoshan was immediately targeted upon his appearance. However, as a notorious bandit who had traversed 7 provinces and was responsible for numerous deaths, Zhou Baoshan possessed formidable counter-surveillance skills and quickly sensed that something was amiss. Realizing that his movements might have been compromised and that he was likely under police surveillance, Zhou Baoshan resolved to flee. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed that some individuals were behaving suspiciously, seemingly encircling him with intent. In a moment of inspiration, Zhou Baoshan shouted, The police are coming! The police are coming! Everyone run! In those times, the police wielded considerable power, far removed from the image of later community committee members. Those engaged in small trades dreaded the police, for if apprehended, they faced severe losses, with confiscation of goods as a mild consequence, or worse, direct arrest and charges of engaging in illicit trade. Thus, upon hearing that the police were approaching, the more than 100 people in the black market panicked and scattered in all directions. Zhou Baoshan, carried along by the chaotic crowd, hastily made his escape. The police officers preparing for the arrest were momentarily stunned by the sudden upheaval, not expecting Zhou Baoshan to be so cunning as to create chaos at the first sign of danger and seize the opportunity to flee. When Wang Onghua and his team arrived at the scene, they were met with utter disorder, inciting his fury. The suspect had just slipped away amidst the turmoil, and he would undoubtedly head towards the more populated areas to evade capture. Pursue towards the main street, Wang Onghua commanded. He continued, activate Plan 2 immediately. Seal off the entire city. We cannot allow the suspect to escape right under our noses. Understood. Shortly after the order was given, the team leader responsible for frontline arrests reported that the suspect had been spotted near the supply and marketing cooperative. Wang Onghua immediately led his team towards that location, fully aware that he had pledged an oath to the city bureau regarding this operation. Failure would not only affect him, but would also bring misfortune upon the entire county police department. When Wang Onghua and his companions arrived, they spotted a middle-aged man of average build with slanted eyes swiftly navigating through the crowd like a slippery catfish. Trailing behind him were a dozen police officers. Separated by a distance of several dozen meters, Wang Onghua surveyed his surroundings and decisively commanded, "Surround him. We cannot allow him to escape." With that, he charged forward with determination. Zhou Baoshan was taken aback by the relentless pursuit of the police. Having narrowly escaped from the black market, he had barely taken a few steps before his whereabouts were discovered once more. Fortunately, he was no stranger to evading the police. He understood that in such precarious moments, one should avoid alleys and less populated areas. On one hand, fewer people meant a larger target, making it difficult to slip away amid the chaos. On the other hand, being unfamiliar with the terrain could lead him into a dead end, leaving him at the mercy of fate. Thus, he made his way towards the bustling supply and marketing cooperative, just when he thought he could finally escape amidst the throng of people. Zhou Baoshan noticed several officers in uniform converging on him from the front. Realizing the imminent danger, he instinctively drew the gun he had concealed on his person and fired into the air. Bang! The sudden gunshot shattered the tranquility of the small county town, and the sound left the crowd in shock, sending them scattering in all directions. The street erupted into chaos, far exceeding the earlier disarray of the black market. Wang Onghua and his team were astonished to discover that Zhou Baoshan possessed a firearm. Over the past few months, this fiend had committed numerous heinous acts without resorting to a gun. Consequently, not only Wang Onghua, but even the municipal bureau had assumed he was unarmed, believing he merely wielded a butcher's knife. However, it was evident that the situation was far more perilous than they had surmised. Not only did he have a gun, but he also dared to fire it in public. They had to stop him. This was a county town, and he could not be allowed to shoot freely. With determination, Wang Onghua surged forward directly toward Zhou Baoshan, with the chaos of the crowd providing him cover. Zhou Baoshan felt a surge of optimism regarding his chances of escape and promptly dashed toward an alley. He knew that the police's attention was focused on the main street, making it less likely for him to attract notice by slipping into the alley. Moreover, alleys near the main street seldom had dead ends, significantly enhancing his prospects of evasion. Yet, just as he was about to enter the alley, a figure clad in olive green pursued him from behind, closing the distance to a mere 4 or 5 meters. "Zhou Baoshan, do not move." Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Baoshan did not feel fear. Instead, a cruel smile spread across his face. He swiftly turned his body and pulled the trigger with ferocity. Bang! The gun fired. At such a close distance, the possibility of missing was non-existent. Wang Onghua watched as the bullet hurtled towards his heart, yet he found himself unable to even evade, his mind blank in that fleeting moment. However, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Without delving into the reasons, he noticed Zhou Baoshan standing before him, his face still contorted with the earlier cruelty and bloodlust. In an instant, Wang Onghua lunged forward, tackling him to the ground. With a deft maneuver, he twisted the notorious criminal's right arm behind his back and forcefully drove the hand, holding the gun against his knee. With a resounding crack, the weapon clattered to the ground. Zhou Baoshan, fierce as ever, struggled to retrieve the gun, but Wang Onghua was resolute in denying him that chance. He delivered a powerful kick that sent the firearm flying far away, pressing his adversary firmly into the ground. At that moment, nearby police reinforcements arrived swiftly, quickly subduing the murderous fiend. It was only then, panting heavily, that Wang Onghua had the opportunity to examine his body. Upon noticing the unmistakable bullet hole in his chest, he reached inside to investigate. To his astonishment, he pulled out a deformed bullet, still adorned with a 1 yuan coin. Chapter 27. We have connections above. Subscription requested. Li Yi was unaware of the events unfolding in the county seat. At that moment, he was pedaling his bicycle towards town. After Secretary Wang's departure, the individuals in the commune attempted to ingratiate themselves with him. But Li Yi was preoccupied with thoughts of his sister Li Na and had no time to indulge them. Thus, he concocted a casual excuse and departed from the Hongqi commune. Li Yi was fully aware that their attempts to befriend him were merely a means to establish a connection with Wang Anmin. Their interest in him was superficial at best. He intended to tread carefully with the Wang family connection, recognizing that the currency of human relations diminishes with frequent use and should not be squandered. Naturally, he had no desire to engage with those individuals. It had been years since Li Yi had last ridden a bicycle, yet he found himself surprisingly adept, gliding effortlessly along. The journey from the Hongqi commune to the county seat, a distance of over 10 kilometers, took him less than half an hour, an impressively swift pace. Li Yi had also noticed a subtle transformation within himself since his rebirth. This change was not as formidable as the fantastical abilities often depicted in novels. Rather, it manifested as increased strength and improved physical fitness. Although not overtly pronounced, Li Yi felt the difference keenly. Upon arriving in the county seat at 11 o'clock, he bypassed the state-run restaurant and made his way directly to the sugar factory. When he reached the entrance, he found his father, Li Shankuei, and sister Li Na already setting up their stall. Seeing him approach, Li Na exclaimed joyfully, "Have you resolved the situation over there?" "Yes, it's settled," he replied. "What happened? Did those people from the commune have nothing better to do than investigate you?" Li Na inquired immediately. Throughout the journey today, she was engulfed in worry, fearing that something might have befallen Li Yi. When her younger brother stood before her, unharmed and whole, she realized his innocence, and her anxiety transformed into indignation towards the people of the commune. It was nothing significant, merely the issuance of a certificate of merit along with a monetary reward of 200 yuan. "Ah, what does this mean? Why would they bestow upon you both a certificate and money?" Li Shankuei inquired, perplexed. "Do you remember the day of my engagement when I saved an elderly man?" Li Yi replied. "How could I forget? You nearly delayed the proposal over that incident." Li Shankuei responded. Li Yi continued to explain. "The old man's son holds a position of authority in the county. Upon learning of our act of kindness towards his father, he wished to express his gratitude. However, a miscommunication by the secretary led to a misunderstanding by the commune. In essence, it was a grand mix-up." Before Li Shankuei could respond, Li Na interjected. "So that is how it is. I always thought that despite your mischief, you lacked the audacity to break the law." Li Yi, unwilling to dwell on the matter with his sister, swiftly shifted the topic. "Sister, how have the mountain goods been selling?" "Guess what? The quantity yesterday was not substantial. I estimate around 120 yuan, Li Na replied with a smile. "But it's much more than that." Li Yi, intrigued, asked, knowing he had a good eye for such matters. "Yesterday, we only had about 170 to 80 pounds of mountain goods. Based on the prices, it should have fetched at most 120 to 30 yuan, with fluctuations not exceeding 5 yuan. This was a skill he had honed in his past life, leaving little room for error. "I'm not joking. We sold a total of 153 yuan. That can't be right. Why so much?" Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Li Na promptly responded. "That older brother Lu mentioned that among our mountain goods, there's a type of mushroom called monkey mushroom, which is incredibly valuable, 5 yuan per pound. We had 6.5 pounds of that mushroom, which alone sold for over 30 yuan. With Li Na's reminder, Li Yi suddenly recalled that the younger boys indeed had gathered a bag of monkey head mushrooms yesterday. He knew that in his previous life, such mushrooms were quite valuable, fetching over 100 yuan per kilogram for pure wild varieties. However, he had not anticipated that in this era, they would already command such a price, rivaling 6 to 7 times that of ordinary tea mushrooms. Since that mushroom is so valuable, let us ensure Dong Zi and the others gather more in the future," Li Yi declared. Indeed, just then, a melodious chime resonated from the sugar factory, signaling the end of the workers' shifts. They knew that soon customers would flock to buy cold noodles and pancakes, prompting them to prepare accordingly. Sure enough, within minutes, hundreds of workers streamed out of the factory, heading directly towards Li Yi's stall. At 4 in the afternoon, after completing their inventory, the trio returned to the village. Once the supplies were unloaded at home, Li Shankuei chose not to assist in the fields but instead sat on the ground, shrouded in an inscrutable demeanor as he smoked. Upon observing his father's demeanor, Li Yi realized that there was something significant he wished to convey. After all these years, how could he possibly be unaware of his father's character? Father, what troubles you? Li Yi inquired while tidying up his belongings. Sit down, I have something to discuss with you. Li Yi promptly set aside his tasks and approached, saying, Father, please ask, I am all ears. Before Li Yi could voice his thoughts, his sister, Li Na, interjected, Why not? Father, you've seen how prosperous Xiao's business is. It would be a pity to abandon it. Li Shankuei took a couple of deep puffs from his pipe and replied, It is precisely because that business is flourishing that I hesitate to let your brother continue. Let us not forget, the agricultural cooperative has yet to dissolve. Li Yi understood his father's concerns. The cooperative's existence meant that the country was still operating under a planned economy. Consequently, his endeavors at the market could be deemed illegal. Such illegality could lead to denunciation, or worse, arrest and sentencing. Father, times have changed. The state has permitted the emergence of private enterprises. Although we have not yet implemented it here, the southern regions have already begun, Li Yi asserted. Then let us wait until policies are established in our area before you proceed. Regardless, even selling mountain goods would still yield a decent profit. Li Shankuei replied sternly. Father, selling mountain goods is not a sustainable venture. Once winter arrives, mushrooms and wood-ear mushrooms will be gone. Li Yi countered. If they are gone, then they are gone. With your current earnings, you need not worry about the new year. His father retorted. After contemplating, Li Yi responded, Father, I understand your worries, but I assure you that I will not encounter any trouble. What do you offer as assurance? Li Shankuei exclaimed. You are no longer a child. You must consider not only yourself, but also that girl, Xiao Shui. She is a city girl, and her reputation has already been tarnished by following you. If you were to be apprehended again, her situation would become even more dire. Li Yi immediately responded, Father, do you know who the son of the old man I rescued that day is? Recognizing his father's stubbornness, Li Yi knew that merely reasoning with him would be futile, so he decided to mention Wang Anmin, a formidable figure. Who? His name is Wang Anmin, the head of our county, Li Yi declared, startling his father. The head? The county party secretary? Yes, and he mentioned that if any issues arise, we can approach him directly. We have connections. Li Shankuei fell silent, understanding his son's implication. Truth be told, witnessing his son earn in a day what others made in a month from selling cold noodles made it hard for him to let go. Yet, recalling the stringent measures against speculation and profiteering from a few years prior, he initially resolved to urge his son to abandon the venture. However, if his son indeed had influential connections, perhaps this endeavor could continue after all. The circumstances of recent years have indeed transformed significantly. Many families have exceeded the limits set by the commune regarding the number of chickens and pigs they keep, and numerous individuals have discreetly sold these poultry on the black market. Both the commune and the production teams have turned a blind eye to such activities, clearly tacitly approving them. Contemplating this, Li Shankuei found himself hesitating. Chapter 28. My desire to build a house. Li Yi understood that his father's mindset was somewhat traditional, making it difficult for him to accept what seemed to be a risky endeavor. This was entirely understandable, so Li Yi refrained from saying much. He believed that, with the passage of time, his father's perspective would inevitably evolve. Subsequently, after exchanging a few words with his father, Li Yi headed straight towards the back mountain. By the time Li Yi arrived, there were already over a dozen baskets placed on the dam of the reservoir, with numerous children engaged in the preliminary processing of the mountain goods they had gathered. Upon seeing Li Yi, the children quickly surrounded him. A cursory glance revealed that the number of children collecting mountain goods had increased significantly, amounting to nearly 30. Dongzi, what is going on here? Li Yi inquired, pointing towards a few children aged around 7 or 8. Dongzi promptly replied, Brother Yi, it's well known in the village that we've been earning money by foraging for mushrooms alongside you, so their parents approached me, hoping their children could join us too. They're too young. Li Yi frowned, expressing his concern. At that moment, a dirty little boy exclaimed loudly, We're not too young. We can pick mushrooms. Li Yi recognized the lad as the third child from the Dong family in the west of the village. His father suffered from polio and was unable to walk, while his mother was mute. The family faced considerable hardships, having 5 children in total. Dongzi added, Brother Yi, they are all mountain kids. Picking mushrooms is definitely within their capabilities. With a sigh, Li Yi replied, The mountains are inherently unsafe. Leaving aside the dangers posed by wolves, tigers, leopards, and wild boars. Foraging itself is no simple task. Climbing up and down the terrain is risky, and I worry they might get hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, the children chimed in. We're not afraid. Yes, we're not afraid. We run in the mountains every day, truly unafraid. Li Yi gestured for them to quiet down, then said, if you wish to earn money alongside me, have your parents come to my home to speak with me first. We must clarify everything before I can take you along. Otherwise, it simply won't do. It was not that Li Yi was overly cautious. Rather, there were certain considerations he had to address in advance. Foraging for mountain goods indeed carried risks. Although in recent years the government had organized militia to eliminate large predators such as wolves and leopards from the mountains, and those that remained had retreated deep into the wilderness, wild boars, yellow goats, and roe deer still roamed the area. Wild boars, in particular, were quite prevalent, and should the children encounter one, the situation could turn perilous. If any child were to be injured or worse while foraging, their family might very well hold Li Yi accountable, and he could not afford to take such a risk. Upon hearing Li Yi's intentions, it was not that he genuinely wished to dismiss them, but rather he encouraged the adults in their families to speak up, leading the children to refrain from further comments. Subsequently, under Li Yi's direction, a large group of children carried back numerous baskets filled with various mushrooms and wood-ear fungi to the village. After returning home, Li Yi distributed the wages earned the previous day to them. As evening fell and the production team concluded their work, villagers began to arrive at Li Yi's home. Their collective aim was clear, to have their children accompany Li Yi in his endeavors, allowing them to earn some pocket money to support their households. Li Yi's stance was unequivocal. He welcomed their children to join, but insisted on a signed agreement. The terms of the agreement were straightforward. The children would engage in part-time work during their leisure hours, thus not constituting child labor. Furthermore, the children were to heed the directions of the older children while on the mountain and refrain from acting independently. In the event of any safety issues, he would assume no responsibility. The villagers understood Li Yi's predicament and readily signed the agreement. Some even inquired whether Li Yi was interested in the mountain goods collected by the adults, to which he declined. This was not due to a lack of market for such goods, but rather because the agricultural cooperative had yet to disband, and encouraging the adults to forage would inevitably disrupt the production team's progress, which was unacceptable. Moreover, his intention to involve Dongzi and the others in the mountain goods trade stemmed from a dual motivation: his need for money and his desire to enable these young brothers to earn as well. However, if the village's adults ventured into the mountains to gather mushrooms and wood-ear fungi, what opportunity would remain for the children? Thus, despite being tempted by the adults' proposal, Li Yi ultimately refrained from acting on it. By the time the villagers departed from Li Yi's home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. After tidying up, the family prepared for rest. At that moment, Li Yi suddenly addressed his parents. Father, Mother, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Li Shankuei tapped the pipe he held against the edge of the Kong before responding. What is it? Father, I wish to build a house, Li Yi stated earnestly. He had contemplated this decision for several days, aware that his parents envisioned transforming the small room he currently occupied into their marital home upon his marriage to Tang Shui. However, Li Yi felt it was rather inadequate. The room was primarily a storage space, small in size and lacking warmth. While it might suffice in summer, in the winter, drafts would infiltrate, rendering it unfit for a matrimonial abode. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tang Shui was likely already with child, and for the sake of the child, he felt compelled to consider the housing situation. Li Shankuei remained silent for a moment before asking, what prompted this desire to build a house? His mother, Zhang Yuehong, also inquired, though the west room is small, it is still livable, isn't it? If necessary, once Xiao Shui moves in, your father and I can occupy the west room. And you too can have the east room. Li Yi promptly remarked, the idea of building a house has long been on my mind. On one hand, after marrying Xiao Shui, I yearn for our own little home. On the other hand, our current dwelling is simply too cramped. Due to the limited space, my elder sister and second sister seldom return to the family home. Even when they do visit, they rarely stay overnight. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Li Shankuei and Zhang Yuehong fell silent. They were acutely aware that their son spoke the truth, yet constructing a house is no simple endeavor. The costs of labor and materials are quite substantial. After a lengthy pause, Li Shankuei finally said, building a house requires money, and you are about to get married, which also demands financial resources. Perhaps we should postpone the construction? I currently have around 500 yuan. I wonder if that will suffice, Li Yi replied. Li Shankuei and Zhang Yuhong exchanged a glance, astonished to discover that their son still had 500 yuan left after providing the betrothal gifts and purchasing a bicycle. That amount might be a bit short for a brick house, but it should suffice for an adobe one. Li Yi contemplated before stating, Father, I wish to build a brick house. This year, I plan to construct 3 rooms, and next year, I will also renovate the old house and convert it into a brick structure. After taking a puff of his cigarette, Li Shankuei responded, Let us address the old house later. Your needs come first. If you are in agreement, I shall visit Uncle Feng tomorrow to secure a plot of land for you. Yes, and please remember to bring 2 bottles of wine for old Feng. Li Shankuei insisted. Given that his son had funds available, he naturally would not impede the endeavor. Moreover, he was concerned about the possibility of his son repeating previous reckless behaviors, squandering the money. So it was wiser to invest in the construction of a house now. Agreed. Chapter 29. A Prophecy Revisited, Subscription Requested. At the county's state-owned hotel, as Li Yi approached with his mule cart, he noticed Lu Jingshan engaged in conversation with a man clad in an olive-green uniform outside the entrance, seemingly occupied with some matter. However, he paid them little mind. Upon reaching the hotel's entrance, Li Yi called out a command. The large red mule halted immediately at the sound. Just as Li Yi prepared to tie the mule to a nearby poplar tree, he suddenly heard Lu Jingshan exclaim, Brother Li Yi, you're here? Captain Wang is looking for you. Li Yi looked up to find it was Wang Onghua, the man he had briefly encountered days prior. Wang Onghua strode towards Li Yi and grasped his hand, exclaiming, I've finally been waiting for you. Observing Wang Onghua's excited and warm demeanor, Li Yi surmised that his 1 yuan coin had indeed made an impact. It is truly wonderful to see you alive, Li Yi sincerely expressed. Upon hearing this, Wang Onghua felt a jolt of astonishment within him. Following the conclusion of yesterday's operation, when he extracted the 1 yuan coin pierced by a bullet, everyone present, including himself, had broken into a cold sweat. While others marveled at his good fortune, Wang Onghua understood that it was not mere luck, it was someone who had saved his life. After meeting with Li Yi that day, Wang Gangguo did not take Li Yi's words to heart. A staunch atheist, he naturally dismissed any notions of supernatural beings or fortune-telling. The only reason he had kept that coin was due to mere forgetfulness. Little did he know, that very coin would ultimately save his life. Brother Li Yi, can you truly read fortunes? Wang Gangguo inquired solemnly. Upon returning home the previous night, he meticulously recalled the scene when Li Yi had given him the coin, including every word spoken. He was certain he did not know the young man, and the notorious criminal Zhou Baoshan's presence in Qingshan County could not have been common knowledge, thus eliminating the possibility of a setup. Moreover, his own decision to personally lead the operation was spontaneous, without any prior planning. Consequently, Wang Gangguo concluded that Li Yi had genuinely sensed his impending danger and had taken precautions in advance. Had it not been for that 1 yuan coin, he believed he would have become a mere corpse. Realizing this, Wang Gangguo felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Li Yi. He yearned to express his thanks in person. Simultaneously, he developed a deep curiosity about Li Yi. He wished to meet him and inquire how he had foreseen the danger and employed such an astonishing method to save him. Recalling that their encounter had occurred at the state-run hotel, where Li Yi appeared to be delivering something, Wang Gangguo promptly visited the establishment early that morning to inquire about him from Lu Jingshan. As the manager of the state-run hotel, Lu Jingshan was well acquainted with the detective Wang Gangguo and readily answered his questions. Thus, it came to pass that Wang Gangguo awaited Li Yi's arrival there. You already possess the answer in your heart, do you not? Li Yi remarked nonchalantly. Wang Gangguo laughed heartily. Brother Li Yi, you truly are a remarkable person. I can never forget your life-saving kindness. May I treat you to a meal? Li Yi smiled and replied, There's no rush for a meal. Let me first deliver the goods. Lu Jingshan, standing nearby, hastily interjected, Brother Li Yi and Captain Wang, why don't you both come inside and have a seat? I'll take care of the weighing. With that, Lu Jingshan called for the staff to assist with unloading the goods. Seeing that someone was willing to help, Li Yi gladly accepted the offer, expressed his gratitude, and entered the state-run hotel alongside Wang Gangguo. Upon entering, Wang Gangguo was about to summon the staff to order food, but Li Yi stopped him. It was still before 10 o'clock, far too early for a meal. Then, turning to Wang Gangguo, Li Yi said, I understand you have many questions, but our profession adheres to its own rules. I must beg your pardon for not being able to elaborate further. Having heard of certain secretive sects with stringent regulations. Wang Gangguo nodded in acknowledgement, saying, then I shall refrain from asking. As Wang Onghua contemplated, he remarked, I suppose Brother Li Yi is still unaware of my identity. Allow me to introduce myself. However, before he could finish his statement, Li Yi interjected, you are Wang Onghua, age 28, a former soldier who has sustained a life-threatening injury. And you currently serve as the captain of the county's criminal police. I have not investigated you, nor do I possess the capability to do so. These are merely deductions I have made, though you may choose not to believe me, Li Yi continued. No, I believe you, Wang Onghua hastily replied. Many in the county were aware of his role as a criminal police captain, and his military background was hardly a secret. Yet, the fact that he had endured a critical injury was unknown even to his parents and family. How could Li Yi possibly have this knowledge? Coupled with the earlier incident involving the coin that had saved his life, Wang Onghua was now thoroughly convinced of Li Yi's uncanny ability to read fortunes. Captain Wang, I am merely an ordinary citizen. My act of saving you was motivated by my desire to prevent a man who has sacrificed for his country from meeting a disgraceful end at the hands of a scoundrel. Therefore, there is no need for you to take it to heart, Li Yi stated. Brother Li Yi, how could I easily forget the debt of gratitude I owe you? Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out at the county bureau. I, Wang Onghua, will undoubtedly go to great lengths for you. Observing the earnest expression on Wang Onghua's face, Li Yi could not help but nod in approval. He was a man who understood gratitude, and it was not in vain that he had saved a life. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Yi, shortly after Wang Onghua's supposed demise. A troubling incident had occurred in Qingshan County. Within a brief period, several children had gone missing, instilling fear throughout the community. Despite the county's mobilization of considerable police resources to investigate, the case remained unresolved. Li Yi recalled that many officials at the county bureau had faced repercussions due to this matter, with the director, deputy director, and even the criminal police captain being dismissed. Now that Wang Onghua was alive and still serving as the captain, he would likely face scrutiny should this issue arise. With this in mind, Li Yi hesitated, pondering whether he should offer a word of caution. Observing the furrowed brow of Li Yi, Wang Onghua could not resist inquiring, Brother Li Yi, what troubles you? Is there something difficult at hand? I have no troubles, but you do. What do you mean? I am perfectly fine, Wang Onghua responded, perplexed. That will soon change. Li Yi replied, fixing his gaze upon him. If my predictions hold true, a significant event will soon transpire in the county. If not handled properly, your future may be gravely affected. What significant event? This sounds serious. Wang Onghua exclaimed, urgency in his tone. The secrets of the heavens cannot be divulged. After a moment of pretense, Li Yi continued, let us wait for now. If you find yourselves unable to resolve the matter, then seek me out. With that, he turned and walked toward Lu Jingshan, who was busy calculating payments, leaving Wang Onghua in bewilderment. Chapter 30. Under scrutiny upon exiting the state-run hotel, Li Yi felt a profound sense of elation. His decision to save Wang Onghua stemmed not only from compassion, but also from a desire to prevent the tragic demise of a hero. However, more importantly, Li Yi sought to utilize Wang Onghua as a means to validate the potential of altering one's fate. It is essential to recognize the formidable inertia of history. Forcibly changing an individual's destiny proves to be an arduous endeavor. In his previous life, Li Yi had viewed a film in which the male protagonist, aware that the female lead would encounter a car accident, preemptively altered her plans to prevent her from crossing paths with the ill-fated vehicle. Yet, in an unforeseen twist, she was subsequently struck down by another car, rendering the protagonist's efforts futile. In this reincarnation, Li Yi's paramount aspiration is to alter the destinies of Tang Shui and the unborn child. Nonetheless, he harbors deep concerns regarding the limitations of his solitary power against the predetermined course of fate. Furthermore, he is intrigued by the repercussions that might ensue from the reckless alteration of an individual's destiny on the broader world. Hesitant to experiment with Tang Shui, he found Wang Onghua, a willing subject, presenting himself, and thus, Li Yi did not hesitate to proceed. As of now, the outcomes appeared promising. Wang Onghua remained alive. The perpetrator had been apprehended, and he had established a connection with the captain of the criminal police. As long as no significant issues arose, this individual could serve as his protector. However, this was merely Li Yi's preliminary assessment. Whether he could ultimately alter Wang Ong's seemingly inevitable fate remained to be seen. With a buoyant spirit, Li Yi drove his mule cart towards the sugar factory, embarking on his entrepreneurial venture. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, he entered to procure a substantial amount of rice and flour, along with 2 bottles of premium sorghum liquor. Now, with money and tickets in hand, he no longer needed to wait until after his stall had closed to venture into the city for supplies. He could effortlessly acquire the necessary goods upon returning from selling his mountain products. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, however, this scene of him emerging from the cooperative, laden with goods, was observed by a discerning individual. Su Hong was taken aback to encounter Li Yi in the county town, as he had come primarily to the post office to check for his package. Despite having spent nearly 5 years in the Qianzishan Brigade, adapting to the harsh conditions remained a challenge. Most educated youth required intermittent support from their families. Su Hong's family resided in Qin province. Although their circumstances were not particularly affluent, both parents were workers, collectively earning approximately 80 yuan each month, a reasonable sum. Thus, his family would send him a package every month, sometimes containing money or food. However, as the end of the month approached and his package had yet to arrive, Su Hong felt a growing sense of urgency. Taking advantage of a less busy period in the fields, he requested leave from the brigade leader to inquire at the post office. As he passed by the supply and marketing cooperative, he inadvertently caught sight of Li Yi. Su Hong harbored intense resentment towards Li Yi, viewing him as a shiftless scoundrel, a parasite of society, and a scum of the earth. These matters were initially unrelated to him. However, the despicable individual had taken advantage of his beloved lady and compelled her to marry him, crossing a line that he could not tolerate. Yet, in comparison to the formidable local giant, Li Yi, Su Hong felt utterly powerless. That day, emboldened by audacity, he had bullied Tang Shui, only to narrowly escape being beaten to death by Li Yi, which intensified his fear of him. Consequently, he had kept his distance from Li Yi during this period. Originally, he intended to act as though he had not seen anything today, but Li Yi's conspicuous actions were impossible to ignore. He repeatedly entered and exited the supply and marketing cooperative, each time emerging with an abundance of goods. Although separated by a street, Su Hong could vaguely distinguish rice, flour, oil, and a variety of seasonings, even bottled liquor. It is important to note that despite the reforms and opening up, life remained arduous in their remote county. A family with even a few spare coins was considered fortunate. Who could afford such frenzied shopping at the cooperative? As for alcohol, if one were truly craving it, they would settle for some loose liquor. Who would splurge on a bottle costing a couple of yuan? Thus, upon realizing it was Li Yi, Su Hong was consumed by envy. Yet, after his jealousy subsided, he pondered a pressing question. How did this Li accumulate such wealth? What afforded him such extravagance? Recently, villagers had been whispering about Li Yi's newfound fortune, especially considering the bride price he had paid for Tang Shui and the bicycle he had purchased, both requiring considerable sums. Given the humble, honest nature of Li Shan Kuei and his wife, even if they dug deep into their savings, they could not possibly amass such funds. Moreover, it was rumored that Li Yi was organizing the village's young lads to venture into the mountains to collect mushrooms for sale, leading many to speculate that he was profiting from mushroom sales. However, Su Hong knew that while some might buy mushrooms, the prices were certainly not high. They had previously considered gathering mountain goods to supplement their living, but although they collected plenty of mushrooms, there was little demand in the city, ultimately forcing them to sell them off at a meager price. He could not believe that Li Yi's mushrooms were any different from theirs. If theirs could not sell, what made Li Yi so sought after? Therefore, Su Hong deduced that Li Yi must have another source of income. With this thought, Su Hong felt that a trip to the post office was no longer urgent. He resolved to keep a close watch on Li Yi today to uncover his activities. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yi was completely unaware that he was being watched. At this moment, he had successfully procured all the necessary supplies and was contentedly preparing to set up a stall at the entrance of the sugar factory. He was eager to sell the cold skin noodles and white pancakes from his cart as quickly as possible, so he could return to the village and apply to Feng Kai for a plot of land to build a house. After all, with only 20 days remaining until his wedding with Tang Shui, the timeline for constructing and preparing the house was exceedingly tight. Yet, he was determined not to let Tang Shui suffer any indignities. In this era, for the vast majority, marriage is often a once-in-a-lifetime event, and everyone desires to celebrate it with grandeur. The conditions of the old house are truly inadequate. Not only is it cramped, But living with parents and siblings is exceedingly inconvenient. Building a house and marrying a wife is currently the most pressing concern for Li Yi, while making money through street vending is of secondary importance. In his eagerness to move forward, Li Yi remained oblivious to the fact that a fleshy tail had mysteriously appeared behind his striking red mule cart, following him at a distance. Thus, Su Hong stealthily trailed Li Yi to the entrance of the sugar factory. Upon witnessing Li Yi expertly unloading the tools for his stall and swiftly setting it up, a hint of inexplicable frenzy flickered in Su Hong's eyes. Chapter 31. The cow is ill today as business was as bustling as ever. Over 300 portions of cold noodles and more than 200 white buns sold out within 2 hours, conservatively estimating a profit of 70 to 80 yuan. After clearing away the litter from his stall, Li Yi drove his mule cart back towards the village. Just after Li Yi's departure, Su Hong arrived at the spot where Li Yi had just set up his stall. Engaging in casual conversation with several elderly gentlemen from the security department who were relaxing in the shade, while Li Yi was selling his wares, Su Hong had been lurking in the shadows, observing intently. He discerned that Li Yi was peddling the most common cold noodles from their province, and the white buns were a staple he often enjoyed at home. If only some meat accompanied them, it would be perfect. Had the vendor been anyone other than Li Yi, he would have been unable to resist indulging himself. Despite his distant vantage point, Su Hong could gauge that Li Yi's business was thriving, as evidenced by the bustling crowd. In that instant, Su Hong felt he had unraveled the secret to Li Yi's prosperity. Upon realizing that Li Yi was amassing wealth through unauthorized street vending, Su Hong's first thought was whether he could pursue the same line of work. To be candid, he was utterly terrified of poverty. Having spent 5 years in this place, the most he had ever earned in a year was a mere 43 yuan, which translated to an average monthly income of less than 4 yuan. If an opportunity to earn money arose, he would certainly not let it slip away. However, he soon lamentably discovered that, despite being a native of Qin province, he lacked the skill to make cold noodles. He had seen his mother prepare them, but he only possessed a vague recollection and had never actually attempted to make them himself. Su Hong understood that the slightest misstep in crafting cold noodles could lead to a vastly different outcome, and thus he begrudgingly abandoned the thought. Realizing he could not pursue this endeavor, Su Hong's subsequent notion was that if he could not engage in this trade, neither should Li Yi. Contemplating the current policies, Su Hong was convinced that Li Yi's actions constituted speculative behavior that was bound to attract severe repercussions. Once apprehended, regardless of the outcome of sentencing, it is evident that the enterprise would be thwarted. Moreover, Su Hong believed that this matter was inextricably linked to Tang Shui, and thus resolved to report her as well. In his view, how could Li Yi, a rustic who had never ventured beyond the county, possibly prepare liangpi, a culinary specialty of their Qin province? It was undoubtedly Tang Shui who had prepared it, leaving Li Yi solely responsible for its sale. One must concede, jealousy truly distorts one's character. Nevertheless, while Su Hong's integrity was questionable, he exhibited remarkable meticulousness in his endeavors. Having resolved to report both Li Yi and Tang Shui, he recognized the necessity of presenting irrefutable evidence, aiming to decisively implicate Li Yi, preferably catching him red-handed. Consequently, he decided to ascertain Li Yi's routine, whether he frequented the market daily or merely made sporadic appearances. If he were a daily vendor, it would be straightforward to alert the public security or industry and commerce authorities to apprehend him. Conversely, if his visits were infrequent, Su Hong would need to identify the regular locations of Li Yi's stalls to ensure a successful capture. After establishing a rapport with the security guard at the sugar factory, Su Hong learned that Li Yi had indeed been setting up his stall almost every day, which solidified his confidence. He then abandoned his plans to visit the post office and returned directly to the youth commune, intent on drafting a letter of complaint. Unbeknownst to this unfolding scheme, Li Yi was immersed in the joy of his impending construction project. Upon returning to the village with his mule cart, he unloaded the supplies into his home and tended to his beloved mule, De Hong, before hastily cycling towards the brigade office. Upon entering with a bottle of wine in hand, he was informed that Secretary Feng was in the fields. After confirming that Feng was at Zaihuan, Li Yi pedaled over. Upon arrival at the site, he noticed a large gathering of individuals, their expressions grave, surrounding a cow lying on the ground, twitching intermittently, seemingly gravely ill. Feng Kai, along with several team leaders, was present, all of them fixated on the ailing animal, their demeanor somber. "Old Feng, what should we do? Please, offer your guidance." inquired Brigade Leader Zhang Tongfu, his voice heavy with concern. Feng Kai, appearing uncertain, took several deep puffs of his dried tobacco before responding. This cow is unlikely to survive. If it comes to it, we may have to put it down. Upon hearing this, Li Yi began to comprehend the gravity of the discussion at hand, whether to euthanize the sick cow. This was a customary practice in the village. Should a large animal fall gravely ill, the community would deliberate on the necessity of its execution, regardless of the edibility of the ailing livestock. Many were enduring hunger in these times, prioritizing survival over sentiment. More crucially, if the animal were to be slaughtered while still alive, its blood could be drained, and the meat sold. Should they wait until it perished naturally, the blood would congeal, rendering the meat unfit for sale. Zhang Tongfu expressed his sorrow, stating, "Our brigade has only 11 cows in total, and this one carries a calf. It would be a tremendous loss to slaughter it. Who says otherwise? However, if we do not take action, the loss will be even greater once it passes away. Alas, it is indeed an unavoidable circumstance. How could this perfectly healthy cow suddenly become so unwell?" Just as the members were exchanging their opinions, Li Yi quietly approached the ailing cow to assess its condition. The animal appeared frail, restless, and occasionally collapsed, its body convulsing intermittently. Recalling the thunderstorm from the previous night, Li Yi formulated a plan in his mind. "Uncle Feng, Uncle Zhang, there is no need to slaughter this cow for now," Li Yi exclaimed suddenly. Upon hearing Li Yi's voice, Feng Kai furrowed his brows and inquired, "What do you mean?" "Boy," Li Yi promptly replied. "Although the cow's illness seems severe, it is not fatal. With proper treatment, it will recover." In his past life, Li Yi had raised cattle for a period, and while he was not a professional veterinarian, he could identify common ailments. The cow was afflicted with a condition known as cold pain, which occurs when a cow sweats and is subsequently drenched by rain, leading to spasmodic abdominal pain induced by cold stimulation. This illness manifests in the very state the cow is currently in, often accompanied by increased defecation, watery stools, and heightened intestinal sounds. In severe cases, it may lead to muscle tremors, collapse, and groaning. Boy, you cannot make such assertions lightly. You know the value of a cow. If this is mishandled, the losses to our team will be significant," Zhang Tongfu stated solemnly. "Uncle Zhang, rest assured, I will ensure this cow is treated effectively." Li Yi responded confidently. Feng Kai then asked, "Are you truly certain?" "Indeed." Chapter 32, Treating the Cow, Subscription Requested. Before Feng Kai could respond, some members expressed their discontent, voicing doubts. "Secretary, are you truly considering allowing this lad to treat it? This is sheer folly." "Exactly. I've never heard of boy treating cattle. What if he ends up killing it? Who says otherwise? This is not the time for bravado. He clearly lacks the gravitas. If we slaughter it now, we might recoup some value. But if we wait for it to die, we will lose everything." Hearing the skepticism, Li Yi calmly stated, "When I say I am confident, I mean it. If you all feel this way, then I shall wash my hands of it. After all, the cow's demise bears no consequence to me." With that, he stepped back into the crowd. He had only intended to help, but the harsh words stung. What was he expected to do? Sign a pledge before treating the cow? He was no saint. Feng Kai furrowed his brow and called out, "Enough of the commotion." Once the crowd quieted, he turned to Li Yi and said, "Boy, speak honestly to Uncle. What is your confidence level in treating this cow? If there are medicines available, I would estimate a 90% chance of recovery," Li Yi replied. He held a deep respect for Feng Kai, thus his tone was gentle, markedly different from his earlier fervor. "All right, Uncle, trust me, let us proceed," Feng Kai decisively stated. Li Yi was equally resolute. The treatment for this common ailment was not particularly complex. The principles of Western medicine involve alleviating spasms and pain while purging the intestines and inhibiting fermentation. One could administer 40 milliliters of 30 anodyne via intramuscular injection, or alternatively, 30 milligrams of atropine sulfate through subcutaneous injection, accompanied by a deep enema using warm water. Additionally, one could administer 30 milliliters of belladonna tincture mixed with 3,000 milliliters of warm water in a single dose. Traditional Chinese medicine also proves to be highly effective, requiring merely 90 grams of perilla, 30 grams of fennel, 30 grams of green tangerine peel, 30 grams of sandalwood, 20 grams of Sichuan pepper, 60 grams of artemisia, 60 grams of white peony, 30 grams of rhubarb wine, and 15 grams of licorice. The method is straightforward. Decoct the herbs and filter out the dregs, allowing for a single administration once cooled. Though the production team lacked Western physicians, they were fortunate to have a barefoot doctor with a reasonably complete stock of traditional remedies. Li Yi personally made a trip to Dr. Liang's residence, spending 50 cents to procure all the necessary ingredients, and then utilized his family's herbal stove to brew the concoction. Since it was intended for livestock, the quantity was of little concern, and before long, the herbal brew was ready. After filtering out the remnants, Li Yi returned to the river bend with the medicinal liquid. At this juncture, the members of the cooperative gathered. Having heard that Li Yi was treating a cow, and the scene quickly filled with spectators, some oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Among the crowd, Li Yi spotted Tang Shui and his sister Li Na. Nevertheless, he refrained from greeting them, as the treatment of the ailing cow took precedence. Approaching the sick bovine, Li Yi immediately called upon two strong men, one to hold the cow as head and the other to insert a horn tube for administering the medicine. The ailing yellow cow, weakened by illness, could hardly resist, allowing the men to handle it with relative ease. Li Yi showed no concern for whether the cow was pregnant. He resolutely poured 2 large bowls of thick medicinal liquid into its mouth. To prevent the cow from spitting it out, he gently closed its mouth and stroked its neck. Once he was assured that the cow had swallowed all the medicine, he instructed them to release it. Seeing the medicine successfully administered, Feng Kai approached Li Yi, his hand holding a pipe, and inquired, will this truly work? Whether it works or not is beyond my judgment. We must await the outcome, Li Yi replied, gesturing toward the pregnant cow that was now gasping on the ground. Indeed, let us hope it pulls through, Feng Kai sighed. Do you lack confidence in me? Li Yi inquired with a smile. You are no veterinarian. How could I possibly have confidence? Feng Kai retorted, casting him a sideways glance. Then why allow me to treat it? Aren't you afraid I might inadvertently cause its demise? Li Yi responded, exasperated. Better to attempt to save a dying horse than to do nothing at all. What is the alternative? A swift end? Feng Kai sighed. I cannot bear that thought. He then stood and surveyed the surrounding members of the cooperative, proclaiming, Today, I have entrusted this cow as treatment to Yi. If it does not survive, I will take full responsibility and compensate for its worth. Captain Zhang Tongfu hastily remarked, Old Feng, why put yourself through this? Secretary Feng raised his hand to silence him and continued, You may not know, but this cow is already 22 years old. I personally brought it back from the county when I was 28. I remember it was just a calf, not even 8 months old, and I nurtured it day by day. Even after I became the accountant, then the deputy captain, and finally the captain of the brigade, I continued to care for it. This cow, much like a pet, has become dear to me. I cannot bear the thought of it having served our team its entire life only to be slaughtered by us. I simply cannot endure it. At this point, Secretary Feng's voice trembled with emotion. His words were profoundly moving, casting a hush over the crowd. Many young educated youths even began to discreetly wipe away tears, as if they were watching a heart-wrenching drama. Li Yi, unable to withstand the scene, stepped forward and gently patted the old secretary, saying, Uncle Feng, there's still hope. It's not as if we are facing a life and death separation. Li Yi's words elicited laughter from the crowd. You really know how to provoke, he chuckled. Rest assured, this cow merely caught a chill in the rain. It's merely frail due to its age and the presence of a calf. Look, isn't it already showing signs of improvement? The onlookers turned their attention to the ailing cow on the ground, noticing that it was much quieter than before and no longer gasping as it had been. Well, would you look at that? It seems to have improved quite a bit. No more rolling around or heavy breathing. Iwa is indeed quite capable. They were astonished that Iwa, usually so carefree, could rise to the occasion when it mattered most. Could it be that our village is about to produce a veterinarian? As the crowd engaged in lively banter, Tang Shui turned to Li Na, astonished, and asked, Can he really treat cows? Li Na, equally bewildered, shook her head and replied, I've never heard of such a thing before. Then what? Don't ask me. My brother is quite the wild card. Just look at his skill with making cold noodles. I have no idea where he learned it, but his craft is exceptional. You wouldn't believe how popular his little stall is. While Tang Shui listened to Li Na, her gaze frequently drifted toward Li Yi, the central figure of the scene. The more she observed him, the more she felt he was enveloped in mystery. The villagers claimed he was good for nothing, yet her understanding of him contradicted that notion entirely. He could make cold noodles, bake pancakes, sell mountain goods for profit, and now even perform veterinary tasks. How could such a person be deemed uneducated? Some said he was rough around the edges, but Tang Shui perceived that beneath his playful demeanor lay a core of integrity. Setting aside his brave acts of saving lives, he had never made any unreasonable demands of her during their lengthy engagement, which clearly dispelled that assumption. Found herself inexplicably captivated by the current appearance of Li Yi, who seemed to exude an undeniable charm and elegance. Although he remained the same individual, with little alteration in his attire, he radiated a distinct allure that left her enchanted. Chapter 33. The Blackstone Field at the east end of the village. After waiting for over half an hour, the ailing cow that had previously been rolling on the ground, seemingly at death's door, astonishingly managed to stand. This miraculous recovery led the onlookers to regard Li Yi with newfound respect. Li Yi approached to examine the cow and then addressed Feng Kai, saying, "Uncle Feng, the cow is fine now, but it must be kept warm for the next few days." "Very well. I will ensure that the production team confines it to a sheltered area that is free from rain at night," Feng Kai replied. "Additionally, when feeding, avoid giving it only fresh grass," Li Yi added. "Why is that? And what else can we feed it during this season?" Feng Kai inquired. Li Yi explained, "Fresh grass in summer is tender and watery. If the cow consumes too much, it may suffer from diarrhea and other ailments. Since this old yellow cow has just recovered from a chill, overfeeding it with fresh grass would only exacerbate its condition. It would be best to mix in some high-quality dried grass or grains such as soybean meal or wheat bran. Ideally, cornmeal or whole corn would be preferable. But considering that many families are struggling to make ends meet, such provisions are scarce." Li Yi refrained from mentioning the corn, not wanting to be met with resentment. "Young Yi, you possess remarkable knowledge. I will arrange for the cowherd to follow your advice." Feng Kai then called out to the other members of the commune. "All right, everyone. You may disperse. Haven't you had enough of the commotion?" Having seen the spectacle, the crowd gradually thinned, leaving only a few individuals behind. Noticing that Li Yi had not yet departed, Feng Kai curiously asked, "Your sister and your wife have left. Why haven't you gone?" Li Yi smiled and replied, "I have a matter of importance to discuss with you, Uncle Feng. I cannot leave until it is resolved." "I see. So you have come here for a reason. Speak. What is it?" "I would like to request a piece of land," Li Yi stated. "What? You want land? What do you intend to do with it?" "I, a mere secretary, lack the authority for such matters," Feng Kai exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Land in the village is limited, and even a small plot of self-allocated land can incite fierce competition." He was wary of setting such a precedent. "You misunderstand. I wish to build a house. After all, I am to be married soon, and I cannot be without a place to live." Li Yi clarified. "A house? You mean a residential plot?" "Yes, a residential plot." Feng Kai sighed with relief. The allocation of residential land indeed fell under the village's jurisdiction, and he could approve it without fear of reproach. "The village is not vast. You may have what you desire, but let us agree that it shall not exceed 3/10 of an acre." Li Yi calculated that 1 acre is approximately 666 square meters, so 3/10 would amount to nearly 200 square meters. 3 brick houses would roughly cover 90 square meters, leaving a modest yard of over 100 square meters. Upon reflection, Li Yi considered that the vegetable garden of his family's old house, spanning a mere 200 square meters, felt rather insufficient. He promptly remarked, "Uncle Feng, once we build the house on the 3 acres, there won't be much space left. I wish to plant some fruit trees and vegetables in the yard, but there won't be room. Could you grant me a bit more land?" As he spoke, Li Yi handed over 2 bottles of wine from his bicycle handle. He was unperturbed by the notion of bribery. In this era of the village, seeking favors from the village secretary or the captain was commonplace. Feng Kai shot him a glance and replied, "The patch of black stone land at the east end of the village has yielded nothing for years. Recently, I discussed with your uncle Zhang, and we decided to cease cultivation there. If you don't mind, you can claim a portion for yourself." The black stone land at the eastern edge of the village suddenly came to Li Yi's mind. This plot, located at the village's farthest point, was riddled with gray-brown stones just half a meter beneath the surface, occasionally interspersed with black stones. Due to the abundance of stones and the difficulty of retaining rainwater, cultivation had proven futile, and the production team had gradually abandoned it over the years. However, Li Yi was aware of its hidden potential. Beneath that seemingly barren land lay a treasure trove of ore, specifically a precious molybdenum deposit. Years later, a geological survey team discovered high-grade molybdenum beneath that very land, leading the government to establish a mining base there. At that time, the land was purchased by an outsider who opened a pig farm, receiving a compensation of $500,000 during the relocation, an astonishing sum in the 1980s, equivalent to tens of millions or even over $100 million in future purchasing power. Now, with such immense potential wealth before him, could Li Yi afford to relinquish it? Noticing Li Yi's contemplative silence, Feng Kai sighed. Everyone in the village has their eye on prime locations. 3 acres is already the limit. If you truly find the eastern Blackstone land undesirable. Before Feng Kai could finish, a realization dawned on Li Yi, and he hurriedly interjected, I don't mind at all. Let us agree on that piece of land. Now it was Feng Kai's turn to be silent. Though the land was extensive, it was notoriously unproductive. You must think this through. In our village, the opportunity to apply for a homestead is a one-time affair. If you choose the Blackstone land, there will be no turning back. No regrets, no regrets. Whoever regrets is a fool. Li Yi insisted eagerly. After all, it was a piece of land with future value in the billions. Who would regret receiving it for free? Iwa, I must be clear about the situation of that land. It is large, but it yields virtually nothing. Are you certain about claiming that land? Feng Kai pressed for confirmation. Yes, that land is perfect. But you must grant me a larger portion. How much do you want? 5 acres. Get lost. No one's homestead is that large. The maximum I can grant you is 1 acre. Uncle Feng, 1 acre is hardly sufficient. Besides, every household has its own plot of land. My family should have one too. Li Yi continued. Moreover, with such low productivity on that land, we need to allocate more. Feng Kai pondered for a moment and found merit in Li Yi's words. He then declared, that piece of land is approximately a dozen acres. I shall allocate 3 acres to you, along with half an acre for a homestead, leaving the remaining 2.5 acres for personal cultivation. Although 3 acres seemed somewhat scant, Li Yi felt a sense of gratitude and replied, all right, thank you, Uncle Feng. Having said that, he prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Li Yi hastily inquired, do you have something else to discuss, Uncle Feng? Bring the liquor back. Li Yi chuckled. As you said, one shouldn't reclaim gifts. Moreover, this was sent by my father for you. If I were to take it back, he might very well break my legs. Humph. If he knew I had given you the barren land, I would worry he might come to my home and do just that. With those words, Feng Kai, clutching his smoking pipe, walked away from the village without a backward glance. Observing the old man's face, which bore a mix of resignation and determination, Li Yi felt an inexplicable sense of tragedy. However, thinking of his father's fiery temperament, he realized he must return home and explain the situation thoroughly. Otherwise, his father might indeed seek out trouble with the old man. With this thought in mind, Li Yi pedaled furiously back to the village. Chapter 34. Convincing Father, please subscribe. When Li Shan-Kuei returned home, Li Yi had just seen off Dong Zi and the others. Noticing 2 bottles of fine sorghum liquor on the shelf, Li Shan-Kuei frowned and asked, did you not visit Uncle Feng today? I did, and he approved the land. Li Yi replied, then you did not deliver the liquor? I did, but he refused it, saying, what else did he say? Uncle Feng said he feared you would break his legs. You rascal, what nonsense. Why would I trouble him over 2 bottles of liquor? Just because he granted you land? Li Shan-Kuei shot a disapproving glance at his son. The liquor is trivial. The main issue is that Uncle Feng allocated that piece of land at the east end of the village to me. Is there still homestead land available at the east end? I was unaware of this, Li Shan-Kuei inquired, puzzled. There is, specifically that barren land. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Li Shan-Kuei halted his smoking, then spoke in a grave tone. Are you referring to that piece of land where nothing can grow? Yes. That very piece. How can you accept such land? It's unusable for cultivation. This is sheer bullying. I will confront him about this. Seeing his father's temper flaring, Li Yi quickly stepped forward to intervene, saying, Father, please calm down. This matter is not Uncle Feng's fault. Who else should I hold accountable if not him? He asked the village secretary. It's my fault. I insisted that Uncle Feng grant me that land. Li Yi confessed earnestly. You insisted? Li Shan-Kuei pointed at Li Yi, incredulous. Yes, I insisted that Uncle Feng allocate that land to me. There was no alternative. You foolish child. What do you want with that barren land? Seeing his father's rage escalating, Li Yi hurriedly pleaded. Father, my dear father, would you allow me to explain my reasoning? What a ridiculous reason. I can see that you are blinded by foolishness. At this moment, Li Na happened to return from the youth education point and, hearing her father's angry shouts from a distance, quickly entered to inquire about the commotion. Although Li Shangqi had a rather irritable temperament, he was quite fond of his youngest daughter. He immediately expressed his discontent, saying, "Little third, this spendthrift actually asked Uncle Feng for that piece of black rocky land at the east end of the village as a homestead. Isn't that your nonsense?" She cast a glance at Li Yi, her brows furrowing in disapproval. The condition of that black rocky land was common knowledge among the villagers, and Li Na found it hard to believe her younger brother was unaware. Moreover, given the relationship between Uncle Feng and their father, even if her brother didn't know, Uncle Feng would surely explain it to him. "Xiao Yi, tell your third sister what you were thinking," she urged. With his sister by his side, Li Yi sensed that his father's temper might be somewhat tempered, providing him an opportunity to defend himself. "Father, I am aware of the situation with the black rocky land. Aside from being unsuitable for cultivation, it poses no significant issues," Li stated. "The fact that it cannot grow anything is already troubling enough. What more do you want?" Li Shangqi retorted, "Father, do you know how much land Uncle Feng allocated to me?" "How much?" 3 full acres. Li Shangqi shot him an irritated glance and replied, "That is quite a bit, but if you can't even grow a potato, what good is it?" "Oh, it is of great use." Li Yi continued, "Father, I pleaded with Uncle Feng to grant me that land primarily because it is spacious enough. I plan to establish a breeding farm there. I need the space." "A breeding farm? What do you intend to raise?" Li Shangqi was taken aback by his son's fantastical ideas. Although the authorities had become less stringent regarding livestock rearing, unlike previous years when families were limited to merely 3 chickens and prohibited from raising pigs, cattle, sheep, horses, and donkeys, the restrictions had not truly been lifted. To secretly keep a few chickens and perhaps a pig was already a risky endeavor, yet his son aspired to boldly create a breeding farm, which would undoubtedly attract unwarranted scrutiny. "Father, I understand your concerns, but the policies have changed," Li Yi asserted. He continued, "In Anhui province, the land contracting system has been in effect for over 2 years, and the household responsibility system is being piloted in various provinces. In the future, our ability to sustain ourselves will depend on our own efforts. Then you should secure some good land to ensure a bountiful harvest," Li Shangqi advised. "Father, while one can indeed survive by tilling the land, wealth cannot be generated that way. Given my ability to earn, do you still believe I would farm solely for sustenance?" Upon hearing his son's words, Li Shangqi fell silent. Had Li Yi spoken such words to him previously, he would have certainly resorted to discipline. However, ever since the last time he and Li Na assisted in a market venture, Li Shangqi had been profoundly impressed. "In less than half a day, my son, having sold local produce and set up a stall offering cold noodles, earned an amount equivalent to half a year's salary of a formal worker. If it were the elderly farmers tilling the land, it would take them 2 years to amass such wealth." Thus, when Li Yi declared that he would not toil in the fields merely for sustenance, Li Shangqi believed him. Observing a glimmer of persuasion in his father, Li Yi continued, "Father, my desire for that black rocky land is not only for constructing a grand house. Once policies permit, I intend to establish a breeding farm there. This is a strategic plan for the future, not a fleeting whim." Li Na glanced at Li Yi and inquired, "Can one earn a profit from a breeding farm?" "Certainly," Li Yi affirmed with unwavering conviction, for he understood that with the recognition of private economic endeavors, the nation's economy would accelerate. In just a few decades, the country's economic standing would shift from looking up to the West to overseeing the globe. In such a favorable environment, the public's demand for meat would witness explosive growth, making the breeding industry profitable for the majority of the coming years. "If that is the case, I support Xiao Yi's decision," Li Na stated. Li Shangqi, somewhat bewildered, thought to himself, "Did I ask for your opinion? What good is your endorsement?" Nevertheless, he pondered his son's words seriously. If his son were to embrace the life of a farmer, having arable and fertile land would indeed be advantageous. However, it was evident that his son's ambitions extended beyond a humble existence as a farmer. Having the fertile black soil of northeast China would serve him little purpose. Thus, that black rocky land might indeed prove more beneficial for him. With a sigh, Li Shangqi remarked, "I have said what needed to be said. I hope you do not come to regret this decision." "Regret? Absolutely not," Li Yi replied with a smile. "Well, since you have made your choice, when do you plan to commence construction?" Li Shangqi asked again. Li Yi contemplated briefly and responded, "Father, the sooner, the better. After all, we are building a structure that is soft on the inside and hard on the outside, with mud bricks encased in tiles. We need to prepare the mud bricks in advance, from preparation to drying. It will take at least a week, coupled with gathering other materials and hiring carpenters and masons. We must not delay. Li Shangquai nodded in agreement. Then I shall seek out laborers tomorrow. Fortunately, farming duties are light at this time, making it easier to find help. Yes, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Subsequently, Li Yi handed over the accumulated sum of over 600 yuan to Li Shangquai for the construction. Li Shangquai accepted the money without hesitation, promptly putting it away. Chapter 35. A sudden major incident in the conference room of the county police station. While Li Yi was engaging in a battle of wits with his father over the homestead and construction matters, the atmosphere was thick with smoke and tension. Wang Ongwa sat at the head of the table, his expression somber, as he listened to the case briefing. After Deputy Captain Li concluded the briefing on the case's fundamental details, Wang Ongwa spoke solemnly. The situation is as follows. Within a mere 5 days, there have been 9 cases of missing children in the county and its surrounding towns and communes. As the case has escalated, it has incited widespread panic among the local populace. Many citizens now hesitate to leave their children at home, even fearing to leave them in the care of the elderly, which has severely disrupted their daily lives and livelihoods. Consequently, the county has mandated that we resolve this case within a specified time frame. Otherwise, we shall all face severe repercussions. Deputy Captain Li interjected. Comrades, this matter has not only garnered the county's attention, but has also drawn considerable concern from the city. If we fail to provide the citizens with an explanation, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, an experienced officer rose and declared, Captain, our investigation reveals that the 9 reported cases have emerged within the last few days. Given the rapidity with which so many children have been abducted, it is evident that this is the work of a group rather than an individual. Furthermore, during our recent efforts to apprehend Zhou Baoshan, we have conducted stringent checks on passers-by, especially targeting outsiders. Thus, it is highly improbable that the traffickers would risk leaving at this time. We deduce that the children are still within our county and have not been transported elsewhere. Old Gong, a seasoned detective, astutely analyzed the situation and continued, Captain, our immediate task is to ascertain the number of abductors and their hiding places, while also determining how many families in the entire county have reported missing children. Are you suggesting that the number of families affected exceeds these 9? Wang Ongwa inquired. Indeed, Captain. As you are aware, some areas are challenging to access, and many parents may still be searching for their children, which has led them to refrain from reporting to the authorities, Old Gung replied earnestly. Notify all local police stations under the county's authority to verify village by village how many households have reported missing children, and mandate that they submit accurate data by tomorrow afternoon, Wang Ongwa commanded. Understood, Wang Ongwa added. The impact of a child's disappearance on a family is nothing short of catastrophic. Thus, we must overcome any obstacles to recover these children. Immediately, in the name of the Criminal Investigation Team, request an extension of the lockdown and search period, citing that Zhou Baoshan and his accomplices remain at large. Furthermore, deploy a capable task force, in conjunction with police dogs, to conduct thorough searches in the county and nearby communes and rural areas where individuals may be hiding. It is imperative to apprehend these audacious traffickers and restore peace to the citizens. Yes, after the meeting concluded, Wang Ongwa glanced at his watch and noticed it was already past 1 in the morning, prompting a weary sigh. It appeared he would not be returning home tonight. He had come to regard the office as his home, while his actual residence felt more like a hotel, visited only on rare occasions. As a result, his wife and daughter held considerable grievances against him. Yet, what could be done? Who instructed me to undertake the duties of law enforcement? It is entirely normal for me to be away from home. At that moment, Deputy Captain Li approached with a bowl of noodles, stating, I know you haven't had dinner, so do partake. I specifically requested the kitchen to prepare 2 eggs for you. Wang Ongwa, without hesitation, took the large bowl and began to eat. However, upon noticing the diced mushrooms within the bowl, he suddenly thought of Li Yi, recalling the words he had spoken earlier that morning. What a raven's mouth! Wang Ongwa exclaimed unexpectedly, leaving Deputy Captain Li bewildered. What do you mean by raven's mouth? Realizing his slip of tongue, Wang Ongwa chuckled and replied, It's nothing significant. Just an amusing fellow spoke to me this morning about some peculiar matters, and it seems they have come to pass. Deputy Captain Li, being quite curious, could not resist asking, What peculiar matters? The individual mentioned that an unfortunate event would soon transpire in the county, one that could potentially affect my future. To think that merely a day later, His words have indeed materialized. Wang Angwa sighed. Perhaps it is mere coincidence. Could it be that the man possesses some foresight? Deputy Captain Li chuckled. You ought not to dismiss it. That fellow might genuinely possess such abilities. You believe? I do. Wang Angwa asserted, devoid of any hesitation. You truly believe? Now it was Deputy Captain Li's turn to be perplexed, well aware of his partner's background, knowing he typically despised such charlatans. How could he suddenly embrace this notion? At that moment, Wang Angwa pulled out a deformed 1 yuan coin from his pocket, which was embedded with a similarly deformed bullet, a portion of which had penetrated the coin, appearing as if it were set into it. This coin was given to me by that individual. Before presenting it, he remarked upon observing the darkness on my brow, foretelling that I would soon encounter a calamity, and that this coin could save my life. Wang Angwa continued, moreover. He personally placed this coin into my coat pocket. Hearing this, Deputy Captain Li was rendered speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. Could that individual? Wang Angwa anticipated his thought, affirmatively responding, no, he did not know me previously, nor was he affiliated with any institution, and he did not seek me out afterward. I approached him myself. Have you investigated his background? Not yet, but I trust my instincts. He harbors no ulterior motives toward me. How can I not find this hard to believe? It is simply astonishing. Initially, I shared your skepticism, but after experiencing life and death, I have come to believe. Subsequently, Wang Angwa abruptly set down his chopsticks and remarked, Oldly, do you know? When I witnessed Zhou Baoshan pull the trigger that day, despair engulfed my heart. That fellow was a former soldier turned bandit, with marksmanship that was second to none in his regiment. At such close range, the likelihood of missing was virtually non-existent. Under those circumstances, he could not possibly show mercy, so the moment the gun fired, I was already prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. However, none could have anticipated that the bullet struck precisely the coin, in that very spot. Had it deviated by even a mere centimeter, I would have met my demise. Vice Captain Li fell silent. Though he remained skeptical that anyone could truly predict a person's fate, he found it impossible to refute his brother's words. At that moment, Wang Angwa suddenly spoke again. I have a foreboding that this case of the missing child will not unfold smoothly. What do you mean? The individual informed me that it might impact my career, indicating he foresees this case will not be easily resolved. Do you doubt our comrade's abilities? In our large county bureau, dozens of seasoned detectives are not inferior to a charlatan. It is not a matter of disbelief, but you know how these premonitions can be. Wang Angwa then shifted his tone and added, However, the other party also mentioned that if we find ourselves truly at a loss, we may seek his assistance. I refuse to believe that with our county bureau's manpower, we would require his help to solve a case. Wang Angwa pondered and remarked, I too hope we do not need him. Otherwise, what? Otherwise, this favor would be a significant debt, not just for me, but for our entire bureau. Chapter 36. The overwhelming pressure of the Special Investigation Team. Subscription requested. Another bustling morning. With plans to build a house at home. Li could not merely assume a hands-off approach. Thus, after kneading the dough, he took the opportunity during the fermentation period to visit the plot of land marked by black stones. Upon his arrival, he found his father and Uncle Feng among others measuring the land, evidently preparing for the forthcoming construction. As Li approached, the group cast curious glances in his direction. Captain Zhang Tongfu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Are you truly planning to build a house here and also claim this land as your own? Li chuckled and replied, Uncle Zhang, this is a treasure trove of feng shui. My vision is commendable, is it not? Zhang Tongfu, being straightforward, immediately retorted, You're just being foolish. You're constructing a house, not selecting a burial site. What need have you for feng shui? Feng Kai furrowed his brow and added, Building a house here isn't the issue, but claiming this land as your own will surely invite ridicule. Yet, Li laughed heartily and declared, Uncle Feng, Uncle Zhang, rest assured. Anyone who dares to mock me over this will surely be left with egg on their face in the future. Seeing Li Yi's resolute demeanor, Feng Kai turned to Li Shankue and said, Brother Shankue, your boy is determined to secure this plot. What do you propose we do? Li Shankue had already discerned Li Yi's intentions and could only sigh as he remarked, When children grow up, they no longer heed their parents. If he desires this larger parcel of land, then so be it. Let's measure it, and once completed, I can submit the application to the commune and await approval. Feng Kai responded, Indeed, I shall trouble you with that, old Feng. while the others busied themselves measuring the rocky terrain. Lee stood at the edge of the land with a foolish grin plastered across his face. He was already daydreaming about the splendid life that awaited him. In due time, he would erect a tile-roofed house and furnish it beautifully. The walls would be painted white, and he envisioned a plaster ceiling, certainly not the kind adorned with newspaper. Particularly, the windows must be of large panes, for smaller ones were simply unappealing. Furthermore, he planned to craft solid wood furniture, a task he had already resolved to enlist the help of the skilled carpenter, old Zhao, from the neighboring village. That old man was not only amiable, but also renowned for his exceptional craftsmanship, undoubtedly the finest within a radius of 10 miles. Once everything was set, and after a brief drying period, he could marry Tang Shui. Moreover, if all went according to plan, Tang Shui would be with child. In a few months, they would welcome their first offspring, and this place would transform into their love nest for the ensuing years. Each time he contemplated this future, Li Yi felt invigorated with renewed determination. He knew he could not assist with the land measurement, and with numerous tasks awaiting him at home, he bid his father farewell and rode his bicycle back home. In truth, he also wished to seek out Tang Shui at the youth commune. For building a house was no trifling matter, and it was prudent to consult her opinion since they would not be living alone in the new abode. However, he was aware that Tang Shui was likely already toiling in the fields at this hour, and visiting would yield no opportunity to see her. Uncertain of where the young workers were laboring that day, he resolved to visit her later in the evening. Upon returning home, Li Yi began preparing today's cold noodles and white flatbreads. As he continued his stall business, the officials at the county bureau, including Wang Anghua, were in a state of utter disarray. With reports from various township police stations concerning the situation, they discovered that the initial family to lose a child was not the one that had reported first from the county town, but rather a family from Shaojizi commune, whose child had gone missing on June 1st, calculating that it had already been half a month. The delay in reporting was attributed to two factors. Firstly, the distance from Shaojizi commune to the county town was over 80 kilometers, making the journey exceedingly time-consuming. Secondly, the family resided in a village nestled against a vast expanse of primordial forest, where wolves and bears were known to roam. Consequently, they presumed their child had been taken by a wolf, which led to their hesitance in contacting the authorities. Moreover, through the consolidation of reports from across the county, the number of missing children had reached a staggering 17, far exceeding their previous estimations. Faced with such a grave situation, Wang Anghua and his colleagues were compelled to act swiftly, promptly reporting the relevant findings to the county bureau, which would then escalate the matter to the municipal bureau. The municipal bureau swiftly issued directives, commanding the county bureau to resolve the case at all costs, in order to alleviate the public's anxiety. Simultaneously, the city bureau imposed a deadline, no more than 1 week. Failure to solve the case within this time frame would result in disciplinary actions against all leadership, including the chief and deputy chief. Upon receiving these instructions, the leaders of the county bureau found themselves in a state of panic. Such disciplinary measures could mean years without promotion for minor infractions, and for graver ones, the loss of their positions altogether. Reluctantly, the county bureau's leaders had no choice but to exert pressure on Wang Anghua, the officer responsible for the case. The county chief convened a meeting with the criminal police team, urging them to overcome all obstacles and mandating that they identify the whereabouts of the abductors within 3 days, ensuring the safe recovery of all the children within a week. Failure to comply would lead to disciplinary action for everyone, from the team leader to the ordinary officers. With pressure mounting from above, Wang Anghua and his team found the case growing increasingly intricate. They had no knowledge of the abductors' numbers, their hideouts, or whether the children had already been relocated. Solving the case within a week was indeed a formidable challenge. Despite the difficulties, Wang Anghua and his colleagues did not waver in their resolve, for the lives of several children and the fates of their families were at stake, demanding their utmost attention. Consequently, under the immense pressure from both the city and county authorities, the criminal police team swiftly established a special investigation task force for the significant child abduction case, deploying a substantial number of police and local security personnel to conduct thorough inquiries throughout the county. It was imperative to uncover the abductors' hiding places and rescue the children. However, despite the considerable manpower, no tangible results emerged. As the situation escalated, particularly with the anguished parents of missing children clamoring at the county bureau, nearly the entire populace became aware of the presence of child abductors in the county. Rumors began to circulate, evolving from mere abductions and theft to outright robbery. In this climate of fear, not only in the county town, but also in various townships and communes, widespread panic ensued. During this period, family planning had yet to be implemented. Most households had at least 2 or 3 children, with some families boasting as many as 10. The thought of their children being abducted or snatched away was harrowing. Consequently, many residents opted to forego work, choosing instead to stay home and watch over their children. As these incidents proliferated, agricultural production across various production teams was severely disrupted. In desperation, the leaders of these teams escalated the situation up the chain of command. Upon learning of the circumstances, the county authorities promptly pressured the county bureau and the task force, insisting on a resolution within a specified time frame. Faced with overwhelming pressure from all levels, the task force's burden was indeed immense. In a moment, the entire criminal police team was enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere, fraught with tension and oppression. Chapter 37. Suhong's scheme. Li was in high spirits today, from selling mountain goods in the morning to cold noodles by noon. He had amassed over 600 yuan in just one day. Even after deducting various expenses, his net profit for the day reached an impressive 400 yuan. During a time when private economic ventures were still a topic of debate, such earnings were indeed astonishing, leaving even Li somewhat taken aback. This remarkable gain was primarily attributed to a substantial increase in the workforce responsible for mushroom gathering during this period. Initially, only Dongzi and a few others were involved, collecting a maximum of just over 100 jin daily. On fortunate occasions, they could reach about 150 to 60 jin if they encountered a good mushroom patch. However, now nearly 40 children from the village, all capable of running, had joined in the effort. With more hands on deck, the yield naturally improved, and the mountain goods delivered to Li Yi's home last night totaled over 800 jin, valued at nearly 600 yuan. Although Li Yi understood that this line of work would not last indefinitely, it brought him joy. At the very least, he could earn his first pot of gold through this small business before the implementation of the household contract responsibility system. Little did Li Yi know that trouble was on the horizon. Suhong had taken another day off today, claiming illness and the need to visit a doctor in the county. Although Zhang Tongfu disapproved of his frequent absences, he considered the recent end of spring plowing and the fact that autumn harvest was still some time away, thus the production team's workload was light. Hence, he turned a blind eye and approved Suhong's leave. However, no one could have anticipated that Suhong's absence was not for medical reasons, but rather to spy on Li Yi. Ever since discovering that Li Yi was quietly engaging in small trade in the county, Suhong's mind had begun to race. Unable to engage in the cold noodle business himself was inconsequential. There was still the mushroom trade, which held little intrinsic value. As long as he could ascertain Li Yi's sales channels, Suhong was confident that even as a high school student, he could manage. Therefore, he arrived early at the county, lurking nearby to keep watch over Li Yi, cautious not to follow him directly from the village to avoid detection. Upon witnessing Li Yi delivering mushrooms to a state-run restaurant, Suhong felt he had finally unraveled the core secret of Li Yi's earnings. In his excitement, after Li Yi departed, Suhong promptly made his way to the state-run restaurant. The staff, noticing his entrance, greeted him, saying, "Comrade, we only open after 11. Suhong replied, "Greetings, comrade. I am not here to dine." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the staff frowning, "If you're not here to eat, then what brings you to a state-run restaurant?" Unlike the staff at the supply and marketing cooperative, the employees at the state-run restaurant, from the chefs to the waitstaff, were formal workers, holding what could be described as iron rice bowls. Thus, one should not compare the current restaurant staff with those of later generations. They would not hesitate to confront you directly if they felt inclined. The walls of the supply and marketing cooperative clearly state, it is strictly forbidden to insult or assault customers. Suhong, disregarding the staff's demeanor at the state-run restaurant, hurriedly inquired, "Do you purchase mushrooms here?" The staff member glanced at Suhong and replied, "Yes, of course we do." Suhong then asked, "How much do you pay per pound?" The staff responded nonchalantly, "That depends on the quality. For higher quality, we can offer 60 to 70 cents. For average quality, it's only 30 to 40 cents. Upon hearing that a pound of mushrooms could fetch such a price, and recalling the abundance of them on the hillside behind the village, Suhong felt as though a multitude of small coins were beckoning him. "Thank you, comrade. I will bring you a batch tomorrow," Suhong exclaimed. "All right." With a heart full of excitement, Suhong departed from the state-run restaurant. Little did he know that just a few minutes after his departure, Lu Jingshan arrived at the front desk and addressed the staff. "Come here, everyone." Once gathered, Lu Jingshan announced loudly, "I have an important notice. Except for Brother Li Yi, we will no longer accept any mountain goods from anyone else." Surprised, one of the staff inquired, "Why not, Director?" Lu Jingshan replied, "Our restaurant does not require a large quantity of mushrooms, nor do we supply the city extensively. Previously, Brother Li Yi would deliver just over 100 pounds a day, but now he brings several hundred pounds daily. That is more than sufficient for our needs. Why would we accept from others?" The others then recalled that today, Li Yi had delivered over 800 pounds of mountain goods, with mushrooms alone exceeding 600 pounds. Moreover, mushrooms cannot be stored for long. If not sold the same day, they must be dried, making excess difficult to manage. Lu Jingshan paid little heed to what the staff might think and left after delivering the news. Meanwhile, Su Hong remained unaware that his mushroom venture had been thwarted before it even began. During the afternoon, he hid in a small grove near the sugar factory, enduring the scorching sun and the relentless bites of mosquitoes, enviously watching Li Yi tearfully rake in a fortune. On his way back, Su Hong's heart brimmed with envy and resentment. He had witnessed Li Yi sending a hefty load of mountain goods to the state-run restaurant today, certainly amounting to several hundred pounds. According to the staff, at 60 to 70 cents per pound, those mountain goods alone could yield Li Yi several hundred yuan. Su Hong knew that Li Yi paid the village children meager sums, 4 to 5 yuan for older kids and just 1 or 2 for the younger ones. A cunning businessman. Indeed, he thought. Li Yi hardly had to lift a finger. He merely transported the mountain goods collected by the children to the county and earned hundreds of yuan. There could be no easier way to make money in this world. And then there was the cold noodle business, bustling with hundreds of customers daily. Even if he earned just 5 cents from each, that would amount to a tidy sum. Moreover, given the nature of that unscrupulous merchant, he might only earn a mere 5 cents. It is evident that the cold noodle business is thriving. More importantly, selling mushrooms is a seasonal endeavor. With no guarantee of yield, as soon as the weather cools, the mushrooms vanish. In contrast, the cold noodle business can be conducted year-round. It is akin to a golden goose. Regrettably, as a true native of Qin province, I find myself unable to make them. How infuriating. Thus, Su Hong secretly resolved to seize Li Yi's mushroom business. If he could not partake in the cold noodle enterprise, he would ruin it instead. Throughout the journey, Su Hong contemplated how to appropriate Li Yi's business, while simultaneously setting a trap for him. After much deliberation, Su Hong determined that he must go to the county tomorrow to report Li Yi's speculative practices. This way, he could take advantage of the situation and usurp his mushroom trade. Su Hong estimated that even if Li Yi were not sentenced to prison, he would likely be incarcerated for 3 to 5 months. By the time that scoundrel emerged, autumn would be upon them, and the mushroom season would be nearly over. He would have made a tidy profit by then. Perfect. With this thought, Su Hong's pace quickened considerably. Chapter 38. The house is to be built. Subscription requested. Upon returning home, Li Yi found the yard wide open, bustling with activity. As bullock carts and horse-drawn vehicles came and went, some hauling soil, others water. His father had enlisted help to craft adobe bricks, and judging by the numerous bricks drying in the yard, work had clearly commenced some time ago. After securing the large red mule and unloading the cart, Li Yi greeted everyone before retreating indoors. He then retrieved a jar of sugar and, carrying a thermos of hot water along with a stack of large bowls, emerged once more. "Uncles and brothers, take a break and enjoy some sweet water," he called out. He proceeded to prepare the sugar water on a stone millstone beneath the eaves. Despite it being the year 1980, resources remained scarce, with white sugar fetching 12 yuan per pound at the supply and marketing cooperative. Most importantly, it was rationed, and a family had only a limited number of sugar tickets each year. Thus, this delicacy was truly considered a treasure among the villagers. Upon hearing of the sweet water, the laborers paused, eagerly gathering to receive their bowls. Li Yi was generous, adding 2 hefty spoonfuls of sugar to each bowl, then pouring in the scalding hot water, the sweet aroma wafting up enticingly. During this interlude, the men congregated to chat. "Brother Shankue, life is indeed moving swiftly, in the blink of an eye. He is about to build a house and marry. Indeed, just a few years ago, I saw that lad running around in split-crotch pants. And now he has grown into a young man. Ha ha ha. He has always been a rascal. He has certainly caused quite the mischief in my little orchard." The men exchanged anecdotes about Li Yi's antics, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. However, He could not muster a single retort, for after all, no one had wronged him. Setting aside the events of his childhood, ever since he began attending school, he had become the leader of the village children, leading a band of younger companions to wreak havoc on one household today and another tomorrow. It could be said that no family with local specialties in the village had escaped his antics. In recent years, his mischief escalated from mere pranks to petty theft, and upon being reminded of his actions, he felt a pang of embarrassment that made it uncomfortable for him to remain at home. With thoughts of discussing matters with Tang Shui, Li Yi promptly informed Li Shankui, "Father, I shall visit the youth station. Please continue with your tasks." After speaking, he grabbed the items he had purchased for Tang Shui from the county town and pedaled his bicycle directly to the youth station. These days marked a lull in agricultural activities, and the production tasks for the team were relatively simple, consisting mainly of gathering pig fodder and clearing the irrigation channels, allowing everyone to finish work earlier than usual. By the time Li Yi arrived, most of the young intellectuals had returned, gathered in small groups under the shade, engaged in idle chatter and laughter. It was now June of 1980, and most of the young intellectuals with connections or abilities had already returned to the city. Either their families had secured jobs for them, or they had enrolled directly in university. Those remaining were either without connections or capabilities. This group represented the most hopeless segment of the young intellectuals, enduring a slow passage of time while awaiting opportunities. Consequently, to Li Yi, they appeared particularly despondent. Moreover, these individuals looked down upon Li Yi, and as they watched him was passed on his bicycle, one of them scoffed, "Just a second-rate fellow. What is there to be proud of?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, just a country bumpkin. He struts about on a bicycle as if it were something grand." They continued to bicker among themselves. "Do you think what Su Ge said about the mushrooms will work? Can they really be sold for money? I reckon it will. Didn't T. Su Hong mention he found a sales channel? We gathered so many mushrooms this afternoon. We could sell them for at least a few dozen yuan." "A few dozen yuan? Is it really that much? Huh. Do you know how much that second-rate fellow pays the village's little rascals for a day's work? It would shock you. Up to 5 yuan at most. My goodness, 5 yuan a day means he could earn 150 yuan in a month." Li Yi paid no heed to their remarks and rode directly to the dormitory where the female young intellectuals resided. Upon his arrival, he spotted Zhang Xinyao washing clothes outside. Upon seeing Li Yi, Zhang Xinyao immediately called into the room, "Xiao Xue, your man has come to see you." Hearing Zhang Xinyao refer to him as Tang Shui's man brought a smile to Li Yi's face. She was an amiable person with good sense. Inside the room, Tang Shui was tidying up. Like her peers, she rose early to begin work, rarely resting at noon, with only the evenings left for her to manage the household chores. Upon hearing Zhang Xinyao's words, Tang Shui immediately recognized that Li Yi had arrived and promptly stepped out of the house. Indeed, she spotted Li Yi standing nearby, leaning against his bicycle, seemingly waiting for her. Tang Shui had resigned herself to her fate. Having lost her innocence, she had received orders to return to the city. Yet she dared not go home, since Li Yi was willing to take responsibility and had genuinely improved during this time. She felt it was only fair to grant him a chance, as well as to afford herself the same opportunity. "Wait a moment, I shall be right there." After saying this, Tang Shui hurried back inside, changed into a clean outfit, and emerged once more. Approaching Li Yi, she inquired, "How come you have time to come here? Aren't you supposed to be at the back mountain fetching those children?" Tang Shui was aware that Li Yi had been gathering mountain goods with the village children lately. With Li Na and the other informants around, Li Yi had little to conceal from her, unless even Li Na herself was unaware. "No need to fetch them. Dongzi and Shirtu are with them, so it's not a problem." Li Yi then retrieved a small net bag from his bicycle's handlebars and handed it to Tang Shui, saying, "This is for you." "Sandals?" Peering into the net bag, Tang Shui discovered a pair of plastic sandals, a lovely pale yellow adorned with some metallic embellishments, looking quite exquisite. "Yes, I saw them at the supply and marketing cooperative today and thought they would look lovely on you, so I bought them." Tang Shui hesitated slightly, but ultimately accepted them. "You work hard for your money. Don't waste it like this." Li Yi chuckled as he replied, "Buying something for my future wife can hardly be deemed wasteful." Upon hearing Li Yi refer to her as his future wife, Tang Shui's face flushed crimson, and she whispered, "Keep your voice down. We aren't married yet. That's merely a matter of time." Li Yi continued, "By the way, I came here today to discuss something with you, or rather to seek your opinion." "What is it?" Tang Shui, sensing the seriousness in his tone, asked with a hint of anxiety. My family intends to build a new house, and I wanted to know what kind of house you would like. And if you have any preferences regarding the layout, Li Yi explained. Why the sudden urge to build a house? Tang Shui asked, surprised. Well, since I plan to marry you, I'm concerned that using the old house as your bridal chamber might be somewhat inadequate, hence the decision to build. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Shui replied, It's not inadequate. Isn't this how things are nowadays? I don't care how others do it. But since I have the means, I cannot allow you to feel slighted. Li Yi responded earnestly. Tang Shui's heart fluttered at his words, and she murmured, You really don't have to go to such lengths. I've promised to give you a grand wedding, an opulent affair to bring you into my home, and Li Yi, always keep my word. Thank you. Now, please tell me what you envision for the house so that I can plan accordingly, Li Yi said. Could you perhaps include a bathing area? You know how inconvenient it is for us women to bathe. No problem. I shall design a bathing room. Additionally, could the kitchen be made somewhat larger? A more spacious kitchen would indeed be more convenient. That should suffice for now. All right. I will return and design it according to your specifications. This being our first home, it must certainly meet your satisfaction. Subsequently, Li Yi conversed with Tang Shui for a short while, until the dusk began to settle, reluctantly parting from the youth commune. Chapter 39. Conversations in the dormitory. In the stillness of the night within the young female commune's dormitory, Tang Shui and Zhang Xinyao reclined side by side on the earthen Kong, both unable to succumb to slumber. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyao sat upright and remarked, Xiao Shui, have you noticed that Li Yi seems to have changed? Changed. Indeed, the transformation is quite significant. Previously, he was rather arrogant, devoid of any manners. But now, he greets everyone he encounters. And Tang Shui inquired immediately, and now he appears to be quite attentive towards you. Does he? Xiao Shui. Don't tell me you haven't sensed it at all. Not to mention the considerable sum he spent on the betrothal gifts. Just look at how many things he has brought you during this time. Surely you must have some awareness of that? Zhang Xinyao said with a smile. Tang Shui could not possibly be oblivious. On the contrary, she was a remarkably perceptive young woman, capable of remembering even the smallest acts of kindness from others for a long time. How could she remain unaware of Li Yi's heartfelt expressions? It was merely that she was uncertain how to respond to him, her heart a whirlwind of complexities. Noticing Tang Shui's sudden silence, Zhang Xinyao sighed and said, Xiao Shui, you aren't still thinking about Tancheng, are you? Zhang Xinyao was well aware that Tang Shui had harbored feelings for her childhood companion, Tancheng, and that she had been waiting for him all these years. However, Zhang Xinyao held no affection for him whatsoever. No, it's not that. Xiao Shui, we have been together for 3 or 4 years now. How could I not understand your feelings? Zhang Xinyao continued, I don't mean to criticize, but your childhood friend Tan Cheng may not be the ideal match for you. Just consider this. In all these years of your involvement in the commune, has he ever come to see you even once? We have exchanged letters. Humph, there has been correspondence, but I believe he has only replied to you once, hasn't he? This Xiao Shui, I know you grew up together, and he did take care of you back then. Yet from my perspective, he either sees you as a sister or simply does not harbor feelings for you. How do you know this? Because true affection cannot be concealed. What do you mean? Take Li Yi, for example. He understands the challenging living conditions we face in the commune, which is why he brings you treats every now and then. He knows we girls cherish beauty, thus he buys you snow cream, floral skirts, and sandals. Though these gestures may seem trivial, they undeniably reflect that you occupy a special place in his heart. Upon hearing Zhang Xinyao's words, Tang Shui fell silent once more. Reflecting on Li Yi's recent demeanor, she could sense that his feelings for her transcended mere obligation. He genuinely wished to marry her. Xinyao, you were right. He has indeed changed significantly and treats me exceptionally well. Therefore, I have decided to grant him an opportunity. What opportunity? Tang Shui inquired earnestly. What do you mean? You are on the brink of marriage, yet you still allow someone to pursue you? What are you thinking? Zhang Xinyao exclaimed, astonished. Well, we haven't held the wedding banquet yet. Besides, when I previously mentioned marrying him, it was merely out of necessity. I never truly considered building a life together. And what about now? Are you prepared to embark on this journey of life together? Yes, as long as his conduct meets my expectations. I will wholeheartedly commit to sharing my life with him, even if it means living as a village woman for the rest of my days without regret. Tang Shui stated resolutely. Zhang Xinyao smiled and responded, Xiao Shui, I am genuinely pleased to hear you say this. It is indeed rare for us women to find someone who sincerely cares for us, and I hope you will cherish Li Yi. I worry that he may be fleeting in his affections. Tang Shui expressed her concerns. I don't think that's the case. If he were indifferent, he wouldn't bother to act this way. Zhang Xinyao replied. You must be aware that Li Yi has been taking the village children to gather wild produce and sell mushrooms. Right? Yes, Naji mentioned it to me. Do you know how much he pays those children each day? No, I haven't asked. Why? Today, I spoke with Goxing's mother, who mentioned that Goxing has been gathering mushrooms with Li Yi for 5 days now, and he brings home 2 yuan each day. 2 yuan? That's quite a sum. Although Tang Shui had heard from Li Na that Li Yi had been earning well lately, she had not inquired about the specifics. After all, she had not yet entered the household, and such questions might give the impression of being overly eager to take control. According to Goxing's mother, that's not even the maximum. It seems that Dongzi, Shitu, and Xiangzi, those older boys, receive 5 yuan daily from Li Yi. Zhang Xinyao spoke with a tone tinged with envy. One must understand that they were currently toiling tirelessly for a meager 8 to 10 work points each day, which, when calculated, amounted to only 3 or 4 fun per work point, a mere handful of coins daily. An income of 5 yuan each day was undeniably enticing for them. Then I shall have him take you along to earn money, Tang Shui suggested. Xiaoxue. My intention in making this statement is not to imply that I wish to follow Li Yi for monetary gain, but rather to remind you that the current Li Yi is not the same as before. Zhang Xinyao continued. Nowadays, everyone in the village acknowledges Li Yi's capabilities. I even heard from Goxing's mother that the well-off Lao Li family has been discreetly hinting at wanting to form a marriage alliance with Li Yi's family. If you continue to contemplate a mere coexistence as you did before, I fear you may inadvertently lose Li Yi, and then there will be no place left for regret. Tang Shui was evidently startled by Zhang Xinyao's words and hurriedly inquired, Xinyao, are you referring to the young lady from the Li family, the one named Li Meiqin? Yes, that very girl you have met. Not only is she quite attractive for her age, but I've also heard she is just 17 and has been educated in the city, not inferior to us young educated youths. What should I do, Xinyao? Tang Shui, having just prepared to give Li Yi a chance, found herself at a loss upon hearing such news. Do not fret. It is clear that Li Yi still holds affection for you. As long as you reciprocate even a little, coupled with your engagement, no one can outdo you. Zhang Xinyao reassured her. If he dares to waver, I shall have Sister Na teach him a lesson, Tang Shui declared, raising her small fist. Ha ha ha, indeed. I've heard that Li Yi is quite afraid of his sister. Absolutely. I have witnessed Sister Na administer a beating to Li Yi, wielding a firewood stick without hesitation. And he didn't dare retaliate. It was quite tragic. Tang Shui chuckled. You must cling to your sister as support. If Li Yi dares to mistreat you, have Sister Na deal with him. Yes. Chapter 40. Apologies, we no longer accept mushrooms. Request for subscription. At dawn, Li Yi rose early to prepare cold noodles. With the ongoing construction at home, he had to wake up earlier to avoid being seen while making the noodles. After all, street vending was currently prohibited, and his recent activities had been somewhat conspicuous. If spotted, there might be those with ulterior motives who would report him to the commune. Although Li Yi was not particularly fearful of such repercussions, it was still prudent to exercise caution. By 7 o'clock, when the assisting members arrived at Li's home, he had already completed the cold noodles and white pancakes. Additionally, given the abundance of mountain goods recently, no one suspected that the mule cart contained other contraband besides mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms. At 9 o'clock, Li made his timely appearance at the state-run hotel entrance. The hotel staff, already familiar with him, promptly came out to greet him upon seeing the bright red mule cart. They were well aware of how much Director Liu valued this young man from the countryside. As usual, the goods were weighed and settled. When Li Yi emerged from the state-run hotel, the baskets of mountain goods had been exchanged for a substantial sum. With an additional 650 yuan credited to his account, Li Yi's spirits soared. At this rate, it would not be long before he became the first 10,000 yuan household in the village. Of course, Li Yi was not primarily concerned with the title of a 10,000 yuan household. Rather, he focused on the accumulation of initial capital. As a successful businessman, Li Yi understood that some individuals, despite their capabilities and opportunities, end up merely living a mundane 9-to-5 existence. A significant reason for this was the inability to accumulate initial capital without startup funds. Even the best ideas and the strongest abilities remain unutilized. As the curtain of reform and opening up rises, it is anticipated that this year, the Wenzhou region will embark on a pilot reform of the private economy, leading to a surge of individual entrepreneurs emerging like mushrooms after the rain. Seizing this opportunity, the economy across the nation will, in a matter of years, accelerate into a fast lane. From that moment onward, the competition in business will no longer hinge on boldness, but rather on the depth of one's capital and the sharpness of one's vision. Consequently, Li quietly resolved to amass sufficient capital before that time arrives. Upon exiting the state-run restaurant, Li made his way directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. With construction underway at home, not only did he need to compensate the laborers with wages, but he also had to provide meals. After all, they were invited to assist, and the wages offered were modest. Thus, the meals must be satisfactory. Therefore, Li decided to purchase some tofu, vermicelli, and other essentials to ensure that no one would accuse the Li family of being stingy. With a dozen people cooking at home, the daily consumption was indeed substantial, prompting Li to procure a significant quantity of supplies. In addition to 10 pounds of tofu and 7 to 8 pounds of dry vermicelli, he also bought 10 pounds of meat, 2 large bags of nearly 100 pounds of flour, and a 50-pound bag of rice, filling a substantial portion of his vehicle. However, he remained unfazed. Given his current rate of earnings, the mere dozens of dollars spent were inconsequential. Meanwhile, as Li busily stocked up at the cooperative, Su-hong arrived at the state-run restaurant on his bicycle. After returning home the previous day, he summoned a few close acquaintances among the educated youth, informing them of a lucrative opportunity he had discovered. Upon learning that Su-hong had found a way to sell the previously overlooked mushrooms from the back mountain for 30 cents per pound, the youth were elated. After completing their assigned tasks, they hastened to the back mountain. Unfortunately, the mushrooms on the nearby hills had already been harvested by Dong Zi and Shi Tu, leaving only a scant few where once they thrived in abundance. With no other option, Su-hong and his companions ventured deep into the mountains. Due to Li's insistence on keeping the children away from the woods for safety, Su-hong and his group managed to find several clusters of mushrooms. After much effort, they finally collected a few baskets full, imagining they could sell the mushrooms for at least $50 or $60, even after sharing some profits with the other youth. Su-hong anticipated earning at least $20 to $30 himself, which kept him awake with excitement all night. Early the next morning, he borrowed a bicycle and secured the mushrooms in a plastic bag on the back seat, making his way to the county town. To avoid alerting Li to his encroachment on his business, Su-hong refrained from arriving at the state-run restaurant before Li finished his delivery, instead quietly approaching the restaurant door afterward. As Su-hong pushed the door open, the restaurant staff immediately inquired, "Comrade, we do not serve breakfast here." Su-hong hurriedly replied, "Hello, comrade. I am not here to eat. I am here to deliver mushrooms." Delivering mushrooms? The staff member immediately understood that this individual must be there to sell mushrooms. Recalling Director Lu's announcement from yesterday, he promptly stated, "I'm sorry, but we are no longer accepting mushrooms here." "Not accepting anymore." Su-hong was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly replied, "Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Why the sudden change?" "I apologize, but this is a decision made by our leadership, and I am not privy to the details." "That is not right. I just saw someone else selling mushrooms. Why do you accept theirs and not mine? This is unfair." "Comrade, whether we accept mushrooms or whom we accept them from is entirely a matter for our state-run restaurant. Please refrain from causing a scene here." The staff member, now somewhat irritated by Su-hong's insistence, spoke with a noticeably firmer tone. At that moment, Lu Jingshan happened to emerge from his office and approached to investigate the commotion. "Xiaoli, what is happening?" "Director, this comrade is here to sell mushrooms, and when I informed him that we are no longer accepting them, he became upset." Xiaoli replied candidly. Lu Jingshan glanced at Su-hong and explained, "Indeed, comrade, our state-run restaurant is not large, and we currently have enough mushrooms to meet our needs. So we will not be accepting any more from external sources. You might want to look elsewhere." "How can you do this? Why do you accept someone else's mushrooms and refuse mine?" Su-hong's frustration boiled over, his voice rising considerably. Lu Jingshan, mindful that this situation should not escalate to tarnish the reputation of their state-run restaurant, and feeling a twinge of sympathy for Su-hong's predicament, inquired, "How many mushrooms did you bring? If the quality is satisfactory, we will accept them today, but only this once, and it will not happen again." Su-hong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Although he could only sell once, which differed from his initial expectations, at least he could offload the mushrooms he had gathered yesterday, providing some justification to the other youth. Moreover, Su-hong calculated that if he could eliminate that scoundrel, No one would deliver mushrooms to the state-run restaurant, and surely they would come to rely on him. With this thought in mind, Su-hong hurried outside to his bicycle, bringing in several tightly bundled bags made of snake skin into the restaurant. Lu Jingshan, upon noticing the snake skin bags, felt an ominous premonition stir within him. Chapter 41. A report has been made. Subscription requested. Mushrooms are indeed delicate commodities. Any mishap in harvesting, transportation, or storage could compromise their quality. With so many individuals selling mushrooms in the city daily, one might wonder why Lu Jingshan preferred the goods supplied by Li Yi, even willing to pay above market price for them. Beyond Lu Jingshan's belief that Li Yi possessed a sharp intellect, what mattered most was the undeniable quality of the mushrooms he delivered. This young man before him did not appear to be a seasoned merchant, nor did he seem to grasp the nuances of mountain produce trading. Using a snakeskin bag to carry mushrooms, one must commend the ingenuity. Indeed, the moment the bag was unfastened, Lu Jingshan's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident that the quality of these mushrooms was commendable. Not only were they substantial in size, but they were also plump and pristine, unmistakably wild. However, in comparison to the meticulously selected delicacies gifted by Li Yi, these mushrooms were inconsistent in size and riddled with impurities, appearing rather unkempt. Most crucially, due to being housed in a snakeskin pouch, a significant portion of the mushrooms had been crushed, and those that remained intact bore marks of abrasion. Such mushrooms could hardly be preserved for an extended period. If not processed promptly, they would spoil by the next day. Comrade, the quality of your mushrooms is inadequate. We cannot accept them, Lu Jingshan stated firmly. Su-hong, visibly agitated, retorted loudly, how can they be deemed inadequate? You cannot simply disregard our agreement. Lu Jingshan responded without hesitation, Comrade, observe for yourself. These mushrooms are shattered. Can we possibly accept them? Mushrooms are meant to be chopped up for consumption. It does not affect their usability. Su-hong stubbornly insisted, though he began to realize the gravity of the situation. Enough. Our state-run restaurant will not accept your mushrooms. If you believe someone else will take them, seek them out. Lu Jingshan was increasingly exasperated. How could this individual be so unreasonable? He had already expressed the poor quality of Su-hong's mushrooms, yet he continued to argue. Having said this, Lu Jingshan turned and departed. The other staff members naturally did not hesitate to push Su-hong and his mushrooms out the door. Su-hong seethed with indignation. His mushrooms, harvested from the same mountain as Li Yi's, were unjustly deemed inferior. Was this not an act of bullying? As a city-dwelling intellectual, how could he be overshadowed by a mere village scoundrel? Though his family was not affluent, both his parents were factory workers, and he was a high school student. What did that scoundrel possess? Aside from a pleasing exterior, what else did he have? That wretched woman, Tang Shui, preferred to marry that scoundrel rather than associate with him. The personnel of the state-run restaurant seemed equally biased, favoring that scoundrel's goods over his. Su-hong felt maliciously targeted by these ignorant individuals. The more he pondered, the more his expression contorted with rage. Initially, he had intended to report Li Yi today to redirect his mushroom business. Now, with this incident, his resolve to inform against Li Yi was further solidified. Subsequently, he mounted his bicycle, clutching a prepared complaint letter, and set off towards the county police station. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, he had already attracted the attention of a schemer and, after completing his procurement of supplies, hurried towards the entrance of the sugar factory with his crimson mule cart. The gatekeepers of the sugar factory have become quite familiar with Li Yi. Upon seeing him approach, they immediately rushed over to assist in unloading his vehicle. Li Yi, not one to be impolite, set up his stall and promptly prepared a serving of cold noodles for each of the two gentlemen, which brought smiles to their faces. The factory workers hold a fondness for this young man, although his cold noodles are rather pricey, costing 2 dimes a bowl, enough to purchase over a pound of flour. It is undeniable that they are exceptionally delicious. The chewy texture and the spicy, fragrant flavor leave one craving more after just a single taste. Furthermore, despite the modest size of his stall, it is impeccably clean and hygienic. Remarkably, he diligently cleans up all the surrounding litter after each market day, ensuring that no mess is left behind. His warm demeanor towards the factory workers only serves to endear him further. How could anyone harbor ill will towards such a hard-working and earnest young man? As for the legality of his stall, the workers are largely unconcerned. It is now the year 1980, and while there has been no official allowance for free trade, the enforcement has relaxed compared to previous years. The once hidden black market now exists in a semi-public manner, with many individuals discreetly selling goods, making Li Yi's stall not particularly conspicuous. Before long, Li Yi's small stall is set up, awaiting the end of the workday. At noon, the bell rings punctually, and a surge of workers flows out of the factory. Soon, a crowd gathers around Li Yi's stall. In the past, those wishing to enhance their meals would pool resources to buy some meat for a communal feast, colloquially known as the pinghua, which essentially means a shared meal. However, nowadays, factory workers seeking to elevate their dining experience simply purchase a fragrant serving of cold noodles at the entrance, complemented by a white bread bun. On a hot summer day, indulging in such a small meal is sheer bliss. Moreover, with everyone eating their own portions, there are no complaints about imbalances in consumption, simplifying matters considerably. Additionally, a number of female workers now frequent the stall, forming a charming queue that attracts the attention of many unmarried male workers, creating opportunities for serendipitous encounters with their favored companions. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yi's stall has become a unique spot within the sugar factory. While Li Yi busily tends to his stall, Su Hong arrives at the county police station to convey his intentions. After reviewing his report, the on-duty officer promptly escalates the situation to higher authorities. However, due to the ongoing turmoil surrounding a series of child abduction cases, the county police are overwhelmed. To locate the missing children, the county has deployed all available police and armed forces, even calling upon a portion of the militia for assistance, leaving little capacity to address trivial matters. Subsequently, the duty officer informed Su Hong that the case had been accepted and that arrests would follow the investigation. He also mentioned that should the report prove valid, Su Hong would receive an appropriate reward. With this reassuring response, Su Hong left the county bureau contentedly, carrying home the unwanted mushrooms. Chapter 42. The approval of homestead land today was yet another delightful day, and as Li Yi returned to the village, he couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. However, as the mule cart approached the city's outskirts, he noticed a considerable queue of people, raising his curiosity about the unfolding events. As the cart drew nearer, it became evident that an unforeseen temporary checkpoint had been established, manned by several armed soldiers in olive green, who were inspecting the passers-by and vehicles. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yi understood that it was likely connected to a recent incident. He distinctly recalled that following the occurrence, all military personnel, police, and militia in Qingxian County had been mobilized, even borrowing thousands of reinforcements from neighboring counties for the search. In a desperate measure, the county had issued orders for the local populace to assist in the quest for the missing individuals. Nevertheless, after nearly a month of efforts, involving tens of thousands, they found nothing. Ultimately, the individuals remained unfound, the case unresolved, leading to significant repercussions, including disciplinary actions against dozens of officials, including the county bureau chief, deputy chief, and head of the criminal police. This incident triggered an unprecedented upheaval in Qingxian's political landscape. More importantly, the case remained unsolved until 18 years later. When Li Yi had previously warned Wang Onghua about the matter, he had not anticipated its rapid escalation. Soon, it was Li Yi's turn for inspection. The soldiers, upon seeing the bright red mule cart, examined it meticulously. After all, human traffickers would likely utilize transportation means to covertly move individuals, and while automobiles were rare, the likelihood of using a cart was high. Moreover, given the cart was laden with large baskets, concealing illicit items would be alarmingly simple. Yet, to the disappointment of the young soldiers, apart from some rice, flour, and cooking oil, the cart contained nothing else. Consequently, after completing their checks, they had no choice but to allow Li Yi to pass. As they brushed past each other, Li Yi caught sight of the young soldiers' sunburned faces beneath the scorching sun, evoking a sense of compassion within him. He was aware of the whereabouts of the traffickers, having personally participated in the entire process leading to the case's resolution due to certain special circumstances. Although the traffickers had not been apprehended for this particular case, one suspect had been captured for unrelated offenses and, eager to gain merit, revealed the details of this case. It was then that the public discovered that the harrowing child abduction incident, which had unsettled over 100,000 people 18 years prior, was perpetrated by these very individuals. At that time, Li Yi had already established himself as a titan in the business world. Due to work-related matters, he found himself entangled in a case, compelled to participate throughout its proceedings, thus gaining insight into certain details. However, despite his knowledge, Li Yi found it impossible to share this information with others. as some matters were beyond explanation. Fortunately, he was aware that the traffickers were merely driven by greed and did not harbor intentions of causing harm. The children were, for the time being, safe. Consequently, Li Yi had no immediate intentions to intervene. It would be best if the relevant departments in the county could solve the case. Should the outcome mirror that of his previous life, where the case remained unresolved, he would have no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Thankfully, he had already alerted Wang Ongwa, and if he were not too foolish, he would come seeking Li Yi's assistance to rescue the children. Upon returning home, Li Yi discovered that the courtyard was deserted, save for his sister, Li Na. When he had left in the morning, a dozen helpers had vanished, and even his parents were absent. "Sister, why are you the only one here? Where are our parents?" Li Na approached to assist in unloading the vehicle and replied, "The mud bricks have all been prepared and are just waiting to dry." Before nightfall, father and mother went with Uncle Feng to measure the homestead over by the eastern part of the village. Hearing this, Li Yi immediately halted his actions and thrust the canvas bag containing money into Li Na's hands. "Sister, you carry it inside. I'm going to check." With that, Li Yi dashed out of the courtyard. "Slow down," Li Na called after him. Li Yi's home was not far from the site of the new homestead, and he arrived shortly. From a distance, he noticed a crowd gathered around a patch of black stone ground, some wielding ropes, others shovels, clearly engaged in measuring the land. Upon spotting Li Yi, Feng Kai called out, "Yi boy, over here." Approaching Feng Kai, Li Yi greeted him, "Father, Uncle Feng. Yi boy, the homestead you requested has been approved. It's 5 acres for the homestead and 2.5 acres for your personal use, totaling 3 acres. Feng Kai announced. Li Yi felt a surge of joy and responded, "Thank you, Uncle Feng. This land spans nearly dozens of acres. You can choose any spot, and we'll mark it out for you." Feng Kai continued. Li Yi surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a particularly flat area, declaring, "Let us go with this one. I'll build a house here and create a small courtyard, while the rest can serve as my personal land." Agreed. Subsequently, under Feng Kai's supervision and with the collective witness of several members, Li Yi's homestead was officially established. With the homestead determined, construction could commence. That evening, once Li Yi had sent off the group of children who had brought mountain goods, the family finally had the chance to sit down and rest. On the small stool beside the stove, Li Shankue, while filling the dry tobacco pipe with leaves, remarked, "The site for the house has been settled. Tomorrow, I shall bring people to the stone quarry to fetch stones and then lay the foundation. Do remember to prepare meals for the laborers." He turned to San Yadu. "You need not go to work tomorrow. Stay home and help your mother with the cooking, for she cannot manage alone." Li Na nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." At that moment, Li Yi interjected, "Mother, I have purchased quite a bit of tofu and vermicelli today, and I also bought several pounds of meat. Please prepare it for tomorrow." Zhang Yuehong, feeling a twinge of regret, responded, "Tofu and vermicelli can be prepared, but as for the meat, let us postpone that until the beam raising. It is not urgent. In these times, as long as the meals for the laborers are decent, it suffices, for ultimately, we still need to pay them," Li Shankue asserted, taking 2 vigorous puffs from his pipe before speaking in a deep voice. "Listen to Xiao Yi. Go ahead and prepare it. But, if we do that, what shall we have when the beams are raised?" Li Yi promptly replied, "Mother, I can buy more when the time comes. A few extra coins do not matter. Child, you earn a little money and lose sight of everything. One should not be so careless." Zhang Yuehong gently admonished. Li Yi chuckled and replied, "Mother, today I spent merely 5 or 6 yuan on these meats and vegetables. But do you know how much I earned today?" "How much?" she inquired. 500 yuan. "How much more?" 500 more, to be precise. 608 yuan and 50 cents. Li Yi declared. Everyone in the household was taken aback by Li Yi's revelation. Just a few days prior, he earned only a little over 100 yuan a day, and at most, 160 or 70. To think that within such a short span, he could earn 500 yuan in a single day, an amount that rivaled the annual wages of many. Li Yi continued with a smile, "Currently, there are over 40 children assisting me in mushroom picking, and daily we collect a total of 700 to 800 pounds of mountain goods. With such abundance, the profits naturally follow. There is no cause for astonishment. Moreover, this trade in mountain goods cannot sustain such profits every day, with so many people entering the mountains daily. The yield will decline in just a few days." Li Shankue nodded, saying, "Indeed, it is good that you understand this principle. Thus, save more of what you earn. For in the future, you will need to support a family." "Understood." With the knowledge of Li Yi's substantial earnings, Zhang Yuehong no longer felt regret over the meat and promptly decided that tomorrow the laborers would enjoy pork stew with vermicelli. In the following 2 days, Li Yi busied himself with deliveries and setting up stalls, while also assisting in the construction of the house, resembling a whirling top. The progress on the building was indeed encouraging. Within 2 days, with everyone's collaborative efforts, all the stones, red bricks, and timber required for construction had been procured. Despite the money being spent lavishly, Li Yi's spirits soared. After all, these building materials would soon transform into a grand and spacious brick house, where he would marry Tang Shui, thus remedying the lifelong regrets of his past existence. In comparison, what significance does this sum of money hold? Yet, in stark contrast to Li Yi's relentless endeavors and vigilance, Wang Ongwa has found these past few days exceedingly arduous. As the deadline imposed by the Municipal Bureau draws ever closer, they remain devoid of any leads, which has rendered him increasingly irritable. In the conference room of the criminal police team, smoke swirls thickly, with each individual clutching a cigarette to an outsider. It might appear as though a fire has broken out. However, no one pays heed to such trivialities, for all heads are bowed, their expressions grave. With a resounding clap, Wang Ongwa struck the conference table, his voice laced with fury. Still no news? What are you all doing? Deputy Captain Li promptly rose, attempting to placate him. Captain Wang, please do not be angry. The team is doing their utmost. Is doing our utmost sufficient? The public and our superiors are awaiting our resolution. What they seek are results. Do you comprehend? Wang Ongwa retorted loudly. Captain, over 3,000 of us have scoured the county town, yet we cannot uncover the hideouts of those traffickers. Nor have we found any trace of the children. We are at a loss. Li responded, his tone resigned. What do you mean you are at a loss? Am I to explain this predicament to the distraught families of the missing children? Wang Ongwa slammed the table once more. After a moment of contemplation, Deputy Captain Li suggested. Could it be that our approach is flawed? What do you mean? Wang Ongwa inquired. Captain, our search has predominantly focused on the county town these past few days. Is it possible that the traffickers are not even in the town? Li posited. There exists that possibility. But if we were to expand our search to the outskirts, or even to the neighboring rural communes, our current manpower would be insufficient, Wang Ongwa replied solemnly. Yet, we have already mobilized the militia from various communes. We genuinely lack additional personnel. Wang Ongwa pondered briefly before asserting, if we are short-staffed, we should request reinforcements from other counties. In any case, we must solve this case in the shortest time possible, or our county bureau's reputation will be utterly tarnished. Captain, borrowing personnel from other regions requires approval from above, a team member interjected. I will handle the report. You all immediately refer to the map and redefine the key search areas. I will contact the county and municipal bureau right away. Wang Ongwa commanded. Understood. Following Wang Ongwa's call, several adjacent counties swiftly dispatched substantial manpower to Qing County, simultaneously establishing checkpoints within their jurisdictions to thwart the traffickers' potential escape routes. The atmosphere in Qing County grew increasingly tense. Aside from Wang Ongwa's discontent, another individual was equally perturbed, none other than Su Hong, who harbored a singular desire for revenge against Li Yi. Upon returning from the county town, Su Hong had been thoroughly ridiculed by the residents at the youth commune. Initially, everyone awaited his return with hopeful anticipation for their share of the spoils, only to be met with disappointment, having gained nothing at all. Upon hearing that the state-run restaurant refused to accept mushrooms from outside sources, the other educated youth cast disdainful glances at Su Hong. As the saying goes, it is not the unfamiliarity with goods that one fears, but rather the comparison of goods. They had heard that the scion of the Li family dispatched hundreds of pounds of mushrooms to the county town daily, while Su Hong, who had confidently proclaimed a market for his produce, ended up selling not a single pound. The disparity was glaringly evident. Su Hong was seething with frustration. He had not wished for this outcome. The staff at the state-run restaurant had assured him they would purchase his mushrooms. Yet they had inexplicably reversed their decision the very next day. In a fit of anger, Su Hong accused Li Yi of deliberately preventing the restaurant from accepting their mushrooms, claiming that Li had asserted their produce was substandard. Upon hearing this, the other educated youth's dissatisfaction with Li Yi reached a boiling point, and they vehemently condemned his actions. Relieved to have redirected their ire, Su Hong exhaled. Now, he was consumed by resentment and jealousy. If he could not succeed in his business, then neither should anyone else. Having already submitted a report, he awaited Li's misfortune with bated breath. Furthermore, he harbored intentions to implicate that vile woman, Tang Shui, believing that her arrest would provide him with the satisfaction he craved. However, to Su Hong's dismay, he found himself anxiously awaiting news of Li Yi's apprehension, which never came. Each day, he watched as Li Yi drove his bright red mule cart to the county, returning laden with goods, igniting a maelstrom of frustration and helplessness within Su Hong. He could not fathom where the process had faltered. Why was it that a mere inquiry at the sugar factory's entrance would reveal the evidence, yet Li Yi remained unscathed? Little did he know that the entire county's military police and militia were preoccupied with apprehending human traffickers and locating missing children, leaving no resources to pursue small-time traders. After all, there were likely 2,000 or more engaged in clandestine commerce throughout the county. Could they possibly apprehend them all? Moreover, in recent years, oversight had relaxed considerably. Even if someone were caught, the likely consequence would merely be the confiscation of illicit gains, with the higher authorities turning a blind eye. What Su Hong perceived as a significant case was, in the eyes of the county bureau, merely a trivial matter. Under normal circumstances, had the bureau not been overwhelmed, they would not have dismissed such a report. At the very least, they would have dispatched someone to investigate the situation. If the scale of the operation were modest, a warning or brief detention would likely be the extent of the response. However, in recent investigations of similar cases, most involved sums of merely a few hundred yuan, with instances exceeding 1,000 being rare. Thus, the county bureau typically paid little heed to such cases. Moreover, amidst the ongoing investigation into the case of missing children, our own department is severely understaffed to the extent that we have had to borrow personnel from neighboring counties. Under such circumstances, how can we possibly allocate resources to investigate this seemingly insignificant matter? Consequently, the case of Li Yi has languished in delay. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, however, Su Hong was far from complacent. Fueled by indignation, he resolved to visit the county bureau the following day, determined to ensure that the individual responsible was apprehended. Otherwise, he would feel that his own grievances had been in vain. Chapter 44. The Military Order, Subscription Requested. In the stillness of the night, with the moonlight shimmering like water, the county bureau's office was once again filled with people. Yet, akin to previous gatherings, the atmosphere remained tense. Present were not only the various leaders of the criminal police team, but also the county's top officials, including the heads of the armed police and militia, all troubled by the grave 615 case. Comrade Nguo, please update us on your team's progress, intoned Director Zhang from his seat of authority. Wang Nguo promptly replied. Report, Director. Over the past few days, our criminal police team, in collaboration with comrades from various township police stations, has conducted a thorough verification of every village within the county. We have confirmed that a total of 19 children are missing, comprising 11 boys and 8 girls. Furthermore, we have established that June 15th was not the first date of disappearance. Indeed, a child went missing from a household in Dashio Commune on June 11th, though they failed to report it in a timely manner. In reviewing the case details over the past few days, we can ascertain that this is the work of a criminal gang, likely consisting of around 10 individuals. They appear to have established channels for child trafficking, with a significant portion of the group being from outside the region, and there may be local accomplices involved as well. At this juncture, Director Zhang interjected. I do not wish to hear about your investigative methods. I simply want to know if you have located the suspects. No, Wang and Guo replied. And the children? Have they been found? Zhang pressed. Not yet, came the disheartened response. Even if the children remain unfound, what of any leads? Are there none? The director inquired once more. None, Wang and Guo admitted, his spirits visibly diminished. With a weary sigh, Director Zhang slumped in his chair, lamenting, Comrades, both the county and city levels expect us to solve this case within a week, yet we have no leads whatsoever. Do you understand the consequences of this failure? Having served in public security for so many years, the assembled officers were acutely aware of the repercussions. The severity of the situation had incited widespread panic throughout the region. If the unrest could not be quelled swiftly, there would undoubtedly be consequences to bear. At this moment, Deputy Director Yi added, this afternoon, Director Zhou from the Municipal Bureau called the County Bureau. If we do not make any significant breakthroughs before nightfall tomorrow, he will personally lead a team to oversee operations in Qingshan County, where necessary actions will be taken. Comrades, at this moment, we are all like grasshoppers on the same string. If we fail to solve this case, every one of us present will face consequences, remarked Director Zhang solemnly. Whether or not we are penalized is secondary. I am merely frustrated. We have mobilized so many individuals, including not only outstanding graduates from police academies, but also heroic veterans from the military. How is it that we cannot locate those children? Do they possess the ability to become invisible? Furthermore, the uniforms we wear carry the weight of protecting the public. If we cannot crack this case, we will not only betray the nation's investment in our training, but also the trust the citizens have placed in us. Wang Onghua suddenly rose and declared, Director Zhang. Director Yi, I, Wang Onghua, am determined to apprehend those traffickers. If we fail to resolve this case, I shall resign in disgrace. Well said, Director Zhang responded. But this does not solve our dilemma. The most pressing task at hand is to capture the traffickers and rescue the children. Do you have any suggestions from the criminal investigation team? Director, we have searched every conceivable hiding place with our military, police, and militia, yet we have found nothing. Clearly, the locations where they conceal individuals are exceedingly clandestine. Instead of continuing to search for a needle in a haystack, why not enlist the help of the public? Wang Onghua proposed. Director Zhang furrowed his brow and replied, involving the public in the search would imply that we, the police, are at a loss, which would undoubtedly incite a broader panic. Wang Onghua countered, this is already our only option. Only by mobilizing the citizens can we hope to uncover more valuable leads. Very well, I shall ponder this matter further. Director Zhang interrupted Wang Onghua, and once again, the conference room fell into silence. Upon returning to his office, Wang Onghua appeared weary. He had not slept in 3 days. His eyes were dry and teary, and he suffered from a severe headache. He recognized this was a result of overexertion, and if it worsened, it could lead to dire consequences. Yet, sleep eluded him every time he closed his eyes. He was haunted by the maniacal laughter of traffickers and the terrified cries of children, preventing him from finding any semblance of rest. Knock, knock, come in. The office door swung open, and his good friend Li Gang entered, carrying a large bowl. Where did the dumplings come from? Wang Onghua inquired with surprise. From my sister-in-law. When did your wife come? While you were in the meeting. She knew you hadn't been eating or sleeping well these past few days, so she made some dumplings and sent them over. I'm utterly envious. Li Gang chuckled. Envious? You aren't even married. And you've been chased down the street by your father clutching your pants over this matter. How embarrassing. Wang Onghua couldn't help but tease. His brother was great in every regard, except for his inexplicable reluctance to interact with women. At 24, while others are already seasoned in relationships, he remains single. Women are too troublesome. I can't be bothered to find one. Without waiting for Wang Onghua to speak, Li Gang interrupted him, saying, I heard you stated at the meeting that if the case remains unsolved, you would resign in shame. Are you serious? With a military order in place. What is there to take lightly? Wang Onghua replied, while taking large bites of dumplings. What are you thinking? This case is inherently difficult. How can it be resolved in just a few days? Do you truly wish to shed this uniform? Li Gang asked, his voice low. It may not be impossible to solve. Wang Onghua suddenly exclaimed. Do you have a lead? Li Gang asked urgently. None. Without a lead, where does your confidence come from? I plan to meet that person tomorrow. Wang Onghua declared unexpectedly. Li Gang was taken aback and exclaimed. You can't seriously believe that charlatan can help you solve the case. Wang Onghua chuckled and replied, not necessarily. He can even predict my life and death. Perhaps he can assist in solving the case. Besides, he warned me about this matter from the start, so meeting him can't hurt. Then I will accompany you tomorrow. Li Gang said, that works. Let him read your fortune as well. Perhaps he will foretell some calamity for you. Wang Onghua joked. If he dares to say that, I'll slap him right then and there. All right, but if he truly says something like that, you mustn't act on it. He is my savior. Understood. Chapter 45. Gains in the Southeast. Subscription requested. At the county's state-owned restaurant, the heavy thunderstorm from the previous night had rendered the road to the county somewhat muddy, causing the mule cart to move slowly. Thus, Li arrived later than usual. Upon reaching the restaurant entrance, he spotted several individuals in olive green uniforms emerging from within. To his surprise, the leader among them was none other than Wang Onghua. Li hesitated, uncertain whether to greet him, as he did not know if Wang Onghua was here on official business, and he feared that an unsolicited greeting might disrupt him. Just then, Wang Onghua approached him, saying, Brother Li, we have been waiting for you for over an hour. Ah, Captain Wang, were you here specifically waiting for me? Li replied with a smile. Yes, please wait a moment while I finalize the delivery, then we can talk. Before he finished speaking, Lu Jingshan chimed in, Brother Li. Captain Wang likely has urgent matters to discuss with you. I will weigh your goods while you converse. Li did not refuse, smiling as he said, Lu Go. There's half a basket of monkey head mushrooms inside. Please don't mistake them for ordinary mushrooms. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Amid laughter, Li followed Wang Onghua and another police officer into the restaurant, where they found a relatively quiet spot to sit. Once seated, Wang Onghua looked at Li and asked, Brother Li, were the words you spoke that day genuine? What words? Li feigned ignorance. You said that if we could not resolve that major trouble, we should come to you. Wang Onghua said earnestly. Li did not respond to him, but cast a glance at another police officer nearby. Wang Onghua immediately interjected, Allow me to introduce him. This is Li Gang, my deputy and a brother I've grown up with. His grandfather is the renowned war hero Li Yunfei from our county, so you can place your trust in him entirely. Upon hearing that this young man was the grandson of the legendary hero Li Yunfei, Li scrutinized Li Gang closely. He resembled the photograph he had seen in the newspaper. An unfortunate fate awaited him. Hello, I am Li Gang. If we trace our lineage back a few generations, we might even find ourselves to be family, Li Gang said with a smile. Li glanced at him, nodded, and replied, To be considered family with the esteemed old hero Li is indeed my privilege. Subsequently, Li turned to Wang Onghua and remarked, I know what you are about to inquire. Your interests lie in the southeast. Southeast? Yes, trust my words and delve deeply in that direction. You will surely find what you seek. With that, Li disregarded Wang Onghua and rose to seek Lu Jingshan. Suddenly, Li Gang interjected, Brother Li, considering our familial connection, could you read my fortune? Li regarded him and inquired, You wish to have your fortune told? Indeed. 500 yuan. Oh, why is it that you read for him for free, yet I must pay? Li Gang retorted, Because I offered him my services voluntarily, while you did not. Is there really a difference? There is. What difference? You must pay. Payment is acceptable, but 500 yuan is rather exorbitant. Can it not be reduced? Li chuckled. I won't demand the fee now. If you believe my reading to be accurate later, payment can be made then. However, you must brace yourself for what I am about to say. I won't be upset. Go ahead. If it proves true, I shall sell my possessions to pay you. Li Gang declared. The heavens are collapsing. Your third eye is connected. Your gaze wanders. Your energy dissipates, resembling a state of intoxication, neither steadfast nor certain. Coupled with pallor and labored breathing, it is evident you possess a short life. Li continued. Moreover, your 5 elements lack water and are plagued by fire. Your name is rather forceful. Remember, excessive rigidity leads to fracture. Thus, your demise is related to fire. Li Gang was taken aback, as was Wang Onghua. Just yesterday, he had jested with Li Gang, suggesting that if Li were to read his fortune, he might also receive a warning of impending disaster. However, he never anticipated that Li would bluntly declare Li Gang's short life and that his death was linked to fire. Such a statement carried grave implications, and Li Gang's ashen face revealed the depths of his dismay. Li paid him no mind and continued towards Lu Jingshan, having provided the necessary warnings. Whether that young man heeded his advice was beyond his concern. After all, one can only guide those destined to receive enlightenment. He could do no more than offer a cautionary word. As Li walked away, Li Gang felt a mixture of anger and disbelief. Fortune-telling was merely a source of amusement. One would share pleasant words, and in return, if pleased, a token of gratitude might be bestowed. Yet, this young man had the audacity to point at him and label him a harbinger of misfortune. What a preposterous situation. Had it not been for his promise to Wang Onghua the previous night to refrain from violence, he would have been tempted to deliver a sharp slap to that insolent youth. Before Li Gang could finish his thought, Wang Onghua interjected with a smile, Enough of that. He.s. just spouting nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Besides, don't you also dismiss such things as superstition? While he did not believe in such matters, it still left an uncomfortable feeling within him. Let us not dwell on it. I was just considering that the southeast direction is indeed a weak point in our defenses. Before he could complete his sentence, Li Gang frowned and said, You can't possibly be taking that fool seriously. Aside from the mining area, there's nothing out there. And our team thoroughly searched the mine on the first day. No findings whatsoever. The mine? Yes, the mine. Wang Onghua suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I've been pondering this. If I were a trafficker, where would I hide those children to evade the police and armed forces? After much deliberation, I concluded that no open location would suffice, exposure is inevitable. The only viable option is underground. Continuing, Wang Onghua elaborated, however, with so many children, a standard cellar wouldn't suffice. They would suffocate due to lack of oxygen in no time. It seems that hiding them in a mine would be the most suitable solution. By your reasoning, caves could work too, Li Gang remarked. Oh, but the chances of caves being discovered are far greater than those of mines. Caves are typically desolate, making it difficult to procure necessities. Wang Onghua resumed, conversely, mines are different. They are tied to the mining operations, providing ample justification for obtaining supplies. But what about the workers at the mines? Surely, they would notice something amiss? Li Gang countered. What if those children were taken by the miners themselves? Wang Onghua proposed. Is that even possible? Li Gang asked, incredulous. As law enforcement, we must possess the audacity to entertain bold hypotheses. Wang Onghua declared solemnly. Let us return to the station and assemble our personnel for an exhaustive search of the southeastern mining areas. Is that truly necessary? Absolutely. I have a strong intuition that we may uncover something significant. With that, Wang Onghua hurriedly pulled Li Gang away from the state-run hotel. Chapter 46. Searching the mining area. Upon exiting the state-run hotel, Li Yi was in high spirits, not solely because he had earned a few hundred yuan that day, but more significantly, due to his intervention that led to the rescue of those children by the police, effectively saving numerous families. Furthermore, the traffickers' hideout would be dismantled, and the malevolent entities roaming freely would eventually face their deserved retribution, indirectly sparing countless families from potential harm. Within the essence of humanity lies a profound inclination towards altruism, accompanied by an innate impulse to engage in benevolent deeds. This notion echoes the teachings of Mencius, who articulated the inherent goodness of human nature, likening it to water's natural descent. Individuals gravitate towards kindness as effortlessly as water flows downward. When one performs actions that benefit others and society, a sense of joy arises, aligning with our intrinsic nature. Li Yi, too, was not an exception. After subtly engaging in a good deed, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if he walked with a refreshing breeze. However, unbeknownst to him, as he hummed a cheerful tune while exiting the state-run restaurant, Su Hong was lurking in a shadowy corner nearby, observing him. Frustrated by the lack of response from the authorities after several days since he submitted his report, and witnessing Li Yi continue his routine as if unperturbed, Su Hong felt a surge of agitation akin to a cat's scratch. Determined to ascertain the situation, he resolved to venture into the city once more. Arriving early in the county town, he awaited Li Yi's arrival, and soon enough, he spotted him driving a bright red mule cart towards the restaurant. To Su Hong's delight, he witnessed a scene that filled him with elation. Li Yi was promptly escorted inside by several police officers who had been waiting at the restaurant's entrance. This sight brought Su Hong immense joy, akin to savoring an ice cream on a sweltering June day. However, his elation was short-lived. Within 10 minutes, the officers departed without taking Li Yi with them. Shortly after their exit, Li Yi resumed his activities as if nothing had transpired, continuing towards the supply and marketing cooperative to set up his stall. Witnessing this, Su Hong felt as if he might explode with anger. Resolute, he decided to return to the police station to file another report, determined to ensure that they apprehended Li Yi this time. Oblivious to the watchful eyes upon him, Li Yi continued procuring supplies and setting up his stall at the entrance of the sugar factory, unaware that today would be anything but ordinary. At the Dawangshan commune mining area, Wang Onghua, accompanied by a team of seasoned detectives and over 20 armed police officers, suddenly arrived. They first convened at the local commune, where they instructed the commune director to assemble all local militia members to join their operation. Given that they were about to search a mining area exceeding 100 square kilometers, encompassing over 10 mining enterprises, their numbers alone were insufficient. Soon, more than 200 militia members from the Dawangshan commune were gathered and, under Wang Onghua's leadership, they swiftly headed towards several mining sites. Wang Onghua chose not to conduct a search at the largest iron mine, the Hongxing Iron Mine, since it was the biggest in the entire Qingshan County, employing 400 to 500 workers. Concealing a dozen children amidst such a multitude would indeed pose significant challenges for the suspect. Therefore, Wang Onghua strategically focused the search on smaller, less efficient, and even abandoned mining sites. However, as the morning passed, they searched 2 iron mines and 4 stone quarries, yet yielded nothing. Everyone, including Li Gang, was profoundly disheartened. Nevertheless, Wang Onghua remained steadfast in his convictions. He turned to Director Zhou of the Dahongshan police station, who was assisting with the investigation, and inquired, "Old Zhou, how many mines remain unsearched?" "Only 2 are left. One is the Hongxing iron mine, and the other is a coal mine named Kingan," Director Zhou replied. "I am familiar with the Hongxing iron mine. What can you tell me about the Kingan coal mine?" Wang Onghua asked again. "I don't know much. The coal mine used to be a collective enterprise of Kingan village, but due to poor management over the years, it is on the verge of collapse," Zhou explained. "Are there any workers there?" "Yes, just a couple of days ago. We dispatched personnel to investigate and found about 7 or 8 workers, but nothing unusual was discovered," Zhou responded promptly. "Let us head to the Kangan coal mine," Wang Onghua declared. Subsequently, the group made their way directly to the nearby coal mine. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally found the workers engaged in their meal. While Li Gang explained the situation to the person in charge, Wang Onghua took a moment to count the workers present and noted only 7 individuals, all of whom appeared somewhat off. Firstly, the way they regarded the visitors was unsettling. Their eyes reflected not only fear, but also a palpable wariness, which was not the typical reaction of ordinary folk upon encountering them. Secondly, although these individuals were dressed modestly, they appeared surprisingly clean. While such cleanliness might be insignificant in ordinary settings, it raised suspicions in a coal mine where dust and soot are rampant. Anyone who has worked in a coal mine understands that workers emerging from the depths would hardly be so immaculate. At that moment, Wang Onghua's instincts heightened. After Li Gang clarified the situation to the mine's representative, Wang Onghua approached the mine manager, Mr. N, and asked, "Manager N, how many people are currently employed at your mine?" "A total of 8, came the reply. "Why so few? Logically, a coal mine should employ at least dozens, if not thousands. Is this workforce sufficient?" Wang Onghua inquired, his brow furrowed. "To be honest, comrade, we have no choice. The quality of our coal is poor, and our reserves are limited, so we can only sell the coal to the locals. The profitability is dismal," Manager N continued. "Due to the lack of profitability, we can't afford much equipment, which makes every descent into the mine a harrowing experience. Consequently, few villagers are willing to work here." "So, all these workers are from your village?" Wang Onghua asked. "Yes, indeed," and confirmed. "Very well, we are here to conduct a standard search. Not just here, but at all nearby mines. We kindly ask for your cooperation," Wang Onghua stated. "Of course, we will fully cooperate." Manager N wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. With that, Wang Onghua and his team commenced their search of the small coal mine. However, after a thorough search, nothing was found. At that moment, a cave entrance, half buried in stones and dirt, caught Wang Onghua's attention. Chapter 47. The children have found it. "What purpose does that place serve?" Wang Onghua suddenly inquired. Director N of the mine, noticing Wang's sudden interest, felt a jolt of anxiety, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Yet, he maintained his composure and replied, "That is an abandoned mine shaft from before. Let us go take a look," Wang Onghua urged. "Comrade, that area is mostly buried. There is nothing of interest." Director N hastily interjected. "Not a problem. We are merely conducting a routine search to ensure nothing is overlooked." With that, Wang Onghua led his team toward the site. It was evident that the mine was quite deep, with the entrance towering 3 to 4 meters high. However, due to its abandonment, the entrance was cluttered with various dirt, stones, and coal gang. Abandoned mines and pits were exceedingly common in the mining area, thus failing to draw the attention of others. After observing the entrance for a while without discovering anything unusual, Li Gang sighed and said, "Captain Wang, it appears there is nothing here. Shall we withdraw?" Nevertheless, Wang Onghua shook his head and replied, "Hold on a moment." Then, with Li Gang staring in disbelief, he commanded his team, "Dig here." "Dig?" Before Li Gang could voice his skepticism, Wang Onghua asserted in a firm tone, "Dig." Upon hearing Wang's intent to excavate the abandoned mine, Director N felt a surge of anxiety and quickly stated, "Comrade, this shaft is large and deep. If you excavate it, you must refill it afterward. We can't manage that alone." Wang Onghua ignored him and instructed his team, "Hurry up and dig. Dig deep." The phrase "dig deep" suddenly reminded Li Gang of the words spoken by the so-called fortune teller that morning. "If you dig deep in this direction, you will surely find what you seek." Although he was skeptical, he remained silent. Before long, the half-buried entrance was unearthed. The moment the entrance was exposed, the seasoned Wang Onghua noticed something unusual. This mine had ostensibly been abandoned for many years, appearing untouched from the outside, yet distinct human footprints were visible at the entrance. Quite evident. This indicated that someone had indeed visited the mine, and not just once. This revelation immediately heightened the alertness of Wang Ongwa and Li Gang. They instructed the other team members to continue clearing the debris at the entrance, while Wang Ongwa prepared to question Director and once more. However, when he turned to locate him, he discovered that the man had vanished. Where did he go? Wang Ongwa urgently asked Director Zhou nearby. He said he was heading back to tidy up the dining area and feed the dog. In which direction did he go? That way. Director Zhou pointed towards the direction where the workers had just been eating and remarked. Wang Ongwa observed closely and indeed spotted a figure making its way in that direction. Realizing that this individual might attempt to flee, he immediately commanded, "Pursue. This person is suspicious." In response to Wang Ongwa's order, the accompanying police and armed police swiftly gave chase. Upon noticing the pursuers, the mine manager and took off running. Similarly, the area where the coal miners had gathered witnessed a comparable reaction, as those workers scattered in all directions. Wang Ongwa shouted urgently, "Capture them. We cannot allow them to escape." Although he had brought over 200 personnel, they were rather dispersed, with only about 30 accompanying him to investigate the Kangen coal mine. Excluding those who were excavating the abandoned mines, there were actually not many stationed nearby. The sight of these individuals fleeing caused Wang Ongwa to feel a surge of anxiety. Simultaneously, he was also somewhat exhilarated. Though the children had yet to be found, the frantic escape of these individuals indicated that they were undoubtedly involved in something nefarious. Li Gang was also somewhat bewildered, as the turn of events had unfolded too rapidly for him to react. Although the reasons for the flight remained unclear, his professional instincts urged him to lead a pursuit while signaling for reinforcements from the surrounding militia. Upon seeing the signal flare and hearing the gunfire warning from Wang Ongwa and others, the armed police and militia in the vicinity promptly converged. As they collaborated to apprehend the fleeing miners, significant progress was also made in the search of the abandoned mine. With the entrance of the mine excavated, several police officers equipped with flashlights descended to investigate. Although the depths of the mine were engulfed in darkness, the further they ventured, the more excitement surged among the soldiers. For after delving several dozen meters, they discovered signs of habitation, such as the ubiquitous presence of refuse. This indicated that there were indeed individuals residing within, and in considerable numbers. Upon reaching over 100 meters into the mine, they stumbled upon a large iron gate ahead. The gate was embedded directly into the stone wall of the mine, secured with a substantial lock, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Lacking a key, the police initially attempted to break the lock with stones, but found it impervious to their efforts. Thus, they resolved to retrieve hammers and crowbars from above. Soon, tools were delivered to the miners below. With a concerted effort from several police officers, they finally managed to shatter the lock on the heavy iron gate. With hearts pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation, they pushed the gate open. In that instant, everyone was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before them. The dim, chilly mine was permeated by a nauseating stench of decay, mingled with excrement, rendering entry nearly unbearable as the acrid odor provoked involuntary retching. Utilizing the narrow beam of their flashlights, the searching soldiers finally discerned the conditions within the mine. In the depths of the narrow yet dimly lit mine, several tattered straw mats lay strewn across the ground, upon which huddled a multitude of small figures. These were the unfortunate children who had been abducted. Clad in ragged and flimsy garments, they were relatively unbothered by the external weather, for it was June, and even wearing merely a pair of shorts would not induce a chill. However, within the frigid confines of the mine, the cold was biting, prompting the children to cluster together for warmth. Most of these little ones bore ashen faces, their spirits evidently dimmed by the hardships they had endured in recent times. A few lay motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. Perhaps the recent sounds of hammering had instilled terror in them, as they shrank together in fear, their bodies trembling incessantly, eliciting deep sympathy from the law enforcement officers present. The officers promptly approached to assess the children's condition, discovering that while the majority were not seriously harmed, they were in poor shape and required care. However, a few of the children were afflicted with high fevers, their conditions dire. Without delay, the officers began to carry the children out of the mine, one by one. Chapter 48. Farewell. Wang Ongwa. While Wang Ongwa was apprehending human traffickers at the Kangen coal mine, Li Yi was encountering difficulties of his own. At 12:30 in the afternoon, Li Yi arrived once more at the entrance of the sugar factory with his vibrant red mule cart, ready to commence his day's trade. His exclusive venture was as bustling as ever. However, just as he had sold half of his cold noodles, a small 212 Jeep approached, eventually halting before his modest stall. In the next instant, several uniformed officers disembarked from the vehicle and swiftly surrounded Li Yi. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yi understood that trouble was at hand. Indeed, before he could utter a word, the officers restrained him and swiftly applied handcuffs. The surrounding workers, who had been waiting to purchase cold noodles, scattered in alarm to avoid being implicated. In these times, engaging in business entailed risks not only for the seller but also for the buyer. It bore a resemblance to the future crime of child trafficking, where both parties shared culpability. At that moment, a senior officer, presumably the team leader, bellowed, "Everyone disperse. Do not engage in private transactions casually in the future. Be wary, or you may find yourselves arrested." The officers seemed reluctant to impose hardship on the ordinary workers, recognizing that they merely sought to improve their sustenance and had committed no grave offense. As for Li Yi, they intended to take him back for further investigation before deciding on the appropriate course of action. Typically, the outcome would involve the confiscation of illicit gains and, at most, a brief detention with a low likelihood of imprisonment. After all, times were tough, and ordinary individuals resorting to minor trades were often driven by necessity, exhibiting minimal malice. Without waiting for any protest from the workers, the officers escorted Li Yi to their vehicle and proceeded to the county police station with his mule cart in tow. In a small jeep, the stern officer gazed at the composed Li Yi and inquired, "How long have you been engaged in this?" "About 10 days, Li Yi replied candidly. 10 days is manageable, but if it extends further, you could genuinely face imprisonment. The officer, albeit reluctant, continued, "To be honest, they do not wish to apprehend individuals over this matter. Why, at your young age, engage in such speculative ventures? Are you unaware that this is against the law?" "I am aware, but I am in dire need of money," Li Yi admitted. Desperation for money does not justify unlawful actions. By your reasoning, since everyone experiences financial difficulty, should we all resort to crime? The officer, somewhat exasperated, responded. Li Yi, noticing the officer's amiable demeanor, smiled and remarked, "Of course that would be unacceptable. However, engaging in business is permissible, especially since it has been stated that the individual economy is to be restored and developed." The officer was indeed aware of this announcement, yet policies had yet to be effectively implemented. The information seemed to shift frequently, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. Consequently, they could not afford to overlook those engaged in commerce. Nevertheless, in terms of punishment, they tended to be more lenient. "You seem quite knowledgeable, but at present, the policy has not been enacted at the county level, and your actions are still unlawful," the officer stated. "Then how do you usually handle cases like mine?" Li Yi inquired once more. "That depends on how much money you have earned in total." "Only a few dozen yuan," Li Yi cautiously replied. "That is fortunate. Typically, we merely confiscate the illicit gains and tools of the trade and detain individuals for approximately half a month," the officer explained. "The money can be seized. But can you refrain from detaining me? I do not wish for my wife and parents to worry," Li Yi pleaded. "To be frank, we initially did not intend to intervene in your case, but there have been continuous reports against you, with individuals even coming to the station to oversee the situation. Thus, we cannot avoid detaining you." Upon hearing this, Li Yi furrowed his brow. He had presumed that the officers had merely spotted him during routine patrols or that an envious individual had reported him out of spite. He was taken aback by the relentless pursuit. What animosity could fuel such dedication? However, he refrained from inquiring about the identity of his accuser, knowing that such information would not be disclosed. After all, revealing the informant could lead to repercussions for the officer involved. Subsequently, silence enveloped the vehicle. Soon, the small jeep arrived at the county police station. Upon arrival, the officer exited the vehicle and instructed a young officer beside him, "Take him to the interrogation room. I will join you shortly for questioning." "Understood." The young officer then directed Li Yi to disembark and led him toward the interrogation room. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed outside the county office, followed by the sight of a convoy kicking up dust as it surged forward. The vehicles halted near the interrogation division, and a contingent of armed police escorted several disheveled figures from the cars. Shortly thereafter, another vehicle arrived, from which emerged a dozen children. Upon seeing these youngsters, The officers tasked with apprehending Li Yi erupted in jubilant cheers. The senior officer, overflowing with excitement, dashed towards them, momentarily forgetting that Li Yi, the suspect, was still present. Just then, another jeep rolled in, revealing Wang Onghua and Li Gang stepping out. Both appeared somewhat disheveled, particularly Wang Onghua, who seemed to have sustained an injury. The sleeve of his right arm was torn, with bandages wrapped around it. Nonetheless, their expressions were buoyant, as they engaged in light-hearted banter, clearly in high spirits. It was easy to surmise that the successful resolution of the case, with all suspects apprehended and every missing child rescued, was indeed a significant achievement. In comparison, their minor injuries were inconsequential. However, as they conversed, Wang Onghua casually glanced to his right and was taken aback by the sight of a familiar figure. At first, he thought he was imagining things, but upon closer inspection, it truly was Li Yi. Forgetting about the traffickers, he immediately approached Li Yi, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Li Yi was equally surprised to see Wang Onghua, especially in such a state, feeling a bit sheepish. When Wang Onghua reached Li Yi, he inquired, "Brother Li Yi, what brings you here?" Li Yi chuckled and replied, "Engaging in speculation and profiteering." "What? How did that come to be?" Wang Onghua asked, furrowing his brow. He had previously learned that Li Yi delivered mushrooms and local products to state-run restaurants, which hardly seemed like a scheme. "I engaged in a minor business venture, but someone reported me," Li Yi explained. The young officer assigned to oversee Li Yi interjected, "Captain Wang. Someone reported that there was a person selling snacks at the entrance of the sugar factory. We went to investigate and happened upon this comrade. So we brought him in for questioning." Wang Onghua breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a case of setting up a stall, nothing serious. "Remove the handcuffs and escort him to my office." "Yes, sir." Turning back to Li Yi, Wang Onghua said, "Brother Li Yi, please wait in my office for a moment while I settle these traffickers, and then I will join you." "Sure." Chapter 49. What a Small World, subscription requested. With Wang Onghua's directive, the young officer hurriedly removed the handcuffs from Li Yi. Unable to restrain himself, the young officer remarked, "You ought to have mentioned your acquaintance with Captain Wang earlier." Li Yi smiled and replied, "I was merely concerned about causing him trouble." "Are you related to Captain Wang? I heard him call you brother." "We're not related, but we do share a good rapport." As they conversed, they made their way to Wang Onghua's office. After the young assistant brought a glass of water to Li Yi, he promptly left, leaving Li Yi alone in the office. Bored and idle, Li Yi began to observe the furnishings of Wang Onghua's office. The space was modest in size and simply arranged, apart from a desk and a small sofa set. There was only a wooden cabinet for books and documents. Suddenly, Li Yi's attention was captured by a photograph on the desk. It depicted 3 individuals, 2 adults and a child, presumably Wang Onghua with his wife and child. What piqued Li Yi's interest was not Wang Onghua, but the woman in the photograph, whom he recognized. Her name was An Hong, a formidable rival in his past life, with whom he had engaged in fierce competition for over a decade, neither managing to best the other. Li Yi had previously commissioned an investigation into An Hong and discovered that she was the widow of a martyr, raising her son alone after her husband's death in the line of duty. When her workplace faltered, she was compelled to venture into business, eventually rising to become a billionaire through her own efforts. However, Li Yi never anticipated that An Hong was Wang Onghua's wife. What a small world it was. Moreover, the person he had inadvertently saved turned out to be the spouse of his old adversary, a rather complicated situation. At the same time, Li Yi pondered a grave issue. In his previous life, An Hong had turned to business only after her husband's tragic demise and her workplace's decline. Yet in this life, Wang Onghua not only survived but appeared poised for further advancement. Thus, even if An Hong were to lose her job, she would not be driven by necessity to pursue business. Would she still embark on that path as she had in her former life? Additionally, it seemed that there were stringent regulations regarding the spouses of public servants engaging in business. Given An Hong's current status, such a venture would indeed be inappropriate. Could it be that he had inadvertently resolved his greatest future competitor? If so, that would be quite the turn of events. Just as Li Yi was lost in thought, the office door swung open, and Wang Onghua strode in confidently. Upon seeing Li Yi, he smiled and said, "Brother Li Yi, I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Not at all. If it weren't for you, Captain Wang, I might have found myself in an interrogation room by now," Li Yi replied with a smile. Once they settled across the desk from one another, Wang Onghua expressed his gratitude, saying, "Brother Li Yi, I cannot thank you enough for what you've done. Without your input, Not only would I have faced misfortune, but everyone in the county bureau would have been reprimanded. This matter is not solely my doing. I merely provided a fresh perspective. All the credit belongs to you. Li Yi responded. Upon hearing this, Wang Ongwa immediately comprehended and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I understand. Then he added, by the way, Brother Li Yi, I just spoke with old Zhao about your situation. It's a minor issue. I've already informed him to let it go. Thank you so much. Li Yi exclaimed. Brother Li Yi, there's something I find quite perplexing. With your capabilities, you could easily secure a respectable job. Why resort to petty trade? Li Yi chuckled and responded. Do you look down upon commerce? Not at all, but given the current climate, you know it's hardly conducive to business. Haha. Do you believe the government will soon lift these restrictions and even encourage individual entrepreneurship? Li Yi asserted. There are rumors in that regard, but before Wang Ongwa could finish, Li Yi interrupted him. Wang, you are well aware of my abilities. When I say the government will relax its limitations on individual economies, it is certain to happen. Soon, venturing into business will become a societal trend. I am merely ahead of the curve, preparing for the forthcoming tide of commerce. Wang Ongwa intended to counter, but, recalling Li Yi's enigmatic capabilities, the words remained unspoken. Brother Li Yi, will the authorities indeed mandate the existence of individual economies? Yes, and it will be implemented swiftly. We merely await the announcement, Li Yi assured. I understand now. Wang Ongwa continued. I've already informed the public security team that you are our criminal investigation team's intelligence officer. Your street vending is merely a means to gather information, so do not let them trouble you in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Yi nearly burst into laughter. Such a rationale was utterly ludicrous. If this were said a decade later, it would indeed hold merit. After all, by then, street vendors would be ubiquitous, and blending into such a crowd to collect simple intelligence would seem plausible. But now, the few street vendors in the city stand out so remarkably. How could one claim to be a secret intelligence officer? Is that acceptable? Of course, and besides, you have indeed assisted us in solving 2 significant cases. So my statement stands. If you say it's fine, then so be it, as long as you don't arbitrarily arrest me. Li Yi replied with a smile. Haha, that won't happen again. By the way, have all those traffickers been apprehended? Li Yi queried suddenly. Yes, every last one. None escaped. What about the children? They have all been rescued. Aside from a few who required hospital treatment due to illness, the rest were merely frightened, nothing serious. Wang Ongwa responded. That's good to hear. Li Yi then added, you must thoroughly investigate those traffickers. Each of them is a despicable fiend. A thorough interrogation may yield unexpected surprises. Li Yi knew that many among them were fugitives with blood on their hands, some even notorious enough to be listed at the Ministry of Public Security. If these matters were uncovered, it would be a monumental achievement. Upon hearing this, Wang Ongwa was instantly elated, exclaiming, we must delve deeply. We cannot allow those scoundrels to slip through the cracks. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I still have half a batch of cold noodles unsold today. I cannot allow it to go to waste. Li Yi remarked with a smile. There will be no waste. My brothers and I have been busy apprehending suspects all day and haven't had lunch, so we shall take care of it. That sounds splendid. Chapter 50. Steady and unwavering, the allure of cold noodles is truly remarkable. The police officers at the county bureau, experiencing this culinary delight from the land of Sanshin for the first time, were instantaneously captivated, coupled with their undeniable hunger. Over 40 of them devoured more than 100 servings of cold noodles along with over 100 flatbreads, leaving Li Yi astounded by their formidable appetite. Afterward, Wang Ongwa offered Li Yi some money, but he graciously declined. On one hand, the amount was trivial to him. Accepting it would not enrich him, nor would refusing it impoverish him. On the other hand, he understood that these police officers had just returned from the front line of apprehending human traffickers. While he could not assist them in any significant way, providing them with a meal was a small token of gratitude from the local populace. When Li Yi exited the county bureau, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, a full 2.5 hours later than usual. Yet his spirits were high. Despite the fact that he had not profited from his cold noodle business today and had incurred considerable losses, some matters transcend monetary value. Firstly, through his intervention today, he successfully captured all the traffickers and restored peace to the community. More importantly, he freed over a dozen abducted children, an act of immeasurable virtue. Furthermore, he had now passed the scrutiny of the police, with Wang Ongwa backing him up. In the future, He could set up his stall not just at the sugar factory entrance, but even in the most bustling streets of the county without fear of repercussions. Naturally, Li Yi was not one to flaunt his newfound security and would avoid such ostentation. As the saying goes, when the heavens rage, there will be rain. When man is reckless, calamity follows. The greatest fear in business is such ostentatious displays, which may attract unwanted attention. Take the incident of being reported as an example. Although Li Yi never inquired about the identity of his accuser, he could surmise the probable suspects. Someone persistent enough to repeatedly report to the county bureau must be a familiar face. A stranger would not engage in such self-destructive behavior. And why would someone he knew wish to harm him? Surely, it was due to his recent display of prosperity, engagement gifts, purchasing a bicycle, and now contemplating building a brick house. Who wouldn't he feel envy? Thus, even with the amulet of immunity in hand, Li Yi preferred to keep a low profile. In summary, it was essential to remain steady and unwavering. However, with Wang Ongwa's formidable support, Li Yi began to view his cold noodle business in a new light. Although I may not be able to sell cold noodles on the bustling streets, I can certainly wholesale them to state-run restaurants. Given the allure of cold noodles, they are bound to become a signature dish at these establishments. Furthermore, the state-run restaurant is currently the only dining venue in the county open to the public, enjoying a booming business every day. Once this avenue is successfully navigated, the volume of sales will undoubtedly be substantial. While the wholesale price to the state-run restaurant cannot compare to what I would earn from street vending, if the quantity is significant, my profits will be no less than those from my own stall. With this thought in mind, Li Yi resolved to prepare a larger batch the following day and present it to the state-run restaurant for consideration. If it doesn't work out, it's no trouble. I can always deliver the excess to Wang Ongwa and others. However, unbeknownst to Li Yi, while he was delightfully contemplating his future business plans, the village was in an uproar. It is said that once Su Hong confirmed that Li Yi had finally been apprehended, he felt a surge of satisfaction and promptly disseminated the news. Soon, the entire Tuanzi Mountain Brigade was aware that Li Yi had been captured by the police for speculation and profiteering. Tang Shui, residing at the educated youth site, received the news first, so she hurriedly made her way to the Li household to inform Li Na and Li Shankui of the situation. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Li family. In these times, speculation and profiteering were serious offenses, and a misstep could lead to imprisonment. Immediately, Li Shankui intended to venture into the city to find his son. However, he was stopped by Li Na, who understood her brother well. Though he had a mischievous nature, he never undertook ventures without certainty. Since he had confidently claimed that there were connections above, it must indeed be true, and he would not deceive them. Consequently, Li Na urged her father to wait a little longer. If Li Yi did not return soon, they would head to the city together. Yet, as time passed without any sign of Li Yi, even Li Na began to feel anxious. At 6:30 in the afternoon, just as Li Na deemed it necessary to go into the city to seek information, a sudden, melodious jingling of bells resonated from outside the courtyard. Everyone rushed to the window, and the towering figure of the big red mule came into view. Li Na's face lit up with joy, and she excitedly dashed out of the house. Upon stepping outside, she saw Li Yi driving the mule cart into the courtyard and beginning to unload it. Xiaoyi. Li Yi looked up to see his third sister rushing toward him like a gust of wind, seemingly eager to embrace him. Instinctively, he extended his hand and called out, "Stop!" Li Na was momentarily taken aback by his sudden gesture, halting mid-motion. Has this little brat taken a disliking to me? Once she regained her composure, Li Na was immediately incensed, stepping forward to tug at Li Yi's ear, saying, "What a little rascal. Have you grown wings and dared to disdain your sister? Just wait and see how I deal with you." Li Yi hastily pleaded, "Sister, my dear sister, it hurts. Then you still find me bothersome, don't you?" Li Na retorted loudly, "I do not. You said we are both adults. How could I withstand such a sudden turn of events?" Li Yi quickly clarified, "What adults? You are indeed finding me bothersome." At that moment, Tang Shui emerged from the room, observing the playful banter between the siblings with a glimmer of envy in her eyes. Though she had an older brother and a younger sister, her brother found her tiresome, and her sister was distant. They never engaged in such affectionate teasing with her. Li Yi then noticed Tang Shui and exclaimed, "Sister, let go. My wife is watching." Upon hearing this, Tang Shui's face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Li Na grew even angrier and declared, "Well, Li Yi, now that you have a wife, you've forgotten your sister. What if Xiao Shui watching? Am I not allowed to discipline you? Li Yi swiftly freed himself from Li Na's grip and dashed to Tang Shui's side, feigning a pitiful expression. Wife, save me. Although Tang Shui was reluctant to intervene in their sibling rivalry, she couldn't help but say, Sister Na, please spare him. We still have serious matters to discuss with him. Li Na stared at her good friend in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. She knew that Tang Shui did not genuinely care for her inept brother. Her agreement to marry him was out of necessity, and she had been worried during the initial days that Tang Shui might resort to drastic measures. Yet just moments ago, when Li Yi referred to her as his wife, Tang Shui didn't object and even appeared bashful. This was peculiar, very peculiar indeed. Moreover, Tang Shui had even pleaded for her brother. Was the sun rising from the west? Chapter 51, The Youth Cadre Point. Taking down a person, please subscribe. Upon hearing Tang Shui mention serious matters, Li Yi immediately inquired, what serious matter? Tang Shui scrutinized Li Yi, noticing no visible injuries. Although his clothes were somewhat dirty, they remained intact, not resembling those of someone who had been beaten. Feeling a bit unnerved under Tang Shui's gaze, Li Yi asked again, what is going on? Why are you looking at me like that? People say you were arrested by the police and are facing imprisonment. Tang Shui stated. Li Yi was taken aback that the news had reached the village so swiftly, responding, it's true I was arrested, but the notion of imprisonment is sheer nonsense. Oh, you were truly arrested? You didn't run back on your own, did you? Tang Shui asked in a flustered manner. What are you saying? Do you think the police station is just some place you can come and go as you please? Run away by yourself? You must have watched too many dramas. Li Yi said, holding his forehead. Then how did you get out? Of course, they let me go? But didn't you engage in speculation? Why would the police release you? I heard that while the crime isn't severe, you would still have to serve some time. Li Yi chuckled and remarked. That may apply to others, but my small venture has received the approval of the Public Security Bureau, so I shall remain untroubled. Ah, how is that even possible? There is nothing impossible, for I am your man. Li Yi responded with a grin. At this moment, Li Na, witnessing Tang Shui being easily swayed by her own subordinate, hurriedly interjected, Xiao Shui is merely concerned for you. Do not speak nonsense. How am I speaking nonsense? You do not believe me when I speak the truth. How about this? Tomorrow I shall take you into the city to prove my words. Tang Shui murmured softly, but I still have work to attend to. Not anymore. I shall request a leave for you. Besides, you must also acquire some items for the wedding. Li Yi insisted. Acquire what? Tang Shui queried, slightly bewildered. In this day and age, isn't a wedding merely a matter of two individuals consolidating their belongings and cohabiting? If one has the means, a banquet can be held. If not, the banquet can be skipped altogether. What else is there to prepare? Li Yi, with a hint of affection, patted her head and smiled. How can one get married without preparing anything? At the very least, you must have a few new outfits, and shoes, socks, and undergarments should all be fresh. We're even changing houses, so the bedding and pillows ought to be new as well. In summary, there is quite a bit to prepare. Tang Shui instinctively replied. But that requires a considerable sum of money. Ha ha, you need not worry about finances. I am here for that. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Tang Shui inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. Well then, I shall accompany you into the city tomorrow. All right. By the way, how did you learn that I was apprehended? Who informed you? Li Yi inquired once more. News came from the male-educated youth at the commune. I am not sure who specifically said it, Tang Shui replied. The commune, male-educated youth? Li Yi began to grasp the situation. It was undoubtedly those idle young men who could not bear to see him thrive. He believed that among them, at least one would be scheming enough to report him without relent. My dear, may I ask you a question? Which of the educated youth has been frequently requesting leave these past few days? Li Yi was aware that the educated youth worked in unison. If one fell ill or took leave, the others would be informed. I believe it was Su Hong. Everyone else has been working as usual. Tang Shui answered. Now I understand. Let us dine at home this evening. After dinner, I will escort you back. Without waiting for Tang Shui's response, Li Yi turned to Li Na and commanded, Sister, please help me move the items from the vehicle into the house, and also ensure the mule has food and water. With that, Li Yi entered the house to retrieve his bicycle and hastily departed. Where are you going? Li Na called after him. To the commune, to teach someone a lesson. Li Yi replied without looking back, leaving Li Na and Tang Shui in a state of bewilderment. Under the big poplar tree at the commune. A number of educated youth were gathered around the grinding stone beneath the towering poplar, engaging in idle chatter, which was the only pastime they could indulge in after their labor, and they relished it. In truth, the educated youth were of varying calibers, the elite among them, even when dispatched to the countryside, would not forsake their studies, and consequently, most managed to gain admission to universities in the first year following the reinstatement of the college entrance examinations. The second tier of educated youth, hailing from affluent families with connections, would rely on their relatives to secure jobs in the city if they failed to enter university, and then would be transferred back to urban life. Others, however, opted for medical retirements. Although they returned without jobs, they were spared the hardships of rural life. The remaining group comprised those without financial means or connections, coupled with a lack of ambition and ability. In such company, their conversations revolved around boasting and gossip. Today, the focal point of their gossip was Su Hong. Having witnessed the arrest of Li Yi, he recounted the event with vivid detail. To tarnish Li Yi's reputation, Su Hong embellished the story, particularly the circumstances surrounding the police apprehension. You should have seen how ruthless the police were. They kicked over that scoundrel's stall, scattering condiments everywhere. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the scoundrel attempted to flee, but the police surrounded him and subdued him with ease, delivering a flurry of blows. As Su Hong animatedly narrated the tale, a sudden, jarring sound of tires screeching against the ground interrupted him, revealing Li Yi, who had arrived on his bicycle and halted before the group of educated youth. He coldly declared, "How was I oblivious to the fact that I was being so thoroughly besmirched?" Upon seeing Li Yi, Su Hong's face blanched in terror as he stammered, What are you doing here? If I hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have known what a scoundrel you are for tarnishing my name." "No, it's a misunderstanding," Su Hong hastily protested. Li Yi dismounted from his bicycle and strode towards Su Hong. Sensing Li Yi's aggressive demeanor, the other educated youth realized he was not there for idle conversation, prompting one to rise. "Li Yi, what do you think you're doing? This is the Educated Youth Center. You cannot act with impunity." Li Yi recognized him as Zhou Guangya, the current group leader at the center, the de facto head among them. "Are you here to defend that scoundrel?" Li Yi retorted coldly. "And if I am?" Before Zhou could finish, Li Yi advanced and delivered a fierce elbow strike to his chest, sending him flying several meters. Li Yi's piercing gaze swept over each educated youth present as he icily proclaimed, "Who else wishes to stand up for that surname Su?" Each individual caught in Li Yi's stare instinctively averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet his gaze. The fluidity and ferocity of Li Yi's earlier actions, coupled with his menacing glare, had indeed terrified them. Moreover, Li Yi is notorious in the village as a scoundrel, truly one who dares to resort to violence. An entire group was rendered speechless by his imposing presence. Witnessing the absence of any would-be heroes, Li Yi approached Su Hong step by step. Chapter 52. This scoundrel deserves a beating. As Li Yi drew near, a profound sense of dread enveloped Su Hong. He was all too aware of Li Yi's reputation as the most infamous ruffian in the village, one for whom brawls were a commonplace affair. Coupled with his towering stature and formidable strength, he rendered the efforts of 2 or 3 opponents utterly futile. The ease with which he had dispatched Zhou Guangya made it glaringly clear that they were not on the same level. "Don't come any closer. I will call for help." Su Hong stammered, trembling in fear. "Go ahead and shout. Just take a look at where we are. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, it will be futile." As soon as the words left his lips, Li Yi sensed an unsettling discord in his statement, as though he were the tyrant bullying a virtuous woman. Unbeknownst to him, the educated youths perceived him as no different from a bully. "Li Yi, if you dare to strike me today, I will certainly report you to the commune tomorrow," Su Hong declared furiously. In response, he received a resounding slap that left his mouth bleeding. "What does the commune matter? Have you forgotten that you had me apprehended by the county police for several days? Yet here I stand, free," Li Yi retorted loudly. At this revelation, all the educated youths present were taken aback. So, it was Su Hong who had a hand in Li Yi's arrest by the police. No wonder he was the first to receive the news. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Su Hong stammered, his heart racing. He could not afford to admit this, for being a whistleblower was far from honorable. If word got out, it would be a serious blow to his reputation. In those times, the general educational level of the commune members was modest. They preferred to resolve matters behind closed doors. Even the gravest issues rarely reached the commune, let alone the county, as the common folk believed that once a situation escalated to the county level, it could spiral out of control, potentially ruining an individual or even an entire family. Thus, they harbored a particular disdain for those who reported others in secret, viewing such actions as the epitome of treachery. Li Yi knew this scoundrel would deny his culpability and coldly remarked, "If you weren't the one who reported me, how would you know I had been arrested by the police? Moreover, you spread rumors claiming I was apprehended for speculation and would be sentenced. You dare to say that because you are the one who has falsely accused me of speculation. What is wrong? Are you too cowardly to own up to your actions?" Provoked by Li Yi's words, Su Hong's anger flared, and he bellowed, "You dare to act, but not to admit it. Have you not trafficked mushrooms in the county town? Have you not set up a stall for trade at the sugar factory? Is this not a form of speculation? If you are bold enough to engage in such deeds, how can you prevent others from reporting you?" Upon hearing this, all the educated youths present were taken aback. They had initially believed Li Yi's accusations to be mere slander aimed at discrediting Su Hong. However, this revelation cast doubt on Su Hong's innocence, for he seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of these dealings, which implied considerable investigation on his part. The deeper implications began to surface. Why would Su Hong delve into such matters? What ulterior motives did he harbor? The answers became painfully clear. As these thoughts crystallized, the gazes of the crowd shifted towards Su Hong, sympathy evaporating and giving way to a burgeoning disdain. The investigation was indeed thorough, revealing a calculated malice. With that, Li Yi delivered a swift kick to Su Hong's abdomen, showing no mercy to such a scoundrel. First, he had coveted and bullied his wife, and now he sought to report him. This rogue deserved a lesson. Otherwise, others might perceive Li Yi as a mere sickly cat. The force of the kick sent Su Hong crashing to the ground, curling up like a boiled shrimp. "Go ahead. Strike me dead," Su Hong shouted in fury. At this juncture, he realized that pleading for mercy would be futile, and thus he resolved to embrace his fate. Since the beating was unavoidable, he hoped to provoke Li Yi into striking him harder, believing he could later report him to the commune. He was convinced that the police station was under his family's control, and he doubted anyone could shield Li Yi from justice. Yet, Li Yi was astute and not easily deceived. He had already discerned Su Hong's intentions, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Su Hong. However, Li Yi targeted only non-vital areas, causing considerable pain, yet leaving no serious injuries, an outcome that would be difficult to classify as even minor injuries should Su Hong seek medical attention. The air was filled with Su Hong's wretched cries, echoing throughout the entire educated youth camp. Meanwhile, the commotion piqued the interest of others, including female educated youths and nearby villagers, who flocked over to witness the spectacle. They stood by, watching Li Yi's aggression unfold, yet none dared to intervene. On one hand, Li Yi's notorious reputation instilled fear, as exemplified by the fate of Zhou Guanya. On the other hand, although the bystanders were unaware of the specifics, they noted the male, educated youth's indifference to Su Hong's plight, their gazes laden with contempt. Clearly, the situation was more complex than it appeared, thus dissuading any attempts at interference. Just then, two figures came rushing towards the educated youth camp. Upon witnessing the crowd gathered nearby, one could sense that something untoward had occurred, prompting an immediate rush towards the scene. "Stop it!" Li Yi exclaimed as he turned to find Tang Shui and his sister Li Na among the onlookers, and he promptly halted his actions. Tang Shui, glancing at the writhing figure of Su Hong on the ground, felt a wave of unease and quickly interjected. "How could you resort to violence?" In a low, resolute tone, Li Yi replied, "This scoundrel deserves a beating." He then addressed the surrounding youth members, asserting, "This incident does not stem from my position as a local taking advantage of an outsider. Rather, this fellow has simply provoked my wrath. Envious of my mushroom deliveries to the county, he brazenly reported me to the county police, falsely accusing me of engaging in illicit trade, clearly intent on ruining my livelihood." Li Yi continued, "The authorities deemed my actions innocuous and chose not to intervene. Undeterred, this rogue persistently harassed the police, compelling them to bring me in for questioning, merely to ascertain the facts. To my dismay, this knave then returned to the village, spreading malicious rumors that I had been apprehended for my alleged crimes and faced imprisonment. Tell me, does this scoundrel not deserve a thrashing?" At this pronouncement, a wave of outrage rippled through the crowd. The anger directed at Su Hong extended beyond the reprehensible act of betrayal. More critically, he had threatened their very means of sustenance. A considerable portion of the village's youth had found employment through Li Yi, who, despite his reservations about their involvement, had reluctantly acquiesced to their pleas for work. In fact, even the youngest among them, at merely 7 or 8 years old, could earn 1 or 2 yuan a day, while older children might make as much as 5 yuan daily, far surpassing the meager earnings from agricultural labor. Should Li Yi be incarcerated, the mushroom business would inevitably collapse, severing their financial lifeline. At that moment, a deep voice interjected, "Su, is what Li Yi claims true? Did you indeed report him to the county authorities?" The crowd turned to see that, at some point, the village head Feng Kai had arrived. Initially, he had come to caution the youth about the impending heavy rain, advising them to secure their doors and windows. However, upon encountering the commotion, he quickly grasped the situation and the context behind Li Yi's actions. Su Hong, groaning on the ground, remained silent, contemplating denial but fearing Li Yi might drag him to the police for confrontation. At the same time, he felt rather bewildered. He had clearly witnessed the authorities apprehending him, yet he was released so swiftly. Was it now permissible to engage in petty trades? Observing his defeated demeanor, the onlookers quickly grasped that he had never been wronged in the first place. Su Jiqing, I must say, your handling of this matter has been quite unprincipled. After establishing the tone of the discussion, Secretary Feng continued, even if you have conflicts with Xiao Yi, such disagreements among comrades should be addressed through internal mediation within the organization. Your act of reporting him behind others' backs is, at the very least, undermining the revolutionary camaraderie between comrades. At worst, it is an act of retaliation. More importantly, even if you find Xiao Yi's actions questionable, your first course of action should be to report to the production team and the village committee and subsequently to the commune, rather than directly to the county police. You must understand that if Xiao Yi is apprehended, it is not just him who suffers the consequences. The production team leader, myself as the village secretary, and the leaders at the commune may all be implicated. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze towards Su Hong intensified with anger. Secretary Feng was right. This lad was truly causing harm. Indeed, the cadre members at the commune would bear the brunt of the repercussions, and it would ultimately be us ordinary members who suffer the fallout. Your actions are clearly self-serving. You do not wish for us to thrive either, harboring a malicious intent. The villagers naturally lean towards supporting Li Yi, let alone that Li Yi has improved, even during his less admirable days a few years back. When he was often up to no good, no one considered sending him to the police. How dare an outsider like you speak out? At that moment, Secretary Feng signaled for silence and addressed Zhou Guangya. Zhou, as the leader of the youth group, what do you propose as a resolution to this matter? Zhou Guangya found himself in a difficult position. He considered that, given Su Hong's current state, perhaps they should let it slide. However, seeing the fury on the faces of the other members, he realized that such a sentiment could not be expressed by him. In light of this, he sought assistance from Tang Shui. After all, Tang Shui was Li Yi's betrothed. If she pleaded for Su Hong, Li Yi would surely listen. However, to his dismay, Tang Shui showed no sign of understanding his silent plea, as if she hadn't comprehended his request at all. Witnessing this, Li Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. His fiancée Yi, who usually appeared somewhat naive, was remarkably perceptive at crucial moments. If she had indeed interceded for Su Hong, he would have felt deeply disappointed. After all, when one's partner is in such turmoil, pleading for leniency would be akin to being a white lotus saintly figure. Tang Shui noticed Li Yi's gaze upon her, her face flushing as she promptly lowered her head. Though her time spent with Li Yi was brief, she understood that he was a man of deep loyalty and possessed a certain air of chivalry. Had she truly interceded on Su Hong's behalf, he might not have voiced his displeasure outwardly, but it would undoubtedly have unsettled him internally. It was unreasonable for her to discomfort her own partner for the sake of a petty individual who secretly harmed others while bullying her. Seeing no one willing to assist, Zhou Guangya gritted her teeth and suggested, "How about this? Let Su Hong apologize to brother Li Yi." Without waiting for Li Yi's response, Li Na interjected loudly, "What is an apology worth? Thankfully my brother wasn't sentenced. Otherwise, even a death sentence would seem lenient." Feng Kai solemnly added, "An apology alone is rather insufficient. Let him compensate Li Yi with 10 yuan as well, to serve as a lesson." Zhou Guangya glanced at Su Hong before asking, "Su Hong, do you agree?" "I have no money," Su Hong retorted. Feng Kai shot him a look and replied coolly, "If that is the case, don't be surprised if the team decides to withhold your files. and you will need a certificate from the team when you return to the city." The threat was unmistakable. Su-hong clenched his jaw and conceded. "Fine, I'll pay the 10 yuan, but it has to be next month. I truly have no money at the moment." Feng Kai then looked at Li Yi and inquired, "What do you think, Yi?" "I have no objections," Li Yi replied, but then continued, "However, I believe that whether one is a villager or not, whether friends or not, we should at least consider ourselves comrades in arms. It is normal to have disagreements. Expressing them allows for rational discourse to discern right from wrong. Knifing someone in the back is utterly disgraceful. If Su-hong can harm me today, he could just as easily harm any of you tomorrow, or even dare to jeopardize the entire village. Such a person sends chills down my spine." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted, including the educated youth, who now regarded Su-hong with a wary gaze. Indeed, if Su-hong could betray Li Yi, he could betray them as well. This individual posed a significant threat. It would be prudent to keep a distance from him. One does not seek numerous friends, but must be wary of inadvertently creating enemies. A hidden attack can be exceedingly distressing. To slay with intent to harm the heart is the gravest offense. Recognizing that he had achieved his objective, Li Yi chose not to linger any longer and approached Tang Shui and Li Na, preparing to return home. Thus, the tempest subsided. Chapter 54. Long-standing intentions. Upon exiting the educated youth site, Li Na looked at her younger brother with a mix of surprise and admiration, saying, "You really are something. You got into a fight and still managed to make him pay. You've monopolized all the good fortune in the world." Tang Shui interjected, "That is secondary. Although 10 yuan is not an insignificant sum, Su-hong can still manage to scrape it together. The most alarming aspect is his final remarks." Li Na evidently did not possess the foresight that Tang Shui did, and immediately inquired, "What is wrong with those few remarks?" "I think they are quite fine. They are indeed satisfactory, but for Su-hong, it may not bode well. Are we not in a predicament? If all goes as expected, Su-hong will soon become the village's foremost pariah, someone everyone will avoid at all costs. This is akin to murder with intent to harm." Li Na was not foolish, merely caught off guard. Prompted by Tang Shui's reminder, she suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, her expression transforming to one of astonishment as she gazed at Li Yi, exclaiming, "Are you still my little Yi?" Li Yi chuckled and replied, "Why wouldn't I be? My little Yi is not so astute. Now, who exactly are you?" Although he was aware that his elder sister was jesting, a shiver coursed through Li Yi. In 2 lifetimes, despite being fundamentally himself, there were still distinctions. He never anticipated that his sister would discern the truth so swiftly. "What is the matter? Just because I've become slightly more formidable, you deny I am your brother? Should I recount your childhood embarrassments for you? What embarrassing stories could I possibly have?" Li Na retorted defiantly. "Huh. Do you recall when you played house with Dejun and the others, resolutely insisting on being Dejun's bride, crying when he rejected you?" Before he could finish, Li Na bellowed furiously, "Are you seeking death?" She advanced to confront Li Yi, but was promptly intercepted by Tang Shui. Li Yi continued, "And remember when you were 14, running home in tears, claiming you were going to die? Mother discovered it was just your first experience with that?" At this, even Tang Shui could no longer bear to listen, exclaiming, "Stop right there." Li Na's blood pressure soared, and she grabbed a twig from the ground, ready to strike him. However, Li Yi quickly maneuvered his bicycle a few paces away, laughing heartily. "Sister, remember, if you intend to hit your brother, it's best to do it sooner rather than later." Though infuriated, Li Na dismissed her inner doubts. This mischievous boy was indeed her brother. Otherwise, how could he know such intimate details from their childhood? Yet, how had he transformed so remarkably? It was all quite bewildering. At that moment, her gaze suddenly fixed on Tang Shui. The reason for her brother's dramatic change stemmed from a singular encounter with Tang Shui. It seemed as though he had matured overnight. Indeed, he had grown from a boy into a man. Li Na appeared to uncover an enormous secret, her eyes now regarding Tang Shui with newfound fervor. Her dear friend was truly a fortuitous charm for the Li family. After just one encounter, her little brother had morphed from a slacker into a capable earner. If this were to happen repeatedly, he might very well become a true affluent individual in the future. In that instant, Li Na's gaze towards Tang Shui grew increasingly fervent. Tang Shui felt a twinge of unease under Li Na's penetrating gaze and nervously inquired, "Sister Na, why are you looking at me like this?" "Xiao Shui, I truly did not anticipate the extent of your charm." "What charm? I don't quite understand," Tang Shui replied, perplexed. "Have you not noticed? Ever since you and Xiao Yi, well, you know, his transformation has been remarkable. You are well aware of how he was before. Just look at him now. He has not only become more intelligent and diligent, but he has also embarked on a righteous path. Had I known you possessed such influence, I would have gone to great lengths to ensure you were bound to Xiao Yi's side. Li Na laughed. Sister Na, are you implying that his improvement is entirely due to me? Tang Shui asked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, apart from that, I can think of no other explanation. This can't be possible. As she spoke, Tang Shui began to realize that Li Na's words carried a measure of truth. She remembered well how Li Yi had been prior to that incident. Back then, he was a ne'er-do-well, often found gambling in the neighboring village or indulging in petty thefts on the mountainside, returning home only sporadically. More crucially, he had been infatuated with Wang Xuemei from the adjacent village, disregarding anyone else. However, after that incident, he had undergone a profound transformation, one that made her regard him with newfound respect, even allowing him the opportunity to pursue her. As this thought crossed her mind, a sweet sensation flickered within her. She had heard it said that when a man is willing to make certain changes for you, it often signifies genuine feelings. Likewise, when you willingly alter aspects of yourself for someone, it indicates that you have fallen in love. Previously, she had not fully grasped this sentiment, even considering it a flawed notion, as many individuals are steadfast and resistant to change, herself included. Yet now, not only did she comprehend it, but she also found it to be true. Li Yi was a living testament to this, and so was she. Before that event, she had dreamed of returning to the city, seeking her longed-for brother, Tan Cheng. Following the incident, she relinquished her hopes of returning and took the first step towards change. Initially, she believed her circumstances forced her hand, stemming from her entanglement with Li Yi and her family's influence. Although she ultimately chose to stay, despair clouded her heart. She could not envision any hope for her life, nor did she harbor any expectations for her impending marriage, nor had she contemplated genuinely accepting Li Yi. However, after spending over half a month together, she now perceived Li Yi in a more favorable light, recognizing his admirable qualities. She was not only willing to afford him a chance, but had also begun to harbor a flicker of hope regarding her marriage, marking her second step towards transformation. No one would make various changes or concessions for another person without a compelling reason, unless they have profoundly fallen in love. The very thought that she might be in love with Li Yi left Tang Shui momentarily stunned. While she was lost in her thoughts, Li Yi's voice suddenly broke through the air. Could you two hurry up? I still need to go back and prepare a delicious meal for you. Li Na first acknowledged him, and then turned to Tang Shui, saying, Did you hear that? This guy truly cares for you. He'll personally cook whenever you come over. Which is rare for him. Is that so? Tang Shui replied. It seems like he has had intentions for you all along. Li Na boldly asserted once more. No way. Didn't he always have a crush on that Wang Xuemei from the neighboring village? Tang Shui asked in astonishment. Wang Xuemei? What does she have? Aside from her two prominent assets, how can she compare to you? Xiao Shui? Li Na continued. I'm not just saying this to flatter you. Don't you have other thoughts besides wanting cold noodles? What does that have to do with cold noodles? Oh, my silly sister-in-law. Can't you see that Xiaoyi learned to make cold noodles, just for you? It's a specialty dish from your Qin province. Nobody here even eats that. Li Na elaborated. And Xiaoyi knows only a handful of people from Qin province. Apart from being somewhat familiar with you, he has no real acquaintances there. If it weren't for you, why would he bother learning about it? Tang Shui was truly taken aback by this revelation. Could it be true that Li Yi had liked her all along? For some reason, she suddenly felt a surge of joy. Chapter 55. A good omen. By the time the trio returned to Li's home, it was already 7:30, with only half an hour left until dusk. Upon entering the house, Li Yi instructed Li Na to go to the garden and pick some vegetables while he began kneading the dough. Tang Shui wished to assist, but Li Yi stopped her, asking her to sit and watch instead. This discontented Li Na, who bluntly remarked that Li Yi had forgotten his sister now that he had a wife. To this, Li Yi merely chuckled. Sisters are wonderful, but nothing compares to a wife. Today, Li Yi was preparing Qishan Saomian, a renowned snack from Qin province. The most crucial element of Saomian is the sauce, which serves as the soul of the dish. Therefore, after the dough had rested, Li Yi commenced the preparation of the sauce. Although he had not purchased any meat today, there was some previously cured pork at home. He took a few pieces, rendered the fat, and diced it. Afterward, he scooped a generous spoonful of the pork fat into a hot pan, added the diced cured pork, and continuously stirred while incorporating a certain amount of minced ginger to eliminate the gamey odor. Due to the inherent saltiness of the cured pork, there is no need to add additional salt. However, when the meat is cooked to medium, one should incorporate aged vinegar and stir-fry. At 7/10 doneness, soy sauce and Sichuan pepper should be added for flavoring. Just before removing from the heat, a suitable amount of red chili powder is to be stirred in. After a brief simmer, the dish is ready to be served. In no time, a pot of fragrant meat sauce is prepared, revealing a vibrant, glistening red oil that is not overly spicy. Once the sauce is completed, Li begins kneading and rolling the dough. The defining characteristic of the sauce noodles is their long, uniformly thick strands. For Li, kneading and rolling the dough presents no challenge. Soon enough, a board full of noodles is ready. At this moment, Lina has also cleaned the pot and brought water to a boil, prompting Li to add the noodles. Once cooked, the noodles are drained and generously topped with the sauce, culminating in a bowl of authentic Qishan sauce noodles. The dish, crafted by Li, boasts a rich, savory flavor without being greasy, complemented by a glossy red broth. Additionally, he has blanched some fresh vegetables to enhance the taste, which is simply delightful. Tang Xue never anticipated that she would savor a bowl of genuine Qishan sauce noodles in this remote mountain village. Her astonishment is surpassed only by her gratitude. Initially, she was skeptical of Lina's words, questioning how Li could have learned to make cold noodles for her. Yet now she believes, for Qingshan County, situated in the northern reaches near Shaanxi, predominantly serves knife-cut noodles and pot noodles, making the Qishan sauce noodles a rarity, one that most locals have never even encountered. If not for her, or to indulge her preferences, Li would have had no reason to prepare the sauce noodles. With this realization, Tang Xue gazes at Li with newfound tenderness. Unbeknownst to Li, Tang Xue's inner thoughts have shifted. Had he been aware, he would surely declare it a beautiful misunderstanding. His motivation for making Qishan sauce noodles is not merely due to Tang Xue being from Shaanxi, nor is it an act of concession. Rather, it stems from the fact that Qishan sauce noodles are the only type of noodles he knows how to prepare. Much like the cold noodles, the Qishan sauce noodles were learned during his visits to Tang Xue's hometown. In his past life, he would only shed his various aids and masks during his annual visits to her grave, allowing himself to relax for a while. Li felt he had already shown her his most vulnerable side. Before her, there was no pretense left to maintain, even if it was merely a gravestone. Each year during that time, he would cook for himself and live a solitary life, spending an hour or two at Tang Xue's resting place. It was during those moments that he learned to make cold noodles, meat sandwiches, Qishan sauce noodles, and other delicacies from Shaanxi. As for the local pot noodles and the knife-cut noodles from the neighboring province, he could manage to prepare them, albeit with a taste that would never match the authenticity of Qishan sauce noodles. Although unaware of the myriad images Tang Xue had conjured in her mind, Li could nonetheless sense the changes within her. Not long ago, the gaze that Tang Xue directed towards him was starkly different from the present. It was almost polar. Initially, her eyes were unfamiliar, cold, and even carried a hint of disdain. Although that disdain had faded over time, her feelings remained absent, and she regarded him more like a stranger. However, now, whether it was merely an illusion or not, Li discerned a flicker of curiosity, a touch of admiration, and a subtle, almost imperceptible affection in Tang Xue's gaze. This revelation stirred a sense of excitement within him. He was acutely aware that Tang Xue had always harbored feelings for another, Tan Sheng, who, in their previous life, ultimately became her brother-in-law. According to the investigations Li conducted in his past existence, after returning to the city, Tang Xue discovered that the man she cherished was on the verge of marrying her sister, Tang Bing. In fact, they had been engaged for 2 years, a detail known to the entire Tang family, yet they had kept it from her, compounding her despair when she unexpectedly found herself pregnant. Her parents not only failed to support her, but berated her for her indiscretion and even attempted to coerce her into an abortion. Recalling the tribulations she faced at the Qianzi Mountain Brigade, coupled with her family's attitude, the multitude of setbacks ultimately drove Tang Xue to a desperate situation. Thus, since his rebirth, Li had harbored a lingering unease, fearing that Tang Xue could not relinquish her attachment to that man. If that were the case, he would merely be acquiring a shell devoid of her heart. Yet, it seemed that the weight of that man in Tang Xue's heart was not as substantial as he had envisioned. She did not regard him with complete indifference. This was undoubtedly a positive omen. Li Yi believed that as long as Tang Shui felt even the slightest inclination towards him, she would be unable to escape him for the rest of her life. After all, he was her first man, and such a traditional mindset would not allow her to disregard him. Moreover, it was reasonable to surmise that Tang Shui was nurturing a new life within her. Given her gentle and kind nature, she would not allow the child to suffer as long as there remained a glimmer of hope. In her previous life, she would rather perish than terminate her pregnancy, underscoring the significance she placed on this child. Having accepted the child, embracing its father would merely be a matter of time. In a buoyant mood, Li Yi paid no heed to the peculiar gazes of his parents and sister, continually serving Tang Shui during their meal with a fervor that was truly palpable. Tang Shui found herself somewhat taken aback by his enthusiasm. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Though shy, this time she did not reject Li Yi as she had previously, but welcomed his attentions with grace. Witnessing this scene, Li Shan-Kuei and his wife exchanged satisfied smiles, while Li Na appeared utterly astonished. It was no wonder Li Na was so taken aback. The Tang Shui she knew was akin to a flower on a high peak, somewhat adorable but undeniably proud. Do not refer to it as the style of a second-rate individual. Even when confronted with the esteemed pursuits of renowned figures such as Song Wenji and Zhang Huanxiang, she remained unfazed. All the gifts presented to her were returned, and she would not accept assistance with meals or water, unyielding in her stance. Yet now, she can accept her brother's gesture of serving her food. A truly astonishing turn of events. Could it be that after sharing a bed with a man, all other intimate actions seem trivial? Chapter 56. Bringing my wife to the city. Subscription requested. After a night of silence, Li Yi rose early the next morning. He had already resolved to prepare a larger batch of cold noodles, intending to not only set up a stall at the sugar factory, but also to reserve some for the state-run restaurant as a trial. Thus, he began his work at 5 in the morning, tirelessly continuing until 8:30, successfully crafting over 400 sheets of cold noodles. Fortunately, with the help of his sister, the task would have otherwise delayed him until 10 o'clock if he had to manage alone. Once all the cold noodles and accompanying ingredients were loaded onto the cart, Li Yi and his sister set out. They first hurried to the Knowledge Youth Point, and by the time they arrived, Tang Shui had everything prepared. She did not require Li Yi or Captain Zhang to request leave. She had managed it all herself. The three of them then proceeded together to the county town. This marked Li Yi's first outing with Tang Shui. Although it was merely a trip to the county, he felt a swell of joy. In contrast, Tang Shui appeared somewhat bashful. Whenever they encountered other members of the commune, she kept her head bowed, anxious that others might notice her. However, with only the three of them in the cart, it was impossible for anyone to overlook her. Once they exited the village, Tang Shui gradually emerged from her shy demeanor and began to converse quietly with Li Na. Sister Na, didn't you accompany him to the county to sell cold noodles before? How was it? Tang Shui inquired discreetly. It was quite enjoyable. You should have seen the scene. Hundreds of people surrounded us, eagerly thrusting money into our hands. It was wonderful. Li Na replied candidly. Were there really that many people who enjoyed his cold noodles? Tang Shui asked, astonished. Indeed, Xiaoyi's cold noodles are both chewy and generously portioned, made with quality ingredients. Many people truly appreciate them, Li Na said with pride. If the authorities truly remain indifferent, this business could thrive. Tang Shui remarked. Absolutely. If this business can sustain itself, you will surely enjoy a life of comfort. Tang Shui's face flushed, and she added, Sister Na, and uncle and aunt will enjoy it too. Though their voices were soft, and typically Li Yi would not have heard, he sensed that his faculties had been heightened since his rebirth. Thus, he clearly overheard their conversation. With the realization that Tang Shui was beginning to accept and attempt to integrate into his family, Li Yi was overwhelmed with happiness. Thus, while listening to Tang Shui and the third sister whispering, Li Yi drove the mule cart to the county town. Upon entering the city, Li Yi, as per usual, made his way to the state-run restaurant to deliver mushrooms. He unloaded the mushrooms from the cart and instructed the third sister to present them to the staff for weighing, while he took Tang Shui to Lu Jingshan's office. Come in. With a firm knock, Li Yi pushed the door open and found Lu Jingshan seated at his desk, diligently working on an abacus, seemingly engrossed in calculations. Upon noticing Li Yi accompanied by a beautiful woman, Lu Jingshan promptly rose and exclaimed, Ah, it is my brother Li Yi. Who might this be? Li Yi smiled and replied, This is my wife, Tang Shui. Observing the flush return to Tang Shui's cheeks, Li Yi quickly added, However, We have yet to formalize our union. The wedding is scheduled for 2 weeks hence. Lu Jingshan was momentarily taken aback, then warmly responded, "Ah. So this is my sister-in-law. Please, take a seat." Once seated on the small sofa opposite Lu Jingshan's desk, Li Yi immediately stated, "Brother Lu, I have a matter to discuss with you, if you have a moment." "Of course, what would you like to share?" Lu Jingshan inquired eagerly. "I have a business proposal regarding a collaboration with the state-run restaurant, and I wonder if it might be feasible," Li Yi stated directly. "Oh, what kind of business?" Lu Jingshan asked, intrigued. "Cold noodles." "Cold noodles?" "Yes, it is a renowned delicacy from Qin province. Recently, aside from delivering mushrooms here, I have been setting up a stall at the entrance of the sugar factory to sell cold noodles, and business has been exceptionally good. I can sell hundreds of servings within just a couple of hours." Before he could finish, Lu Jingshan exclaimed in surprise, "So it was you, Brother Li Yi, the young man selling at the sugar factory entrance." "Really, Brother Lu is aware of this?" "Yes, just a few days ago. Some leaders from the sugar factory dined here and specifically mentioned your stall, praising your cold noodles highly." Lu Jingshan continued, "I had been contemplating visiting to discover what culinary marvel could so captivate those portly gentlemen. I had no idea it was you." Li Yi chuckled and said, "I was unaware of that, but since you have heard of it, I shall be forthright. I wish to collaborate with your state-run restaurant to sell cold noodles." "How would you like to collaborate?" Lu Jingshan inquired. "I would supply your restaurant with a daily batch of cold noodles at a wholesale price. As for the retail price, I will leave that to your discretion," Li Yi responded. "Brotherly, how much do you sell your cold noodles for at your stall? And what would be your wholesale price for us?" Given that this was a business matter, Lu Jingshan needed to approach it with seriousness, as the state-run restaurant had monthly sales targets to meet, and their pressure was considerable. "I sell them for 20 cents per serving, plus an additional 2 liang of noodles. As for the wholesale price, I can offer them to you at 15 cents, without the noodle ticket." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Lu Jingshan was genuinely intrigued. If one were to calculate the price accurately, it would amount to a mere 60% of the original cost. Even if they sold each portion for just 20 cents, there would still be a substantial profit to be made. Moreover, the prices at state-owned restaurants are certainly not on par with the street vendor prices that Li Yi offers. They must be at least doubled, so selling for 40 to 50 cents is quite reasonable. With this in mind, Lu Jingshan immediately said, "I think it's a good idea. Brother Li Yi, you can reserve some for today, and let us give it a try." Lu Jingshan continued, "If there are indeed people who enjoy this delicacy, we can establish a long-term partnership. If it doesn't sell well, we can revisit the matter later. All right, I will reserve 100 portions for you." After finalizing the agreement, Li Yi promptly transported the 100 portions of cold noodles he had prepared from the mule cart to the back kitchen of the state-owned restaurant. He then brought in various side dishes and condiments. Aware that the chefs at the state-owned restaurant might not be familiar with this dish, Li Yi proceeded to give an on-site demonstration, teaching them how to mix the cold noodles step by step. The chefs, being professionals, quickly grasped that this dish was quite similar to the cold jelly they were accustomed to, and in no time, they mastered the technique. After tasting the cold noodles they had prepared, which were nearly identical to his own, Li Yi felt reassured and left the state-owned restaurant with the two women. Chapter 57. You take care of your beauty. Upon exiting the state-owned restaurant, Li Yi drove the cart towards the supply and marketing cooperative, accompanied by Tang Shui and Li Na. Today he intended to purchase some items for Tang Shui's wedding. After all, for women in this era, marriage is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and one should strive to leave no regrets. Meanwhile, Tang Shui felt somewhat dizzy in the cart when she glanced at the military green satchel at Li Yi's waist. Her expression was one of disbelief. Just moments ago, she had witnessed him earning at least 600 to 700 yuan from selling mushrooms and a small portion of cold noodles, which was truly astonishing. She had previously heard from Li Na that Li Yi could make money, but Li Na had only mentioned that he earned a few dozen yuan a day. Although that amount seemed substantial to Tang Shui, equivalent to a month's salary for others, it now appeared that she had significantly underestimated Li Yi's earning capacity, which exceeded her expectations. Noticing the curious yet hesitant expression on his wife's face, Li Yi smiled and said, "We are family. Feel free to speak your mind." This hesitance is quite uncomfortable. Initially hesitant to meet his gaze, Tang Shui finally asked out of curiosity, "How much did you earn today?" As soon as the words left her lips, she felt a bit embarrassed and quickly added, I have no other intentions. I'm simply curious." Li Yi chuckled and replied, 658. 658 in one day? Although she had mentally prepared herself, Tang Shui was still taken aback by the answer. Recently, she received a summons to return to the city, with the designated workplace being the woolen mill in their municipality. Tang Shui was well aware of the wages at the woolen mill, as her mother worked there as a female laborer. To her knowledge, a formally employed female worker at the mill earned a maximum of 28 yuan a month, with only the team leaders making 30 yuan. In other words, Li Yi's daily earnings could equate to her salary for 2.5 years after returning to the city. What was even more remarkable was how effortlessly he earned that money, akin to receiving it for free. Not so much. When I return, I still have to distribute some to the village kids. Li Yi remarked. I saw you gave them only about 100 or 200 yuan last night. Doesn't that mean the rest is all your pure profit? Well, on a day like today, I could earn around 400 yuan. Li Yi replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Na chimed in from the side. You haven't even counted the money from your stall. It must be more than 400. However, for Tang Shui, whether it was 400 or more, those figures felt entirely unattainable. Suddenly, she recalled what Zhang Xinyao had said that night. Li Yi was no longer the same idle youth he once was. Not only had he become handsome, but he was also quite adept at making money. At this rate, the Li family would soon become affluent, and she feared she might truly be unworthy of him. In an instant, Tang Shui felt that her once prized attributes held no significance in Li Yi's eyes. With his current capabilities, he could easily marry someone younger and more beautiful. Moreover, she believed that if the villagers learned he could earn in a day what others made in a year, many would eagerly offer their daughters in marriage to him. This thought brought a wave of pressure over her. Li Yi noticed Tang Shui's unease and smiled, saying, Did I scare you? Tang Shui, feeling no shame, nodded and replied, A little. Haha, it's all right. From now on, you will manage the finances in our home. Me? Manage the finances? Yes, I earn the living. And you are responsible for being beautiful. Li Yi stated earnestly. Tang Shui had never heard such sweet talk before and felt her face flush, lowering her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Na, as if struck by 1,000 blows, commented sourly, Li Yi, you're done for. You are completely finished. What do you mean I'm finished? Li Yi asked, puzzled. Before you even get married, you're already spoiled like this. I can already see your future position in the household. You will surely be the one who fears his wife. Li Yi, unfazed, replied, Is it wrong to pamper my wife? I take pride in fearing my wife. What's wrong with that? Fearing your wife and being proud of it. Have you lost your mind? Fearing that Li Yi might say something more flirtatious, Tang Shui quickly interjected, Sister Na, don't tease him. From now on, he will decide the big matters, and I will handle the small ones. Upon hearing those words, before Li Na could speak, Li Yi could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Li Na furrowed her brow and remarked, What are you laughing at? I believe Xiao Shui's words hold merit. Tang Shui, equally perplexed, inquired, Yes, do you think I am mistaken? Indeed, there is no flaw in her statement. Yet it reminds me of a tale shared by an elderly gentleman. Li Yi replied with a smile. What story? Tang Shui promptly asked. Li Yi continued, Once, an elderly gentleman recounted that when he first married, his wife told him, You shall decide the major affairs of the household, while I will manage the minor ones. I was overwhelmed with joy, thinking myself fortunate to have such a wonderful wife. However, I soon discovered I had stepped into a quagmire. For instance, when I deemed a matter significant and was about to voice my opinion, my wife would say, Such trivialities, and you, a grown man, wish to involve yourself. Consequently, in over 30 years of marriage, there has not been a single major event in our home. Upon hearing this, both Li Na and Tang Shui could not suppress their laughter, drawing the attention of passers-by along the street. After a while, Tang Shui suddenly spoke earnestly. As long as you treat me well, I shall permit significant matters to arise in our family. Li Yi, however, chuckled softly, saying, No worries. A lack of major events at home is quite pleasant. Simplicity is a blessing. Indeed, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, Li Na, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Could you both refrain from being so sweet in front of me? Hurry and buy what you need. After that, we still have to set up the stall. Li Yi cast a sympathetic glance at his elder sister, who was still single, yet opted not to say anything further. His sister had always been opinionated and held high aspirations. Over the past few years, there had been numerous suitors, including a village chief from a neighboring settlement. But all had been turned away by her. In her own words, she desired to find someone who caught her eye. However, Li Yi understood that she was burdened by the care of their aging parents. In recent years, as their parents grew frail, the thought of marrying off his sister weighed heavily on him. If she were to marry, who would tend to their parents? Thus, even when faced with a suitor who stirred her heart, she could only refuse, feeling that she was a hindrance to her sister's happiness. Nonetheless, Li Yi saw no fault in her decision. After all, she was merely 21 and still had options. He resolved to establish his business and later find a more suitable match for her. With this thought in mind, he called out to the big red mule and quickened his pace towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 58. A Dog's Eye Sees the Lowly. Subscription requested. The supply and marketing cooperative was not far from the state-run hotel, and soon they arrived. Once at the location, Li Yi instructed his sister to take Tang Shui inside to select items while he went to park the vehicle. Since there were still numerous belongings in the car, theft was a concern. It is worth noting that during this era, despite claims of simple folkways, many families faced dire material shortages, with some even struggling to put food on the table. Whenever an opportunity arises, those individuals never fail to seize it. As for Li Yi, his vehicle was laden with provisions. If left unattended, it would surely tempt many to harbor ill intentions. Thus, after securing the mule cart, Li Yi did not immediately venture inside, but instead called Lu San over from across the road. Having exchanged tickets with him a few times and inquired discreetly about his character, Li Yi found Lu San to be somewhat lacking in reputation among the neighbors, yet undeniably a man of loyalty and camaraderie. Li Yi first exchanged some grain and fabric coupons with Lu San, then acquired all the industrial vouchers from him, subsequently asking Lu San to keep an eye on the cart before striding towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon entering, he was met with a cacophony of discord. Upon closer inspection, it seemed a quarrel was unfolding. Li Yi typically paid little heed to such disturbances. Arguments, and even brawls, were commonplace in supply and marketing cooperatives during those times, and as long as he was not involved, he preferred to remain indifferent. However, it soon became clear that ignoring the situation was not an option, for the quarrel was being instigated by none other than his sister, Li Na. How dare you look down on us? Just because we don't buy anything, we cannot even inquire? Though he caught only fragments of the exchange, Li Yi surmised that the source of the conflict stemmed from the disdainful attitude of the saleswoman, which had understandably irked his sister. He promptly approached and inquired, "Sister, what is happening?" Upon seeing her brother, Li Na felt a surge of confidence. Despite his somewhat naive demeanor, he was never one to shy away from confrontation. "Literally, she is bullying us. Xiao Xue and I have our eyes on that red quilt cover, intending to purchase it to make a celebratory quilt for you. But she met us with impatience and insulted Xiao Xue." Before Li Na could finish, the saleswoman, a woman in her 20s, retorted angrily, "How have I bullied you? It's simply that if you cannot afford it, do not touch." Li Yi furrowed his brow, responding, "How can you presume to know our financial means? Do you have any idea how much that celebratory quilt set costs? A staggering 18 yuan. Can you afford it?" The saleswoman, brimming with arrogance, scoffed, believing it absurd for these impoverished individuals to challenge her over such a price. However, what transpired next exceeded her expectations. Li Yi coldly remarked, "Do you think that because these two young ladies are dressed modestly and lack the flamboyance you possess, they are unworthy of your service? No, do not attempt to explain. Explanations are mere veils for your actions. I tell you, your behavior exemplifies class discrimination, a blatant disregard for the common people, and a disdain for the vast farming community." He continued, "They say the working class and farmers are united. It seems you have forgotten your roots. Regardless of our attire, we live with dignity, having neither consumed your grain nor worn your fabric. What superiority do you presume to flaunt before us? Moreover, the reason you stand here with such arrogance is not due to your exceptional qualities, but rather because it is we, the ordinary folk from the countryside, who toil diligently to sustain you. Just observe how you conduct yourselves. You consume the grains we cultivate, yet you approach your duties with such disdain, all the while masquerading it as service to the people. Do you not feel a pang of shame?" As soon as the words left my lips, a voice from the crowd erupted in applause. "Well said. How true that is. Indeed, let them look down upon others with their disdainful gazes. They have finally encountered a formidable adversary. It is high time for such attitudes to be challenged. The arrogance displayed by some has reached insufferable heights, and yet we must endure their condescension even when purchasing goods. The service provided by this saleswoman has long been unsatisfactory, and many have voiced their grievances against her. Now, Witnessing someone confront her directly, numerous individuals stepped forward to condemn her actions. In an instant, the entire supply and marketing cooperative descended into chaos, resembling a public trial. The saleswoman, unaccustomed to such scrutiny, turned pale with fear, genuinely frightened that these country folk might overturn the counter and assault her. Just then, a balding middle-aged man emerged from a door behind the counter, exclaiming loudly, "What is all this commotion? Do you not know this is a supply and marketing cooperative?" Upon seeing the balding man, the saleswoman seemingly found her savior and immediately raised her voice, feigning tremendous grievance. The balding man hastily inquired, "Why are you crying? What has happened? Who has wronged you?" The saleswoman promptly pointed at Li Yi and declared, "It is he who has bullied me." The balding man turned to Li Yi and demanded, "Who are you to intimidate others? Do you not know this is a supply and marketing cooperative?" Hearing this, Li Yi became infuriated and retorted loudly, "If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought this was a den of unscrupulous merchants. What do you mean by that? You are tarnishing the reputation of our cooperative." The balding man shouted back, "With your attitude towards work, do you even need me to tarnish your reputation? Just look at the expressions on everyone's faces. You should realize how furious they are." Li Yi replied coldly. The balding man glanced at the onlookers and indeed saw their faces filled with anger, immediately sensing that something was amiss. "Comrade Zhou Fengmei, what is truly going on?" the director inquired. "Well, they lack the funds to purchase items and keep asking questions. Furthermore, one of them touched our expensive bedspread, so I admonished them a bit. Unexpectedly, this comrade began to yell at me." As soon as the saleswoman finished speaking, the balding director addressed Li Yi, stating, "Comrade, this is where your error lies." Before he could finish, Li Yi stepped forward and coldly replied, "I would like to hear what we, as consumers, have done wrong. Let me tell you. Today we are going to confront this issue head-on." As he spoke, the imposing aura of Li Yi, reminiscent of a past leader, left everyone present in awe. The bald director was clearly taken aback, yet he stubbornly retorted, "It is your fault. When purchasing items, one must act within their means. If you cannot afford it, do not waste our staff's time. We are quite busy. Moreover, many valuable products are reserved for our leaders. If you dirty or damage them, how can we sell them to others?" Upon hearing this, Li Yi was both infuriated and amused. Just as he was poised to deliver a sharp retort to the bald director, suddenly, an angry voice erupted from behind. "Silence." Chapter 59, I shall report this. Li Yi turned around and was astonished to see a familiar face. He never expected to encounter old Master Wang here. Wang Guoguang recognized Li Yi as well, but did not approach him. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. The bald director furrowed his brow at the unexpected appearance of the elderly gentleman and stated, "Comrade, this matter does not concern you. Please refrain from meddling." Wang Guoguang retorted vehemently, "How can this not concern me? Do you not see the slogan above you? Serve the people. I am one of the people you are meant to serve." He continued, "This matter is not only my concern, but that of everyone present, for we are all part of the populace." "You are being unreasonable," the bald director exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What do you mean by unreasonable? It seems you are the one who feels guilty." Wang Guoguang incisively remarked. "What do I have to feel guilty about?" The bald director scoffed. "Reflect on your earlier words. If you cannot afford it, do not waste our staff's time. How can we know what we can afford if we do not inquire about prices? If we do not ask anything? What purpose do you serve?" The old gentleman then added, "Furthermore, let me emphasize this point. The supply and marketing cooperative is merely a government entity for centralized purchasing and sales. All goods are intended for the common people, not just for the leaders." Recognizing Wang Guoguang's formidable presence, the bald director understood he was not an ordinary individual and immediately inquired, "Who exactly are you? And why are you meddling in this affair? What of it? I am an ordinary citizen. Is there a problem with that?" Seeing the bald man's flustered demeanor, Li Yi interjected, "Old master, do not stoop to his level. I believe this matter should be reported to the police and the disciplinary committee." The bald man retorted angrily, "What does this have to do with the police and the disciplinary committee? Does it not concern the police when we are verbally insulted by your staff while simply trying to make a purchase?" Li Yi replied calmly, "And what has the disciplinary committee to do with this? I have serious doubts regarding your work ethic and capabilities. I genuinely question how you managed to infiltrate the supply and marketing cooperative. Therefore, I request that the comrades from the disciplinary committee investigate this. Is that unreasonable?" Without waiting for the bald director to respond, Li Yi continued. Moreover, I perceive that the situation between you and this female comrade is rather peculiar. It is quite unusual for a woman to seek solace from a superior after having suffered grievances, and to weep so openly. Thus, I have reason to suspect that there exists an improper relationship between you two, which warrants investigation by the disciplinary committee. To be frank, Li Yi could discern the underlying deceit between the bald man and the female sales attendant at a glance. He had initially intended to remain uninvolved with their affairs, but given their blatant disregard for propriety, he felt no obligation to spare them any dignity and spoke candidly. Upon hearing these words, the bald director's expression shifted dramatically, and he retorted, "You are defaming me. I have every right to sue you. No need for your lawsuit. I shall call upon the public security and the comrades from the disciplinary committee right away." Li Yi replied, emboldened by his conviction. "You, comrade. I acknowledge that the issue arises from comrade Zhou Fengmei's work attitude. If she apologizes to you, can we consider this matter resolved?" The bald director, demonstrating some flexibility, understood that if this situation escalated, it would be detrimental to both him and Zhou Fengmei. Thus, he sought to minimize the incident. However, he underestimated the foolishness of the woman beside him. Upon hearing the bald director suggest an apology, she immediately bristled. "I will not apologize. I have done nothing wrong." "Silence. This matter is not yours to decide. Apologize immediately, or do not bother coming to work tomorrow." The bald director barked in anger. "How dare you, Gu Tongfu? You have taken advantage of a young and beautiful maiden such as myself, and now you wish to dismiss me? I shall report you to the county." At this declaration, gasps echoed through the crowd. Initially, they thought Li Yi was merely spouting nonsense, but it turned out to be a prophetic utterance. In an instant, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically as they regarded the two involved. The bald director, Gu Tongfu, was rendered ashen by the woman's words. Could such matters be discussed in such a setting? If this were to escalate to higher authorities, it would spell disaster for him. This was a matter of conduct. If it caught the attention of superiors, no divine intervention could save him. With a resounding slap, the bald director struck Zhou Fengmei, causing her to stumble backward several steps before regaining her balance. Realizing she had misspoken, she covered her face and began to weep, no longer daring to utter another word. Meanwhile, Gu Tongfu addressed the assembled crowd. "I apologize. Our comrade here has a penchant for exaggeration. Please do not take her words to heart." However, Li Yi coldly interjected. "Whether her words are exaggerated or not is of no concern to us. You should contemplate how to explain this to the disciplinary committee." Gu Tongfu, his expression darkening, replied, "What is your issue, comrade? What exactly do you want?" The tone of his words suggested that he believed they had no power over him. "Remember what I told you earlier. This matter is far from over." Faced with such a despicable individual, Li Yi felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down, wishing not to allow him to see another year. Just then, a voice from the crowd shouted, "The police have arrived." Li Yi gazed towards the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative and indeed observed several uniformed police officers hastily entering, among them a familiar face. Upon entering the cooperative, Li Gang scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. When his eyes fell upon Li Yi amidst the crowd, he promptly approached. Noticing Li Gang making his way towards him, and sensing a greeting was imminent, Li Yi proactively declared, "Comrade police officer, I wish to report a case." Li Gang had intended to converse with Li Yi, as he had been reflecting on their previous discussion ever since returning home. The term short-lived ghost echoed in his mind like an incantation. Initially, he had dismissed such notions as mere superstition, but witnessing Wang Onghua effortlessly resolve the child abduction case under Li Yi's guidance had truly shaken his beliefs. Particularly, the phrase "dig deep" resonated in his ears even now. No one could have imagined that those despicable traffickers had confined the children within an abandoned mine, buried deep underground. Without Li Yi's insight, they would have never located the missing individuals. Thus, not wishing to become a short-lived ghost, he sought to discuss matters with Li Yi. Today, while conducting errands, he spotted Li Yi's striking red mule at the cooperative entrance and decided to enter. However, he never anticipated that upon their meeting, Li Yi would immediately call for a report. Chapter 60. The Tragic Bald Director. Subscription requested. Li Gang, having ascended to the position of deputy captain in the criminal police team, was astute enough to grasp Li Yi's intent with merely a glance. He navigated through the crowd and stood before Li Yi, inquiring, "Comrade, what do you wish to report?" "Comrade police officer, I wish to accuse them of class discrimination." Looking down upon ordinary citizens, and subjecting us to humiliation. Li Yi continued, "Furthermore, I wish to report these two for engaging in inappropriate relationships." The remarks made by that woman earlier serve as proof, and all present can attest to this. At this moment, the bald director was visibly flustered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Comrade police officer, this is all a misunderstanding." However, Li Gang did not grant him the opportunity to protest or explain, sternly commanding, "Silence. You have not been asked a question." At Li Gang's rebuke, the bald director shivered, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Li Gang turned once again to Li Yi, asking, "Comrade, could you elaborate on the specifics of the situation?" "Of course, we are ordinary farmers from the countryside," Li Yi began, recounting the recent events in meticulous detail, neither embellishing nor evading any issues, simply reiterating the occurrences as they had transpired. Those nearby, including Wang Guoguang and other citizens, nodded in agreement, silently acknowledging the young man's fairness in speech. Li Gang now comprehended the situation at hand. He glanced at Wang Guoguang beside him, observing the elderly gentleman subtly nodding in affirmation, which confirmed the veracity of Li Yi's words. With a stern expression, he approached the bald-headed director and stated, "Please accompany me for a moment." Ignoring the police officer's protest, Li Gang addressed his subordinates behind him, instructing, "Take them back to the station and notify their direct supervisor regarding this matter." Understood. At this point, the bald-headed director, Gu Tongfu, along with Zhou Fengmei, were utterly bewildered. They had never anticipated that a mere verbal altercation would lead them to the precinct. While being detained was not inherently terrifying, the potential ramifications of this incident loomed ominously. Although it was unlikely that they would face criminal charges for such a trivial matter, the impact on their futures could be profound. The police officer had already indicated that the first step would be to inform their superiors. It was easy to foresee that family members would also need to be notified, and possibly even the discipline inspection committee. After such a commotion, retaining their public positions might become exceedingly difficult. With this troubling thought, Gu Tongfu cast a resentful glance at Zhou Fengmei, blaming her for the predicament. If only this foolish woman had simply focused on selling her goods, they would not be in this mess. Now, not only had she jeopardized her own standing, but she had also implicated him. Yet, with circumstances as they were, he felt powerless, fervently hoping that this foolish woman would keep her mouth shut while in custody, for if she divulged anything, the consequences could extend far beyond mere termination from public service. Leaving aside the dismal sight of the two being escorted away, Li Gang returned to Wang Guoguang after issuing his orders and cautiously remarked, "Uncle Wang." Wang Guoguang glanced at him and nodded, saying, "Indeed, you exhibit some semblance of a people's police officer. It seems those years in the military were not in vain." Li Gang offered an awkward smile before continuing, "Uncle Wang, weren't you hospitalized a few days ago? How are you feeling now?" "Much improved, nothing serious." "That's good to hear. My father mentioned he wanted to visit you. But just as he was about to, he was dispatched to the provincial capital for work." "Ha ha ha. Tell him not to worry about such trivial matters. Work is of utmost priority." At this juncture, Li Yi interjected with a smile, "Do you two know each other?" Li Gang replied with a chuckle, "Our families are neighbors. My father and Uncle Wang have maintained a friendship for decades." Upon hearing this, Li Yi felt a surge of surprise. It appeared this young man hailed from a commendable family background. After all, having a long-standing friendship with the county party secretary's family indicated that his own family was not lacking. Such is the nature of social circles. Individuals within the same sphere typically share similar standings. It is rare for billionaires to forge close ties with those earning a meager salary. Though exceptions do exist, they are few and far between. Meanwhile, the venerable Wang Guoguang addressed Li Gang, saying, "If you have no pressing matters, you may attend to your business. I have some matters to discuss with this young man." Li Gang did not ponder much on the matter, but rather stated, "Uncle Wang, since this incident was reported by this comrade, it is only procedural for him to make a statement. However, the act of taking a statement is but a triviality." More importantly, Li Gang wished to engage in a substantial conversation with Li Yi. Yet, he hesitated to voice this intention, fearing that the inquisitive Uncle Wang might delve deeper, leaving him in a difficult position to explain. He certainly could not admit that he sought Li Yi out due to his comment about Li Gang being a harbinger of misfortune. If it were to come to that, Li Gang could easily envision his worldly uncle giving him an earful. Li Yi promptly replied, "As for the statement, I can come to your bureau to complete it after I finish my work this afternoon, if that suits you." "Very well, I shall wait for you at the bureau." After Li Gang departed, Elder Wang approached and remarked, "You made me search high and low for you." Li Yi chuckled. "I refrained from disturbing you after witnessing your recovery from danger the other day, and later, upon learning of your esteemed identity, I felt even more hesitant to intrude. You are my savior. What is there to fear?" Wang Guoguang furrowed his brow. "Haha, it is not you I am worried about. It is others who might accuse me of seeking favors in return for your kindness. After all, how many seek to ingratiate themselves with your son?" Li Yi candidly replied. Wang Guoguang laughed. "You are quite astute, but young people should be more radiant and less burdened by such thoughts. Why act like an old man? Perhaps I am overthinking. Or perhaps you possess a laid-back disposition. I shall visit you when time permits. I take your word for it. Once this busy period concludes, I will certainly pay you a visit." At that moment, Wang Guoguang turned to the side and said to Li Na, "Young lady, I am somewhat skeptical of this lad. Promise me that when you are free, you will come to my home for a visit. My name is Wang Guoguang, residing in the glass factory's staff quarters." Li Na, aware of the elder's significance, quickly replied, "All right, once I am free, I will certainly bring him along. No tricks." "That is splendid. You both seem quite busy, so I shall not intrude further. We shall meet again," Wang Guoguang said. "Until we meet again, take care." Indeed. Chapter 61, A Shopping Frenzy, Subscription Requested. After seeing off Wang Guoguang, Li Yi and Li Na simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. The identity of the elder was exceedingly unique. Not only was his own status remarkable, but his son was also a formidable figure whom they could not afford to offend. "Sister Na, that elder is..." Before Li Na could respond, Li Yi interjected, "He is the gentleman we saved the night of our engagement. However, his identity is rather special. I will explain in detail later. For now, let us focus on shopping." "All right." Subsequently, Li Yi led Tang Shui and Li Na to the counter. Given the previous incident, all the sales staff at the supply and marketing cooperative were well aware that these individuals were not to be trifled with, and immediately, a seasoned salesperson approached to assist them. Several veteran employees recognized Li Yi, aware that he was the affluent individual who had been fervently purchasing supplies at their supply and marketing cooperative. Simultaneously, they secretly derided Zhou Fengmei, the foolish woman who seemed preoccupied with seducing the leadership, showing little regard for others. Had she paid more attention to the influential customers, or at least listened to the ordinary sales clerks, she would not have perceived Li Yi as an ordinary peasant. "Comrade, may I inquire what you require?" Li Yi glanced at the red quilt cover that had sparked the earlier altercation and inquired, "How many of these do you have?" He understood that high-end items like this would not be abundantly stocked even in a county supply and marketing cooperative. The saleswoman counted carefully and replied, "We have a total of 4 pieces. I'll take them all." Li Yi declared boldly, "All of them?" "Yes, all of them. I do not wish to repeat myself." He replied calmly. At these words, everyone present was taken aback. Was this the same peasant the foolish woman claimed could not afford anything? What a transformation! Not only had he made a purchase, but he had also taken all 4 pieces at once. How astonishing and unexpected! It was a pity that the foolish woman had been taken away by the police. Those present were indeed curious to see her reaction. Tang Shui, too, wore a look of astonishment, her mouth agape as if she wished to say something, but was restrained by Li Na. Then Li Yi spoke again. "Please fetch me some plain fabric, the kind used for mattresses." "How much do you need?" "Enough for 4 mattresses will suffice." He continued, "By the way, I need cotton for 2 thick quilts, 2 thin quilts, and 4 mattresses. How many pounds do you think that would require?" The saleswoman seemed quite experienced in this area. After a brief calculation, she responded, "About 28 pounds would be sufficient. Then let us purchase 30 pounds. "Very well. Do you have any red wedding garments?" "Unfortunately, we do not have those, but we do have fabric for making them. Most people buy the fabric and have it tailored." "All right then, I'll take a set of red fabric for the wedding garments, along with 2 sets of plain cotton cloth and some shoes." Today, Li Yi showcased to everyone present the true essence of extravagance, displaying a level of opulence that was beyond comprehension. He purchased everything that could be useful for a wedding or anything he believed his future wife would appreciate, with a single word: buy. In less than half an hour, Li Yi had spent over 200 yuan, astonishing everyone present. Had it not been for Tang Shui, who felt that Li Yi's spending was truly extraordinary and forcibly intervened, they might have been genuinely concerned that he would deplete his modest 700 yuan. Nonetheless, even so, Tang Shui gained a new understanding of Li Yi's spending habits and a clearer perception of her standing in his eyes. Despite the considerable sum of money Li Yi spent today, the vast majority of it was devoted solely to her, with only a modest amount spent on ordinary cotton fabric. Tang Shui observed keenly that Li Yi did not flinch even once while purchasing items for her. After careful calculation, she realized that, accounting for the betrothal gifts and various purchases, including the bicycle and assorted small gifts, as well as today's acquisitions, Li Yi's expenditures on her had already surpassed 500 yuan. This amount is significant. Given the income level of ordinary villagers, it would take a family of 4 working diligently for nearly 3 years to save such a sum. Yet, Li Yi seemed to spend it without a hint of hesitation. If Li Yi were indifferent towards her, Tang Shui would find it hard to believe. For no man would willingly squander such a fortune on a woman he did not cherish, unless he were of unsound mind. Clearly, Li Yi was a man of intellect. His actions suggested but one possibility. He genuinely harbored feelings for her. With this realization, Tang Shui felt compelled to ponder their relationship more seriously. Previously, she had considered giving Li Yi the opportunity to pursue her, but now, she believed it might be time for her to take a more proactive stance. Therefore, after exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, she chose to sit in the front right of the mule cart, separated from Li Yi by merely a seat. Li Yi, assuming she had something to inquire, spoke after bidding farewell to Lu Sanner. Are you upset with me for spending money frivolously? Initially, Tang Shui wanted to shake her head. After all, it was his earnings, and she had no right to dictate his spending. However, considering that they would be sharing a life together, if he continued to spend without restraint, it could pose a problem. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Some purchases were, after all, unnecessary. Li Na chimed in. Indeed, for instance, bedding. Who needs 4 sets for a wedding? 2 new quilts are already quite sufficient. Li Yi chuckled, replying, it's merely a few new quilts. I do not see it as wasteful. After all, I and Xiao Shui will only marry once in our lifetime. We cannot settle for less. Li Na rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, what do you mean by settling? Not to mention the betrothal gifts. Just the wedding supplies alone would make countless girls envious. Sister, are you envious too? She asked. Of course. With a bicycle, a new house, and so many wonderful things, I am positively green with envy. Li laughed. Then you should hurry and find me a brother-in-law. When you marry, I shall ensure you receive the same. Really? Absolutely. When my eldest and second sisters married, I was too young and lacked the means. When it is your turn, I will make sure to bring you ample honor. Then it is settled. No backing out. Li Na smiled. No backing out. With a playful interjection from Li Na, Tang Shui momentarily forgot to discuss other matters with Li Yi. By the time she regained her thoughts, they had already arrived at the entrance of the sugar factory. Chapter 62. Tang Shui's observations at the state-owned sugar factory of Qingshan County. As the sole large-scale sugar manufacturing plant in the county, it employs over 1,000 workers daily, making it one of the most renowned establishments in Qingshan County. However, on that particular morning, the discussions among the workers were not about production progress or remaining targets for permanent positions. Rather, they were all abuzz about whether the young stall vendor would return. Li Yi's modest stall had become a rarity cherished by everyone in the factory, from the factory director down to the ordinary workers. Thanks to the factory's impressive profitability, the wage levels of the workers were among the highest in Qingshan County. Even the newly hired temporary workers earned a minimum of 25 yuan per month. For regular employees, salaries typically ranged from 35 to 38 yuan, while team leaders and supervisors earned no less than 45 yuan. High wages indicated strong purchasing power, yet before Li Yi's arrival, the workers, despite their financial means, found themselves at a loss for how to spend their money. In their leisure time, they would gather with friends to pool their resources for a pot of meat stew. However, since Li Yi's arrival, they had grown accustomed to purchasing a portion of cold noodles and a white pancake from his stall during lunch, enjoying lively conversations with friends. Life had never been sweeter. Even with daily indulgence, the cost amounted to only 6 or 7 yuan a month, an exceptionally reasonable expense. Yet, just yesterday, for reasons unknown, an unscrupulous individual reported the young vendor, leading to his apprehension by the authorities. The workers were acutely aware of the government's stringent crackdown on small-scale trading and speculation. The young man could very well face legal consequences. The thought of never again savoring those delicious cold noodles left a tinge of regret in everyone's hearts. As the workday drew to a close, the workers, accustomed to their midday indulgence, felt a sense of emptiness, as if something essential was missing. Ding, ding, ding. The closing bell finally rang, prompting the workers to abandon their tasks and exit the production workshop. Just as they pondered what to do for lunch, the factory loudspeakers suddenly crackled to life. "Attention, all workers. The young comrade at the entrance has returned. He is back." The announcement echoed 3 times before it concluded, leaving the workers in stunned silence. They were eager to learn how the young man had extricated himself from the authorities, but they were even more curious about what had prompted the factory announcer to make such an unexpected announcement. Yet, such thoughts flitted away as they all shared a singular instinct, racing toward the entrance. Yesterday, many people missed out on the cold noodles due to their late arrival. Today, one must not arrive late. As the workers flocked towards the entrance, several factory leaders on the second floor of a nearby office building gazed at the scene in bewilderment. After a while, a middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly inquired, "Why is the broadcasting room suddenly announcing this? Isn't this absurd?" Another leader, frowning, suggested, "Director Chio, since you oversee this matter, why don't you investigate?" Director Chio of the sugar factory, equally perplexed, replied, "I am unaware of this situation and have not instructed the broadcasting room to make such an announcement. I shall go and find out what is happening." At that moment, the factory director, Liang Yuquai, interjected, "No need to investigate. It was I who instructed the broadcasting room to make the announcement." "Old Liang, what are you doing? Is that young man a relative of yours?" Vice Director Zhou Jian asked, astonished. Liang shook his head and explained, "If he were truly my relative, I would have simply invited him to our factory's cafeteria to prepare cold noodles for us." "Then why this arrangement?" Zhou pressed. "A friend from the Public Security Bureau asked me to do this. He mentioned that the young man outside is not breaking any laws and that yesterday's confusion affected his business, so he requested I look out for him." Upon hearing Director Liang's words, the others present fell into contemplation. Each of them, having reached their current positions, were astute individuals. Though Liang spoke subtly, they understood this young man had connections within the Public Security Bureau. Anyone close to Director Liang and deemed a friend was certainly not an ordinary person. With such a figure supporting him, the young man could engage in small business ventures in the county without much concern. At that moment, Office Director Chiu Liangyong remarked, "Esteemed leaders, I presume you haven't had lunch yet. How about I treat everyone to cold noodles with white bread today?" After pondering for a moment, Director Liang replied, "Since Director Chiu is so generous, let us not be polite. Let us go. Haha, if old Chiu is treating, we must partake. Let us go? I want 2 pieces of bread." Subsequently, the group, filled with laughter and chatter, exited the office, making their way towards Li Yi's stall. Outside the factory, a crowd of workers had already gathered around the stall. This was Tang Shue's first time accompanying Li Yi to his stall, and she had not anticipated his small business would be so thriving. Witnessing the throng of workers eagerly waiting for cold noodles left her astonished. In contrast, Li Na efficiently assisted Li Yi in collecting payments and providing change, bustling about energetically. Tang Shui wished to help, but she soon realized she was of little assistance. Li Yi preferred she remain seated in the shade, observing. Indeed, watching the siblings diligently at work, Tang Shui found the scene rather delightful. Before arriving, she had pondered what Li Yi's stall would be like during its hours of operation, wondering if it might resemble the bustling black market trades of a county town, where people hurried about as if engaged in illicit dealings. However, upon her arrival, she discovered the reality was quite different. Both buyers and sellers exuded a relaxed demeanor. Workers, after procuring their liangpi, would carry their bamboo tubes to the shaded trees nearby, savoring their food while engaging in lively conversations with friends. They relished their meals and enjoyed their chats, entirely devoid of any sense of tension. Simultaneously, Tang Shui contemplated whether she might one day stand beside Li Yi. If that were to be the case, it would indeed be quite delightful. Although she would have to travel to the county town daily, covering dozens of kilometers, the prospect of a stable and substantial income, along with the companionship of someone who cherished her, rendered the thought of household troubles insignificant. This notion left Tang Shui somewhat entranced. Chapter 63. Engaging in meaningful endeavors. Li Yi sensed an unusual fervor among the workers today, as they appeared to be more generous than usual. Typically, many would suffice with a single serving of liangpi accompanied by a pancake or, at the very least, a glass of chilled water to satiate their hunger. Yet today, numerous patrons opted for 2 portions of liangpi with 1 pancake, or even 1 serving of liangpi with 2 pancakes. Quite extravagant indeed. He had also heard the factory's announcement earlier, surprised that the management would address the workers regarding this matter. yet he could still discern their goodwill through the broadcast. In a spirit of reciprocity, Li Yi was particularly generous while distributing the side dishes today, ensuring each person received a heaping portion. As Li Yi busied himself, he heard someone call out that the factory director had arrived, prompting the workers to willingly clear a path. Soon, he observed 7 or 8 middle-aged individuals clad in Zhongshan suits approaching. Li Yi promptly halted his tasks. After all, he was on their turf and needed to maintain decorum. As he hesitated about whether to greet them, the leading middle-aged man unexpectedly approached him with a warm expression, saying, "Comrade, your hard work is appreciated. Thanks to you, the meals at our factory have noticeably improved." Upon hearing this, Li Yi's initial reaction was disbelief. Was the sun rising from the west? In these times, when someone set up a stall on their territory, the typical response from leaders would be to shoo them away, as no one wished to be embroiled in complications. Thus, the leaders of the sugar factory's reaction struck him as peculiar, very peculiar indeed. However, Li Yi, being who he was, despite sensing the oddity, maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. He responded with feigned astonishment, saying, "Not at all, it's no trouble. I must also express my gratitude to all of you esteemed leaders for your generosity in allowing this humble citizen to make a living here. And I owe thanks to all the worker brothers for their support. Thank you, everyone." At this moment, Director Chiu stepped forward and pointed to the middle-aged man who had just spoken, saying, "Comrade, let me introduce you to our factory director, Liang. You are the director indeed." "I truly did neglect you earlier," Li Yi hastily replied. "I am but an ordinary citizen. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities." Subsequently, Director Liang turned to Director Chiu and remarked, "Liang Yong, did you not say you would treat us to some cold noodles? Let us not delay." Director Chiu promptly responded, "Comrade, there are 8 of us. Please prepare 8 servings of cold noodles and 12 white flatbreads, with plenty of chili." "Understood, please wait a moment." Soon, the cold noodles were ready, and Li Yi distributed them to the leaders, yet he did not collect any payment. However, it was evident that Director Chiu did not wish to take advantage of him, ultimately handing the money and food stamps to Li Na. Meanwhile, Tang Shui sat nearby, observing the prominent leaders of the sugar factory squatting there like ordinary workers, eating the cold noodles and flatbreads prepared by Li Yi. She found the scene rather surreal. In truth, she was not alone in this sentiment. Many of the workers shared the same incredulity. Despite the seemingly modest administrative titles of these directors and deputy directors, they held significant sway within the factory, akin to local emperors. It was typically difficult for these ordinary industrial workers to even catch a glimpse of them, let alone share a meal in such close quarters. Furthermore, they were aware that there was a dedicated canteen for the leaders, where skilled chefs prepared their meals during lunch and dinner. It was improbable that they would come here for cold noodles. Yet, they could not fathom that these leaders were merely seeking to familiarize themselves with the young vendor in front of them. They believed that the cold noodles made by Li Yi were simply so exceptional that the leaders could not resist sampling them, thereby serving as an unintentional advertisement for his culinary skills. More importantly, with these leaders setting an example, it implicitly conveyed to the other factory employees that purchasing cold noodles here was entirely legitimate. Consequently, an increasing number of workers flocked to taste Li Yi's cold noodles. By around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all 300 servings were sold out, and the over 200 flatbreads had vanished even earlier. Afterwards, Li Yi, along with Li Na and Tang Shui, tidied up the area before hastily heading toward the county police station with their mule cart. On the way, Tang Shui expressed her surprise, asking, "Do you have such good business every day?" "Pretty much, but today seems to be even better. Usually, it takes until around 2 o'clock to sell 300 servings." Li Yi responded, "That is still quite fast." Li Yi smiled and said, "Would you be interested in joining me in selling noodles in the future?" "Could I really?" "Of course. However, I think it might be a bit of a waste for you to spend your time selling noodles. You should engage in something more meaningful." Li Yi remarked with a smile. "What constitutes a more meaningful endeavor?" "Studying." "Studying?" With an expression of disbelief, inquired. I recall you must have completed high school, right?" "I did attend, but I was sent to the countryside before graduating," Tang Shui replied. "As you know, the nation has reinstated the college entrance examination, and many individuals have altered their fates through it over the past 2 years. Therefore, I hope you can calm yourself and dedicate time to your studies. It would be wonderful for our family, the Li family, to produce a university graduate," Li Yi remarked. Tang Shui's eyes brightened for a moment, only to dim again soon after. The college entrance examination is only open to those who are unmarried. A few years ago, there was no such requirement. But starting this year, new regulations state that participants must be under 25 and not married. At just 19, Tang Shui met the age requirement, but with her impending marriage, she clearly did not comply with the regulations. However, Li Yi smiled and replied, "What's the issue? We can hold the wedding banquet first. And we can forego the marriage certificate for now." "Does that mean not obtaining a marriage certificate qualifies as being unmarried?" Tang Shui asked in surprise. "Indeed. As long as you do not register the marriage, legally you are considered unmarried." Li Yi added, "I assure you, I won't delay in obtaining the marriage certificate forever. So if you wish to attend university, you must focus on your studies. Once you are admitted, we shall register our marriage." "Thank you," Tang Shui said seriously. She was genuinely taken aback that Li Yi was willing to support her pursuit of education and a university degree. In these times, it was rare for even unmarried women to receive such encouragement, let alone those who were married. Many parents held the traditional belief that education for women was of little value. Although women contribute significantly to society, the prevailing notion remained that girls ultimately marry and support their husbands, thus rendering their education a financial burden on their families. Consequently, most parents were reluctant to invest in their daughters' education. Furthermore, once married, women were expected to take on laborious roles in the household, contributing to the family's income and raising children. Yet, Li Yi believed that for her, earning money was merely a waste of time. Education was the most meaningful pursuit. His words struck a chord deep within Tang Shui, leading her to feel that marrying Li Yi might indeed be the wisest decision of her life. Without question. Chapter 64. Li Na's Inner Struggle. Subscription requested. At the county police station's criminal investigation unit, when Li Yi arrived with a mule cart, Li Gang was in the interrogation room questioning a suspect. Upon learning of Li Yi's arrival, he promptly delegated his work to others and came out to greet him. "Brother Li Yi, I'm so glad to finally see you." Li Yi smiled and said, "Captain Li, thank you for handling this matter today. What else to thank? You are helping to rid the community of harm. Our goals are aligned." Li Gang replied. At that moment, Li Gang noticed that there were others accompanying Li Yi and quickly asked, "Who are these two?" During his time at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Li Gang had noticed Tang Shui and Li Na, for they were both quite striking, particularly Tang Shui, who stood out like a vibrant blossom amidst a group of dark, short, and stout village women. However, Li Gang had not anticipated their connection to Li Yi, "My sister and my wife." Li Yi promptly introduced Li Na and Tang Shui to Li Gang, simultaneously revealing his identity to the two women. Upon learning that this jovial police officer was, in fact, the deputy captain of the county criminal police team, both Li Na and Tang Shui were utterly astonished. To them, the captain of the production team was already a significant figure. A cadre from the commune was akin to a paramount leader, while the captain of the criminal police was someone they could scarcely fathom. Instantly, they became somewhat reserved. Li Gang, however, did not dwell on their reactions and directly invited the three of them into his office. Once inside, he had someone pour each of them a glass of water before taking a seat opposite Li Yi. "Captain Li, are we not supposed to take a statement? Why are we in your office?" Li Yi inquired with confusion. "Brother Li Yi, there's no rush for the statement. I have something I wish to discuss with you." Observing the expression on Li Gang's face, Li Yi discerned the nature of his inquiry. Without waiting for Li Gang to speak, he preemptively remarked, "I know what you're going to ask. All I can say is to steer clear of danger. If unavoidable, act within your limits and refrain from bravado." Li Gang felt a jolt of realization. He found Li Yi to be quite enigmatic. The fact that Li Yi could anticipate his question without him uttering a word was indicative of a true master. "So, I truly am somewhat short," Li Gang began. But Li Yi promptly interrupted him, stating, "In appearance, perhaps, but this can be altered." "Really? Can it be changed? Think of your Captain Wang. He too bore an early death omen, yet he has changed now," Li Yi replied. "But how does one change it? Is it by spending money?" Li Gang asked. Li Yi shot him a look, responding, "Can money buy life? Do not be deceived into thinking that money is omnipotent. What then? Haven't I told you repeatedly to keep your distance from danger? How many times must I reiterate this?" Li Yi said with a hint of exasperation. Li Gang quickly replied, "I will remember. I shall certainly keep away from all forms of danger, even from the roaring fires on New Year's Eve. That's the spirit." Li Yi then glanced at the time and added, "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed with the statement, for we must return soon." "Very well. I shall personally take your statement. With that, Li Gang led Li Yi to the interrogation room to record the statement, while Tang Shui and Li Na remained in his office, sipping tea. Once they left, Tang Shui expressed her astonishment, asking, how could he possibly know someone like Captain Li? This is incredible. Li Na, equally perplexed, shook her head and replied, I have no idea. Did he not mention it to you before? No. Continuing, Li Na remarked, you are well aware of his nature. He is quite unruly and rarely shares anything with his family. To be candid, if it weren't for your words, he wouldn't spend more than 2 days at home in a month. What does that have to do with me? Oh, it has everything to do with you. Li Na continued, ever since the incident between you and Xiao Yi, he has completely transformed. 4 days on end, he has been rising early and returning late, preoccupied with earning money to marry, and he hasn't been gallivanting in the neighboring village at all. Tang Shui chuckled and replied, well, that indicates he has indeed changed and has become more self-disciplined. No, it's that our Xiao Shui is simply too charming. Li Na teased. Tang Shui's cheeks flushed, and with a shy expression, she said, Sister Na, if you keep saying that, I might just ignore you. Ha ha ha, enough. Why are you getting shy now? Li Na delighted in teasing her dear friend, finding joy in the sight of the girl blushing. Sister Na, I didn't quite understand what that Captain Li said earlier. Did you grasp it? Tang Shui inquired again. No, I was just as perplexed. Li Na responded. Never mind them. From what happened today, it appears Xiao Yi was indeed truthful. He has connections in the county, so we needn't worry about him being caught while setting up a stall. Yes, he certainly did not deceive us. Tang Shui replied, a hint of happiness in her voice. Li Na gazed at her dear friend with a sense of relief and said, Xiao Shui, I have always felt quite guilty towards you. Otherwise, with your qualities, you would have probably returned to the city by now. Moreover, I have often felt that Xiao Yi is unworthy of you. In truth, I have caused you harm. After that incident, Li Na had been plagued by guilt for many days, almost turning it into a knot in her heart. Sister Na, please do not say that. You cannot blame yourself for that matter. After all, no one could have anticipated. Before Tang Shui could finish, Li Na interrupted her. Xiao Shui, listen to me. I did feel sorry for you before, thinking I had pushed you into a pit of fire, but now I feel more gratitude towards you. Gratitude for making Xiao Yi settle down, gratitude for helping him become so outstanding, and gratitude for not choosing to send him into despair at the most critical moment. Every time Li Na recalled that day's events, a chill ran down her spine, and she broke into a cold sweat. Thankfully, Tang Shui had a gentle disposition. Had it been someone else, they might have firmly declared their little brother to be a rogue, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Given the current circumstances, it was quite possible that her brother would have faced imprisonment. Thus, as she had articulated, she felt a deep sense of remorse towards Tang Shui, coupled with immense gratitude. However, Tang Shui shook her head and responded, Sister Na, you have studied for a few years. You should understand the saying, a blessing in disguise. My entanglement with him indeed arose from an accident, and initially, I too felt despair. However, I now find myself pondering whether that unfortunate incident was not, in fact, a blessing in disguise for me. And I do not necessarily believe that returning to the city is inherently advantageous. Xiao Shui, is this truly how you feel? Indeed, it is precisely how I feel. That is truly splendid. Although you are destined to marry into the Li family, I still hope that when you and Xiao Yi exchange vows, your heart is genuinely willing. Li Na remarked, I am willing. Chapter 65. With me here, fear not. By the time I returned to the village, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. As I passed the team's office, I noticed a group of over a dozen women engaged in lively conversation, clearly having just returned from the fields and awaiting their task assignments. During this period, as the agricultural workload was not particularly heavy and production tasks were scarce, the workers were able to finish early each day, unable to submit their tasks due to the early completion. They could only engage in idle chatter at the team's office, a unique form of leisure in rural life. The group of young women and brides were engrossed in their conversation when suddenly someone spotted a bright red mule cart in the distance and exclaimed, Oh, isn't that Iwa from the Shankue family? Has he returned from the city? The crowd turned their gaze towards the road and indeed saw the familiar bright red mule. It is Iwa. This young man is truly commendable. He takes those little children every day to gather and sell mountain goods. My son, Huzi, has already earned over 20 yuan. A middle-aged woman in her 40s expressed with gratitude. At that moment, someone nearby chimed in, Only 20 yuan? My son, Sure to, has already brought back nearly 50 yuan. Enough for the tuition of the little ones for the next semester. 50 yuan, really? Are you trying to fool us, Sure to's mother? Fool you? Those two children from the Liu family have earned at least 70 or 80 yuan during this time. As they conversed, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, look! It seems there are girls on the cart too." The rural women's curiosity was ignited, and they craned their necks to see the mule cart. "I can't see clearly. It seems there are indeed two girls." Dongzi's mother, "You're not mistaken, there are two. One is that girl Na, and the other seems to be Tang Jiqing. So, Yiwa has brought his bride to the city. Shall we go and take a look? Let us go? Let us go." Just as Li Yi and Tang Shui were conversing, they suddenly saw a group of women approaching the road, blocking their way. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, intending to inquire, but before he could, Sure to's mother spoke up. "Yiwa, have you brought your bride to the city?" "Yes. I went to the city to deliver mushrooms and also to prepare some wedding items for my wife," Li Yi promptly replied. Upon hearing this, the women finally noticed the numerous bundles and bags behind the mule cart. As the cart lacked any covering, they immediately spotted the festive bed linens and the pristine cotton inside. This sight filled the women with envy. They reminisced about their own weddings, recalling how they had merely arrived at their husbands' homes with a small bundle. Those from well-off families may acquire a few new garments, while those less fortunate might not possess even half a yard of fabric. Meanwhile, those around them are loading an entire cart with wedding supplies. In an instant, a wave of envy fills the eyes of the women as they gaze at Tang Shui. How fortunate is Tang Jiqing, destined to enjoy a life of comfort alongside Yiwazi. Tang Jiqing is undeniably handsome, and standing next to Yiwazi, they appear perfectly matched, akin to a golden boy and jade girl from the television screen. Who could disagree? Surely, their future children will be exceptionally beautiful. Having never encountered such a scene before, Tang Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson from the praise showered upon her by the village's married women. Aside from shyly smiling to herself, she found herself at a loss for words. Li Na, aware of her friend's shyness, quickly interjected, "Ladies, we must head to the back mountain to pick up the children, so we can't chat for long." Li Yi chimed in, "Indeed, we shall continue our conversation later. Farewell." With that, Li Yi gently flicked the reins of the big red mule, and the cart swiftly picked up speed, soon distancing itself from the village committee. Nevertheless, Tang Shui's face remained as rosy as a ripe peach, stirring something in Li Yi's heart. Initially, he intended to return Tang Shui to the youth station before heading to the back mountain to retrieve the children, who had gathered a bountiful harvest. However, to his surprise, Tang Shui expressed her desire to join him. Naturally, Li Yi welcomed this with open arms. Upon returning home, they discovered that his parents were absent. The three of them promptly unloaded the cart's contents into the house, with Li Na taking charge of tidying up while washing bamboo tubes and chopsticks. Meanwhile, Li Yi and Tang Shui set off towards the back mountain with the mule cart. Without Li Na, the ever-present light bulb, Li Yi noticed that Tang Shui seemed less reserved than before. "My dear wife, how does it feel to be in the city?" he inquired. And appreciating the sound of the term wife, Tang Shui decided not to correct him, realizing he would not change regardless. "It's quite nice, though I feel you spend money rather freely," she replied candidly. "Ha ha ha. This is all for us to have a splendid wedding. In truth, I am quite frugal." Li Yi responded with a grin. "Frugal? Don't pretend I don't know. You buy things without even asking the price. How is that frugality? My dear wife, do you know what the most painful thing in the world is?" Li Yi suddenly asked. "Is it unrequited love?" She guessed. "No. What could it be?" Tang Shui asked, intrigued. "The most painful thing in the world is to be broke, yet still alive," Li Yi declared with utmost seriousness. Uft! Tang Shui burst into laughter at his words, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "You always speak nonsense." Yet, Li Yi chuckled and replied, "My dear, money is something one cannot take with them in life or death. Do not place too much importance on it. If you wish to spend, then spend. But what if the money runs out?" Tang Shui countered, "With me around, there is nothing to fear." Upon hearing these words, Tang Shui felt a sudden warmth surge within her, as if something had gently prodded her heart. It brought her a sense of reassurance, instilling a courage that seemed to emanate from the depths of her being. Indeed, her soft acknowledgement brought immense joy to Li Yi. His statement was, in fact, a subtle test of Tang Shui's feelings. He understood that when a man assures a woman with "I am here, you need not fear," he is quietly expressing his desire to protect and cherish her. Should a woman harbor feelings for him, she would respond positively. Otherwise, the sentiment would not be reciprocated. Although Tang Xue's reply was merely a gentle it symbolized her willingness to accept his protection, indicating that she was gradually opening up to him. Furthermore, Li Yi had noted a significant change in Tang Xue's demeanor towards him over the past few days. Setting aside the question of love for the moment, she at least seemed willing to engage with him and did not reject his kindness. Li Yi had always believed that love is fundamentally a matter of mutual exchange of hearts, but this requires the other party's willingness to partake in such an exchange. If one is not permitted to draw near or receive kindness, then there is no exchange, merely the folly of a warm face pressed against a cold backside. Bluntly speaking, that is akin to being a sycophant, and the last thing Li Yi desired was to be a sycophant, even if the object of his affection was Tang Xue. It appeared that his beloved was beginning to acknowledge his efforts, responding positively to his affection. Li Yi was confident that their journey, though one of marriage preceding love, would ultimately culminate in a beautiful romance characterized by mutual pursuit. Chapter 66. Li Gang's Life and Death Tribulation. Subscription requested. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, while he and Tang Xue were entwined in their tender exchanges, Li Gang was grappling with a life-threatening crisis. After bidding farewell to Li Yi that afternoon, an unsettling feeling lingered in Li Gang's heart. Though not a superstitious man, he had previously scoffed at fortune-tellers and their tricks, dismissing them as mere charlatans. Yet, Li Yi's uncanny insights had caused him to question the very education he had received. Each time he recalled Li Yi's remark about being a short-lived soul, an unease settled within him. He came from a respectable family, with both parents holding esteemed positions in public service. He himself had a commendable job, albeit demanding and arduous. As a detective dedicated to maintaining peace and earning respect, as a deputy captain at the age of 26, his future was bright. Moreover, he was not yet married and had left no legacy for his family. The thought of an untimely demise was intolerable. Thus, reflecting on Li Yi's warning, he resolved to distance himself from fire. In pursuit of this commitment, he even vowed to quit smoking. Today marked his mother's birthday, prompting Li Gang to plan a visit to the supply and marketing cooperative after work to purchase a garment as a birthday gift, followed by a delightful meal at a state-run restaurant to honor his parents. As he rode past a courtyard, he was suddenly met with thick smoke billowing forth and anguished cries echoing from within, accompanied by frantic shouts of fire. Driven by a profound sense of duty as a protector of the public, Li Gang promptly cast aside his bicycle and dashed into the courtyard. This was a spacious, traditional compound, and upon entering, he hurried towards the main room, drawn by the cries for help. Struggling against the suffocating smoke, he discovered an elderly man collapsed on the ground. Without hesitation, he lifted the old man, intent on rescuing him. However, the elder, with the last vestiges of his strength, pointed towards a room inside and implored, "Save the children first." Realizing that others were still trapped within, Li Gang raced towards the inner room. There, huddled together at the foot of the bed, were two children, aged around 3 or 4, weeping in terror. The younger one appeared to be unconscious. Without a moment's thought, he scooped them up, one under each arm, and exited the room. As he passed by the elderly man, Li Gang clenched his teeth, placed the children on the ground for a brief moment, hoisted the old man onto his shoulder, and again took the children in his arms, sprinting towards safety. By this time, flames were raging throughout the courtyard, casting an ominous red glow all around. The oxygen in the inferno was rapidly depleting, and with each step, Li Gang felt a searing pain in his chest and a constriction around his throat that made breathing nearly impossible. Fortunately, a number of onlookers had gathered outside, bringing water to assist in extinguishing the flames. Upon seeing Li Gang, they began dousing water in his direction. At last, with their support, he burst forth from the blaze. After placing the elderly man and children in a secure area, Li Gang prepared to re-enter the fire, having faintly heard cries for help emanating from the western wing of the compound. As a guardian of the people, he could not stand idly by while others perished before his eyes. Yet, just as he was about to step back into the flames, he recalled Li Yi's words, "Stay away from the fire." This thought caused him to hesitate, his advancing leg coming to a halt. In that moment of uncertainty, the wooden entrance of the courtyard suddenly collapsed. Dust and debris filled the air, prompting Li Gang and the surrounding civilians to retreat in alarm. To their astonishment, moments later, the very courtyard that had been ablaze erupted in a violent explosion. The deafening roar of the blast persisted for several seconds, scattering stones and timber in all directions, injuring many bystanders. When the cacophony subsided, the crowd was horrified to discover that the courtyard had been reduced to rubble, as though it had been struck by artillery fire. Witnessing this scene, Li Gang was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had hesitated in that critical moment. Had he not, he might have met a fate as grim as that of the debris around him. No one could survive such a ferocious explosion, not even those clad in bulletproof vests. Moreover, the fierce flames within could not only render one impervious to death, but could also reduce a person to charred remains. It could be said that his momentary hesitation had inadvertently saved his life. The reason he refrained from recklessly charging in, as he had previously, was due to the admonition from Li Yi, which effectively meant that Li Yi had also preserved his life. Upon this realization, Li Gang could not help but feel compelled to bow in gratitude to Li Yi. Just as Li Gang was engulfed in the shock of his narrow escape, the nearby fire brigade arrived. He did not greet his colleagues, but instead silently departed, pushing his bicycle away. He did not head to the supply and marketing cooperative, nor did he return home. Rather, he made his way straight back to the office. At the county's criminal police team, Wang Hongwa was engrossed in organizing case files. Despite the bloodshot eyes and evident fatigue, his gaze was filled with exhilaration. Prompted by Li Yi's reminders, he had conducted a thorough investigation into the details of the human traffickers, resulting in the unearthing of multiple significant cases. Among those apprehended, 4 were connected to homicide cases, with a staggering 11 victims involved. 2 of these cases had been under the long-term supervision of the Ministry of Public Security, remaining unsolved for a full 7 years, akin to headless mysteries. Unexpectedly, such critical cases had been cracked by their modest county-level police department. Consequently, when the cases were reported to the higher authorities, the capital promptly responded, dispatching a special task force to take over the investigation, consolidating it with several other significant cases. The higher-ups instructed the Qingshan County Criminal Police team to immediately seal all case files, awaiting the arrival of the special task force. Although the local team would no longer be required to investigate these cases, Wang Hongwa understood that this achievement remained monumental for them. The leaders at the county bureau had already stated that they were advocating for recognition from higher authorities, conservatively estimating at least a collective second-class merit award, with the possibility of a first-class honor as well. Furthermore, individuals who had contributed to this success would receive personal commendations, especially Wang Hongwa, who not only accepted the urgent mission but also proactively put forth a pledge, ultimately leading to the successful resolution of the case. Not only had he rescued dozens of abducted children, but he had also uncovered numerous significant cases, making a personal second-class merit award inevitable. Thus, even amidst the exhaustion of the past few days, Wang Hongwa remained exuberantly spirited. Just as he was about to affix the final seal on the last case file, the office door was abruptly pushed open. Chapter 67. The transformation of Wang Hongwa. Didn't you go back to celebrate your mother's birthday? What on earth happened to you? Wang Hongwa exclaimed in astonishment at the disheveled appearance of Li Gang. In his eyes, Li Gang had always been a person of considerable dignity. Though not overly concerned with fashion, he consistently maintained a neat and tidy appearance. However, the figure before him bore no resemblance to his usual self, with tattered clothing and an overall grimy demeanor. What is even more difficult to behold is his hair, singed and ragged, resembling the gnawing of a dog from a distance. Yet, Li Gang paid no heed to these disheveled aspects. He stumbled toward Wang Hongwa, breathless, and uttered, "Brother, thank you." Wang Hongwa, taken aback, replied, "What on earth are you talking about? Why are you thanking me?" Li Gang's expression remained charged with emotion as he leaned on Wang Hongwa's desk, his voice steady yet grave. "Brother Wang, I have just escaped the jaws of death." At this juncture, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and Wang Hongwa could even discern tears welling in his eyes. Recognizing that his childhood friend might have endured something harrowing, Wang Hongwa approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "It's all right. It's all right. It's all behind you now." Subsequently, he poured a glass of water for him, encouraging him to drink. Li Gang gulped down the water and, after a brief pause, remarked, "Brother, Li Yi is simply remarkable. Had it not been for him, you would have been preparing my memorial service tomorrow." Upon hearing Li Gang mention Li Yi, Wang Hongwa urgently inquired, what exactly transpired? At this point, Li Gang's fervor began to dissipate, and he recounted the events that had just unfolded in detail. He then stated earnestly, "To be candid, I had already stepped into the abyss. Had I hesitated for just half a second longer after contemplating Li Yi's words, I would have been struck squarely by the collapsing gate. Even if I had miraculously survived the impact, I would have met my end in the subsequent explosion or perished in the searing flames. Either way, my body would have been unrecognizable, leaving no chance for survival. After absorbing Li Gang's account, Wang Onghua was drenched in cold sweat. He had never imagined that Li Yi's earlier words would manifest so swiftly. It was almost supernatural. In comparison to what Li Gang had just endured, Wang Onghua's prior experience was but a trivial brush with death. Even if he had succumbed, it would have been merely from a gunshot, leaving behind a complete corpse. Had Li Gang truly dashed into the fray, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. Concurrently, Wang Onghua recalled Li Yi's initial words upon meeting Li Gang. The 5 elements lack water, a fire-affected short-lived spirit. Clearly, Li Yi had foreseen that his brother would face such a calamity. This truly was a case of fire. And a premature death at 26 certainly qualifies as a short-lived spirit. Contemplating this, Wang Onghua could not help but exclaim, Li Yi is indeed a remarkable figure. Li Gang echoed his sentiment. Indeed, it appears there are such astute seers in this world. We were previously too ignorant to recognize it. Do you remember what Li Yi said to you that day? Wang Onghua suddenly asked. I do. The 5 elements lack water, a fire-affected short-lived spirit. Stop. That is not it. Then what is it? Fortune of 500. Li Gang suddenly recalled that Li Yi had indeed mentioned to him that the fortune-telling would not be in vain, requiring a fee of 500 yuan, with the assurance that if it proved inaccurate, he would not charge a dime. Now, not only had the predictions come true, but they had also indirectly saved his life. Thus he felt compelled to honor that promise. I almost forgot, he exclaimed, yet his expression darkened as he lamented, 500 yuan. Where am I supposed to procure that amount? Wang Onghua frowned in disbelief. You, with a monthly salary of 40 yuan, plus various allowances totaling at least 48 yuan, and after 8 years of work, are unable to scrape together 500 yuan? Li Gang offered a wry smile. You know me well. I earn 1 and spend 2. I simply cannot save money. So what do you plan to do now? Are you going to default? Of course not. I just cannot come up with that much money. I need your help. How can I assist you? Just lend me some money. With a hint of exasperation, Wang Onghua replied, All right, how much do you need? Li Gang thought for a moment and said, I have 50. Wang Onghua, observing Li Gang's nonchalant demeanor reminiscent of when he borrowed money to buy a bicycle, replied, I don't have 450. Even if I did, my sister-in-law wouldn't allow it. I can manage 220. That's all I've got. As he spoke, Wang Onghua pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to Li Gang. Li Gang took the money without hesitation, stuffing it into his pocket while declaring, I'll ask my father for the rest. Wang Onghua, feeling a twinge of sympathy, remarked, Make sure to repay me quickly. That's my bonus for the past few months you've just taken. It pains me. Haha, I won't shortchange you. Li Gang chuckled. Now, go change into some clean clothes and head home before your mother gets anxious. Understood. Li Gang responded as he exited Wang Onghua's office. Watching Li Gang's retreating figure, Wang Onghua fell into deep contemplation. Today's events had once again reshaped his understanding of Li Yi. Such abilities transcended mere fortune-telling. They were akin to foreseeing the future. Though Li Yi appeared ordinary at present, he was destined to rise to greatness one day. In that moment, Wang Onghua deemed it necessary to adjust his approach to his relationship with Li Yi. Initially, he viewed Li Yi as a remarkable individual, grateful for his life-saving intervention, which led him to feel inclined to support him in small ways. However, after experiencing the case of the missing child and Li Gang's situation, he realized it was not he who was aiding Li Yi, but rather the reverse. Li Yi's influence extended beyond merely saving his life. He was proving to be a significant asset to his career as well. Such a person could not be regarded as just an ordinary friend. He must be treated as an intimate partner. While this perspective may seem somewhat self-serving, Wang Onghua found it entirely necessary. Let us not dwell on the guidance of esteemed mentors and the myriad detours it may help us avoid. The almost prophetic ability he possesses is sufficient to alter the course of one's destiny, whether for his own sake or for the well-being of his family and friends. The character of Li Yi must be treated with utmost seriousness, for it is imperative that his heart remains warm and unchilled. Chapter 68. Tang Shui's request at this moment. Li Yi remains blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in the county town. His knowledge of Li Gang's situation is but a vague outline, lacking in specifics. and he is certainly unprepared for the peril that befalls Li Gang today. Upon arriving at the back mountain with Tang Shui, they find the children eagerly awaiting them at the reservoir dam. As soon as the two approach, the children swarm around Li Yi, chattering excitedly about their accomplishments of the day. Li Yi, in turn, generously praises their industrious efforts, showering them with compliments. Each child, upon receiving his accolades, beams with joy, their eyes filled with admiration. Observing Li Yi as he earnestly commends each child with tenderness and patience, Tang Shui is suddenly struck by a unique aura that surrounds him. Though she finds it difficult to articulate, she senses an undeniable charm emanating from him, leaving her momentarily entranced. Li Yi remains oblivious to Tang Shui's quiet scrutiny, as he busily directs the children in sorting the mountain goods. Since they returned earlier today, the sun has yet to set, allowing Li Yi to take his time. He instructs the children to classify the mushrooms and mountain produce on the spot, conducting a preliminary selection. The too small and too old are to be discarded, destined for soups and stews, while only those of suitable size will be placed in the baskets, to be delivered to the state-run restaurant the following day. As the clock strikes 7, the sun finally dips below the horizon, and all the mountain goods have been meticulously processed and loaded onto the cart. Li Yi then gathers the children together to distribute their earnings from the previous day. Dongzi, 5 yuan. Xiaojing, 3 yuan. Shitu, 5 yuan. Area, 1 yuan. Godan, 1 yuan. After distributing the rewards to each child, Li Yi takes Tang Shui by the reins and sets off towards home. Along the journey, Tang Shui steals glances at Li Yi, as if there is something she wishes to express, yet appears hesitant to do so. What is it? You're making me feel a bit peculiar, Li Yi chuckles, inquiring gently. Tang Shui ponders momentarily before responding. There is a matter I wish to request of you, but I am uncertain how to broach the subject. Speak freely. You are my wife, so there is no need for embarrassment. I would like to ask for your assistance with Xian Yao and the others, Tang Shui confides. Zhang Xian Yao? What troubles her? It is not only Xian Yao, but also Feng Qian, Zhong Na, and Sun Lu. As you know, we are the remaining female educated youth at this entire cadre point. The others have either been reassigned to the city or have left to pursue further studies, and we find ourselves merely biding our time here. Continuing, Tang Shui remarked, the life of the educated youth in the countryside is exceedingly harsh, and most of the families that remain are not well off, such as Xian Yao. Her family conditions are quite poor, her father is disabled, and her mother is unwell. Furthermore, her grandmother disapproves of her mother and has never taken the initiative to bring her back to the city, often compelling her mother to write letters soliciting money. Zhang Xinyao has already been stationed at the Nianzi Mountain Brigade for over 4 years, and Li Yi is aware of her character. This girl, though a bit straightforward, is commendable in every other aspect. Particularly in terms of her interpersonal skills, she outshines the likes of Su Hong by several streets. Her reputation for integrity well known throughout the brigade. Most importantly, this girl has always treated my wife with utmost respect, not only in the present, but in my previous life. After Tang Shui's tragic end, Zhang Xinyao was among the few educated youths who remembered her. Every couple of years, she would visit Tang Shui's grave to offer flowers and burn paper money. If I could assist this girl in any way in this life, Li Yi would be more than willing. How do you envision aiding them? Li Yi inquired. Tang Shui pondered briefly and replied, if possible, I would ask you to take them to forage for mushrooms and mountain goods to earn a bit of money, improving their living conditions. I understand this puts you in a difficult position, especially since you don't even take the villagers along. However, the hardships faced by the remaining sisters of the educated youth are truly overwhelming. One could say that each person is tightening their belts in a desperate struggle. You need not explain, I am aware. Li Yi then stated, taking them to gather mountain goods for income is feasible. But I cannot be the one to take the lead. It must be you. Me? Yes. Do you know why I don't allow the village elders to forage for mushrooms? No. On one hand, the sales at the state-run restaurant are limited. If there is an excess of mountain goods, they cannot consume it all. On the other hand, I do not wish to complicate the villagers' sentiments over this matter. Tang Shui understood the limitations of the state-run restaurant, as it is merely a small county establishment. A few hundred kilograms of mountain goods a day is indeed the maximum capacity. However, the latter part of his statement puzzled her. With this thought, Tang Shui gazed at Li Yi with her beautiful, wide eyes, her expression one of confusion. Li Yi promptly elucidated, you've seen how profitable selling mountain goods can be. A single trip to the city to deliver goods allows me to earn what others might make in several years. Even the village children can earn more in a day than their parents do in labor points. If I were to lead them in the mountain goods trade, how many villagers would still be inclined to work the fields? Tang Shui seemed to grasp the situation somewhat. Upon reflection, she could understand Li Yi's predicament. After all, currently, a single labor point is worth about 3 cents. Even if one works a full 12 points, it only amounts to roughly 30 or 40 cents a day. Meanwhile, the village's youngsters, even the smallest among them, can earn a whole dollar in a day. Some older ones can even make as much as $5. Who wouldn't feel envious? Tang Shui was convinced that if Li Yi announced his willingness to engage the villagers in the mountain goods trade, every member of the Qianzishan brigade would eagerly abandon their host to join him. However, this raised a pressing concern. Who would tend to the crops? A single misstep could lead to accusations of undermining production. If he only involved a select few, it would inevitably offend others. In light of this, it seemed wiser to exclude everyone altogether. I apologize for not considering all angles. Perhaps we should let this matter rest? Tang Shui suggested. Li Yi chuckled and replied, if you wish to assist those young ladies, it's quite feasible, as long as I remain out of the spotlight. But how can you manage that? Tang Shui inquired. That's simple. Have those few young female intellectuals hand over the mushrooms they gather to you. I will help transport them to the city for sale, and you can then distribute the earnings to them. He proposed. Isn't this the same as working alongside them? Certainly not. Firstly, I won't be directly interfacing with them, and the funds won't originate from me. I am merely facilitating the sale of mushrooms for my wife. Li Yi clarified. Tang Shui's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, that sounds wonderful. I will discuss this with them. The prospect of aiding Zhang Xinyao and her companions filled Tang Shui with genuine joy. These young women had come from afar, feeling isolated and vulnerable upon their arrival. Over the years, they had supported one another, helping each other endure the most challenging of times. Thus, when Tang Shui realized that Li Yi's venture into selling mountain goods could indeed be profitable, she hoped to extend a helping hand to them, never anticipating that Li Yi would wholeheartedly agree. Chapter 69. You can do it for me. Subscription requested. Seeing Tang Shui's exuberance, Li Yi felt deeply moved. What a kind-hearted girl she was. Her own circumstances had not been particularly favorable, and after that incident, the pressure she bore was surely considerable. Yet, despite her struggles, she still thought of aiding others. Such a girl must have been an angel in her past life. He resolved to treat her well, ensuring she retained her most innocent joy forever. As Li Yi gazed intently at her, Tang Shui suppressed her inner turmoil and gently asked, why are you looking at me? My dear wife, you are truly beautiful. Am I more handsome, or is Wang Xuemei more attractive? Tang Shui suddenly inquired. Wang Xuemei? Who is that? Li Yi frowned, unable to recall knowing such a woman. Don't play coy. She asked that rather prominent woman from the neighboring village. What do you mean by prominent? Tang Shui's face flushed as she shot him a glare. What are you implying? Don't men usually care about such things? If you don't wish to discuss it, it's pointless to feign ignorance. With Tang Shui's reminder, Li Yi suddenly remembered. Wang Xuemei was indeed the village beauty from the neighboring area, and her impressive figure was quite striking. In a past life, he had been utterly captivated by her dazzling allure, even rejecting Tang Shui's proposal to marry, an act that led to subsequent tragedies. However, that woman lingered only briefly in his memories until he turned 20. After that, Li never encountered her again and had long since forgotten her. Had it not been for Tang Shui mentioning her, Li would have almost entirely erased her from his mind. Upon recollection, he immediately sensed an overwhelming air of jealousy surrounding him. My dear wife, how could you behave this way? Li Yi inquired, prompting Tang Shui to appear momentarily bewildered. What do you mean by that? She stammered. How can someone as ethereal as you be compared to a village girl like Wang Xuemei? That would be sheer bullying. Li Yi asserted earnestly. Tang Shui chuckled. How can you be so mischievous? Li Yi grinned. Men must possess a touch of mischief to win a woman's heart. To make you fall in love with me, I must embrace a bit of badness. If you continue with such nonsense, I won't accompany you anymore. Tang Shui feigned anger. Recognizing her shyness, Li Yi smiled and said, all right, I shall not tease you further. Let us discuss something of substance. Tang Shui was not genuinely upset and quickly inquired. What serious matter? I do not oppose you helping Zhang Xinyao and the others, but I must clarify 2 points beforehand, Li Yi stated with gravity. Go on, she urged. The first point is, regardless of how much the mushrooms sell for, You may only give each of them 2 yuan per day. Without waiting for Tang Shue's response, Li Yi elaborated, it is not that I am stingy, but giving too much could incite jealousy from others. Furthermore, the principle of a grain of rice begets a grain of gratitude, and a grain of rice begets a grain of resentment should resonate with you. Offering too much initially may not be beneficial. We can always increase it later on. Tang Shui, understanding the wisdom in his words, nodded, I comprehend. 2 yuan is quite substantial, accumulating to 60 yuan over a month. The second point is, once you open this door, many others will inevitably seek your assistance. You must be psychologically prepared for this. Li Yi cautioned. Tang Shui was momentarily taken aback. She had been focused solely on aiding her friends, neglecting the fact that others in the village would also come knocking. Not to mention, the male youth from the commune would certainly seize such an opportunity. What should I do then? She asked anxiously. Li Yi replied firmly, if the male youth from the commune approach you, simply decline their requests. I have no intention of entertaining those fellows. Seeing Li Yi's disdainful expression, Tang Shui couldn't help but laugh. He held on to grudges quite well. Yet, she harbored no fondness for those male youth either and had no plans to involve herself with them. And what if other women from the village come to me? She inquired. Then tell them that you will involve them in a month, but not at this moment. Li Yi instructed. Why a month from now? Tang Shui asked, puzzled. He chuckled. In a month, we shall be wed, and you will officially be my beloved wife, capable of making your own decisions. At his words, Tang Shui's face flushed crimson, yet a warm current surged through her heart. Although she recognized that Li Yi was merely teasing her, the notion of waiting a month extended beyond the mere fact of marriage. Nonetheless, his words stirred her heart with undeniable excitement. Through their recent interactions, Tang Shui discovered that Li Yi was entirely different from the person she had previously perceived. Not only was he humorous and witty, but he also possessed remarkable intelligence. His approach to tasks was both astute and respectful of boundaries, showcasing a commendable knack for navigating social situations flawlessly. In contrast, both she and Li Na appeared rather naive. She could sense that her recent request had placed him in a difficult position. I apologize. Why did I suddenly bring this up? Li Yi asked with a smile. It seems I've caused you trouble. Tang Shui replied, lowering her gaze. Not at all. It's simply not the right time for large-scale trading ventures with them. In due time, it shall be better. Under normal market conditions, collaborating with the villagers to uplift them from poverty would be entirely feasible, which is something I would genuinely welcome. However, the current state of the nation does not favor private enterprises, and leading so many villagers into business could easily draw unwanted attention. In these times, being overly conspicuous is unwise. Take, for instance, the owner of the popular Silly Melon Seeds brand. Despite his booming business, his large factory stands out as an anomaly and has drawn scrutiny from higher authorities. I certainly do not wish to attract attention for this reason, as my connections in the county may not suffice to mitigate any repercussions. Tang Shui, though not as burdened by such considerations, understood the truth in Li Yi's words. I see. I won't be so willful in the future, she declared. Li Yi smiled. You can be willful with me. Really? But only with you? She asked, intrigued. Indeed. Furthermore, remember, there is no need to apologize to me at any time, for you are my woman. It is my duty to cherish you and alleviate your worries. Once more, Tang Shui felt her heart race and her cheeks flush at Li Yi's words. Being a pure-hearted girl who had never experienced love before meeting him, her past infatuation with a childhood friend had been nothing more than unreciprocated feelings exchanged through letters over the years. Such an innocent soul was ill-prepared for Li Yi's fervent advances. She felt that if she lingered any longer, she might very well surrender completely. As the mule cart approached the youth education point, Tang Shui suddenly instructed Li Yi to stop the vehicle. She leaped out of the car, waved goodbye to Li Yi, and swiftly dashed into the youth education point, leaving a bewildered Li Yi in the wind, utterly perplexed. Chapter 70. Li Gang's gratitude after a silent night. Li Yi and Li Na rose early the next morning. Uncertain of the sales performance at the state-run restaurant the previous day, the siblings decided to prepare only 400 servings of cold noodles, reserving 100 for the restaurant and the remainder for their own stall. While the siblings busied themselves with the cold noodles, Li Shan and his wife hastily consumed a quick breakfast before grabbing shovels and picks to head to the Blackstone field on the eastern edge of the village. They needed to supervise the foundation work for the new house. As the construction had been notoriously unstable, the quality of the foundation was paramount, particularly for brick houses. A poorly laid foundation could lead to dire consequences. At 9:30 in the morning, Li Yi arrived alone, driving the bright red mule cart to the state-run restaurant. Though he had not yet reached them, he could discern two familiar figures from a distance. The striking blue and white uniforms of the police made it clear that it was Wang Onghua and Li Gang. Alongside them was Lu Jingshan from the state-run restaurant, and the three appeared to be engaged in jovial conversation. Though unsure of the reason for their early visit, Li Yi had an inkling they had come specifically to seek him out. He called out to the mule, which seemed to understand, promptly quickening its pace. Upon seeing the familiar red cart, Wang Onghua and the others ceased their chatter and approached. As they met, Li Gang exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Brother Li Yi, you finally made it." Li Yi, somewhat puzzled, replied, "What is going on? You seem rather anxious." Wang Onghua chuckled. "This fellow has been waiting since 8 o'clock to express his gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Upon hearing this, Li Yi immediately realized that the event he had anticipated must have occurred. He scrutinized Li Gang closely, then smiled and remarked, "Surviving a brush with death surely brings forth future blessings." "Brother Li Yi, you've deduced it again?" Li Gang responded, astonished. "Ha ha ha, one must not divulge too much." Noting that the gentleman appeared to have much to discuss, Lu Jingshan interjected, "Brother Li Yi, why don't you all head inside to chat? I'll handle the weighing and settling of accounts here." Li Yi, not one to be overly formal, nodded in agreement. "Very well." After entrusting the mule cart to Lu Jingshan, the three men re-entered the state-run restaurant. They returned to their previous seating arrangement. Yet the mood of Wang Onghua and Li Gang was markedly different. Once seated, Li Gang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Brother Li Yi, to speak candidly, the more I pondered after returning yesterday, the more I felt a sense of dread. Were it not for your reminder, I would have likely remained silent." Before he could finish speaking, Li Yi interjected, stating, "It is said that the Buddha saves those who are fated. Medicine cannot heal those who are destined to die. Ultimately, it appears your life is not meant to end yet. Otherwise, even with my warning, you would not escape this calamity. Henceforth, let us refrain from discussing this matter. What is past should remain in the past." Both Li Gang and Wang Onghua listened with deep respect. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have made quite a scene. Yet, here stood Li Yi, exuding an undeniable air of wisdom. At that moment, Li Gang retrieved an envelope from his pocket and presented it to Li Yi, saying, "Brother Li Yi, this is the agreed-upon fee for the divination. Please accept it." He then gestured towards a collection of bottles and jars at the entrance of the restaurant, adding, "The other items are gifts for my sister-in-law and my niece. I ask that you accept them as well." Li Yi graciously replied, "Very well, I shall not refuse." Wang Onghua then added, "Brother Li Yi, there is no need for thanks. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to come directly to the county bureau. Within my jurisdiction, I shall go to great lengths to assist you." Li Yi smiled in response, saying, "Indeed, I shall likely trouble you in the future. By the way, I spoke with old Liang from the sugar factory yesterday morning. You can now set up your stall with peace of mind. No one will dare to trouble you." Wang Onghua remarked once more. A case had been solved. Li Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with yesterday's events. The leaders from the sugar factory were prominent figures in the county, so how could they all have come to his humble stall for cold noodles? It turned out Wang Onghua had given them a heads up, which explained their unexpectedly amiable demeanor. "Thank you. Among brothers, there's no need for such formalities. Otherwise, we would be exchanging expressions of gratitude endlessly." Wang Onghua chuckled. Suddenly, Li Yi recalled something, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Captain Wang, what is your relationship like with Director Liang?" "Old Liang was a protégé of my father, and they share a good rapport." "Why do you ask?" Wang Onghua inquired, noticing Li Yi's hesitance. "Brother Li Yi, if you need to consult him, please feel free to ask. If he cannot assist, I shall find someone else for you." Wang Onghua encouraged. Li Gang chimed in, "Brother, whatever you need, do not hesitate to say. There may be limits elsewhere, but in Qingshan County, I believe there is nothing we cannot accomplish." Li Yi smiled and replied, "You misunderstand. I do not seek assistance. I merely observe that Director Liang seems to be experiencing a streak of ill fortune." Wang Onghua and Li Gang exchanged glances, their hearts sinking slightly. For this scenario was all too familiar. "Brother Li Yi, have you discerned something once more?" Wang Onghua asked cautiously. Li Yi nodded and continued, "To be frank, yesterday at noon, Director Liang and several leaders from the sugar factory visited my stall. Out of professional habit, I took a moment to assess their features. Is it true that Director Liang's countenance is not particularly favorable? Director Liang's facial features were not unremarkable. However, the pallor on his brow suggested impending misfortune, indicating a period of ill luck fraught with numerous tribulations and setbacks. Observing the bewildered expressions on Wang Onghua and Li Gang's faces, Li Yi elucidated. This implies that he may soon encounter unexpected calamities. How severe is it? Well, to put it bluntly, the consequences could range from dismissal to imprisonment. One might say it is quite serious. This indeed sounds rather grave. Wang Onghua then inquired, Brother Li Yi, is there any way to avert this situation? Li Yi promptly replied, yes, but as I always say, good counsel is often disregarded by the foolish, and compassion may not reach those who are destined for ruin. I can offer him a warning, but whether he heeds it is entirely up to him. Seeing Li Yi's willingness to assist, Wang Onghua immediately stated, I understand your reasoning, and I implore you, Brother Li Yi, to take action. Afterward, I shall ensure he personally comes to express his gratitude. Whether he expresses thanks is secondary. First, he must navigate this crisis. Indeed, Li Yi continued, yesterday, I noticed that not only Director Liang bore a pallid brow, but several others shared a similar fate. Some even exhibited a disheveled appearance, suggesting they may be embroiled in legal troubles and possibly face imprisonment. When one person is afflicted, it may be an isolated incident. However, when a group is similarly affected, it warrants further investigation. What do you mean? Li Gang inquired, perplexed. Wang Onghua furrowed his brow in contemplation and then remarked, Brother Li Yi, are you suggesting that significant events are imminent at their sugar factory, potentially implicating these individuals? Li Yi nodded in affirmation. Yes, if my predictions hold true, it is likely related to safety protocols. If they are willing to heed my advice, they should promptly halt operations to inspect the facilities and equipment. If they choose not to believe me, then they may disregard my words entirely. With that, without waiting for Wang Onghua and Li Gang to respond, Li Yi rose and departed with an air of nonchalance, just as he had before. Chapter 71. Comprehensive Safety Inspection. Noticing Li Yi's preoccupation, Wang Onghua and Li Gang refrained from pursuing further inquiries. Their acquaintance with Li Yi was not recent. They understood his character well. He would share all he could, yet remain tight-lipped about matters he deemed unsuitable for discussion. Thus, the two bid farewell to Li Yi and Lu Jingshan before cycling away. Meanwhile, Lu Jingshan had been attentively observing the situation during Li Yi's conversation. Witnessing the camaraderie among the three left him astounded. While others may not recognize the identities of Li Yi's companions, he was acutely aware. These two were not only captains of the county's criminal police team, but also hailed from remarkably influential families. Initially, he thought Li Yi had fortuitously aligned himself with these powerful figures. However, it now appeared that Li Yi occupied a position of dominance among the trio, with the others resembling subordinates. With this realization, Lu Jingshan felt utterly bewildered. Is the world truly insane, or has he simply fallen behind the times? When did the tiger become a subordinate to the monkey? Although he was not entirely clear about the relationship among the three individuals, he was certain that Li Yi was no ordinary young man. He needed to ensure that he catered to this esteemed gentleman well, as it might pave the way for future connections with them. As Li Yi approached him, Lu Jingshan promptly tore up the accounting paper and went to meet him. Director Lu, have you finished the calculations? Li Yi inquired with a smile. Yes, the total for the mushrooms is 721 jin, and for the wood ear mushrooms and other mountain goods, it's 223 jin, amounting to a total of 703 yuan. Lu Jingshan replied. Upon hearing the total price, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback and furrowed his brow, saying, Director Lu, that seems excessive. There must be a mistake. Lu Jingshan chuckled. There is no error. The purchase price for the mushrooms has been raised to 75 cents per jin. As he spoke, Lu Jingshan handed the accounting slip to Li Yi. Li Yi glanced at the slip and indeed found that the mushrooms were priced at 75 cents per jin, which added an extra 36 yuan to the total. Thank you. Li Yi was astute. Although he did not fully grasp why Lu Jingshan had suddenly increased the price, it was evidently linked to Wang Onghua and Li Gang. Furthermore, this was not something he could refuse. To do so would be somewhat disheartening. The goodwill was plainly written on Lu Jingshan's forehead, and to decline would be rather insulting. Therefore, he could only accept the price hike. By the way, Brother Li, there is something else I need to discuss with you, Lu Jingshan said. What is it? Please, go ahead. Li Yi responded. Yesterday, the cold noodles at our state-run restaurant received an excellent response. We sold out 100 portions by noon. Therefore, you must reserve more for us today, Lu Jingshan explained. Li Yi laughed heartily. All right, I'll set aside an additional 50 portions for you today. 150 portions seem a bit insufficient. Could you possibly reserve more? I estimate that even 200 portions may not be enough, Lu Jingshan remarked. Let us do this. I'll reserve 150 portions today, and I'll prepare 200 for you tomorrow. Li Yi agreed. Due to his busy schedule at the sugar factory, Li Yi did not linger in conversation with Lu Jingshan. After settling the payment, he departed from the state-run restaurant. Meanwhile, Wang Onghua and Li Gang hurried back to the county bureau after leaving the restaurant. Once they had organized their team's work, Wang Onghua immediately drove the team's small jeep towards the sugar factory on the outskirts of town, just as Wang Onghua had mentioned in the restaurant. The relationship between Liang Yukue and their family had always been amicable, especially with the elder, who was both a mentor and a friend. Therefore, upon hearing what Li Yi had said, he felt a sense of urgency to act. When Wang Onghua arrived, Liang Yukue was holding a morning meeting with the factory's staff. During this period, the sugar factory is burdened with a heavy production task, as this year's production quota set by the higher authorities has increased by 20% compared to last year. However, the northern regions are experiencing widespread drought, resulting in smaller beets with lower sugar content. Consequently, the raw materials required for each ton of sugar have increased by 1/5, compelling the factory to work overtime. As soon as the meeting concluded, Director Liang received a report from his assistant, stating that the police were looking for him and were waiting in his office. Upon returning to his office, Liang found Wang Onghua waiting for him and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Ah, Onghua, what brings you here today?" Wang Onghua promptly replied, "The northwest wind, the kind that carries sand and dust." Liang sensed something was amiss. "What is going on? Is there an issue?" Liang Yuquai understood Wang Onghua to be a meticulous individual. His words surely held significance. "Brother Liang, is your factory under heavy production pressure?" "Indeed, we are nearly overwhelmed. I have just arranged for all workshops to operate in 3 shifts starting today. The machines must not rest, and we must ensure that production targets are exceeded," Liang stated. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition arose in Wang Onghua's mind. "Brother Liang, can your machinery withstand such a demand?" "Absolutely. We have done this frequently in the past." At this point, Liang's tone shifted, revealing some confusion. "Onghua, something feels off today. You, of all people, do not come without reason. Speak plainly if there is an issue." Wang Onghua's expression grew serious as he replied, "Brother Liang, I wish to request a temporary halt to operations to inspect the factory and its equipment. Is that feasible?" "Why?" "You must provide me with a reason." Liang furrowed his brow. "I cannot disclose the reason at the moment, but trust me, I would never lead you astray." Wang Onghua reassured him. Liang fell silent, despite their age difference. Wang Onghua had grown up under Liang's watchful eye while Liang had apprenticed at the glass factory alongside his father. In quieter times, Liang would assist the Wang family with chores and share meals. Thus Wang Onghua was akin to family. Liang placed his trust in Wang Onghua, believing there must be a substantial reason for his request, likely bound by some disciplinary protocol. After careful consideration, Liang nodded and asked, "Aside from the factory and equipment, are there any other requirements?" "Brother Liang, you are more aware of the factory's conditions than I am. In summary, consider this a comprehensive safety inspection. No potential hazards should be overlooked," Wang Onghua asserted. "Understood. I will make the arrangements." Liang called out to the door, "Director Chiu, come in for a moment." The office door was promptly pushed open, and the portly office director hurried in, saying, "Director, you called for me. Notify all departments and production workshops to cease operations immediately. Assemble all technical personnel for a comprehensive safety inspection throughout the factory." "Understood." Chapter 72. Hurling stones at one's own feet at 11 in the morning, Li Yi, as usual, arrived at the entrance of the sugar factory to set up his stall. However, he was promptly informed by the gatekeeper, Uncle Zhu, that a comprehensive safety inspection was underway, and all employees were prohibited from leaving the factory premises until its conclusion. Upon receiving this news, Li Yi found himself in a rather ironic predicament, questioning whether this could be deemed as hurling stones at his own feet. Had he not prompted Wang Onghua to notify factory manager Liang, this situation would not have arisen, and he could have continued his stall unperturbed. Yet, the current reality rendered such an endeavor impossible. Nevertheless, a sense of joy welled within him. For this indicated that Wang Onghua had indeed relayed the information to the factory, and they were taking the matter seriously, initiating the necessary inspections. In a previous life, the sugar factory in Qingshan County had suffered a catastrophic collapse when the steel beams of the production workshop suddenly fractured, resulting in a calamitous explosion as most machinery was operational at the time. The disaster claimed the lives of over 60 individuals and left more than 200 injured, leveling two workshops of this third-largest sugar factory in the northern region to the ground. The incident swiftly captured the attention of provincial authorities, who dispatched an accident investigation team to the factory. Consequently, the factory manager and deputy manager of Qingshan County were dismissed, and the safety supervisor received a prison sentence. With dozens of county officials also facing accountability, triggering an unprecedented political upheaval in Qingshan County. Li Yi's decision to discuss this matter with Wang Onghua was not solely motivated by gratitude. It was also a gesture of reciprocity. After all, Wang Onghua had taken the initiative to contact Manager Liang to ensure Li Yi could operate his stall in peace. Manager Liang, in turn, had not dismissed Wang Onghua's request, and thus, this favor was to be acknowledged. Additionally, Li Yi had discerned that Manager Liang was a commendable individual, as the factory workers who frequented his stall spoke highly of him. If he could assist in averting a calamity for the factory, Li Yi would be more than willing. However, more importantly, he wished to support the ordinary workers of the sugar factory. For the vast majority of citizens, the production accident was merely a fleeting headline, a string of inconsequential numbers that scarcely resonated. Yet, for the families of the victims, their world had collapsed. The tragedy struck at a production workshop, claiming the lives of young, able-bodied workers, many of whom were the primary breadwinners of their households. This meant that dozens of families were irrevocably shattered. Women lost husbands, children lost fathers, and elderly parents lost sons, an undeniable human tragedy. In his past life, Li had not paid much heed to this incident, as these individuals seemed distant from his realm. Neither Manager Liang nor the ordinary workers were part of the world of a notorious street hustler like himself. However, this life is different. Li Yi has chosen to set up his stall at the entrance of the sugar factory, where the factory workers become his patrons. Most importantly, their interactions are exceedingly harmonious. The workers do not disdain him for engaging in petty business. Rather, they wholeheartedly support his endeavors, treating him with kindness. Even the elderly gatekeeper at the factory is pleased to greet him as Little Li, a name that, while reminiscent of a certain character from the palace, cannot overshadow the goodwill of these simple folk. Li Yi sincerely hopes that no misfortunes befall them, which is why he has intentionally leaked information about their fates. Knowing that the factory workers would not be able to leave today, he realizes he must relocate. Otherwise, all the cold noodles he has would inevitably go to waste. After all, this is the hottest time of the year in the northern regions, and if he cannot sell them today, they will surely spoil by the next day. In light of this, Zhou Yang promptly drives his red mule to the nearby textile factory. As for the final inspection results of the sugar factory, Li Yi pays little heed. After all, past government reports had indicated that the steel beams in the production workshop had shown signs of distress long before the incident. But the pressing production schedule led to this oversight. In fact, prior to the accident, the technical department had submitted relevant reports to the vice factory director responsible for safety, only to have them suppressed, ultimately resulting in the tragedy. With his warning and Wang Onghua's intervention, such an evident safety hazard will undoubtedly reach the hands of Director Liang swiftly. If they still choose to disregard it, there is little Li Yi can do. As he and Wang Onghua, as well as Li Gang, have said, a doctor cannot save a patient unwilling to be healed, and a Buddha can only assist those destined to be saved. Wise words are often wasted on the unrepentant, and compassion does not reach those who reject it. Upon arriving at the Qingshan textile factory, Li Yi reaches the entrance just before noon. Observing that the factory workers are about to finish their shifts, he quickly parks his mule cart not far from the factory gate. He then sets up his stall, preparing to trade for the day until the safety inspection at the sugar factory concludes, at which point he will return. Just as he finishes setting up, the factory bells ring out, signaling the end of the workday. Indeed, a few minutes later, workers in uniforms begin to emerge from the factory premises. As a renowned pastoral county in the northern province, Qingshan County boasts over 20,000 square kilometers of grassland, an expanse surpassing that of most prefecture-level cities across the nation. A vast grassland signifies ample resources for the development of animal husbandry. placing Qingshan County among the top 3 in the province for cattle and sheep stock, and prominently ranking on a national scale as well. With an abundance of cattle and sheep, not only do industries such as slaughtering and processing flourish, but the wool textile industry is also a key sector of development. The textile industry has long been a vital pillar of the economy in Qingshan County, with textile factories ranking among the most significant production units in the region. Here, the number of on-site workers exceeds 1,500, surpassing even that of the sugar factory. However, in contrast to the balanced gender ratio at the sugar factory, the workforce at the textile factory predominantly comprises female workers, with only a few positions available for men. Upon encountering Li Yi's modest stall, the female workers, though curious, largely opted to bypass it. Li Yi understood that their shyness and reticence stemmed from the presence of a young man selling goods, which made them hesitant to approach even if they were inclined to buy. Contemplating this, he raised his voice and proclaimed, "Authentic Qingshan Province de Liang Pie, delicious and affordable. Just 20 cents per serving. Passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. Enjoy the culinary delights of Qingshan Province without leaving your home. What are you waiting for? For just 20 cents, you can indulge in a delectable serving of fragrant de Liang pie without any risk of being cheated." His promotional slogan, reminiscent of the ubiquitous sales pitches from his previous life, swiftly captured the attention of many, and soon, a daring individual stepped forward to inquire about the delicacy. With the first brave soul taking the plunge, others naturally followed suit. Chapter 73. The Initiative, Subscription Requested. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Yi returned to the village significantly earlier than usual, having prepared only a little over 200 servings of de Liang pie for the day. Coupled with the fact that the textile factory employed far more workers than the sugar factory, and that the majority of these workers were women, who inherently possessed a weakness for such culinary delights, his stock soon sold out. Upon returning home, Li Yi found the house empty and proceeded to unload the supplies from his vehicle. After providing some water for the red mule and offering it a basket of fresh grass, he retrieved his bicycle from the house and rode it directly towards the site of his new home. As Li Yi reached the eastern edge of the village, he spotted a considerable number of individuals bustling about on what was once a patch of black stone, now piled high with stones, red bricks, and other construction materials. Drawing closer, he realized that over 30 people were indeed assisting in the construction of his house. To his astonishment, he even spotted Tang Shui among the crowd, working alongside his third sister and Zhang Xinyao, helping to move stones. This sight startled Li Yi, as he was acutely aware that Tang Shui was pregnant with his child. Although it had only been a mere fortnight since conception, and she was likely still carrying just a fertilized egg, her involvement in such strenuous labor posed potential risks. With urgency, Li Yi pedaled vigorously and brought his bicycle to a halt beside the pile of stones. After securing his bike, he hurried to Tang Shui's side, and, amidst the astonished gazes of those around them, he snatched the sizable stone she was carrying from her hands. "Allow me to take over. You should refrain from such heavy labor in the future." Listening to Li Yi's mixture of complaints, concerns, and overwhelming affection, everyone on site was rendered speechless. This unexpected display of affection caught them off guard. Tang Shui was equally startled by Li Yi's audacity. How bold he was, with so many eyes upon them. Li Na shot her brother a sidelong glance and remarked to Zhang Xinyao, "This lad now sees only Xiaoxue." Zhang Xinyao chuckled and replied, "I think this is quite delightful. It's far better than watching them stand awkwardly together. Indeed, at first, I was worried that Xiaoxue might not fancy my brother and feared that Li Yi's carefree demeanor might lead to trouble for her." Li Na continued, "Fortunately, it seems that the two of them are now locked in a gaze, which brings me some peace of mind. Yes, it's evident that your brother is genuinely attentive to Xiaoxue. One cannot hide their affections," Zhang Xinyao observed. "Indeed, I have noticed that he treats me, his sister, with far less kindness than he does Xiaoxue. Of course, a sister pales in comparison to a sweetheart." Zhang Xinyao laughed. Li Yi moved the stones to the foundation trench and handed them to the worker who was preparing the base, then returned to Tang Shui's side. Seeing her preparing to help, he quickly urged, "All right, you should take a break. Everyone is busy. What would it look like if I just sat here doing nothing?" Tang Shui replied. Li Yi then addressed Li Na and Zhang Xinyao, saying, "Sister, Zhang Jiqing, you both should take a break as well." Subsequently, he called over his parents. "Xiao Yi, everyone is hard at work. Is there something you wanted to discuss with us?" His mother, Zhang Yuehong, asked while wiping sweat from her brow. Li Yi promptly replied, "Father, Mother, I have something I would like to consult with you about. Please let me know if it's agreeable." "What is it?" Li Shankuei responded straightforwardly. He knew his son well. Despite the humble tone, Li Yi was resolute in his intentions. The way he approached them indicated that he had already made up his mind and was merely informing them. "Father, I wish to replace the soft interior and hard exterior with an all-brick structure. What do you think?" Although the soft interior and hard exterior was quite commendable for this era, Li Yi believed an all-brick house would be even better. Initially, the choice of a soft interior and hard exterior was due to financial constraints. However, now he earned several hundred yuan a day, and his savings had reached 4,000 yuan. Building an all-brick house would cost around 600 to 700 yuan. He saw no reason to compromise for a mere few hundred yuan, especially at the expense of Tang Shui and their child. Li Shankuei was aware that his son had been earning well. The funds given to him for the house exceeded 800 yuan, ample to construct an all-brick dwelling. "That sounds fine. I will have your Uncle Jin bring back 2 loads of red bricks from the yard tomorrow, though it's a pity about those earthen bricks." Li Yi smiled and replied, "The earthen bricks won't go to waste. They can be used for the courtyard wall." "Well then, that works. Father, you must keep a close eye on the construction of the house, especially regarding the drainage system I designed, as well as the bathing room and restroom, for they are intended for your daughter-in-law," Li Yi remarked. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to Tang Shui, instantly causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "All right. The blueprint you created has already been handed over to Master Zhao. Do you not trust his craftsmanship?" Li Shankuei responded. "Very well. Father, please continue with your work. I must make a trip to the back mountain." With that, Li Yi took Tang Shui's hand and proceeded towards the exit. Tang Shui, in a state of panic, instinctively attempted to free herself from his grasp, only to find his hold quite firm. After a few futile struggles, she ceased her efforts. Upon reaching the bicycle, Li Yi first positioned himself on the crossbar and then inquired, "Would you prefer to sit in the front or the back?" "The back," Tang Shui replied without hesitation. "The front is uncomfortable, not to mention the posture is rather ungraceful. From a distance, it appears as though I am being held by him." Although Tang Shui had begun to accept Li Yi, she was not mentally prepared for such intimate contact. Unbeknownst to her, Li Yi had already sensed the subtle shift in her feelings towards him. Realizing she had developed a fondness for him, he resolved to take the initiative, continuously intensifying his approach in hopes of completely winning her heart before their marriage. Li Yi understood that his future bride was somewhat reserved in matters of affection and possessed a gentle disposition. If he did not take the lead, she might eventually come to like him, but the process could span several years. However, by taking proactive steps to gradually breach her emotional defenses, he could significantly shorten this timeline. Thus, Li Yi was particularly audacious today, leaving Tang Shui feeling somewhat taken aback. Yet, she did not shy away. She recognized the complexity of their relationship. If she continued to disregard his affections, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Furthermore, she was not one to easily reject others. Having decided to marry Li Yi and confront her feelings for him, Tang Shui felt she could occasionally accept his overt gestures. Little did she realize that even a small crack in her emotional barriers could lead to a complete collapse. Chapter 74. The warming of affection upon returning home. The big red mule had finished grazing. Li Yi swiftly harnessed the wooden cart to it, and, taking Tang Shui by the hand, headed towards the back mountain. Along the way, they encountered several villagers, who greeted them with warm, encouraging smiles. Tang Shui had begun to grow accustomed to this. And although she still hesitated to engage in conversation with the villagers, she no longer reacted like an ostrich when faced with social interactions. Upon reaching the back mountain, they found only a few children by the embankment, as the others had not yet returned. Li Yi was unhurried, unfastening the big red mule and allowing it to graze nearby. He held Tang Shui's hand and strolled around the reservoir. As Li Yi grasped her hand, Tang Shui's heart involuntarily quickened, and she softly remarked, "You know, it's not good if someone sees us." Li Yi chuckled and replied, "What is wrong with that? I'm simply holding my wife's hand. I'm not stealing anyone." Hearing Li Yi's bold rationale, Tang Shui felt a bit exasperated and shot him a sideways glance, saying, "You're being unreasonable. So do you like it?" Tang Shui did not respond to that inquiry. Instead, she lowered her head and remarked, "Why do you enjoy teasing me?" "Remove the teasing." "Remove it?" "Yes." Upon reflection, Tang Shui realized that if the teasing were removed, only the liking would remain. Unable to contain her laughter, She thought to herself that he truly possessed a delightful sense of humor. Watching her smile, Li Yi felt utterly captivated. Though Tang Shui was not the kind of person who instantly dazzled at first glance, her skin was fair and delicate, and her features were exquisitely defined, especially those enchanting, sparkling eyes. However, her figure appeared somewhat frail, and her clothing was so worn that it was faded and patched, making her seem less striking at first sight. Yet, there was a certain charm about her that grew more beautiful the longer one looked. "What are you staring at?" Tang Shui, feeling flustered under Li Yi's gaze, couldn't help but ask. "You're beautiful." Having heard this compliment multiple times, Tang Shui had grown immune to it, and retorted, "There are so many beautiful people. Do you gaze at everyone like this? Well, let's set aside whether there are women more beautiful than my wife. Even if there are, what does it matter to me?" Li Yi continued, "No matter how beautiful others are, they belong to them. I only have eyes for you." Women, especially, cannot resist such words from a man. Coupled with Tang Shui's lack of romantic experience, Li Yi's declaration made her feel as if she had tasted honey, with joy radiating from her face. "Your words are truly charming. I wonder how many young girls you've sweet-talked." She laughed. "You are the first and the last," he declared. "Then you must treat me well from now on, or else." "Or else what?" Li Yi inquired with a smile. "Or else I'll die right in front of you." At this, Li Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He recalled a past life where this girl, in despair, had taken her own life by the river, her youth and beauty frozen in time. Her death not only claimed her life and that of their child, but also shattered Li Yi's heart, took away the spirit of his sister Li Na, and cost his father Li Shankue his life. With these thoughts weighing on him, Li Yi pulled Tang Shui into his embrace, holding her frail body tightly. His voice choked with emotion as he vowed, "I swear on my life, if I ever cause you even the slightest harm, may heaven strike me down with lightning, and may I descend into hell, never to be reborn." Tang Shui did not anticipate that her casual remark would elicit such a profound reaction from Li Yi, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Once she regained her composure, she hastily replied, "I was merely speaking in jest. You shouldn't take it to heart. Such matters are not to be contemplated. No matter what happens in the future, I am here for you. You mustn't despair." Li Yi responded earnestly, "I understand. But you must promise me that you will never entertain such dreadful thoughts." "All right, I promise you. I will never resort to such extremes," Tang Shui said with a hint of resignation. "Indeed, my dear wife, you are my lifeline. I cannot envision my existence without you," Li Yi declared with palpable emotion. As Tang Shui observed Li Yi's evident concern for her, she felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. In that moment, she truly perceived the depths of his inner turmoil and the fear emanating from his soul. He feared losing her. His love for her was genuine. Reflecting on their seemingly absurd relationship, Tang Shui suddenly recognized that perhaps this connection was not a misfortune, but rather a thread woven by fate itself. Since they were already intertwined, and this man held such affection for her, she resolved not to shy away from it. With newfound determination, Tang Shui softly assured him, "Rest assured, as long as you treat me well, I will never leave your side. In life, I am yours, and in death, I shall still belong to you." This was the first time in both her past and present life that she uttered such words, causing tears to cascade down Li Yi's cheeks. He was at a loss for words, yearning only to embrace his beloved wife and weep openly, yet he restrained himself, fearing he might frighten her. After a prolonged silence, Li Yi released Tang Shui and, with reddened eyes, asked, "My dear wife, would marrying me be a source of regret for you?" Tang Shui pondered for a moment before responding, "There was indeed a time when I felt that way. I had received an order to return to the city, yet now I find myself destined to remain in this village as a farmer for life, which feels quite confining. However, after spending time with you, I no longer feel as aggrieved." "Why is that?" he inquired. "Firstly, you are not the scoundrel that others have portrayed you to be. Their words stem from ignorance of your true character." Before she could finish, Li Yi could not resist asking, "So you truly know me now?" "Yes. What I have seen is a man filled with ambition, capable, kind-hearted, and possessing a strong sense of justice. More importantly, you treat me exceptionally well." As she spoke, Tang Shui gazed up at Li Yi and continued, "A woman's life can be fraught with hardship, and to encounter someone who genuinely cares for her, whom she does not find repugnant, is a blessing from the heavens. While I cannot claim to love you just yet, I am willing to delve deeper into understanding you and strive to cultivate love in my heart." Hearing the sincerity in her voice profoundly touched Li Yi's heart. I will not let you down, and I believe you will eventually come to love me. Continuing, Li Yi remarked, moreover, I shall not confine you to the village as merely a village woman. You will have a far broader stage, and I shall be your staunchest support. Chapter 75. The arrangements of Li Na and Tang Shui. Upon returning from the back mountain, Li Yi was in remarkably high spirits, even somewhat exhilarated, eliciting a barely suppressed smile from Tang Shui. She understood the reason behind his exuberance. It was undoubtedly connected to her heartfelt revelation. At that moment, Tang Shui could distinctly feel Li Yi's affection for her. It was not a mere pretense born of fear regarding her confession, nor was it a display of responsibility. He genuinely cherished her. Reflecting on Li Yi's recent actions, she recalled how he, seeing her modest living conditions, consistently brought her various delicacies while depriving himself of such luxuries. When he witnessed her being bullied, he did not hesitate to storm into the male youth dormitory, boldly confronting Su Hong and delivering a sound thrashing before numerous witnesses. Despite the poverty that plagued his family, he promised her a splendid wedding, even risking a venture into the city for small trades, which led to his temporary detention by the authorities. Yet, when he earned money, he was unreserved in purchasing a bicycle, elegant clothing, and festive bedding, indulging in whatever he deemed necessary for himself, regardless of the expense. Even when she made requests that might cause him discomfort, he readily acquiesced, warming Tang Shui's heart. The sensation of being loved was undeniably delightful. After Tang Shui also expressed her feelings, their relationship unknowingly reached a new threshold. Their interactions seemed increasingly natural, prompting Li Na and Li Shan-Kuei, upon returning home, to exchange glances filled with astonishment. Though Tang Shui remained somewhat shy, she no longer minded Li Yi's inadvertent displays of intimacy, such as holding hands, brushing against each other's faces, and sharing dishes during meals. Observing their mutual affection, Li Shan-Kuei and his wife felt a surge of excitement, having previously worried that the couple might struggle to maintain a harmonious relationship, often locked in silent stares or quarrels. Now, it appeared their concerns were unfounded, as the two truly seemed to be drawn together. During dinner, Tang Shui dined at the Li household, where Li Yi personally prepared a pot of millet porridge, fried several scallion pancakes, and tossed a fresh vegetable salad. Although lacking meat, the meal was fragrant and delightful. While eating, Li Yi announced a significant decision. Henceforth, Tang Shui would dine at home and would no longer partake in the communal meals at the youth center. Upon hearing this, both Tang Shui and Li Shan-Kuei's couple were momentarily taken aback, particularly Tang Shui, who had not been informed about this prior to the announcement, leaving her somewhat flustered. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, we are not yet married, Tang Shui murmured softly. Li Na smiled and remarked, what's the harm? It's just a matter of 10 days or half a month. What's the difference if it's a little later? Zhang Yuehong quickly added, exactly. It's better to come over sooner. I've heard that the food at your youth point isn't very good. Li Yi then placed a piece of bread into Tang Shui's bowl and said, actually, my intention for you to come home for dinner early is for other reasons. What reasons? On one hand, as my mother mentioned, the food at the youth point is somewhat lacking, and I don't want you to suffer. Li Yi continued, on the other hand, I wish to spend more time with you each day to nurture our feelings. There was something else Li Yi had not mentioned. Tang Shui was already carrying his child. During pregnancy, a woman not only requires ample nutrition but also undergoes significant emotional fluctuations, making it preferable for her to be brought over sooner. Hearing Li Yi's candid words, Tang Shui, for the first time, did not feel shy. Instead, she nodded earnestly and said, all right, I will come here for dinner every day. Li Yi then added, sister, both you and Xiao Shui shouldn't work anymore, okay? Huh, not working, what for? Li Na asked, puzzled. Xiao Shui will study, and you will learn to run a business. Li Yi replied. The rest of the family was bewildered. Studying and running a business seemed worlds apart. Xiao Yi, what are you thinking? Li Shan-Kuei inquired, setting down his bowl. He knew his son had always been opinionated, and since he had said this, it must not be a mere whim. Father, the world has changed. Relying solely on farming may keep us from starving, but it won't make us prosperous. Li Yi continued. 2 years ago, Anhui province began experimenting with household contract farming, and the results were remarkable. I heard that the grain output in Shaojing village quintupled that year. So, if all goes well, it will be implemented nationwide within a year or two. Furthermore, the government has begun to permit the emergence of private enterprises. Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions have already initiated pilot reforms for individual economies, and a comprehensive opening of the private economy is imminent. If we desire a better life, we cannot remain stagnant. But we can't just stop working. What if we don't get our rations? Zhang Yuehong expressed her concerns. Li Yi chuckled and said, given our current situation, do we really need to worry about lacking food? With that, he retrieved a stack of thin papers from beneath the bedding and said, this is my account book from the past half month. After deducting what was given to the children and what was spent on supplies, as well as what I sent to my father for building a house, I still have 260 yuan left. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. They all knew that Li Yi had earned quite a bit recently, as he often settled bills of several hundred yuan from the state-run restaurant. However, they also recognized that his expenditures were equally astonishing, needing to distribute at least 140 to 150 yuan daily to the children, along with several dozen yuan for supplies. In addition to building houses and purchasing wedding supplies, it was estimated that he could save no more than 1,000 yuan at most. However, to his astonishment, he now had over 4,000 yuan. This amount is indeed substantial. Even though the wages of urban workers have increased over the past 2 years, the average laborer's salary hovers around 35 to 40 yuan, while that of the leaders barely reaches 50. This sum of over 4,000 yuan equates to a decade's worth of an ordinary worker's earnings, and it would take relentless toil to accumulate such a fortune. Most remarkably, Li Yi managed to save this money in just half a month, leaving them utterly astounded. Recognizing that he had achieved his objective, he promptly declared, Father, Mother, our family does not lack for food, but to live well, we must not follow the crowd. Do you want your third sister to join you in business? Li Shankui asked in a solemn tone. Yes, my sister has a knack for business, but she lacks experience, so I wish to teach her personally. Li Yi replied. Then why not teach Xiaoxue as well? It would be beneficial for her to assist you in the future, Li Na remarked, perplexed. Xiaoxue has a gentle disposition, which is not well suited for business. Therefore, I want her to focus on her studies and aim for university. Li Yi continued. In the future, our family should not only possess wealth, but also cultivate knowledge. The descendants of the Li family must not only be adept at accumulating wealth, but also be well-versed in literature. We want others to acknowledge us as a family that values both agriculture and education, and this important task shall be entrusted to Xiaoxue. Tang Xue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet she spoke with excitement. Yes, I will definitely study hard and strive to gain admission to university. I believe in you. My dear wife will surely be accepted into university, Li Yi said with a hint of affection. Li Shankui understood that once his son had made up his mind, it was as if 8 oxen could not pull him back, so he readily acquiesced. Since you believe it will work, then let it be so. With your mother and me around, you will not go hungry. As he spoke, he suddenly coughed, perhaps from the dust or something else. Upon hearing his father's cough, Li Yi couldn't help but frown. Chapter 76. The Young Educator's Dormitory, subscription requested. As the moonlight shimmered like water and the night grew tranquil, Li Yi pedaled his bicycle down the dark country road, while Tang Xue illuminated their path with a flashlight. The two chatted amiably, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. Li Yi noticed that ever since he had expressed his feelings, Tang Xue had transformed, resembling a love-struck girl. She not only smiled more than before, but her gaze often inadvertently fell upon him. Suddenly, Li Yi recalled something and inquired, Darling, have you discussed the gathering of mountain goods with your friends? Yes, I have. They are all quite happy and grateful to you. Tang Xue replied joyfully. When do they plan to start? This afternoon. They said they were planning to venture into the mountains. I wonder how effective it will be. Tang Xue remarked. Then let us go and take a look. Li Yi continued. Moreover, you are aware of the standards we set for the county-owned restaurant. Nothing too small or excessively large, and it must be impeccably clean. Thus, you must ensure quality control. Tang Xue responded. I have already assured them that it will be handled well. Li Yi added also, remind them to be cautious while entering the mountains, considering they are all young women. Indeed, I will caution them. Besides, in all these years, I have never heard of any incidents involving wild beasts in our village, so there should be no cause for alarm. Li Yi smiled but remained silent, fully aware that, in comparison to wild animals, human beings could be far more perilous. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the youth point. Just as Li Yi escorted Tang Xue to the door, the cheerful laughter of young women filled the air from the dormitory, indicating that the female youth had yet to retire for the night. Tang Xue whispered to Li Yi, Please wait here. I will go inside for a moment. All right. With that, she pushed the door open and stepped in. As soon as she entered, Li Yi overheard a bright female voice exclaim, Xiao Shui. I thought you were going to spend the night at your grandmother's house. Why are you back so late? Tang Shui retorted, Xiao Qian, we aren't married yet. How could we live together so soon? Ha ha ha. Where are your thoughts wandering? Didn't you often return home with Sister Na before? What is stopping you now that you're with Li Yi? Another girl chimed in, Xiao Shui, you can't be seriously considering living with Li Yi, can you? If you are, just go for it. After all, he is your man. What is there to fear? Xiao Shui, I support you. Tang Shui's cheeks flushed crimson as her friend's teasing left her embarrassed, especially with Li Yi standing just outside the door. Please stop joking, he is right outside. Who is he? Someone exclaimed. Xiao Shui, you're not talking about your man, are you? After a flurry of playful chaos, Tang Shui peeked her head out from the dormitory and announced, Xiao Qian, they want you to come in. Li Yi had initially hesitated to enter, aware that a man entering the female dormitory late at night could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, recalling that they had spent the afternoon foraging for mushrooms, he was curious to see their findings. Additionally, foraging for mountain goods required specific skills, and he felt it necessary to impart essential knowledge to them to avoid mistakenly including toxic varieties, which could be deadly. After parking his vehicle, Li made his way into the dormitory, deliberately leaving the door open to avoid any suspicion. However, once inside, he noticed Zhang Xinyao closing the door and explaining, We are not concerned about what others might say, but we do fear the long-legged mosquitoes. Qingshan County lies at the intersection of pastoral and agricultural regions, where the mosquitoes can be quite ferocious. Not only is it large, but it is also particularly venomous, capable of inflicting harm even through thick clothing. Once bitten, one is certain to develop a significant swelling that will take at least 3 to 5 days to subside. Li Yi, however, paid little heed to this and instead turned his attention to the several young women in the room. Including Tang Shui, there were a total of 5 individuals. Apart from Tang Shui, the others were unremarkable in beauty, neither strikingly pretty nor unattractive. The only discernible difference among them was their skin tone. Zhang Xinyao and Feng Qian were relatively fair, while Zhong Na and Sun Lu exhibited coarser skin, which appeared healthier. I heard you ventured into the mountains this afternoon. What was the outcome? Li Yi inquired earnestly. The eldest among them, Sun Lu, promptly replied, It went well. We gathered 2 baskets of mushrooms and half a basket of wood ear mushrooms. Let me examine the quality. Sun Lu immediately moved a few baskets from beside the Kong and continued, Li Yi, please take a look. We are unsure if they are up to standard. Li Yi approached the baskets and crouched down for a closer inspection. The blackwood ears are fine, as long as they aren't too small. Subsequently, he began scrutinizing the mushrooms in the baskets. He pulled out a few thumb-sized straw mushrooms and remarked, These tiny ones should not be collected in the future. Or if harvested, they should be used for soup, as the state-run restaurants won't accept mushrooms of such diminutive size. Moreover, those of this size are mostly overripe. They can be kept for personal consumption, but should not be sent to the state-run restaurants. Understood. We will remember. Sun Lu replied promptly. After a thorough inspection, Li Yi concluded, overall, they are acceptable. However, there is considerable mud and debris on them. It is advisable to clean them up a bit after gathering. Additionally, pay close attention to the mushroom varieties. Do not collect any you are unfamiliar with. If we deliver poisonous mushrooms to the restaurant, we will be held accountable. Feng Qian laughed. We understand this principle. Besides, we have lived in the village for many years. We know which mushrooms are edible and which are not. Zhong Na added. Rest assured, we will not mix in any toxic mushrooms. That is reassuring. Also, be cautious when entering the mountains. Do not venture too far into secluded areas. Li Yi reminded them once more. Understood, we will stay close to those children, ensuring mutual safety. Very well. Li Yi then said, Let the mushrooms remain here for today. I will come to collect them tomorrow morning when I head to the city. All right. After exchanging a few words with Tang Shui, Li Yi reluctantly departed from the young women's dormitory. Unbeknownst to him, as he rode away from the youth station, a shadow emerged from a dim corner, clenching its fist tightly while watching his retreating figure. Chapter 77. Once again, targeted, request for subscription. The night passed without incident, and early the next morning, Li Shankuei and his wife set off with tools towards their new house. Yesterday, the foundation was nearly completed. Today, the construction of the walls is set to commence. Li Yi, however, paid no heed to these matters. After diligently preparing the cold noodles, he took his sister, Li Na, and set off for the county town. Before heading to the county, they made a brief stop at the youth station to collect the mushrooms that the female youths had gathered. When the bright red mule cart arrived at the youth station, most of the young people had already gone out to the fields. Although farm work was not particularly pressing, they opted to toil away in hopes of earning additional work points. Tang Shui did not go to work today, not out of desire, but because Li Yi forbade her from doing so. Besides, she had to wait in the dormitory for Li Yi to come and collect the mushrooms, leaving her unable to leave. As soon as the mule cart halted in front of the female youth's dormitory, Tang Shui swung open her door and emerged, carrying a large basket of mushrooms. Upon seeing this, Li Yi hastily called out, "Where shall I place it? Let me carry it." He quickly stepped forward and took the basket from her hands, much to the eye-rolling amusement of Li Na beside him. Her brother was indeed a peculiar character. Before their relationship was defined, he acted aloof and indifferent, seemingly uninterested in any of the 20 or so young women at the youth station. Of course, none of them were particularly interested in him either. But now, with their relationship established, he had transformed into a devoted partner. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a mere basket weighing 30 to 50 pounds? Every woman in the village was accustomed to bearing the burdens alongside their men, and it was uncommon for a woman to be prevented from lifting a basket. Little did she know, Li Yi was acutely aware that Tang Shui was now carrying his child, and this was a particularly fragile stage. Any undue strain could lead to complications. He would have explained this to her were he not concerned that the revelation might frighten her. In less than 2 minutes, he had loaded all the baskets onto the cart, after which he instructed Tang Shui to lock the dormitory door, and the three of them set off for the county town. However, just as they stepped outside, a slender figure resembling a monkey stealthily approached the female youth's dormitory. Su Hong had seen those young women venture into the mountains to gather mushrooms the previous afternoon, but he had not given it much thought. Life had been particularly tough in recent years, with food scarcity often leaving them hungry. Thus, many had taken to foraging for mushrooms in the summer to cook or dry for winter, especially the female youths, who had formed the habit of mushroom foraging during the off-season. Therefore, Su Hong paid no heed to it. Yet last night, he observed Li Yi escorting Tang Shui back and lingering in the dormitory for quite some time. The lively chatter of the young women carried far, and he vaguely caught snippets of conversation about mushrooms and mountain goods. This piqued his curiosity. Was Li Yi planning to take those young women to sell mushrooms? Today, he deliberately refrained from work, choosing instead to wait here, eager to see whether his suspicions would prove accurate. Indeed, after the others had commenced their labor, that scoundrel Li Yi arrived at the youth commune, driving a mule cart. He had just witnessed the wretch hauling several baskets of goods from the female youth's dormitory. Although he was too far away to discern the exact nature of the items, they were likely mushrooms. To ensure certainty, he resolved to stealthily infiltrate the dormitory of the female youths, to ascertain whether the mushrooms they had gathered the previous day remained. If Li Yi were indeed clandestinely engaging in the mushroom trade with those women, he would incite the male youths to join in. Given his understanding of Li Yi, the man would undoubtedly object. That lecherous fellow would hardly concern himself with the affairs of the male youths. Consequently, this would surely offend Zhou Guangya and others. With their combined strength, could they not topple such a petty rogue? The dormitory at the commune was quite dilapidated, riddled with drafts and leaks. Furthermore, during the sweltering summer, the residents typically left the windows ajar. Otherwise, upon returning, their homes would be unbearably hot, akin to a steamer. Thus, Su Hong needed no lock-picking skills. He merely had to lean against the window to gain a clear view of the interior. A quick survey revealed some mushrooms drying near the window. Initially, Su Hong felt a tinge of disappointment, fearing he had overthought the matter. However, upon closer inspection, the quantity was evidently insufficient. He had seen those female youths collect numerous baskets of mushrooms the day before, likely weighing 70 to 80 pounds, if not more. Yet now, the amount visible from the window did not exceed 10 pounds. Moreover, the sizes were either too small or excessively large, suggesting they were merely the remnants. Realizing that the quality mushrooms were indeed absent, Su Hong felt reassured. He resolved that upon Zhou Guangya's return, he would certainly inform them of this development. Li Yi remained blissfully unaware that he had attracted the attention of a schemer, yet even if he did, his character would likely render him indifferent. After all, in his eyes, the individuals at the commune were mere trifles, utterly insignificant. As long as he wished, he could easily outmaneuver them. They were, after all, a group of outsiders without any substantial foundation in the Qiangzi Mountain Brigade. Should any trouble arise, the villagers would undoubtedly refuse to assist them. Even if they were in the right, it would matter little. The villagers operated on a simple principle. Unless one's actions incited widespread ire, they would prefer to assist kin over justice. With Tang Shui by his side, Li Yi found the journey of over 10 miles to be remarkably brief, arriving almost before he knew it. However, even before he reached the state-run restaurant, he spotted Wang Anghua and others standing at the entrance, akin to sentinels awaiting his arrival. Indeed, as the bright red mule cart approached the entrance, Wang Anghua stepped forward to greet him. Li Na was to hand over the goods to Lu Jingshan, while Li Yi, accompanied by Tang Shui, followed Wang Anghua into the restaurant. Once seated, Li Yi smiled and inquired, "Brother Wang, as the captain of the criminal police, do you not fear the gossip that might arise from greeting me daily at the state-run restaurant?" Wang Anghua chuckled, replying, "What can I do? This is the only place where I can catch you. Ha ha ha. If you have something to discuss, be quick about it. I still have a stall to set up." Instead of addressing the matter at hand, Wang Anghua gestured towards Tang Shui and said, "What are you anxious about?" "Brother Li Yi, you haven't introduced me to this young lady yet." Li Yi immediately understood that Wang was concerned about Tang Shui potentially divulging secrets and laughed heartily. "Tang Shui, my wife, a young intellectual from the city." As Li Yi began to introduce Tang Shui to Wang Anghua, the latter interjected, "So, you are my sister-in-law. I am Wang Anghua, captain of the county criminal police, and a good brother of Li Yi." Tang Shui hurriedly responded, "Hello, Captain Wang." Wang Anghua replied, "Just call me Wang Gu from now on. No need to be so formal." Wang Anghua's enthusiasm left Li Yi somewhat bewildered. Had he not known that Wang was married, and that his wife was the formidable An Hong, he might have worried that Wang had taken a liking to his own wife. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Yi promptly asked, "Captain Wang, what brings you here so early in the morning?" Wang Anghua smiled and replied, "You know very well why I'm here." Li Yi glanced at him and remarked, "So, there is news from the sugar factory?" "Indeed," Wang Anghua confirmed. After a thorough inspection yesterday, numerous safety issues were uncovered. The most alarming discovery was that the factory's electrical circuits had experienced fuse failures. Had you not alerted them, given their current workload, a safety incident was highly likely to occur. "Is that all they found?" Li Yi frowned. "Is that not sufficient?" Wang Anghua inquired. Li Yi shook his head, asserting, "No. You must continue the investigation." "Further investigation?" "Yes. These issues alone are not enough to account for the pallor on so many faces, from my experience. The problems at the sugar factory are far more severe than what has been uncovered thus far," Li Yi stated. Wang Anghua then asked earnestly, "Brother Li Yi, do you have any specific areas for us to focus our inspections on?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi replied, "Make sure to primarily assess the structural safety of the buildings." "Understood." With that, Wang Anghua retrieved an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Li Yi. "Who sent this?" Li Yi asked, already suspecting its contents. Yet he did not take it immediately, but rather directly inquired. "Certainly not from me. It's from Director Liang," Wang Anghua clarified. Only then did Li Yi accept the envelope, stating, "If it's from him, I shall accept it. However, please ensure that production does not resume until all safety hazards have been addressed." "Got it. I will speak with him right away." "Very well." After bidding farewell to Wang Anghua, Tang Shui curiously inquired, "What were the two of you discussing?" "I couldn't comprehend a single word." "Oh, it was nothing significant. I merely discovered some safety hazards in the factory's production workshop, so I informed team leader Wang to notify the sugar factory for an inspection to prevent any potential accidents." Li Yi replied. He continued, "They conducted an inspection yesterday, and that's why Wang came to share the results with me." Tang Shui, perceiving a hint of an issue, promptly asked, "You mentioned that the problems have not yet been identified. Do you know where the issue lies?" "Indeed, but I cannot disclose it explicitly," he responded. "Why not?" she pressed. "Firstly, my insights were gleaned from conversations with the factory workers, and I cannot reveal my sources. Secondly, I wish to teach them a lesson. To ensure they do not disregard production safety," Li Yi fabricated. "Is that so? You are quite impressive," Tang Shui admitted with a hint of admiration. "Ha ha. I relish hearing such praise from you. Be sure to compliment me more in the future." Li Yi laughed heartily. "You have quite the thick skin," she teased. "How thick?" "As thick as the corner of a city wall," he replied with a chuckle. "All right, let us hurry and check on Sister San, or she will accuse us of neglecting her." Indeed, as Li Yi and Tang Shui approached, Li Na launched into a tirade. You two have truly become negligent. Are you not afraid I might abscond with your money? Li Yi chuckled and said, You're my sister. Feel free to spend as you wish, no need to steal. I love hearing that. Li Na exclaimed, handing Li Yi the bill. As per your instructions, I calculated a separate total for Xiao Shui and the others, which amounts to 76 yuan. Li Yi glanced at the bill and nodded. At that moment, Lu Jingshan smiled and said, Brother Li Yi, how many servings of cold noodles did you prepare today? Close to 500. Why do you ask? Li Yi responded. I need 400. Lu Jingshan declared. Can you sell that many? Li Yi asked, astonished. Absolutely. Perhaps you are unaware, but there is a conference in the county today, and our restaurant is responsible for providing lunch. I plan to deliver a serving of cold noodles to each attendee. Lu Jingshan explained. Are there 400 people at the conference? Li Yi inquired. No, approximately 300. I will keep the remaining 100 to sell at the restaurant. Lu Jingshan continued. Brother Li Yi, you may not realize this, but cold noodles have become the signature dish of our state-run restaurant. All right, 400 it is. Li Yi agreed. Although selling at wholesale to Lu Jingshan would yield a significantly lower profit, at least a loss of 15 yuan for every 300 servings, it certainly alleviated a considerable amount of trouble. Lu Jingshan added, This conference will last 3 days. Can you deliver 400 servings each day? No problem. Li Yi confirmed. Then we have an agreement. Agreed. As they exited the state-run restaurant, both Li Na and Tang Shui felt a sense of surrealism. Initially, they believed that selling 500 servings of cold noodles would take a considerable amount of time. However, much to their astonishment, upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, 400 servings were sold almost immediately. The remaining 100 would likely be snatched up as soon as they reached the sugar factory. They had just witnessed Lu Jingshan settle the price with Li Yi at 1 dime and 5 cents per serving, while the cost of each serving was less than 5 cents. Thus, with a profit of 1 dime per serving, Li Yi had just made an impressive 40 yuan in a matter of moments. The speed at which he was earning was truly remarkable. Not to mention that they had also made several hundred yuan from selling mountain goods that day. In the eyes of Tang Shui and Li Na, Li Yi was nothing short of a walking printing press. On the mule cart, Li Na turned to Tang Shui and said, Xiao Shui, I find myself somewhat envious of you. Tang Shui, puzzled, inquired, What do you envy about me? With Xiao Yi around, you'll surely become a wealthy lady. Sipping tea and reading the news daily, with endless money to spend. Li Na exclaimed, Haha, sister, that's the life of a capitalist. It's not for me. Tang Shui replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Li Yi, who had been listening, asked, What kind of life do you desire? After pondering for a moment, Tang Shui responded, A life of shared meals across the seasons, a warm home, and a beloved partner. It doesn't necessarily have to be you supporting me, but I need to be cherished, and I should be able to pursue my own passions instead of being obligated to do certain things. Li Yi chuckled, That's simple. I will definitely make it happen. Li Na confidently added, With Xiao Yi's capabilities, he will surely fulfill your wishes, whereas I might not be able to. Sister Na, what does your ideal life look like? Tang Shui countered. As for me, I don't want to be a domesticated sheep, nor do I wish to tether myself to a man. If possible, I would prefer to remain unmarried for life. Li Na boldly declared. Unmarried? How could that be? Tang Shui exclaimed in surprise. If I can support myself, what is wrong with not marrying? Li Na replied matter-of-factly. Subsequently, Li Yi glanced at the somewhat dazed Li Na and asked, Xiao Yi, what do you think of what sister said? After a moment's reflection, Li Yi responded, In fact, for women, the best state of life is to focus on 3 essential pursuits. What are those 3 pursuits? They asked in unison. Continuously improving oneself, achieving financial independence, and living exquisitely. Both Tang Shui and Li Na were somewhat taken aback by Li Yi's words, clearly unable to comprehend the depth of his insights given their current mindset and perspective. Li Yi promptly elaborated, Continuous self-improvement allows you to cultivate a free and expansive mindset, enabling a better understanding of both yourself and the world. This is why I encourage Xiao Shui to study and pursue higher education. Financial independence grants you the courage to face any situation. Lacking superpowers, we should strive to possess financial prowess. Living exquisitely is key to pleasing oneself and signifies reaching an ideal state of living. I hope that in the future, each of you can live exquisitely, rather than struggling for mere sustenance. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, both women gazed at him with profound yearning in their eyes. Chapter 79. The indifferent manager in the outskirts of the sugar factory. as Li Yi escorted the two women toward the textile factory. Wang Ongwa once again rode his bicycle to the sugar factory. After identifying himself, he proceeded directly to Liang Yukui's office, where Liang was currently engaged in a meeting. Following a comprehensive safety inspection of the factory premises yesterday, several issues had indeed been uncovered, with electrical safety hazards posing the most critical risk, potentially leading to a fire if not addressed. Consequently, the technical department's personnel promptly undertook emergency repairs on the factory's wiring, and through the efforts of an entire night, they managed to replace all the aging circuits before dawn. Upon arriving at work this morning, Director Liang gathered the mid to high-level staff for a briefing on the resumption of operations. Just as the meeting commenced, an assistant hurried in and discreetly whispered a few words into Director Liang's ear. After hearing the assistant's message, Liang immediately asked Deputy Director Gua to take over the meeting, excusing himself from the room. Returning to his office, he found Wang Ongwa standing by the window, gazing out at the employees coming and going, seemingly lost in thought. "Ongwa, aren't you busy? What brings you here so early?" Liang inquired. Wang Ongwa snapped back to reality and, with a serious expression, replied, "Brother Wang, I just met with that esteemed individual." After discovering the safety hazards during the inspection, Liang personally visited the county bureau and relayed the situation to Wang Ongwa. With a resolution at hand, Wang Ongwa decided to share the source of the information with Liang, though he refrained from disclosing Li Yi's identity, referring to him simply as the esteemed individual. Although Liang was deeply astonished, upon hearing Wang Ongwa's account of his encounter with the esteemed individual, he chose to believe it and expressed his gratitude with a sum of 200 yuan. Thus, when Wang Ongwa mentioned the esteemed individual again, Liang hurriedly asked, "What did he say?" "He said you only uncovered minor issues and should continue your inspections," Wang replied. "Continue the inspections?" Liang echoed. "Furthermore, he mentioned you should pay particular attention to the safety of the building structures. All our factory buildings were newly constructed a few years ago. There shouldn't be any problems, right?" Liang queried. "Brother Liang, we cannot rely on assumptions. It's best to conduct a thorough check. After all, everything the esteemed individual has said so far has proven accurate," Wang insisted. After some contemplation, Liang conceded, "Very well. We have already lost a day, what else one more?" He then instructed Wang Ongwa to wait a moment while he made arrangements. Upon Liang's return to the office, just as he settled in, Deputy Director Gua announced, "Old Liang, I have already made the arrangements. The workers will resume production immediately, and as we previously decided, we will work overtime to strive for exceeding our targets." However, before he could finish, Liang's voice rang out, resolutely stating, "Pause the resumption of production." As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of astonishment swept through the scene. The decision to resume production was just established by Director Liang in a meeting barely half an hour ago. How could the atmosphere change so abruptly? "Old Liang, what is the meaning of this?" Deputy Director Gua inquired, his brow furrowed. "Old Gua, I believe yesterday's inspection was insufficiently thorough, particularly regarding the safety of the production workshop and other buildings. To be prudent, we shall conduct a comprehensive maintenance check of all structures across the factory today." Director Liang replied, "What about the production tasks? While production schedules are undeniably important, the safety of operations takes precedence." Director Liang continued, "If delays arise from safety inspections that ultimately hinder task completion, I alone shall bear the consequences if accountability is sought from above." The assembly was left in shock by Director Liang's declaration, as it was tantamount to wagering his own future. The higher-ups were exceedingly strict regarding the sugar factory's production targets. Even with 3 shifts, achieving the quota was not guaranteed. Now, with the time allocated for repairs, at least 2 days would be lost, inevitably tightening the production timeline. Should the tasks remain unfinished, Director Liang could very well face repercussions, potentially leading to demotion or a formal reprimand. Yet, with Director Liang's resolute stance, they felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Under Director Liang's directive, the entire workforce commenced a rigorous safety inspection. In stark contrast to the flurry of activity and anxiety surrounding Director Liang and the others, Li Yi experienced an unusually tranquil day. He knew that Wang Ongwa would undoubtedly inform the sugar factory promptly. Barring any unforeseen events, the sugar factory employees would likely remain idle today. Thus, Li Yi decisively directed the mule cart towards the textile factory. With only a little over 100 servings of cold noodles available, and wishing to cultivate Li Na's skills, he encouraged her to set up the stall independently. He and Tang Shui merely observed, offering no assistance. However, Li Na's performance astounded both Li Yi and Tang Shui. Although she initially appeared flustered, she quickly found her footing. In less than half an hour, she sold out all 100 servings of cold noodles, along with the 200 to 300 white pancakes on the cart. Witnessing Li Na adeptly accomplish her task, even Li Yi felt that his third sister was a natural entrepreneur. Once they tidied up, the trio hastily returned to the village with the mule cart. On the way, Li Na suddenly asked, "Xiao Yi, how do you think I performed today?" "Well, exceedingly well," Li Yi replied. "How about I join you in setting up stalls in the future? You handle the sugar factory, and I'll manage the textile factory," Li Na suggested. Tang Shui concurred, deeming it an excellent idea. "I believe that's feasible. If you both oversee different locations, you're sure to earn a considerable sum each day." However, Li Yi shook his head, asserting, "No, that won't do." "Why not?" Li Na inquired, perplexed. "It's far too dangerous. The police may not actively pursue us. But why is there still danger?" Li Yi chuckled and replied, "People merely assume I have set up a stall, but that does not mean they will ignore you. You see, even in this situation, you dare not go to the city for fear of being reported. A few reports might not pose a problem. But if the number of informants increases, even Captain Wang and his team cannot protect us. Then what is the point of my learning to do business?" Li Na said, disappointment evident in her voice. "Of course, there is significance. I plan to entrust the stall at the candy factory to you," Li Yi declared. "And what about you?" she inquired. "I will be at home with my wife and children, enjoying the warmth of the hearth." "Ha!" Li Yi laughed heartily. Tang Shui, her face flushed, remarked, "A dog's mouth cannot utter ivory." Li Na sighed, feeling that Li Yi was joking with her. "When will I ever earn as much as you do in a day?" "No, I would be content even with 10 yuan a day." 10 yuan a day? Is that your aspiration?" Li Yi chuckled. Li Na rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Do you think everyone is like you?" "A true anomaly." Tang Shui added, 10 yuan is not insignificant. That amounts to 300 yuan a month." Li Yi smiled and said, "Sister, I was serious earlier. You should set up your stall at the candy factory from now on. I have other matters to attend to." "What could be more important than making money?" "There are indeed important matters. First, I must plan my wedding with Xiao Shui. It's a lifelong commitment, and I want it to be splendid." Li Yi continued, "The cold weather makes the cold noodle business difficult. While I have the time, I must think of other avenues for income." "Are you really going to let it go?" Li Na asked in surprise. "It's not that I'll neglect it. I still need to be hands-on with the cold noodles. I just want to be setting up the stall myself." Li Yi replied, "Let us discuss this later. I'm afraid I want to do well." "Yes, let us get familiar with it first." Indeed. Chapter 80. Not informing the family. Subscription request. Upon returning home, Li Yi entrusted the task of tidying up to his third sister, under the pretense of helping her adapt to the stall setup process. Meanwhile, he took Tang Shui directly to their new house. Naturally, this behavior garnered Li Na's displeasure as she packed her belongings, vocally chastising Li Yi for being an ungrateful wolf, forgetting his sister now that he had a wife. However, Li Yi remained unfazed, firmly holding Tang Shui's hand as they exited, seemingly oblivious to Li Na's complaints. Upon reaching the entrance, Tang Shui, feeling a bit shy, said, "Do you think this is appropriate? Are you worried about my sister getting angry?" Li Yi asked with a smile. "Yes, it seems we are taking advantage of Najia." "Not at all. She would prefer us to be together every day." Li Yi replied. "Really? If you don't believe me, just look back." Tang Shui immediately turned around and, to her surprise, saw Li Na watching them with a broad smile, showing no signs of anger whatsoever. "How did you know Jia wasn't truly upset?" Tang Shui asked curiously. "I am quite familiar with my sister. She is remarkably stubborn. If she were genuinely angry, she would not resort to such harsh words," Li Yi remarked. "So, what would she do then?" "If her anger is not too severe, she would likely resort to physical confrontation, leaving me bloodied and battered." "And if her anger escalates?" Tang Shui inquired once more. "In that case, she might simply retreat and avoid me altogether." As he spoke these words, Li Yi felt a heaviness in his heart. In his previous life, upon learning of Tang Shui's tragic demise, his sister had confined herself to her room for an entire day and night. Subsequently, she had departed from Nianzi Mountain Village, leaving without a single penny from home or any introduction. She vanished for 30 long years. Had it not been for her occasional remittances to their mother, Li Yi would have feared the worst. After achieving success, he mobilized numerous connections to locate Li Na, ultimately finding her in an electronics factory along the coast. By then, she was 50 years old, yet she appeared aged beyond her years, looking almost 60. Through his investigations, Li Yi discovered that his sister had never married and had only adopted a disabled little girl. Burdened by guilt, he wished to bring them to live with him, but she declined. Even though she had forgiven him by that time, her life had already been irrevocably marred. Tang Shui was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Li Yi's mind, but hearing about the formidable anger of her elder sister-in-law instilled a sense of trepidation within her. "We must ensure we never provoke Sister Na," she exclaimed. "Oh, it's not too troublesome. My sister has a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. As long as we do not overstep, all will be well." Indeed, as they made their way, they encountered numerous villagers who, upon witnessing Li Yi and Tang Shui engaged in jovial conversation, could not help but comment on their harmonious appearance, likening them to a golden boy and jade girl. A perfect couple. Each time such remarks reached Li Yi's ears, he felt an overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, Tang Shui stood bashfully behind him, neither speaking nor shying away. Li Yi could discern that she was earnestly striving to embrace the role of his wife. Although she had yet to fully adapt, her efforts were evident, and he felt genuinely pleased. Upon arriving at the site of their new home, Li Yi noted that the walls had already been constructed to a height of 1 meter. At this pace, the roof could be completed within 3 days. Once the interior was filled with earth, they could proceed with the finishing touches. However, even with this progress, completing the house within a fortnight remained a daunting task. As the young couple approached, Li Shankuei immediately came over. "Master Zhao said the beams can be laid the day after tomorrow. You needn't worry about the stall. Just prepare some good food and drink for the occasion." Li Yi understood that raising the beams was a significant event in local construction, typically celebrated with a hearty meal for the helpers and perhaps some firecrackers for good fortune. "Very well, I shall take charge of the catering," Li Yi responded. Zhao, the master, inquired about the necessary waterproofing for the bathing room, which involved both steel reinforcement and cement, a considerable expense indeed. "Is it truly essential?" asked Li Shankuei once more. "Yes, this is imperative," insisted Li Yi. "This is not solely for Tang Shui. I require it as well. I certainly do not wish to stand in a basin of water during the frigid winter months, nor do I want to forego bathing like the other villagers, enduring a season of filth. The thought alone is quite discomforting." Li Yi did not harbor disdain for the ordinary villagers. After all, their reluctance to bathe in winter stemmed from laziness or a lack of facilities. This was, in fact, a survival wisdom honed by the local populace over centuries. Situated in the northern regions, Qingshan County experienced harsh, dry winters with biting winds. Under such climatic conditions, bathing frequently could indeed be perilous. Unlike in later times, medical resources were scant, and even a simple cold could prove fatal. Faced with the discomfort of illness versus the discomfort of dirtiness, one must ponder the choice carefully. Despite his understanding, Li Yi found it unacceptable. Thus, the construction of the bathing room was a necessity. He even contemplated installing a stove within, envisioning the warmth and comfort it would provide. Seeing that he could not persuade his son, Li Shankuei shifted his focus to his daughter-in-law, saying, "Shui, with your wedding to Xiao Yi on the horizon, perhaps you should consider contacting your family or writing them a letter." Upon hearing this, Tang Shui's face paled. "Uncle, I can manage my affairs without notifying them." She was acutely aware that her family awaited her return, and they would undoubtedly oppose her marriage to Li Yi, not only due to the impoverished circumstances of this region, but also because they intended to marry her off for a substantial dowry. "Is it truly acceptable to conceal such a significant matter from your family?" Li Shankuei furrowed his brow. Tang Shui replied, "It's fine. I am the one marrying Li Yi, not my family. It does not concern them." Seeing his father still attempting to argue, Li Yi interjected, "Father, let us proceed as Shui suggests. This matter is simply not one we can discuss with her parents. Yet, it cannot remain unspoken indefinitely." For Li Shankuei, a man of traditional values, marriage and procreation were paramount events in life, and how could one conceal such matters from their parents? "Father, once we are wed, I will take Shui to Qin province, and I shall personally seek forgiveness from her family," Li Yi assured him. "Very well, if you both believe this is acceptable. I must caution you that should your in-laws refuse you entry, do not blame your father for not having warned you." Li Shankuei sighed. "Fear not. You are well aware of your son's capabilities," Li Yi replied with a smile. Then it's settled. Chapter 81. The pain in Tang Shui's heart on a quaint country path. Tang Shui walked with a heavy heart, unable to meet Li Yi's gaze. She was acutely aware of his genuine affection for her, and his desire to create a family blessed by all, especially by their parents. Yet, this was a feat she found utterly unattainable. The notion of family left her feeling cold and disillusioned. Noticing her distress, Li stepped forward, taking her hand in his, and softly reassured her, "Do not be sad, I am here for you." His words seemed to bestow upon Tang Shui an immense courage. She lifted her gaze to meet his eyes and, with a trembling voice, asked, "Do you not have anything to ask me?" "Not at all," Li replied decisively. This left Tang Shui momentarily bewildered, prompting her to instinctively inquire, "Why?" "Because you are my wife. When you wish to share something, you will naturally do so. If you do not wish to speak, then it is clear I should not pry into matters that may cause you discomfort." "I do not want to put you in a difficult position," Li explained. Tang Shui felt truly warmed by Li's words. She realized this was what it meant to be cared for and loved. In the past 13 years, she had never experienced such a sentiment. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she threw herself into Li's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, releasing the grievances she had endured over the years. It is often said that there are no unkind parents in the world, yet Tang Shui could not comprehend the harshness of her own. In her family, there were 3 children. Her elder brother, Tang Lei, was the only boy, while she and her younger sister, Tang Bing, were the girls. As the second child, she understood the implications of having an elder brother and a younger sister, and the neglect from her parents was something she could rationalize. However, she could not fathom why. During the era of policy changes, her family chose to send her to the countryside for labor instead of her brother, who was far more suited in every aspect. Her parents made the decision without hesitation, and fearing she would refuse, her mother secretly enrolled her. It was only when the mobilization orders were announced that Tang Shui became aware of the situation. While other children were sent off with their parents' heartfelt farewells and provisions, she left with nothing but a few personal belongings. In that first year, all the young intellectuals faced extreme hardship, with most relying on their families for support. Yet, her family not only failed to send her a single cent, but also reached out to her for money. With a meager monthly stipend of 22 yuan, barely enough for her own sustenance, she was expected to contribute financially to her family. Tang Shui could scarcely fathom how she endured that period. After weeping for over 10 minutes, her sobs began to subside. Li did not urge her to stop, but held her tightly, gently patting her back to provide comfort, ensuring she could cry freely without losing her breath. He understood that this young lady harbored grievances within her heart. If she were not allowed to express her tears, it would inevitably lead to complications over time. Only when Tang Shui's sobs had diminished significantly did Li gently whisper in her ear, "All right, no more tears. If you keep crying, you won't be beautiful anymore." Having vented her emotions to a considerable extent, Tang Shui nodded, albeit a bit shyly, as she left the warmth of Li Yi's embrace. Seeing that his beloved's large eyes were swollen from crying, Li Yi felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, "From now on, let us refrain from tears. Look at how swollen your eyes have become. I do not wish to cry. It is merely that I feel wronged inside." Tang Shui replied, "It is all right. In the future, if there is anything that troubles you, just share it with me. As your man, it is my duty to shield you from the storms of life," Li Yi assured her. However, Tang Shui shook her head with a bitter smile, finding some matters too difficult to articulate. For instance, she did not wish to inform her parents about her marriage, not because she did not desire their blessings, but because she could not. Tang Shui could foresee that once her parents learned she was marrying a villager, they would undoubtedly come to take her away. They had already arranged a marriage for her, one that was simply too unbearable for Tang Shui to accept. Li Yi could sense the sorrow and despair within Tang Shui's heart. He gently cupped her delicate face and gazed earnestly into her eyes, stating, "I cannot change the past, nor do I have the right to, but from the moment you accepted our family's betrothal gifts, you became my wife, and thus your troubles are now my troubles. In the past, you may have had to endure grievances in silence, but that is no longer necessary, for I, Li Yi, possess the strength to protect you. I hope you can place your trust in me." Feeling the sincerity emanating from Li Yi, Tang Shui hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. After a while, she wiped away her tears and steadied her emotions. "Do you know why I do not wish to inform my parents about our marriage?" she asked. "Is it because they disapprove of our union?" Li Yi inquired. "Yes." "Is it because of me?" he asked again. "No." "Then it is because they do not want you to marry far away?" Li Yi continued. "Not quite. It is because they have arranged a marriage for me." Tang Shui revealed astonishingly. What? To be honest, Li Yi was completely unaware of this matter. In his previous life, he had not discovered this information, and upon hearing it now, he was quite taken aback. Tang Shui smiled wryly and explained, last month, I suddenly received a letter from home. They have arranged for my return to the city. Do you know? When I received the letter, I was so joyful. Over the past 3 years, they had written me 12 letters, but this was the only one that did not ask for money. I thought they had finally had a change of heart and remembered their daughter whom they had cast aside. But little did I expect. They wanted me back in the city merely to sell me once again. Li Yi immediately asked, sell you again? What does that mean? My mother mentioned in her letter that they have already completed the formalities for my return to the city, with employment arranged at the county's textile factory. However, this is contingent upon my agreement to the marriage they have arranged for me. At this juncture, a hint of sorrow flickered in Tang Shui's eyes, and she continued, you could never imagine the kind of person they have chosen for me. Although Li Yi already had an inkling of the answer, he spoke in a measured tone. Go on, I am curious to see just how far they can bully my future wife. Tang Shui, her voice trembling, revealed. The man they wish for me to marry is a director at the steel mill where my father works. His surname is Liu. He is nearly the same age as my father, if not older. While age might be bearable, the most alarming aspect is that this man is notoriously brutal towards his wives. His 2 previous wives either committed suicide by jumping into a well after enduring his abuse, or were driven mad and cast out from their home. Li Yi gritted his teeth. Why would they do this? Tang Shui, with a face full of despair, replied, because they want to secure a good job for my sister at the factory, and I am merely the leverage they are offering in return. At that moment, Li Yi was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, an overwhelming urge to commit violence stirring within him. In his previous life, he had only begun to investigate the circumstances surrounding Tang Shui's suicide a decade later, but by then, so much time had passed that many details were irretrievable. The findings he uncovered indicated that upon returning home, Tang Shui discovered her sister was involved with the man she had loved for over 10 years. And it seemed the entire family was aware of this, yet they had chosen to keep it from her. Unable to accept such a harsh reality, Tang Shui ultimately took her own life by drowning. However, it now appeared that there were deeper secrets surrounding her suicide that he had failed to uncover at the time.